Upon opening her eyes, Bai Lian found herself in the body of a notorious scion. It was said that her father was a nouveau riche of Beicheng, having risen from humble beginnings to great renown. Her half-brother, a prodigy, had achieved the highest honors in the imperial examinations and was now attending Jiangjing University. Her half-sister was a multi-talented beauty in the neighboring international class, known for her grace and decorum. Her fiancé was a distinguished heir in the finance sector, a campus deity who had never deigned to acknowledge her existence. Meanwhile, she herself was merely an inconspicuous individual of modest intellect, unceremoniously cast out from this household. Bai Lian resolved to focus on her studies, striving to embrace the life of an ordinary person. The onlookers, wearing enigmatic smiles, seemed to think otherwise. As a lady of privilege relegated to Xiangcheng, devoid of connections and lacking in skills, she was easily trampled upon, yet she remained undeterred. Chapter 1. I apologize, but you are not in my family tree. Do not touch me. The boy did not meet her gaze, instead meticulously wiping his hands with a tissue where she had made contact, discarding it casually into the trash, his voice devoid of warmth. With damp raven locks clinging to her pale neck, she wrapped her black trench coat around herself, languidly stifling yawn before relaying a number to the elderly gentleman. Beside her, the elder adjusted his glasses, and upon realizing she had recalled a number, he took out his phone to dial. The call was soon answered. Hello, is this Song Min? It is. The elder spoke courteously. I must inform you that Bai Lian has accidentally fallen into the water at Mingtai Mountain Villa. Could you come to retrieve her? There was a pause on the other end, before the voice, now restrained and irritable, responded, Do not call me again. The line went dead. The elder was taken aback. Bai Lian remained seated on the stone. You mean my fiancé? One would expect a person who had fallen into the water to appear disheveled. Yet she sat with arms crossed against a tree, her dark eyes reflecting a flicker of confusion, as if she had merely dozed off in haste and awoken, unsure of her surroundings, much like a languid white tiger. Where are the rest of your family? She contemplated briefly. They are hosting a birthday banquet for the mistress daughter. The elder gazed at the seemingly docile young woman, at a loss for words of comfort. It's all right. Bai Lian tilted her head, a light laugh escaping her lips. Thank you for saving me. I shall sit here a while longer. He had matters to attend to. Rescuing Bai Lian was merely fortuitous. He had anticipated her to be quite despondent, but to his surprise, she regained consciousness after her heart had ceased beating for 2 minutes, and she displayed no signs of further intent to end her life. Do not sit for too long, you may catch a chill. He left his number with her, glancing at her black trench coat before hurriedly departing for his flight. Bai Lian tucked the paper away, watching him leave. This body was also named Bai Lian. She had gazed at her reflection in the lake and found her appearance strikingly similar to her own. 2 years prior, upon discovering that her husband not only had a mistress, but had fathered 2 illegitimate children, her mother divorced him, relinquishing custody and departing. With grace. The original owner of this body was unremarkable, lacking in both education and skills, and had been caught cheating during a recent examination. In the teacher's office, while being reprimanded, she had instinctively grasped the hand of Song Min, who had come to deliver assignments. He had recoiled with cold disdain, uttering the words, Do not touch me. What had the original owner been doing with her pretty face? She tightened the collar of her damp coat. Not overly thick, it still carried a hint of chill. Bai Lian gazed at the solar-powered streetlights flickering in the distance, her eyes sparkling like bright stars. She sat upon the stone, quietly observing this wondrous world. Time passed, and soon a blinding car headlight approached. She raised her hand to shield her eyes from the glare. Miss, the driver emerged from the driver's seat, opening the door to the luxury vehicle's rear. As the door swung open, the elegant young woman seated by the window was revealed, adorned in a stunning gown. Upon standing, Bai Lian noticed not only Bai Xiaoqi in the back seat, but also a distinguished young man beside her, engrossed in his phone. Song Min, elder sister. Bai Xiaoqi cast a fleeting glance at Bai Lian, offering her a seat in the front while she settled into the last row of 3 seats. You may sit in the front. The boy, previously absorbed in his phone, furrowed his brow slightly. Seeing Bai Xiaoqi move to the back, he silently tucked his phone away and squeezed into the rear seat. The driver stole a brief, awkward glance at Bai Lian, knowing that each time this scenario unfolded, the young lady would act as if possessed. Miss Songxiao. Bai Lian flicked a lock of hair from her forehead, sifting through her memories. She did not take the back seat, but merely gestured for the driver to open the passenger door. The car proceeded towards the Bai residence. Mingu, In the ensuing silence, Bai Xiaoqi suddenly inquired from the back seat, "Did you log into my account?" "Indeed. Did you use Fourier transform for that problem?" "That method is flawed. I have tried it." "Do you underestimate me?" "What if I solve it?" She reached for Song Min's phone. He quickly shielded it, unbothered by Bai Xiaoqi's presence. "Then I shall assist you with your duties." Bai Xiaoqi responded, "Ah, more duties. Are you dissatisfied?" Both were students in the international class of Exiled, this year's elite talents, often collaborating in various competitive courses. Bai Xiaoqi was equally adept in the sciences as any male counterpart. Their conversation continued, oblivious to the world around them, leaving no room for others to interject. The driver glanced at Bai Lian, quietly seated in the passenger seat, feeling somewhat awkward. He explained, "The second young lady is discussing the software for the Jiangjing preparatory camp with Song Shao. Exiled has 10 slots available this year, and they..." Realizing mid-sentence that Bai Lian had cheated for one of those slots, he promptly fell silent. At the Bai family mansion, Bai Lian paid little mind to their pleasantries. She sat directly on the sofa, casually tapping her fingertips on the coffee table, signaling the butler to pour her some tea. Once the butler delivered the tea, she absent-mindedly blew on it. "You are studying hard and practicing the guzheng. Do not overexert yourself." Bai Qiming gently handed Bai Xiaoqi a teacher's invitation, adding, "Focus on practicing Bai Yixing. Over the next couple of days, Dean Jian is quite fond of it." Song Min appeared taken aback. "You can play Bai Yixing?" Bai Xiaoqi humbly replied, "I have only learned the basics." Bai Lian reclined against the sofa, her half-dry black hair tucked behind her ear, fixating on the invitation for a prolonged moment before lazily interjecting, "That teacher's invitation was a birthday gift from 2 years ago." Bai Xiaoqi paused, narrowing her eyes at the invitation from Bai Qiming. Then, with a semblance of smirk, she asked, "Did elder sister also study the guzheng?" At this, Song Min, who had been standing nearby, lifted his gaze. In Beicheng, everyone knew that Bai Lian was uneducated and lacked talent. Bai Qiming cast a reassuring glance at Bai Xiaoqi before turning his attention to Bai Lian, his tone becoming frosty. "Dean Jian is a professor at Jiangjing University, and she has strict standards for her students. If you lack musicality, it is of no use to hold it. Xiaoqi is far more suited." Bai Lian held the teacup, her expression innocuous. "Lack of musicality?" She chuckled softly. "Quite amusing." She had assumed a new body. Did I err in my statement? Bai Qiming's gaze darkened, mistaking her demeanor for defiance. "You drove away 3 teachers and slept in teacher lease music room for a year. Pray tell, how many strings does a guzheng possess?" Ah, it became clear. Lowering her gaze, her face bore an unmistakable mockery as she caressed her sleeve, deeply loathing Bai Lian's prior conduct, akin to a parrot mimicking speech. Feeling rather displeased, she ascended the stairs, with Song Min following in her wake. He passed by Bai Lian, offering her not even a glance. From a young age, Song Min had known that Bai Lian was his fiancé, and while others remarked on her beauty, to him, she was simply a label of fiancé. In his eyes, she was inconsequential, leaving no lasting impression over the years. He held no interest whatsoever in Bai Lian, who was deemed beautiful by others. Once the two had departed, Bai Qiming's expression soured as he handed the teacher's invitation to the butler. He cast a faint glance at Bai Lin, inquiring, "Why resort to cheating?" Bai Lin retorted, "I did not." The impropriety attributed to the young lady Bai. What relevance did it hold to her, Bai Lin? Bai Qiming scoffed coldly. "So, you wish to tell me you earned a place among the top 10 of the school through your own merit? Why is that impossible?" Bai Qiming found her stubborn denial utterly hopeless. "Follow me to the ancestral hall." Inside the ancestral hall, numerous tablets adorned the space. Bai Qiming lit 3 incense sticks, bowing solemnly before addressing Bai Lin. "Bai Lin, you are 18, not 8. Your elder brother had already garnered several awards and handled numerous cases at your age." His words were devoid of mockery, merely stating the truth. During Bai Lin's first year of high school, Bai Qiming had invested considerable effort in arranging for her to share a class with SNGMN to foster their relationship, yet Bai Lin struggled to keep pace with the international class's curriculum, plummeting to the standard class in her first examination. In contrast, Bai Shak made remarkable progress, securing her place in the international class through her own capabilities and participating in various competitive events for extra credits. Bai Lin gazed at the tablets behind him, each of his words striking her like a spark in a minefield. "Do not speak absurdities. How can the illegitimate son be considered my elder brother? Do you not possess your own family tree, or must you leech off mine?" Her clothes remained unchanged, her dark hair cascading around her slender, fair neck. Clad in her windbreaker, she leaned against the doorframe, offering a light chuckle towards Bai Lian. The butler observed in alarm. He regarded Bai Lian's distinctively beautiful face, her smile reminiscent of a high-intelligence criminal. A whiff of blood tainted the air. Bai Lian had never encountered such defiance, especially not from Bai Lian, the daughter he held in the lowest regard. His face flushed with rage. Unfilial child, you are utterly deluded. He placed the incense sticks properly, let alone Bai Shak, even if you possessed a fraction of Bai Shak's merit. The Bai family has not produced a disgrace like you in its 200 years of history. He scrutinized Bai Lian, enunciating each word, cheating in examinations, utterly uneducated. Chapter 2. Did the young lady admit her mistake? The door to the ancestral hall was shut. The butler, his heart lodged in his throat, gradually felt relief that he gazed at Bai Lian, his expression complex. Xiangcheng, the most remote city in the north, lay furthest from Jiangjing, a border town in disarray, rife with chaos, and lacking even a high-speed rail station. Bai Lian contemplated the Bai family's tablet, a mere 200 years of history. With a conflicted heart, she asked the butler, is the Bai Yxng still active? Bai Yxng, one of the 10 ancient masterpieces, serves as the school song of Jiangjing University. Even a primary school student could recognize it. The butler, interpreting her inquiry as a need for conversation, replied, young lady, why must you escalate matters to such a degree? One's fate is determined at birth. Some rise from adversity, while others squander the finest opportunities. The eldest young master, despite a challenging upbringing, had excelled academically, earning the highest honors in the city and attending Jiangjing University, supported by a distinguished mentor, solidifying the Bai family's position in the north. Everyone recognized that he was no ordinary talent. Bai Lian awaited the siblings Bai Shak and Bai Shak to bring glory to the family by gaining admission to Jiangjing, hoping their names would be inscribed in the annals of local history. In contrast, Bai Lian, what is not yours will never belong to you, and the second young lady's accomplishments are her own. The butler spoke for a while before deeming it unnecessary to waste further time. He turned to leave. He needed to promptly deliver the apprenticeship letter to the second young lady. Just as the butler turned, he heard Bai Lian's soft voice. Where are you taking my belongings? The butler froze. Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Lian abruptly seized his collar, her long, fair fingers applying slight pressure. A distinct sensation of suffocation gripped his throat, compelling the butler to bend slightly, his heart racing as he was forced to meet her dark, intense gaze. He recalled that Bai Lian's mother was the stunning Jiangjing, whose beauty had captivated the entire northern city. It seemed everyone believed Bai Lian had not inherited the virtues of Bai Lian, and Jiangjing, he too held that opinion. Yet at this moment, he found himself uncertain. Bai Lian observed him for a while, then suddenly broke into laughter, loosening her grip and casually adjusting his collar, her voice low and gentle. You see, I was merely joking. What is there to fear? Her actions could be deemed tender. However, the butler felt a chill creeping into his heart, alarm bells ringing wildly in his mind. He clutched his throat, coughing repeatedly. When he looked at Bai Lian again, his eyes brimmed with terror. Bai Lian pushed him away, abruptly ceasing her laughter. It was as if the surface of boiling water had suddenly frozen. Unhurriedly, she pinched the apprenticeship letter between her fingers, indifferently blowing away non-existent dust from the nameplate, cryptically stating, make arrangements. I shall go to Xiangcheng. 2 days later, Xiangcheng, the most remote border city in the country, untouched by 3 years of poverty alleviation efforts. Here, developed transportation was scarce, and even slightly taller buildings were a rarity. Bai Lian stood beneath the city wall, pulling the hood of her sweatshirt over her head, gazing upwards. The city walls bore the scars of centuries, stones crumbling, moss thriving in the shadows, with rows of languid banyan trees lining the road, sunlight filtering through the gaps, casting shimmering patterns. She held a black backpack in one hand, 5 incense sticks placed at her feet, the smoke swirling skyward. Not far away, a small boy crouched, fixated on a large water wheel, glancing at her a couple of times, but upon seeing Bai Lian did not leave. He resumed watching the water wheel. The ringing of her phone startled Bai Lian. Lin, have you not yet arrived? It was her uncle in Xiangcheng, his voice laden with caution. She vaguely noticed a drop of water falling, merging with the dust below. Once the 5 incense sticks had burned out, she pulled her hood tightly over her head and walked towards the bus station. Outside Xiangcheng lay a moat, splitting and flowing into the city, with a large wooden windmill atop the water inside the city gate, turning slowly as the water flowed. The small boy, noticing her departure, finally moved, following her to the bus stop. Bai Lian stood in the shade of a tree, her gaze lowered upon the small child, whose height barely reached her waist. She idly tapped on her phone with her long fingers. This child had followed her from the train station onto the bus, and he had not left her side since. His eyes were dark and bright, his hair cropped short, clad in a white shirt and a blue knitted vest, with polished black shoes clean and tidy. His attire exuded a striking contrast to the dilapidated town. "Why are you following me?" The child lowered his head, repeatedly unbuttoning and rebuttoning the cuff of his sleeve, fixated on the buttons, saying, "This morning my brother gave me half a banana." "Half a banana? Half." The bus station here lacked seating, appearing quite rudimentary. Few vehicles passed by, only a handful at a time. Bai Lian leaned lazily against the bus sign, dozing off. "I do not understand." "Oh, I am waiting for my parents to come and take me to their world," he continued, staring at the red ribbon hanging from Bai Lian's left hand. "My brother knows where I am, but chooses to ignore me." Bai Lian tilted her head, suddenly opening her eyes to stare at him for a moment before flicking his forehead. "Your brother sounds pretty cool." "Oh." The child shifted his gaze to a black vehicle slowly approaching across the street, silently resisting her last remark. Across the road, a black business Maybach. In the driver's seat, a buzz-cut driver rested one hand on the steering wheel, his vigilance palpable even in this innocuous setting. Upon spotting the child across the street, he finally exhaled, pressing the button on his Bluetooth earpiece. "All units retreat. Deactivate the infrared. Do not aim at the general populace." In the back seat sat a young man, a plain notebook devoid of any markings before him, his white shirt fastidiously buttoned to the top, his eyes pale, and his complexion cool and fair. His fingers casually glided over the computer screen, opening a document. The email contained a convoluted array of numerical formulas. He glanced over it, his thick eyelashes casting a shadow as he typed annotations with one hand, stating, "Do not send me any more junk." Jiang pressed two keys at random, and a voice popped up in the lower left corner of the screen. A man in a lab coat appeared, quipping, "I say, Jiangxiao, what on earth is going on with those researchers from our country?" "Speak," Jiang replied tersely. "Damn," the man chuckled, seemingly recalling something amusing. "They collectively reported you to the Mensa Alliance today. You know, I can't meet their standards, but I heard from my teacher. Will this affect you?" The Mensa Alliance, a global organization for those with exceptionally high IQs, has stringent admission criteria, with only 100 members worldwide. Most countries have not a single individual who meets the threshold. Only 3 people in the country have passed the assessment. Jiang drummed his fingers idly on the desk, offering a sharp retort. "Then I wish them success." The man opposite him let out a brief laugh. "All right, I understand." Jiang shut the computer screen and lazily shifted his gaze toward the window, his light-colored phoenix eyes veiling his inherent aloofness. The one-way glass provided a clear view of the outside. A girl donned in a white sweatshirt had her bag casually slung over her right shoulder. Her left hand rested on a child's forehead. Due to her actions, a glimpse of her wrist and the red ribbon tied around it was revealed. The vivid red ribbon, about an inch in width, loosely wrapped around her wrist twice, contrasting sharply against her fair skin, fluttering gently in the breeze. Sensing something, she carelessly glanced in this direction, a fleeting glimpse. Jiang fingertips hovered over the black lid of the laptop. A bus abruptly invaded the fragmented scene. The child, watching the bus sway in its exhaust, yearned to board with the girl, yet hesitated, remaining rooted in place. The vehicle across from him was in no rush, leisurely parked there. He fumbled with his buttons, unfastening and redoing them, taking nearly 10 minutes before finally stepping across the street, where the rear door of the bus opened automatically. He clambered inside with some effort. "Jianghe, young master," the buzz-cut driver greeted after glancing back. Meanwhile, at the Bai family in Beicheng, the family conference was nearing its conclusion. Bai Xiaoqi entered the room, holding an exam paper. An elder's eyes lit up, immediately exclaiming, "Xiaoqi, you're back from school. Come on, we just finished our meeting." The others rose to greet Bai Xiaoqi. "IS at the final year?" The elder inquired of Bai Qiming. "Qiming, our Bai family fully supports you. Whatever Xiaoqi needs, do not hesitate to ask." The Bai clan boasts a history of 200 years, yet only the first generation produced a successful scholar who became their ancestor. Since then, no notable figures have emerged from the Bai family until Bai Xiaoku appeared. "Thank you, great-grandfather." "Yes, is the final year, Bai Ming replied with a smile, then shook his head. However, the competition this year is fierce. Just among those rumored to contend for the top spot, plus Song Min, there are already 10 candidates. Where's Iran? The elder glanced towards the open door, puzzled by the absence of Bai Ran. Truly, one should not speak of certain matters. Bai Ming's previous enthusiasm waned, his smile fading into a cold demeanor. The meeting room fell silent, with others refraining from speaking. Great-grandfather, let us leave, Bai Ming suggested. Given by Xiao Ke's rising prominence, the others in the clan would naturally avoid provoking him, especially since the meeting had concluded. They hurriedly departed with the elder. Once outside the meeting room, someone explained to the elder Bai Ran was caught cheating in her exam at Yizhong and may be expelled. Beijing Yizhong is one of the top 10 schools in the nation, and gaining admission is no easy feat. The Bai family had invested considerable effort to enroll Bai Ran, only to have her embroiled in such a scandal. I had thought that a talented girl like Ji Mulan would not bear descendants who falter, the elder remarked, a look of disdain crossing his face. He sighed, well, small families ultimately cannot hold their own. Inside the meeting room, Bai Ming received Bai Xiaoqi's exam paper, unsurprised to see a perfect score. After signing it, he returned it to her, saying, do not hold it against your sister. I understand, Bai Xiaoqi replied, her tone indifferent. She had never considered Bai Ran as a rival. Thus there was nothing to contest. Bai Ming reassured his daughter, although the competition is fierce this year, if you can pass Dean Jian's interview and receive her guidance and recommendation, you may vary. While gain admission to Xiangcheng, that I will strive for that. Her demeanor was proud. Bai Xiaoqi was ambitious, firmly believing she would not be like Bai Ran, forever gazing up at others from below. Bai Ming had faith in her, as he had raised both siblings well, never causing him concern. Once they departed, Butler Bai entered, pouring tea for Bai Ming. Bai Ming took a sip and suddenly recalled Bai Ran, his expression turning cold. Where is she? Has she not admitted her mistake? Butler Bai understood that she referred to Bai Ran and did not dare to speak. Bai Ming set down his cup and picked up the intercom on the table, coldly instructing the servant on the other end, bring Bai Ran to the meeting room to see me. The wait was long. Chapter 3 Grandfather, rushed to study 1 Bai Ming concluded the call and hung up. Throughout history, Jiangjing has been the capital and the economic hub of Asia. Most of the prominent families that have been passed down through generations are located in Jiangjing. Centered around Jiangjing, for cities to the east, south, west, and north form a distinct circle of aristocracy, a formidable barrier that remains insurmountable to this day. Almost every individual strives towards Jiangjing University from the moment they are born, as this institution symbolizes status and prestige. In contrast, Xiangcheng, a small border town, is a melting pot of various individuals, teeming with international fugitives, with countless people disappearing each year. Most inhabitants lead mundane lives, earning fixed salaries, and once they enter that town, their lives remain stagnant. Naturally, Bai Ming did not believe Bai Lian would venture there. As a businessman, his affection for Ji Mulan gradually waned. Bai Lian's status diminished day by day. Even an ordinary family would struggle to maintain equity, let alone a prominent family like the Bai clan. Otherwise, he would have noticed that Bai Lian had long since departed from the Bai household. The servant downstairs, upon receiving the call, felt anxious and confused by Bai Ming's intentions, exchanging glances with others. After a while, the servant timidly ascended the stairs and knocked on the study door. Where is she? Bai Ming cast a glance at her. The servant was on the verge of tears. Miss Bai Guanjia interjected beside her, his voice hoarse and his gaze complex as he explained, sir. The young lady left for Xiangcheng that night. She didn't even glance at the ancestral hall. The study was instantly engulfed in a frigid silence. Very well, splendid indeed. Bai Ming's face was as cold as ice. He remarked indifferently, if she is so resolute, let her change her household registration. From now on, her life or death, her glory or disgrace, shall have no bearing on the Bai family. Bai Ming's fury could not be concealed from others. Soon, the eldest elder of the clan, Tai Gong, became aware of the situation. Let it be, let her fend for herself. As long as Bai Xiaoke remains in the family tree, that is sufficient. Tai Gong waved his hand dismissively, indifferent. What a pity about that apprenticeship letter. It's akin to a cow chewing on peonies. In the eyes of Tai Gong and others, Bai Lian was even less significant than that letter. When Bai Lian received news from the Bai family servant, she had already arrived at her uncle's community. She nonchalantly dismissed the message. Bai Lian's uncle resided in the old city of Xiangcheng, far removed from the towering skyscrapers of the northern city center. The community was quite antiquated. Her uncle lived on the 5th floor, with no elevator, and the stairwell was dark and dreary. Upon knocking and entering, her aunt, dressed in a dress, stood to greet her, the eagerness in her eyes unmistakable as she reached for Bai Lian's suitcase. "Ah, Lian, why didn't you call me to help with your luggage?" Bai Lian did not hand it to her, and her aunt awkwardly stepped back. Bai Lian looked up. "Hello." A languid yet striking face. Jiangjing instantly felt that this 100-square-meter dilapidated home and the dim stairwell were utterly incompatible with her niece. Bai Lian's gaze fell upon her grandfather, Jiangjing. Jiangjing did not open the door, nor did he acknowledge their presence. This was their first meeting. Jiangjing sat on a fabric sofa, his gaze fixed on the television broadcasting the news, old spectacles perched on his nose. His coat somewhat faded from washing, yet embroidered with exquisite patterns. He sat upright, holding an old-fashioned smoking pipe. After a while, Jiangjing finally spoke in a muffled tone. "Has your mother been in touch with you these past 2 years?" Bai Lian observed the intricate patterns on his clothing, lowered her eyes, and sat cross-legged on the sofa, appearing obedient and harmless, though her fingers idly twisted a red ribbon. "No, the original owner's mother had been missing for 2 years." Xiangcheng nodded, silently inhaling from his pipe, not saying anything further. Bai Lian sat quietly for a while, seeing that no one was paying attention to her. She casually leaned against the sofa and began scrolling through the news on her phone. The lunch was sumptuous, catering to Bai Lian's tastes. "Has your student registration been processed?" In the midst of silence, Jiangjing inquired. "It's in process. It should be completed in a couple of days." Jiangjing sensed something was amiss. "Student registration? What student registration?" "I am transferring to Xiangcheng for school." Bai Lian had only eaten a few bites of plain rice before putting down her chopsticks. "I have left the Bai family." Jiangjing's mind buzzed. "Leaving? What does that mean?" "What?" Jiangjing's voice took on a sharp edge. "What about your father?" Bai Lian looked at her with a demeanor that seemed to say, "What do you think?" She did not perceive any jest in Bai Lian's expression. Jiangjing hardly touched her food, lost in thought, and could not resist pulling out her phone to search for something. After seeing something on the news, her complexion soured, and she did not even wash her bowl. The soundproofing was poor. Faintly, Jiangjing's voice drifted from the room. "Ji Xiaojun, did you already know she was going to stay here and ask me to prepare a room for her?" "Keep your voice down." Uncle lowered his tone. "Father and Lian are right outside. But you should also consider how small our house is." Before long, the two emerged. "All right." Jiangjing picked up the pipe resting on the side, tapping it on the table with a loud sound. His wrinkled face betrayed no emotion as he lowered his head to light it, the smoke obscuring his expression. "Lian will come with me." Ji Xiaojun glanced at his father, opening his mouth. He understood that once Jiangjing made a decision, no one could sway him. Jiangjing was also momentarily taken aback. After a moment, she smiled and stroked her hair. "Dad, why not stay for dinner?" After many years of cohabitation, Jiangjing was not devoid of emotional intelligence. She could not fathom why she would deliberately let Jiangjing and Bai Lian overhear those words. "I specifically said that for your father to hear. Your family is all the same. They never speak plainly, and your father simply does not understand." Xiangcheng picked up a rag, her tone laced with cold sarcasm. She felt a surge of agitation within. She was fully aware of her niece's character. She was involved in fights, racing, and nightlife without exception. Ji Mulan had a falling out with Jiangjing at 18, and no one in the Ji family knew that Ji Mulan had married into a wealthy family. Xiangcheng had seen it sneakily on Ji Xiaojun's phone before. The Bai family had never acknowledged the Ji family as poor relatives. They had never visited Xiangcheng. Who knew that Bai Lian was just as defiant as Ji Mulan, having a fallout with her wealthy father? "Tell me, she must be in her senior year, like Wan Xian, right? If she doesn't get into college next year, will we continue to support her? With one Ji Mulan and one Ji Xiaorong, if you don't let them lend you a hand, do you expect them to clean up her mess?" The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and she added, "Your family is one more noble than the other, but can nobility be eaten? No wonder the Bai family favors that illegitimate child. This is not nobility. It is a matter of principle." Ji Xiaojun opened the door, casting a glance at Xiangcheng before heading downstairs. "And do not compare that illegitimate child to a Lian." Xiangcheng stood there, her face cold as she tossed the rag into the sink. "Have I said anything wrong?" Bai Lian's own mother abandoned her. She merely had the fortune of being born into a good family. How can that illegitimate child from the Bai family compare? She could not understand what Ji Heng and Ji Xiaojun were holding out for. Outside, Ji Xiaojun hurried after the two, silently taking hold of Bai Lian's suitcase. Bai Lian paused, looking at Ji Xiaojun for about 10 seconds before releasing her grip. Ji Xiaojun hoisted the suitcase. Bai Lian watched his retreating figure for a while before fastening her hat. The original owner had few friends, most of whom were idle rich second generation. And this was the only person who had contacted her in the past 2 days. As she spoke, she sent a screenshot. Bai Lian opened the image, which was a screenshot from a social media post. By Xiaoqi. This is the price of looking down on others, playful. Picture, the accompanying image showed her precious fiancé, side turned, wiping a window with a cloth. It was evident that Bai Xiaoqi had a wide social circle and was quite popular, with a flurry of likes and comments below. Who in a northern city does not know the third young master of the Song family, Song Min? Delighted to see our Song, Xiao, descend to earth. You're the best, goddess. Haha. Insiders reveal that Song Xiao never believes in the supernatural. Has he forgotten that Xiao Qi is the younger sister of Bai Xuezhang? Indeed, he thinks Xiao Qi is the young lady who couldn't last a day in our international class due to her abysmal performance in sciences, and was subsequently urged by our homeroom teacher to shift to the arts. My grandfather deserves a title. For many missed the tangent I posted at 9. So here, S.A. Midnight Update. Chapter 4. How the street tyrant of Qing, Shui, Jie came to be. What? She used to be in the international class? Confused face. How did she even get in? Let me tell you, Class 2 is the most unfortunate, forced to drag along a massive burden. The class representative of Class 2 lamented about the impact of her presence on their humanities scores, which plummeted to 0 this time around. Because of her cheating, our entire class is subject to ridicule. This is a screenshot of all the content. The original owner had not added Bai Xiaoqi on WeChat, nor had she connected with Songmin Bai Lian. As you can see, I am in Xiangcheng. Dog friend. Are you foolish to go to that remote corner? Dog friend. Bai Lian. Smile, dog friend. You're smiling at me? Miss Bai does not quite comprehend the modern smile. Ji Heng does not reside in the community, but on Qing Shui Street. In the undeveloped slums of Xiangcheng, there lies a vast expanse of bungalows, dark and damp, with a street that is a no-man's land, where bars and black markets abound, creating utter chaos. The river, which gazes distantly at Qing Shui Street, marks the boundary between two nations. This area is particularly tumultuous, and often the police dare not intervene. Yet today, a few neighborhood officers can be seen loitering, their waists bulging with holstered firearms. Ji Xiaojun glanced over, surprised. Is there a patrol today? Ji Xiaojun nodded. Having neighborhood officers around is beneficial, as it ensures some semblance of safety. After all, Bai Lian's countenance is quite perilous in this locality. The alleyways here are narrow and dim, with cobblestone paths, and at the bends lie heaps of uncollected garbage. Occasionally, stepping on the cobblestones releases dark waters, making it a world apart from the brightly lit North City. Bai Lian remained silent throughout the journey, refraining from commenting on the conditions. After navigating several alleyways, they finally arrived at Ji Heng's residence, surrounded by low bungalows. Ji Heng produced a key and unlocked the gate to a small courtyard. The yard was modest, featuring a phoenix tree at its center, beneath which stood a stone table and a well. Having spoken, Ji Heng turned to enter his room. Ji Xiaojun offered a reassuring smile to Bai Lian, relieved by her lack of dissent, and carried her suitcase inside. Though the room bore some age, its contents were well preserved and impeccably clean. Bai Lian opened her suitcase, revealing a stack of books, which she placed on the desk by the window. Ji Xiaojun had assumed the suitcase contained her clothing or cosmetics, but to his astonishment, it was filled with books. He paused momentarily before softly saying, "You need not worry about school. We will find a way." He exited to seek Ji Heng. Bai Lian, having settled into the room, leaned against the desk and began to peruse her most intriguing mathematics book. Transitioning from mathematics to geography, politics, and finally to English, her least favorite subject, she skimmed through before turning her attention to history. The original owner had pursued the arts and thus studied history. After approximately 5 minutes, she extracted one of the history books, causing a test paper to fall to the ground. Bending down, she picked it up, her gaze landing on a particular question. 20. Summarize Liang Zuan's taxation system and its impact during the prolonged peace of the Daong dynasty. How did his death propel Emperor Jiang to the peak of power? With a sudden motion, Bai Lian stuffed the test paper back into the history book. Her breath quickened, her fingertips contorting the book, the smooth nail beds turning pale, while her long eyelashes cast shadows over her trembling pupils. "Would you like me to accompany you?" Ji Xiaojun, noticing Bai Lian preparing to leave, emerged from the room, explaining that the area is quite convoluted. Xiangcheng and the others may not remember the way. Bai Lian pulled up the hood of her sweatshirt and shook her head. "All right." Ji Xiaojun observed her silence and suspected she might be feeling down due to the Bai family's circumstances, thus softening his tone. "Do not wander too far. If you lose your way, call me and be careful." "Understood." Bai Lian retraced her steps outside. Her memory was sharp, and although the route was complex, she would not forget it after a single passage. During her time in the military, she had drawn many maps. As she walked down the street, a middle-aged man from a small shop handed her a bottle of mineral water, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a towel around his neck. "Young lady, you're not from around here, are you?" Her striking appearance, unique aura, and remarkable posture clearly distinguished her from the locals. This Qingshui Street is part of the old city, a 3-meter-wide bluestone road with gambling dens, black markets, and bars at its end, teeming with life. A kilometer further, it becomes even more complicated, as it lies at the border between two nations, a no-man's land where disappearances are not uncommon. Bai Lian nodded, scanning the QR code to pay with her Huami phone, her gaze landing on a massive banyan tree beside the shop. The banyan tree, situated near an adjacent temple, enveloped the surrounding low houses with its sturdy branches. A thick branch lazily spanned across the 3-meter-wide street, adorned with several strands of red silk. "The tree spirit is over 1,300 years old," the shopkeeper continued as he moved boxes piled high outside the store. "If you wish to see it, you can take a few steps forward. The entrance to our tree spirit temple is right there." Bai Lian's long hair cascaded from her side as she leaned against the wall, gazing at the trunk of the tree. A hint of languor in her eyes. "Over 1,000 years, huh?" Sensing a few gazes nearby, she observed several individuals emerging on the street. It wasn't particularly warm, yet the leader was clad in a white tank top. The man in the white tank approached, initially indifferent, but then caught sight of Bai Lian's exquisitely captivating face, which stirred a desire to conquer. He casually grabbed a pack of cigarettes from a shop, asking the owner, and biting one as he inquired, "Who is she?" The shopkeeper hesitated, nervously responding, "She's my niece." "You have a niece?" The man in the white tank scoffed, kicking the shopkeeper aside and approaching Bai Lian. The shopkeeper was shoved aside, and several of his underlings circled around, clearly accustomed to such scenarios, treating Bai Lian with casual disregard as they leaned back and watched the unfolding drama with amusement. Bai Lian cast a glance at the man in the white tank. "Looking for me?" The man in the white tank felt his heart race under her gaze. Stepping forward boldly, he scrutinized Bai Lian from head to toe, his eyes akin to those of a venomous snake. Lighting a cigarette. "Do you know that coming to Qingshui Street requires paying a protection fee?" "Protection fee?" Bai Lian remained unfazed, flicking away a leaf that had landed on her shoulder. She tilted her head and smiled, her eyes sparkling like stars, sweet and innocent, evoking a strong urge for conquest. Indeed, the man in the white tank, unable to contain his impatience, reached out to touch Bai Lian's face. In that fleeting moment, Bai Lian seized an empty bottle and hurled it into the trash can. As she turned, she grasped the man's outstretched arm with great force, twisting it until he cried out, and then yanked his hair, slamming his head against the wall. A loud thud echoed, and blood immediately oozed from his forehead. The man in the white tank contorted in pain, horrified to find himself immobilized, his wide eyes fixed on her. Bai Lian, still clutching his hair, wore a languid smile, exerting immense force to smash his head against the wall once more. Another thud resounded, and more blood flowed, the man in the white tank seeing stars. Having lost the ability to resist, he was like a helpless rabbit, easily manipulated. No one doubted her prowess. The man in the white tank was the strongest fighter in their territory, which is why he had risen to become the boss. While the three underlings cowered to the side, Bai Lian was slightly curious about the taste of the cigarettes that so many people indulged in. Bai Lian, amidst the fearful gaze of the man in the white tank top, casually took his cigarette case and slowly extracted a stick. Her luscious lips gently clasped the cigarette's tip, her eyelashes lazily lowering. The young subordinate beside her promptly leaned in to light it. The girl's hair was slightly disheveled, and thin wisps of smoke escaped her lips. She held the cigarette loosely, her fingers glistening with a pearly whiteness, clean and elongated, while her other hand languidly clutched the hair of the man in the white tank top. Blood dripped from his face to the ground in steady drops, as she lazily flicked the ash from her cigarette and asked, "So, do you still require protection money?" The subordinate replied, "If you've hit my brother, you cannot strike us as well." Chapter 5. Transformation of Literature into Science. Witnessing the ascension of legends, Bai Lian tilted her head lazily, her left hand gripping his hair, revealing a hint of crimson. The smoke hazily obscured her exquisitely beautiful features, presenting a breathtaking allure. Yet, the reflection of Bai Lian's ambiguous smile in the man's eyes extinguished any other desires he might have harbored. He was rendered speechless, shaking his head in frantic fear. "Is that so?" Bai Lian released her grip. The scent of the cigarette was not to her liking. She carelessly tossed it to the ground, extinguishing it beneath her foot. "Are you capable of cleaning up the battlefield?" she inquired, her politeness contrasting with the palpable fear in others, who nodded obediently. Bai Lian brushed her sleeves and cast a glance at them before departing, nonchalantly remarking, "What is there to fear? It's not as if I've severed your head." Her demeanor was remarkably amiable, though her tone bore an undertone reminiscent of slashing through cabbage. Only after she left did the man in the white tank top slide down against the wall, timidly moving his numb fingertips. The subordinate cautiously approached, squatting beside him, and lit a cigarette to soothe his nerves, asking, "Why did you provoke her?" The man in the white tank top replied, "In 15 minutes, we'll clean and move things." The other subordinates also busily engaged in their tasks. "What are you staring at?" he muttered, biting on his cigarette, casting an irritated glance at the two patrolling officers, exclaiming, "Damn cops." After venting his frustration, he continued to move the boxes. Meanwhile, the store manager, trembling, hesitated to reach for the items. The man in the white tank top returned the money he owed for the cigarettes to the store owner, menacingly declaring, "Did I ask you to clean?" He continued to focus on moving the goods, having no clarity even after smoking a pack. Is she out of her mind? How could she be so sweet when laughing yet so ruthless in a fight? He thought expressionlessly, realizing she even contemplated severing his head. In the distance, a young police officer, vigilant, observed the convenience store and took out his walkie-talkie, his expression grave. "Yes, I am requesting a thorough investigation of the store manager at 112 Qingshui Street." "No, I am not joking." He noticed that after going outside, Bai Lian seemed to be in a better mood. Xiangcheng felt a slight sense of relief. The disparity of life in North Xiang City was significant, and he feared Bai Lian might struggle to adapt. Xiangcheng placed the water bucket by the well and was taken aback by Bai Lian's voice. Bai Lian had only visited Xiang City twice with Ji Mulan, and this was her first time addressing him as uncle. "Oh," he exclaimed, his voice rising suddenly. "What do you mean?" Bai Lian blinked her large eyes, endearingly stating, "I wish to switch to a science track." Her words were not framed as a desire, but as a declaration. Xiangcheng picked up the water-drawing rope, his thoughts racing. "Can you explain why?" He knew Bai Lian had been studying liberal arts. The gap between liberal and scientific studies was vast. The latter was particularly unforgiving, relying heavily on logical reasoning, with a clear distinction between those who could grasp it and those who could not. Bai Lian smiled softly. Xiangcheng and Ji Hung were not particularly talkative, yet they approached Bai Lian with evident caution, which instilled a sense of acceptance and belonging in her as she navigated this unfamiliar world. She did not harbor any resentment. In fact, she felt a burgeoning sense of belonging. Of course, she could not comprehend why the original owner of her identity would forsake such a good family for a few irrelevant individuals, perishing in the lake. "Is it not permissible, Uncle?" She tilted her head and inquired again. Xiangcheng responded, "All right, you can entrust it to me. Living, it seemed, could be manageable. Is this your justification for agreeing to her?" Ji Hung, holding a piece of cloth, gazed at Xiangcheng, a perplexing expression appearing on his lined face. The courtyard was nearly empty. Aside from the kitchen on the left, there was a small storage room filled with fabrics. Though somewhat aged, the colors remained vivid. Whenever he had the time, Xiangcheng would assist Ji Hung with cleaning. "This is nonsense," Ji Hung remarked sternly, her authority unwavering. "She is not being sensible, and you're not either. Alien is already in her 3rd year of high school. Switching from liberal arts to science is not a trivial matter. Transferring in the 3rd year of high school was indeed quite a reckless decision. He reflected silently on his son's high intelligence, pondering how he could be so muddled regarding this issue. Suddenly recalling something, he hesitated and asked, "Aren't those two illegitimate children from the Bai family studying science?" Bai Xiaoke, last year's top student in the city, had enrolled in Jiangjing University, and the Bai family had garnered significant attention online. Even people in Xiang City had heard of the rumors, claiming the illegitimate daughter excelled in the sciences as well. His hands were now riddled with deep-set wrinkles as he pondered for a long time. Her temperament. Dad. Ji Xiaojun felt a twinge of regret for bringing this up. "I think Alien has matured this time. She is thoughtful and ambitious. You should give her a chance. If she repeats a year next year, she may still achieve a commendable result." Of course, he was merely voicing his thoughts. Whether she pursued literature or science was inconsequential. Ji Hung turned around, carefully retrieving a small oil paper package from behind the cabinet and extracting a slender needle from within. She did not counter his statement further. Ji Xiaojun recognized her acquiescence and set the fabrics aside, observing Ji Hung prepare the needle. "Shall I assist you in bringing out the embroidery frame?" After a moment, he nodded dismissively. "Go ahead." Ji Xiaojun's spirits lifted. "I shall do so immediately." He hummed a tune while polishing the dark embroidery frame. Bai Lian's room was also illuminated, and he could see her reflection in the window as she sat at her desk, engrossed in her reading. She was different from her mother. Ji Xiaojun was in the process of connecting Bai Lian with schools and teachers. Additionally, her household registration needed to be transferred to the Ji family. Bai Lian had spent the past few days in the library, and she was pleasantly surprised by not only the existence of smartphones and computers in this era, but also the abundance of resources in the library. She had never encountered such a vast collection of publicly accessible books. This truly was a remarkable era. However, there was one issue. Bai Lian lowered her gaze, observing the physics book beside her, glancing at the physics exercises. After solving 2 problems, she set down her pen and whispered, "Am I finally going to tarnish my teacher's reputation?" In the past, she had not claimed to be well-versed in the 6 arts or the 8 elegant pursuits of life, but she had certainly acquired a foundational understanding. The rapid advancements of modern technology left the original owner devoid of knowledge, yet after spending several days in the library, she was able to comprehend most of what she read. She believed the books she was perusing were not particularly challenging. Yet the issue was thus the knowledge she was learning and the examples she was given, along with the problem she was attempting to solve. Bai Lian pondered quietly. The library has an extensive collection, yet it has its limitations. For instance, there's a lack of deeper knowledge and a larger repository of exercises. I have yet to encounter these. Hearing her sigh, a child beside her, holding a paintbrush, tilted his head and gazed at her with distinct black and white eyes, blinking curiously. "Choose." He suddenly spoke. Bai Lian paused, flipping through the answers, confirming they were correct. She then turned her face towards him, asking, "Speed calculation?" On her first day at the library, she had seen this little boy accompany her from the train station to the city gate, a serendipitous encounter. In the following days, both appeared promptly when the library opened at 8, studying together in silence. The little boy shook his head. After a moment, he explained, "My brother has formulated a mnemonic model for this type of problem. There is an algorithm involved. What ordinary child has a mnemonic model?" Bai Lian, however, accepted this information readily. "Oh, would you like to drink milk tea?" "No." Bai Lian did not give him a chance to refuse, leaning on the table with a smile. "As gentle as a spring breeze. By the way, I have always considered you my good friend." She hesitated before asking, "What is your name?" "Jianghe," he replied, like the crane that heads towards the unreturned mountains. "Oh, Jianghe, I have always regarded you as my good friend." Bai Lian crumpled the paper in her hand and tossed it carelessly behind her, tapping his forehead lightly as she said, "Let's go." The 2 of them vacated their seats, and the paper landed neatly in a red, lacy wastebasket in the corner. Her phone vibrated in her pocket, displaying an unrecognized number. Bai Lian answered casually, "Hello?" The voice on the other end seemed taken aback by her calm demeanor, pausing before responding with indifference. "It's me." "Who?" Bai Lian's patience was wearing thin. "Bai Lian. I have more common ground with Bai Xiaoqi. Even in her absence, our relationship remains unchanged." On the other end, Song Min was convinced that Bai Lian was feigning ignorance about his call, his annoyance evident as he pressed his fingers to his temple, stating coldly, "Isn't it childish to bring the apprenticeship letter to Xiangcheng?" Chapter 6, Equanimity. Bai Lian was both amused and infuriated. She had deduced the identity of the caller. Pressing down on Jiang He's head, she thought, did this Song fellow assume she harbored jealousy towards Bai Xiaoqi, hence the deliberate act of taking the apprenticeship letter? First, you must understand that the apprenticeship letter was left to me by my mother. As Bai Lian exited the library, she glanced at the milk tea shop across the street, her narrowed eyes dark and profound, a blend of cold elegance and superficial capriciousness. And regarding my possessions, do not presume to dictate what I do with them. Even if I were to incinerate it, what could you possibly do? Song Min on the other end was momentarily taken aback. Bai Lian, with an air of indifference, hung up the phone with a decisive click and then blocked him. This Song Min had reminded her that they were still engaged. She needed to find an opportunity to dissolve this arrangement. How unfortunate. Jiang He tugged at the hem of her shirt. Bai Lian looked down and lazily pinched his cheek, her fingers long and delicate, as smooth and cool as jade. You're still adorable. Speak. What would you like to drink? 2 minutes later, Bai Lian stood in line at the only milk tea shop in the vicinity, where the after-work and after-class rush had created a considerable queue. Jiang He disliked crowded places, opting to squat by the roadside to wait for her. He faced a dilemma for the first time in his life. A good friend was inviting him for milk tea. Naturally, as a condition, Jiang He poked at the black watch on his right wrist, which immediately projected a thin, three-dimensional interface into the air. He hesitated for a moment before typing a message. How to quickly learn physics. In the heart of Xiangcheng, a standalone Chinese-style manor stood. A few individuals waited by the roadside. Dr. Gao, I did not expect you to come to Xiangcheng. I only learned of your arrival yesterday. The elegantly dressed elder regarded the young man with utmost courtesy. If anyone from Xiangcheng were present, they would be greatly astonished. For this elderly gentleman was none other than Ren Qian, the administrator of Xiangcheng, frequently appearing in local news. Dr. Gao was quite young, of modest height, with glasses perched on his nose. Upon hearing this, he appeared to be awaiting something, casting a brief glance at Ren Qian, grunting in acknowledgement without further elaboration. He was accustomed to being revered wherever he went, and the admiration from Ren Qian was merely par for the course. Ren Qian, having heard of Dr. Gao's itinerary, had specially come to meet him. Dr. Gao, I have reserved a table for you at Wana Tower tonight. Would you have time? Let us discuss it later, Dr. Gao replied, furrowing his brow. Just as he finished his sentence, a sleek black vehicle came to a screeching halt at the manor's entrance. Upon seeing a young man in a black shirt emerge from the car, Dr. Gao suddenly straightened up, striding purposefully towards him. Ren Qian was taken aback by Dr. Gao's demeanor and glanced towards the approaching figure, who could command Dr. Gao's attention for 2 hours. Meanwhile, Dr. Gao, donning a research suit, squeezed through to the entrance of the manor, pride radiating from him. Jiang Shao, you have accepted collaborations with other nations while rejecting our own, merely because you harbor disdain for your compatriots. Do you not think it frivolous to let personal emotions interfere with international cooperation? His assistant had just handed him a letter when he heard these words, astonished at the audacity of this bold speaker. Dr. Gao accepted the letter without acknowledging him and continued onward, a bodyguard stepping in to block his path. Taking advantage of the bodyguard's momentary lapse, Dr. Gao broke free and exclaimed angrily, Do you not remember our school motto? In the face of research, there are no national boundaries? You have long forgotten your original intent. A suffocating silence fell over the scene, akin to being at an altitude of 6,000 meters on a snow-capped mountain, the air heavy and the cold wind biting. Jiang Fu Li finally halted, raising his hand to signal his subordinates to stop, casting a leisurely glance down at Dr. Gao. Who are you? He inquired. Dr. Gao, a prodigy since childhood, had accelerated through his studies and returned from overseas at the age of 26, concurrently participating in several global research projects. His mentor had just been recognized as an academician the previous year, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe his standing in the academic world as that of a top-tier aristocrat. However, in Jiang Fu Li's presence, he felt utterly insignificant. He opened his mouth, almost shamefully uttering, Gao Jiachun. Gao Jiachun. Jiang Fu Li nodded, his eyes unusually pale, imbued with a chilling detachment, and his lips a muted hue. He calmly countered, Why do you think I owe you an explanation? Dr. Gao's throat tightened as he struggled to regain his composure, having always been the center of attention. But what you say holds some truth. Discrimination against them individually is indeed wrong. Jiang Fu Li leisurely folded the letter in his hand, bent down, and elegantly tucked it into Gao Jiacheng's pocket, his eyebrows slightly lowered, exuding an otherworldly coldness. The envelope contains the contact information for the International Alliance. Complaints are welcome. He straightened up, clad in black, solitary and aloof, striding into the building. Remember his name. In future projects of mine, he is to be eternally blocked. His phone vibrated in his pocket. Jiang fully glanced down. It was a message from someone who never texts. How to quickly learn physics. He casually sent a corresponding image in reply and tilted his head, wondering what Jiang he was up to. His subordinates were always in tune with Jiang He's whereabouts, reporting that the young master was at the library with Mr. Ming following him. Jiang fully absent-mindedly tapped the screen of his phone, his well-groomed nails casting a stark contrast against the pallor of his hand, revealing faint blue veins beneath the surface. He nodded, choosing to remain silent. Behind him, Gao Jiachun stared in horror at Jiang Fu Li's retreating figure. Genuinely anxious this time. Jiang Xiao, he called out, attempting to catch up, but if the bodyguard allowed him to succeed even once, he would never need to show his face in front of Jiang Fu Li again. Gao Jiachun was forcibly dragged away, his mouth covered by the bodyguard. Meanwhile, Ren Xian and his secretary remained on the roadside, observing as Dr. Gao entered the manor, only to be swiftly expelled moments later. As Ren Xian turned to get into the car, he caught sight of Dr. Gao. Who was that? The secretary inquired, opening the car door for Ren Xian. He stared in astonishment at the ancient building across the street, taken aback by the mere mention of Jiang Xiao from Dr. Gao. It's a dark matter collaboration project. Xiangcheng chose to build the research institute in an air raid shelter left in Xiangcheng, at a depth of 2,900 meters. The deepest dark matter research facility in the world, currently under review for its supporting projects. The confidentiality levels are extremely high, as the highest administrator in Xiangcheng. Even Ren Xian was unaware of the specific internal list. He had only managed to contact Dr. Gao's assistant through acquaintances. I don't know. The project's content is highly classified, Ren Xian mused, momentarily pausing as he recalled the surname of Dr. Gao. Dr. Gao referred to him as Jiang Xiao. His surname is Jiang. The secretary's eyes widened in realization. No wonder. Ren Xian gazed out the car window, his voice distant. Contact Dr. Gao's assistant again tomorrow. Let's hope he didn't TC us. The secretary was uncertain whether Dr. Gao had indeed noticed them. If Dr. Gao were to discover that they had witnessed each other in such a disheveled state, the implications of their acquaintance would become uncertain. As Ren Xian sighed and pondered over another matter, he found himself questioning why Xiao Rong had suddenly taken a leave of absence. Today, he had not even been able to accompany me to meet Dr. Gao. Upon hearing this, Ren Xian refrained from expressing his thoughts. Ji Xiaorong, an intellectual in his own right, had initially been invited to engage in a dialogue with Dr. Gao, yet he chose to absent himself today. Ren Xian's dissatisfaction with him only deepened, his demeanor growing increasingly indifferent. He chose not to pursue the topic further, for he held little interest in the affairs of the Ji family, regarding them as rather commonplace. The Secretary-General chuckled softly. Years ago, when Ren Jiawei, the only daughter of the Ren family, expressed interest in Ji Xiaorong, not a single member of the Ren family supported the union, for the disparity in their social standings was considerable. However, 2 decades had passed, and the Ji family had remained steadfast and unpretentious. In fact, within the entire Xiangcheng, few were aware that the ordinary young man from Qingshui Street, Ji Xiaorong, had successfully integrated into the Ren family through marriage, his presence subtle and unobtrusive. Meanwhile, Jiang He found himself squatting by the roadside, fixated on a single image. He opened the cover of a physics textbook from Jiangjing University, in which someone had contributed. Holding a large cup of milk tea, he struggled to manage it with one hand and thus cradled it with both. Bai Lian glanced down to see the cover of the book titled Jiangjing University Physics. Jiang He, somewhat reluctant, remarked on the book's impressive nature. Bai Lian nodded, attempting to capture a photo of the cover, but upon opening the camera, she found it futile as the image on her children's watch was obscured. What kind of technology is this? They exchanged a few moments of silence before adding each other on WeChat, marking the 7th contact on Jiang He's phone. They sat by the road, their eyes glued to the passing vehicles. How remarkable, Bai Lian mused, resting her hand on her knee, her fingertips gently tapping. One of her legs casually crossed over the other. I examined the vehicle's electrical system. The book states that when powered, its rotor's magnetic field generates alternating current in the stator, which is indeed fascinating. Bai Lian held a keen interest in all things modern, and she could envision the electrical systems even with her eyes closed, albeit without understanding the underlying principles. For the past few days, the two had been sitting by the roadside after their studies, watching cars go by. Jianghe, cradling his milk tea, tilted his head to observe her as she boarded the number 12 bus. He remained crouched, hands wrapped around the milk tea, sipping while gazing upward as the bus swayed away. A vehicle approached silently, coming to a halt before him. The door swung open, and a man with a buzz cut exited from the driver's seat. Jianghe climbed into the back seat, and as the man secured his seat belt, he spoke up, "Uncle Ming." Ming Donghang was taken aback by his unexpected vocalization, his rugged features failing to convey warmth. "What is it?" he replied, his expression stoic. "I will inquire with the young master on your behalf. Why repay kindness with enmity when she kindly took you out?" In Qingshui Street, the Ji family. A middle-aged man stood in the courtyard, gazing down at an antique embroidery frame. "Am I not just a cousin?" Ren Wanxian questioned in surprise. Having visited the Ji family only a few times throughout her life, she was unaware of their affairs, but remembered only one uncle and one cousin. "Well, you also have an aunt," Ji Xiaorong succinctly replied. As their conversation unfolded, Ji Heng emerged from within, presenting Ren Wanxian with a small gift box. "Thank you, Grandpa," she said with a sweet smile, accepting the box and casually placing it on the stone table, though her heart was not in it. All her daily necessities were custom-made by the Ren family, and as the only daughter, every piece of clothing was tailored by renowned brands. Yet, each time she visited, Ji Heng insisted on making her garments. Frowning, he reflected on his limited knowledge of Ji Mulan, who had always exhibited a proud demeanor, making it difficult for them to connect. Ji Heng picked up his smoking pipe. "No, I heard from your uncle that his daughter is transferring here." Ji Xiaorong ceased his inquiries about Ji Mulan. Ren Wanxian listened half-heartedly, absorbing the gist of their conversation. This cousin was 2 years her senior and currently in her 3rd year of high school. She paid little attention, instead engaging with her phone to chat with friends. Raising an eyebrow as she typed, "Senior brother, do you think she wants to transfer here because she heard my grandfather is Ren Xian?" Chapter 7. Ren Family. Enrollment. Ren Wanxian had always refrained from harboring ill intentions towards others, yet she was acutely aware of the nature of Xiangcheng. The educational rigor at Xiangcheng High School was mediocre. However, the Ren family would ensure she had the finest private tutors. Yet, most individuals with connections had already transferred to prestigious institutions in Beijing. Ji Xiaorong paused, turning his gaze toward the courtyard gate. A girl pushed the door open. As she entered, it felt as though a flash of lightning had pierced through a darkened sky. Dressed in a light blue top with meticulously fastened beige buttons, her 3/4 sleeves flared slightly, adorned with white cloud patterns. She wore ankle-length beige trousers embroidered with lifelike pink apricot blossoms, creating a visual spectacle as she walked. Casually toying with a pair of white headphones, a hint of red on her wrist resembled plum blossoms amid snow. Ji Xiaorong's attention was drawn to her attire, instantly recognizing the intricate stitching as the work of Ji Heng. Ji Mulan had indeed given birth to a well-mannered daughter. "This is your second uncle." Ji Heng gestured with his smoking pipe towards Ji Xiaorong while introducing Bai Lian. Ren Wanxian, however, paid little attention to her so-called cousin. Her expression somewhat detached as she contemplated her own thoughts. Glancing at Ji Heng, who again pointed to Ji Xiaorong with the pipe, she furrowed her brow slightly. Having undergone etiquette training provided by the Ren family since childhood, she had learned the aristocratic manners of Jiangjing. To point at someone with a smoking pipe was simply too vulgar, a behavior unbecoming even of the Ren family servants. Recalling her first encounter with Ji Heng, Wei presented her with a chipped blue and white porcelain bowl. Ren Wanxian had promptly informed him of its unsanitary nature. Ji Xiaorong had reprimanded her severely, after which Ji Heng ceased using that bowl for her and purchased a pristine white porcelain one. Bai Lian grasped her headphones, casting a glance at Ji Heng's second uncle, her lips curving into a gentle smile. "Hello." She refrained from calling him second uncle. Her voice was melodious and ethereal, causing Ren Wanxian to instinctively turn her head. She beheld a pair of exquisitely beautiful eyes, their clarity striking against the black and white of her gaze. Her attention descended to the garment's antiquated charm. Prior to encountering the girl, Ren Wanxian had never anticipated that such out-of-fashion attire could appear so striking. even if she was reluctant to acknowledge it. She tightened her grip on her phone. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at the well in the courtyard. The Ji family sourced their water from here. Despite its seemingly clean appearance, she had no desire to touch it. Thus, her visits were always brief, and she had never even sipped the water offered by Ji Hung. Though Xiangcheng was somewhat remote, the area surrounding it had been extensively redeveloped, with residents having access to disinfected tap water for many years. Yet, Qingshui Street remained unchanged, with no renovations undertaken, and the residents continued to rely on well water. Ren Wanxian had never seen anyone still using well water in this day and age. Suddenly, Ji Xiaorong recalled something. Xian, this is your cousin. She is also in her 3rd year and will soon switch from arts to sciences. You two should exchange contact information. As he spoke, he turned to Bai Lian. Lian, Xian is also studying sciences and has excellent grades. You can ask her if you have any questions. Bai Lian lowered her head, engrossed in examining her headphones. When called upon, she lifted her gaze to Ren Wanxian, slowly reaching for her phone in her pocket. Ren Wanxian tightened her grip on her phone, long pressing the power button. Dad, I'm 2 years younger than her. I'm 17 this year. She paused before continuing. I was just playing games, and my phone is dead. Hello. Ren Wanxian met Bai Lian's gaze with utmost politeness, elegantly producing a certain fruit-themed phone. Then let us add each other next time. My apologies. Ji Xiaorong fell silent for a moment before gently advising Ren Wanxian. In your 3rd year, refrain from spending every day playing games. As he turned, his smile vanished, replaced by irritation and impatience. Who could be considered a relative of the Ren family? Today, with Ji Xiaorong present, it was he who washed the dishes after dinner, not Bai Lian. Ji Hung watched him seek out a bucket, which was stored in the utility room. Did you forget again? Yi Xiaorong smiled lightly, then glanced around the courtyard before heading to the storage room. Ji Hung was seated on a bench at the door, with paper and a pen laid out on the table. Bai Lian had just removed her headphones. She observed Ji Hung, who wore glasses and sat alone under the warm yellow light, his shadow elongated. Clutching her headphones, she approached him, crouching by his feet and looking up. Grandfather. Ji Hung paused his writing and glanced down at her, asking, What is it? She opened her palm to reveal a small blue toy. I got this from buying milk tea today. Ji Hung took the blue rabbit from her hand, admiring its color. Do you like this design? He showed Bai Lian a painting on the table. She glanced at it. It was a superbly detailed piece depicting plum blossoms, the yellow stamens distinct and lifelike. Quite beautiful. He mentioned Ji Xiaojun, confirming that his enrollment had been successfully transferred. Are you still choosing? Ji Hung shot her a sidelong glance. However, when someone entered the room, he remained seated, unmoving for quite a while. The term Shangbong felt foreign to him. He had grown accustomed to the contemporary preference for fashion, high-end dresses, and couture clothing. No one appreciated the flowers he embroidered, nor did anyone value the garments he crafted. Even the clothes he made for Ji Mulan were left behind when she ran away from home. He gazed at Bai Lian's silhouette, then looked down at the blue rabbit in his palm. Inside the room, she opened Qiandu and searched for Jiangjing Dashua physics. The results were absurd. Everything appeared except for Jiangjing Dashua and the book on physics. She noted a line on her phone stating, Physics scored 17 points. Bai Lian remarked, Classmate, you are amazing. On the other side of the phone, Jiang He sat on the carpet, cradling a plush cabbage pillow, slowly twisting a Rubik's Cube in his hands. The watch on his wrist beeped. He glanced at it, noticing a message from a profile picture of Xiangcheng City Tower, his eyes lighting up. He tossed aside the pillow and tapped his watch, where a lightweight three-dimensional page displayed Bai Lian's message. Bai Lian, I want to be going to the library tomorrow. I have class. Jiang He, okay. Bai Lian, I can't find a book you sent. It's not on Jingbao either. Jiang He rested his chin on his knee, blinking. Jiang He, I'll ask my brother. He got up from the carpet and headed to the study. Jiang Fulai was engaged in a video conference, dressed in a loose white home outfit, reclining slightly against the chair back, his pale fingers resting on the table, his light-colored eyes lazily drooping, exuding an air of elegance and aloofness. Upon seeing Jiang He straightened slowly, turned off the camera, and muted the call. What is up? Jiang He approached him, displaying the watch's screen. Are you inquiring on her behalf? Jiang Fulai raised an eyebrow, his relaxed attire softening his indifference slightly. Jiang He nodded. Jiang He nodded again. Jiang Fulai methodically restored the watch to its original state, glancing at him. Not allowed. Jiang He stared at his Rubik's Cube, refraining from nodding this time. His recent laboratory detector acceptance did not meet his standards. He required a detector that could sensitively perceive recoil nuclei. However, the current laboratory detector medium was insufficiently large. Thus, he was revising the design plans to ensure the detector was sizable while maintaining a very low detection energy threshold with little time remaining. Coincidentally, Jiang had recently found a playmate, allowing him to focus without distraction. The following day, at Xiangcheng High School, the largest high school in Xiangcheng, Bai Lian followed Ji Xiaojun into an office. Inside, Lu Lingxi, wearing glasses and sporting short hair with a few stubborn white strands, regarded Bai Lian with a gentle gaze. "Student Bai, could you share with me why you wish to transfer to the science stream?" "Why science?" Bai Lian partially lowered her eyelids, her long, curled lashes casting shadows over her dark eyes. Initially, she wished to avoid history, but now she felt curiosity. She spoke softly. "Curiosity?" This was an answer Lu Lingxi had not anticipated. "Yes," Bai Lian continued, glancing at the computer on the neighboring desk, for instance. "I am eager to understand how computers transmit information." The sunlight reflected in her dark pupils, resembling a languid white cat. Despite the initial trepidation and unease she felt upon entering this world, she was earnestly exploring this era, undeniably filled with curiosity about it now. This was the first time Ji Xiaojun heard Bai Lian express such a reason, causing him to tilt his head and observe his niece's earnest expression. So, he teased lightly. Lu Lingxi gazed at Bai Lian, recognizing her sincerity. "How about you complete a set of science practice papers for me to review?" She found a paper on the desk. Bai Lian returned the completed paper 20 minutes later. Lu Lingxi, a language teacher, collected the paper and handed it to the physics teacher in the same office for assessment. Then, she warmly told Bai Lian, "Come, I'll take you to our class. There are 20 classes in the third year, and we are in class 15. Ji Xiaojun followed suit. The third-year students occupied a separate building, comprising 5 floors with 4 classes on each, 2 stairwells, and offices in between. Lu's office was on the second floor, while class 15 was located in the middle of the third floor. As they passed one of the stairwells, a girl in school uniform was ascending, holding her workbook. "Lu Laoshi, Ren Tongxue," Lu Lingxi said, adjusting her glasses, pausing with a gentle voice. "Please place your workbook on my desk. I need to speak with you about something." "Okay." Ren Wanxian looked up, her gaze landing on Ji Xiaojun. She had only seen Ji Xiaojun a few times, but he resembled her father, making him recognizable. However, her attention was drawn to the person beside Ji Xiaojun, Bai Lian. Ren Wanxian was momentarily stunned, her mind racing with thoughts. Had she truly transferred to this school? Had the Ji family mentioned the Ren family to her? Ji Xiaojun noticed Ren Wanxian's gaze and understood her thoughts, calmly averting his eyes. He had treated Ren Wanxian well in the past. Once, when he needed Ji Xiaorong's assistance. He had gone through great lengths to enter the Ren family home, only to discover a drawing he had given Ren Wanxian in their trash can. Since that day, he had never returned to the Ren home. Lu Lingxi smiled and quietly explained to Bai Lian and Ji Xiaojun, expressing her admiration. "That is Ren Wanxian. She is truly exceptionally intelligent, having skipped 2 grades in middle school. Bai, you will learn about her during your time here. If you have the opportunity, you might ask her for study tips." After placing the workbook on the desk, she noticed a science practice paper on the table. Chapter 8. Lianman Diwang in Class 15. A middle-aged man with a slightly plump figure stood at the front of the classroom, his back slightly hunched, leaning against the podium. "Now, let us examine this problem. What should we do first? We should set the coordinates of this moving point, employing trigonometric substitutions and identities, correct? What comes next? We should also write down the coordinates of the other points. It's evident that they are collinear. Can we determine the coordinates? The slope will emerge. 1t it? Quite simple, right?" The students in the classroom were drowsy, responding sporadically. Lu Lingxi knocked on the door. "Xiao Laoshi, I have brought a new student." Some students in class 15 lazily lifted their heads. In the light, the new student wore a simple white crossover top with a small white poppy embroidered at the collar, paired with a black pleated skirt. Dressed in white and black, her hair was neatly pinned up with a wooden hairpin, devoid of any other accessories. Her beautiful and languid features exuded an irresistible charm. The math teacher momentarily felt as though he had transcended time, envisioning himself in the Guozijian. While his most spirited female disciple approached, she stepped into the classroom and, amidst the silence, introduced herself. Hello everyone, I am Bai Lian. With a loud bang, the atmosphere erupted. Excuse me, which class are you from? A girl sitting at the back excitedly raised her hand to ask a question. Bai Lian, graceful and poised, stood at the podium. Upon hearing the remark, she lazily tilted her head and said, Lian from the Lianmon family. Wow, how cool. Some boys even began to applaud enthusiastically. A few girls, seemingly composed, lowered their heads, but in reality were fervently exchanging messages on their phones. All right, you lot, settle down. Bai Lian, please take the empty seat in group 4, Lu Lingxi said with a smile, glancing at the girl by the window who had her head lowered. She's sitting next to Yanglin. Bai Lian, with her backpack in hand, walked towards the only vacant seat in the classroom. If you need anything, just let me know, her desk mate, Yang Lin, said quietly, keeping her head down to focus on her homework. Thank you. Wan Xian, don't forget to write on that bulletin board at the intersection later, Lu Lingxi instructed. Rin Wan Xian, who had been tutored by a renowned teacher since childhood and penned beautifully, was favored by Lu Lingxi. And you know about the Jiangjing preparatory camp, right? Rin Wan Xian nodded, I know. Not only did she know, but her grandfather was actively communicating with a PhD from Xiangcheng. Some schools use the preparatory camp software to help top students practice. Lu Lingxi continued. Our school has a spot available, but there is only one, so the decision will be made in a month. The opportunity to join Jiangjing preparatory camp was akin to a direct pathway to Jiangjing University, and very few could secure such a spot. Rin Wanxian recalled that even Beicheng No. 1 High School had only 10 spots. She was quite surprised that a school in Xiangcheng had an opening. I understand. Teacher Lu. Lu Lingxi was not only the homeroom teacher class 15, but also taught 3 classes of Chinese and served as the grade director, overseeing all matters concerning the senior year. Teacher Lu, I placed the transfer student's exam paper on your desk, the physics teacher reminded Lu Lingxi. She quickly put on her glasses and picked up the exam paper. The first thing she noticed was the handwriting on the paper. This handwriting. Ren Wanxian slowed her steps upon hearing this. So that exam paper belonged to Bai Lian? The physics teacher, holding a teacup, smiled and remarked, 85 points. The paper was easy, so the score is slightly low, but the foundational knowledge is solid. Ren Wanxian paused at the door, her brows slightly raised in amusement. She closed the door behind her, casually contemplating how refined the physics teacher's phrasing was. Slightly low, the initial exams in Xiangcheng were quite simple, consisting entirely of basic questions, with a total score of 300, and no one in their class scored below 150. In the office, Lu Lingxi was indeed surprised. She had low expectations for Bai Lian, considering her transition from arts to sciences, and never anticipated that Bai Lian would score over 200. Lu Lingxi was not one who prioritized graduation rates. Transitioning from arts to sciences? No wonder her handwriting is so neat, even more beautiful than that produced by a printer. The physics teacher, who had been preparing for class, had not overheard the conversation between Lu Lingxi and Bai Lian, but found the handwriting more pleasing than Ren Wanchuan's exam paper. It was curious that this transfer student was transitioning from arts to sciences. Although the exam was easy and mostly consisted of fundamental knowledge, many of the major questions remained unanswered. However, everything she had attempted was correct, especially in physics. She used the authentic Guangha style. And since Lu Lingxi was a Chinese teacher, she remarked that Bai Lian was a well-behaved child whose writing was so obedient. In ancient times, scholars preparing for the imperial examination would use this font. Past top scholars were skilled in various calligraphic styles, yet during the palace examination, they all uniformly employed the Guangha style. Lu Lingxi had not considered that Bai Lian might master multiple styles. Nowadays, learning a single style was already commendable. Unfortunately, very few were still learning Guangha style, as the prevailing preference leaned towards Liang style. Teacher Lu, don't worry too much, the physics teacher said, twisting open her teacup. Since she wishes to study sciences, she will certainly strive to improve. Don't be misled by her current score of only 85. I perceive that she possesses considerable potential. Just watch, by next year's college entrance examination, she should be able to raise her score to 170, and with some effort, a place in a second-tier university is quite possible. She resolved to pay closer attention to this transfer student. Of course, they were unaware that scoring 85 points on a standard difficulty paper while transitioning from arts to sciences was indeed commendable. In their minds, Bai Lian's greatest challenge was transitioning from arts to sciences, as achieving a respectable score in such a transition was already quite difficult. Little did they know that the 85 points were entirely based on 5 days of study by Bai Lian. The numerous unanswered questions stemmed from the fact that she had yet to begin learning them. Bai Lian had single-handedly established a considerable presence on the Xiangcheng Middle School forum. Today, among the 10 posts in the first high school, 8 were about Lian Diwang. Bai Lian was oblivious to this, as despite her beauty, she exuded an aura that made it difficult for her to blend in. Like her deskmate Yang Lin, who was either reading or solving problems. She appeared to be a top student, radiating an aura of scholarly excellence that deterred others from approaching her. In the afternoon, as school ended, Bai Lian had just taken her measurements. The school uniforms would be distributed in a couple of days. Amidst the sea of uniforms, she stood out, wearing her own clothes. Slightly taller than the average girl, exuding a clean and cold elegance that made her a striking figure. Jiang He crouched in a corner across the street, spotted Bai Lian shining like a star amidst the crowd. All alone, not seeing the people who had previously accompanied Jiang He, Bai Lian led him to a nearby bubble tea shop at the corner. My brother will come to pick me up later. After school, the bubble tea shop was bustling, and the two waited a while for the crowd to thin. Bai Lian found a quiet table where she sat with Jiang He. By classmate, the staff handed Bai Lian 2 cups of cherry fruit tea. Your bubble tea is ready. The straws are on the left. Bai Lian recognized Herr Desmata, Yang Lin. As she observed the bubble tea, which evidently contained more fruit than others, her eyes sparkled with delight. Thank you. She took out 2 straws, her peripheral vision catching a glimpse of what seemed to be a bruise on Yang Lin's exposed arm. The latter took out a colorful Rubik's Cube. Jiang He took a sip, 7-level 5 Rubik's Cube. He could already restore the center color blocks, but was still inexperienced with the later stages. Last night, he had watched Zhang Fu Li's rapid restoration formula and was striving to replicate it. Bai Lian opened her backpack and pulled out a sizable object. She had never seen a Rubik's Cube before. Are you restoring the colors on this ball? Jiang He nodded, dissatisfied with his speed. My brother can restore it quickly, but it takes me 2 hours. Uff. A boy who had just arrived with a basketball spluttered his lemon tea. No way, little brother. The boy turned, revealing his handsome, sunny features and sincerely advised, don't speak in such a calm tone. Spare a thought for the average high school student. Jiang He shot him a glance, but remained silent. The boy asked, what S with that look? What look? The boy was momentarily caught off guard, then turned to Bai Lian to introduce himself. By classmate, I am Zhang Xiais. Bai Lian recognized him as her classmate from behind. She remembered everyone who introduced themselves to her. Zhang Xiai scratched his head. Oh, so you heard us talking. Teacher Lu said if you need anything, just come to me. I'm a sports committee member. They referred to Lu Lingxi as Mama Lu. As Zhang Xiai spoke, he noticed the peculiar object Bai Lian had pulled out, which looked like a motor. Bai Lian inserted a straw into her drink with one hand, while fiddling with the motor's coils with the other. What is the matter? Zhang Xiai asked. Who brings something like this in their backpack? He left the bubble tea shop bewildered, and a group of boys waiting outside asked him if he had managed to get the transfer student's contact information. For the transfer student was a beauty who could only be admired from afar. We'll ask again tomorrow, Zhang Xiai said, putting his arm around his friend's shoulder in a brotherly manner. I'm just glad you guys are around. Just as the brothers were getting sentimental, Zhang Xiai added, Hee, it's nice to know I'm not the only one useless. As night fell, at the school gate, the top students undergoing advanced training had just completed their class. Ren Wanxian, who had a designated driver for her school commutes, was on the phone, saying, I've finished the tutoring session. You can come now. Her gaze caught sight of a girl sitting under a streetlight at the intersection, seemingly waiting for something. In such a large school, how was it possible to encounter Bai Lian repeatedly? What a coincidence! Ren Wanxian felt a sudden surge of agitation as she observed the figure before her. After a moment of contemplation, she instructed the driver, please take the car to the back entrance. I shall wait for you there. What is the matter? Inquired the young man beside her. Nothing, Ren Wanxian replied, shaking her head, entirely disinclined to mention Bai Lian. Let us proceed to the back entrance. With a cold demeanor, she turned and re-entered the school grounds. The young man nodded thoughtfully, glancing back only briefly at the intersection around the corner. I shall have the driver wait for me at the back as well. At the intersection, Bai Lian sat alongside Jiang He, waiting for someone amidst the flow of passing cars. The streetlights flickered to life one by one. Jiang He, reluctantly checking his watch, Noted, there are still 10 minutes. Very well, Bai Lian said languidly, leaning against a street lamp and fiddling with a coil of wire. When Jiang fully arrived to collect Jiang he was greeted by the sight of a girl casually seated by the roadside, her dark hair loosely pinned back with a grayish-brown wooden hairpin. Her hands gracefully manipulated the motor, making the rough device appear akin to a work of art. Her features were exquisite, and her slightly lowered eyebrows conveyed a sense of languor. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though the moonlight itself was bestowing its affection upon her, enveloping her in a soft glow. A phrase suddenly came to mind, gentle yet lethal. Chapter 9. Embracing the moonlight, Heishui Street in the twilight of a long street. One could capture the brilliance of the moon shining down. He disembarked, enveloped in a chill, his voice low and inherently cold. Bai Lian looked up and inadvertently locked eyes with a pair of pale irises that reflected no light, deep and frigid. She glanced at Jiang fully, who was dressed in a black shirt, his strikingly beautiful face framed by hair that blended with the light. Their first exchange of glances felt as if it were the beginning of something profound. It was a silence that resonated, almost deafening. After a pause, Bai Lian spoke slowly. Give me a reason not to hurt you. Jiang fully rarely revealed his true emotions in front of others. This was the first time he found himself momentarily stunned in public. Jiang he looked up, disdain evident in his expression. Sister Bai is Bai Lian. Jiang fully replied, First, would you care to see what you've noted? Realizing the situation, he chuckled softly, his usually indifferent eyes now sparkling with a hint of amusement. Jiang he is sensitive to numbers, but has never attended kindergarten, so he hesitated before offering a succinct assessment. He is semi-illiterate. Bai Lian shot a cold glance at Jiang he, who possessed a unique intelligence in numbers and geometry, yet was on the autism spectrum. Did you take that from the fan? Jiang fully held a book in one hand, rolled into a tube, and squatted beside Bai Lian, casually taking her motor to examine it closely. It seems to be a capacitor issue. Just check with a multimeter to see which wire lacks resistance. Her expression remained impassive, her dark pupils reflecting the light of the street lamp above in a lazy, yet beautiful manner. It was evident that she merely wished to quietly dismantle a fan's motor. One could envision her adorably attempting to stealthily take apart her parents' belongings while they helplessly turn a blind eye. I have what you need. I'll bring it to you in a few days. Jiang fully thought of that scene and felt as if a languid cat had playfully swiped at him. I have a physics laboratory where all sorts of experimental apparatus are available, making it very convenient for conducting experiments. Jiang he rarely had anyone close to him, sometimes going a week without uttering a word. Bai Lian was a peculiar presence in Jiang he's life. Bai Lian blinked. A large laboratory? It should have a particle collider, right? The streetlights along Qingshui Street were somewhat sparse. Bai Lian instructed Jiang fully to halt the car at the intersection. This is the book you wanted, Jiang fully said as he exited the vehicle, handing her the book. In the dim light, his features appeared slightly softened by the gentle glow. Physics is not difficult. It is quite interesting. Feel free to ask me any questions. Thank you, Bai Lian replied as she accepted the book, which was one she had earnestly desired. He is quite charming, she remarked. Jiang fully glanced at her for a moment before smiling lightly. Indeed. Bai Lian waved goodbye to him as she departed. Jiang fully observed her enter a small convenience store, not far from where a police officer was patrolling. Is there really no demolition here? Ming Dongheng sat in the driver's seat, gazing in surprise at the low, aged buildings. Directly opposite is Heishui Street, where my master resides. That was a place Ming Dongheng frequented, a street at the border of two nations. He had not anticipated that Heishui Street and Qingshui Street were merely a kilometer apart, facing each other across the river. As Ming Dongheng drove away, Jiang he leaned against the car window, watching Bai Lian. Jiang Fuli's fingers lightly tapped on his phone screen, his brows appearing to glisten with a faint frost in the darkness. After a moment, he illuminated the screen to send a message. Please retrieve my physics notes from the supply room. At the convenience store, two police officers entered to buy 2 bottles of water, engaging in casual conversation with the shopkeeper. Oh, Bai Lian said as she tucked away the wire. But I am a law-abiding citizen, the shopkeeper replied, looking quite aggrieved as he too was puzzled. I was just minding my own business. Bai Lian, sucking on a lollipop, lowered her beautiful gaze and innocently strolled into the alley. As she reached the mouth of the alley, she spotted an elderly man waiting there. It was Ji Heng. Bai Lian paused, quickening her pace. Qingshui Street had street lights, but the alley within did not, illuminated only by the occasional dim glow from the homes of residents. "I will not," Bai Lian said as she took out her headphones, preparing to listen to English vocabulary, firmly rejecting the suggestion. Xiangcheng, noticing Bai Lian staring at his flashlight, said warily, "That cannot be disassembled." Bai Lian's gaze wandered slightly. "Am I that type of person? But I saw the remains of my fan this morning." Xiangcheng bluntly exposed her. "You were mistaken about the timing. If you do not believe me, check again in a few days," Bai Lian retorted defiantly. Meanwhile, at the only villa district in Xiangcheng, the Ren family. Ren Wanxian nodded. Normally, she would have left by now, yet today, she hesitated. "What is the matter?" Ren Xian asked, surprised. "It's about my father's family affairs." Ren Wanxian shared the situation regarding Bai Lian with Ren Xian. After hearing the details, Ren Xian set down the documents in his hands. "Is it a matter of science?" Ren Wanxian, somewhat dismissive, recalled that Bai Lian had only scored 85 in comprehensive science, shaking her head, with a score of 85 in science. "I don't understand why she wants to study the sciences. My father even asked me to teach her." "Do not mind him. He has become increasingly muddled over the past 2 years, lacking discernment." Ren Xian's expression grew cold. He valued Ren Wanxian's education and knew that she had scored a perfect 300 in her recent science exam. "Does he not realize how crucial your studies are?" As for Bai Lian, he had not met her yet, but already harbored a negative impression. Young people must be steady and grounded. Ren Wanxian quickly began to massage Ren Xian's shoulders. "Please do not be angry. My father does not mean any harm. You know him. He is solely focused on his research and often forgets how old I am." The Ji family had not relied on the Ren family to create disturbances over the years. However, Ren Xian was indifferent to the Ji family affairs. He took a moment to collect himself before advising Ren Wanxian. "Enough. Do not concern yourself with the Ji family matters. Your father is not in a clear state of mind. You must understand what is truly important. The college entrance examination is next year. Do not allow other matters to distract you." Once Ren Wanxian left, the Secretary General finally spoke up. "Next year's college entrance examination. It is about time for our Xiangcheng to produce a top student. Isn't it? Miss Wanxian has a great chance. This cohort is highly competitive. Merely competing against the Chun family from Xiangcheng is quite challenging for her." Ren Xian acknowledged some insider information, shaking his head. "Forget about the top student in Beicheng. Let us aim for the top in Xiangcheng first." In their eyes, the ultimate goal was merely the top student from Beicheng. As for the national top student, no one had ever considered that. Which year's national top student did not emerge from Jiangjing? How could it possibly come from anywhere else? This was a list of auction items from Baihu Auction House for the following week, and the Secretary General recalled the matter at hand. This time, there is an authentic piece by Liang Zuan. Upon hearing this, Ren Xian swiftly reached for the document. An authentic piece by Liang Zuan? Liang Ti is one of the most celebrated styles of calligraphy, beloved not only by the general populace, but also highly esteemed by prominent families and literary giants alike. Thus, Ren Xian had ensured Ren Wanxian learned Liang Ti from a young age. Clearly, Ren Wanxian's recent maneuver has proven quite successful. Throughout her life, this talent has garnered her considerable admiration. Genuine works by Liang Zuan are exceedingly rare, with the only known piece residing in the private museum of the Jiangjing family. The unveiling of such a masterpiece is bound to attract throngs from across the nation. Doubts regarding its authenticity are unlikely to arise, given that it is housed in Asia's largest auction house, where no one dares to cause a commotion. Find a way to obtain an invitation to the auction, Ren Xian proposed. The following day, Bai Lian did not linger in the library, as Jiang Fu Li had arranged for a multimeter to be delivered to her. The 12 bus came to a halt at Qingshui Street, and as Bai Lian disembarked with her black backpack, she noticed a gathering of people near the convenience store. Approaching the crowd, she witnessed a man in a white vest, trembling as he dropped a cigarette to the ground. "Zhang Dui, could you ask them if I have broken any laws?" A middle-aged man clad in black exhaled a ring of smoke, pointing at a vendor selling liangfen. "Do you dare accuse me of wrongdoing?" The vendor, fear-stricken, shook his head. No. I knocked it over myself." "Oh, you dare?" The middle-aged man took a couple of steps closer, gesturing towards another vendor selling handmade carvings. The man, seated on the ground, waved his hands frantically. His foot rested on an embroidered shoe, eventually stopping in front of Ji Hung. "And you? Do you dare?" Ji Hung shook his head, observing the toppled stall. Zhang Dui was about to intervene when his companion held him back. Let it go, Zhang Dui. He must be the Scorpion. Zhang Dui regained his composure. The Scorpion was among the top 10 on their internal wanted list, often traversing between the black market and international borders, commanding a legion of mercenaries. With the backing of the bars in Heishui Street, it was rumored that no one could manage to subdue him. The Scorpion had anticipated this scenario, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Dui before disdainfully tossing his cigarette to the ground and extinguishing it with his foot. It seems you will need to devise another strategy to capture me. No one dared to speak in that tense moment. The Scorpion audaciously collected all the cigarettes from the convenience store and swaggered away from Qingshui Street. Once he departed, Zhang Dui quietly assisted the surrounding vendors in tidying up their stalls, apologizing softly to them. The individuals from the bar in Heishui Street were bound by the treaty at the border, and Zhang Dui had no evidence to act upon. Even if the Chun family from Xiangcheng were present, they would still suffer in silence. Bai Lian stood a short distance away, observing the scene with a calm demeanor. The man in the white vest felt a shiver under her gaze, hastily biting down on a cigarette as he helped the vendors gather their belongings. It was evident that he was also one of the formidable individuals associated with the treaty. Noticing him assisting, Zhang Dui glanced at him, then at the shopkeeper nearby. The crowd gradually dispersed. Such occurrences were not uncommon on Qingshui Street. Alien, Ji Heng, having organized his items, spotted Bai Lian standing at the street corner. The neighbors appreciated the small trinkets Ji Heng crafted, and he would occasionally set up a stall. Bai Lian, who usually studied late at the library, was witnessing his stall for the first time. Bai Lian replied calmly, reaching out for Ji Heng's items. It's nothing. Grandpa is used to it. Losing money to avert disaster. Ji Heng said, holding a smoking pipe, clearly more talkative today due to the rarity of such incidents. He is from the opposite side and does not frequent this area. Be careful when you go out. As ordinary people, it is best to avoid provoking them. He reassured Bai Lian. She nodded obediently, though the depths of her dark eyes grew increasingly frigid. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the lights in Ji Heng's room were extinguished. In Bai Lian's room, she tightened the last screw on the fan, then took her phone and quietly exited her room. Crossing the bridge at the end of Qingshui Street, a street illuminated brilliantly lay before her, as bright as daylight despite the late hour, with the entrance marked in 2 languages, Heishui Street. The man in the white vest had long been waiting there. Upon lifting his head, he spotted a girl in a moon-white dress that seemed out of place in this street. Sister, he approached Bai Lian, offering her a cigarette and lighting it for her. Bai Lian nonchalantly held the slender cigarette between her fingers as the flame licked it, releasing a wisp of smoke. She lazily tilted her head. Where is he? The white vest replied. I can assure you, by the time I met the Scorpion, he had already lost his head. Chapter 10. Rescuing the Prince's Class Qinglong Bar. Located near the bridge by Qingshui Street, occupies a vast area. The Scorpion, being the fiercest enforcer at Qinglong Bar, has gained significant notoriety for his reckless demeanor, instilling fear among patrons and ensuring that few dare to cause trouble within the establishment. Seated in the inner lounge of the bar, he had just lit a cigarette when the door burst open. Lifting his head carelessly, he spotted the man in the white vest standing behind a young girl. Zhou. Mao Xiao. The Scorpion recognized the white vest, though his tone lacked respect. His gaze fixated on the girl behind him. Are you here to pay your respects? Rest assured, Mao Xiao, I will definitely support you in front of your godfather. The white vest regarded him as a reflection of his former self. Bai Lian approached slowly, and the Scorpion's demeanor shifted to one of amusement as he extended his hand towards her. Mao Xiao, your choice of companion is rather intriguing. Suddenly, he was kicked to the ground along with his chair, a bone in his chest fracturing upon impact. Gritting his teeth against the pain, the Scorpion scrambled to his feet and swung a fist at Bai Lian's face. Yet, she remained unmoved, raising her hand to calmly catch his punch amidst his astonished gaze. The moon-white skirt swayed gently. You wish to die? With a resounding thud, he was once again forcefully slammed to the ground. The Scorpion had never encountered such a bizarre scene, his eyes wide with terror as he regarded Bai Lian. The complex terrain at the border between the two nations meant that only the capable could thrive there. His skills were commendable, and few knew that he had previously evaded capture during his international escapades, which is why the bar owner had taken notice of him. As the top enforcer of Qinglong Bar, even the slightest movement in the fighting arena required considerable effort from him. Struggling to regain his breath, he lay on the ground. Have I offended you? His intelligence allowed him to survive this long despite his arrogance, as he typically antagonized only inconsequential characters. The girl before him could crush him as easily as one would a bun, clearly not a foe to be trifled with. He could not fathom what he had done to provoke her. Bai Lian, still clutching the slender cigarette in one hand, was veiled in a haze of smoke. She approached the scorpion, her gray embroidered shoes, which bore a subtle footprint, moving gracefully. The embroidery depicted layers of pink peonies, resplendent and opulent. She placed the shoe with the footprint onto his right hand and, lowering her gaze, gently inquired, "Is it well embroidered?" Such elegance. The once arrogant scorpion now lay at Bai Lian's feet, gasping for breath as pain coursed through his chest. Yet, he dutifully wiped the dust from her embroidered shoes. Attempting to smile up at her, "Yes, yes, it is very well done." Bai Lian looked down, the shadows cast by her lashes obscuring the darkness in her eyes. She lifted her foot. "Indeed, it is well done." With another forceful kick, she struck the scorpion's chest. He crashed against the wall. Bai Lian leisurely adjusted her sleeves, while the man in the white vest squatted beside the scorpion, offering a kind reminder. Why provoke her grandfather's stall, and then question whether he dares? Do you think he dares? Remember to respect your elders and cherish the young. The bar was filled with deafening noise. A group of men in black gathered at the entrance, and the leader, upon seeing the scorpion slumped against the wall, gasping for breath, could not help but twitch his lips. God, how can you expect a ruthless person to respect the elderly and cherish the young? They cast a wary glance at Bai Lian before addressing Bai 9N. Mao Xiao, the boss wants you to go to the conference room. I'll speak to your godfather. Bai Deviat and noted casually. Leaning against the bar, Bai Lian lazily tapped her fingers on the table. Xiao Bai. Bai 9 and immediately approached her and ordered a drink. Sister, my surname is Mao. Sister, won't you play a little longer? Bai Lian pulled out a wooden hairpin and slowly gathered her hair, her lowered brows shrouded in a languid haze. No, I have class at 8 tomorrow morning. Bai 9N, or Mao KN, was taken aback. Nearby, a younger brother seeing Bai Lian for the first time turned crimson. On Q Ing Shu Street, under the cover of night, Bai Lian took out her headphones to study English vocabulary. It was nearly 1 in the morning, and faint sounds of a scuffle echoed from a narrow, dark alley ahead. Ordinary folks would do well to avoid it. As she listened to her vocabulary, her phone rang. It was Mao KN. She answered calmly, walking past them. 3 blonde men loomed before her. Bai Lian tilted her head and reached out to grasp one of their hands. Sister, Mao KN called out. Bai Lian glanced at the blue-eyed man, and then at the person lying in the corner. Suddenly, she yanked the blue-eyed man toward her. The wind from her punch scattered her bangs, revealing her chilling eyes. She did not retreat. With her other hand, she struck fiercely at another person who attempted to approach her. In less than 3 minutes, all 3 lay at her feet. Only then did Bai Lian retrieve her phone from her pocket, leaning lazily against the wall. Oh, Mao KN on the other end wiped his face. There's an auction here in a couple of days. Do you want to come? No, Bai Lian replied, hanging up and lowering her lashes. She donned her headphones again, returning to her English words. Hey, the bloodied man in the corner spoke, trembling as he fished a cigarette from his pocket. Thank you. Can I have your contact information? Bai Lian glanced down at him. His leg continued to bleed profusely. Her gaze fell on the gilded calligraphy beside him. Noticing her attention, the man shifted his right hand, inadvertently aggravating his injury, and he winced. Do you want this? It's a genuine piece by Li Ing Zwn. Although precious, it's not worth more than me. If you want it, take it. I can fulfill any other request, as long as you're not looking to live on the moon. Something in his words struck a chord with Bai Lian. She crouched down, turning on her phone's flashlight to illuminate the calligraphy. After a moment, her gaze drifted lazily to the man's bleeding leg. She slightly lowered her head and reached to touch his injured leg. What are you doing? The man exclaimed, quickly adding, that's a gunshot wound. My private doctor will be here soon. Don't mess with it. I don't want to be incapacitated now. As he spoke, the bleeding suddenly ceased, and the pain diminished significantly. Hey, the man said, regaining his composure, noticing she hadn't taken the calligraphy. Don't you want a genuine piece by Li Ing Zwn? The girl, seemingly uninterested, paused under the gentle moonlight, finishing her vocabulary word before turning her head. Who told you it's genuine? The man was taken aback. It was verified by experts. The voice from the dark night was muffled and desolate. Verify again. That is the handwriting of his student. At 6 in the morning, in Xiangcheng's room, he opened his eyes to meet the gaze of a figure holding an electric fan. Xiangcheng, Bai Lian. Their eyes locked for 10 seconds. Someone looked at him with a very self-righteous gaze, as if questioning why he was awake so early. Very well. Xiangcheng expressionlessly closed his eyes. Only then did Bai Lian set the fan down, deliberately plugging it in. The previously broken fan whirred to life, as if eager to showcase its newfound functionality. She thoughtfully closed the door as she exited. Xiangcheng opened his eyes, gazing at the cool morning outside, the temperature around 22 degrees. He calmly reached out to pull the half-draped blanket up to his neck. Xiangcheng high school commenced classes at 8, and most boarding students arrived by 7. Bai Lian was not late, arriving at 7:30. Her desk mate must have arrived early, already seated with an English book, memorizing lines. As Bai Lian lazily strolled to her seat, she knocked on the desk. Lowering her head, "Classmate, could you move?" The girl occupying her seat instantly frowned. The once noisy classroom fell silent. Xiangcheng, who had been dozing at his desk, lifted his head, startled by the sudden quiet. The curly-haired girl didn't glance at Bai Lian. Seeing Xiangcheng awake, her eyes brightened as she handed him a bag. "Xiangcheng, I brought you breakfast." Simultaneously, Lian gently tugged at Bai Lian's shirt, signaling her with a glance. Xiangcheng never accepted anything from girls. Yet now he reached out to take the breakfast. "Thank you. Thank you. CHNWI, you can leave now. Class is about to start." CHNWI's frown lifted again. "I'll come watch you play ball tonight. Perhaps in a good mood today." CHNWI hummed a tune as she left class 15. As she passed, both boys and girls instinctively shrank their necks. "Bai Lian, thanks. Really annoying. Want a bite?" After all, they're from the elite class. It's best to avoid provoking them. It's like eggs hitting stone. The girl concluded, looking at Lian and Xiangcheng. "Right, you two? Most importantly, CHNZH, our NW and Suen, are both fierce competitors for this year's North City top student." Lian added as she settled in her seat, trying not to offend them. The reasoning made sense, but Xiangcheng expressed discontent. "Why call me a nouveau, sunny, pure-hearted 19-year-old a fool?" No one paid him any mind. Xiangcheng leaned closer to his deskmate. "Scholar, what do you think?" Xiao looked up, giving him a quiet look. Bai Lian propped her chin up, lazily flipping through her English book. Xiangcheng scratched his nose and pulled out his phone to add her as a friend. It was Friday, after school in the evening. Lian and Bai Lian exited the school gates together. Bai Lian donned her headphones, listening to vocabulary as she walked with Lian to the flower shop at the end of the street. The middle-aged woman selling flowers was enthusiastically wrapping bouquets for customers. Upon seeing Lian, she squinted and smiled gently. "Your flowers are on the table. I've set them aside for you." Bai Lian, while memorizing vocabulary, glanced over to see a beautiful white lily on the table. Lian took the flowers, placing money on the table. The middle-aged woman shook her head in resignation, asking, "Where's that boy, Xiangcheng? He is playing ball. Always playing ball. Can't he learn from you and Xiao?" She grumbled, then turned to Bai Lian. "Ah, you must be the new transfer student from their class. You're quite lovely." She pulled out a red rose and offered it to Bai Lian. "You look much better behaved than that troublemaker of mine." Bai Lian accepted it. "Thank you, Annie." "Ah." The woman clutched her heart. "I knew it. I knew I should have had a daughter. That wretched Xiangcheng can only kill my orchids." Bai Lian held a rose and parted ways with Lian at the corner. Following the address given by Xiangh, she arrived at the affluent district of Xiangcheng. The bus only reached the outermost road. Our NW and Suen did not attend the elite training today, as there were distinguished guests at her home, and our Xian had informed her in advance. Passing through the outskirts of the affluent area, she caught sight of someone not far away. "Stop." The boy in the front seat glanced at the rearview mirror. "What's wrong?" Our NW Suen shook her head, remaining silent. The car halted before Bai Lian. The window rolled down, revealing our NW Suen's face, which was tinged with irritation. She looked at Bai Lian, her brows and eyes reflecting a seemingly knowing sarcasm. "What are you waiting for here? Our little Mao classmate finally has a name. Chopteria de nasce, tsecha en yot, li engezven extraordinary disciple. Bai Lian typed a message on her phone, telling Jiangjing not to rush. She remained clad in a moon-white gown, her brows and eyes glistening with tranquility as she leisurely carried her vocabulary. Upon hearing a voice, she looked up, waiting for your ancestor. Regardless of the setting, be it school, the Ren family, or elsewhere, Ren Wanxian had always been the center of attention, cherished and revered by many. Even Chun Wei felt compelled to put on a facade in her presence, while she maintained a polite demeanor towards the Ji family. Even in the face of Ji Hong, she harbored a subtle disdain for the Ji clan. Observing the elegant gown worn by Bai Lian, devoid of any insignia, it was evident that it was a careless creation of Ji Hong. In her eyes, Bai Lian was the least conspicuous among them. Encountering her should have evoked a sense of caution, not arrogance. Yet, she was taken aback by the impolite tone Bai Lian had adopted while speaking to her. The driver in the car could not help but cast a glance at Bai Lian, and Ren Wanxian noticed the boy beside her looking over as well. She was astonished that someone she deemed insignificant would dare to address her in such a manner. "What are you saying?" "I can't hear you," Bai Lian replied, nonchalantly moving on to the next word. "Then I can carve it on your tombstone," she added. The driver wished to cover his ears, striving to pretend he had not heard a thing. However, Ren Wanxian, maintaining her poise, did not exit the vehicle. Instead, she arrogantly rolled down the window, allowing Bai Lian's words to resonate within the car. Even in the absence of any reaction from the driver, Ren Wanxian felt as though her very essence was being challenged by Bai Lian. Stunned into silence, she could only manage a feeble smile and, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "Aren't you going to drive?" The car started moving. The boy in the front seat lazily glanced at Bai Lian, who stood by the roadside. Ren Wanchuan's voice was laced with coldness. Who knows where the Ji family found such a relative? She could not comprehend why Bai Lian felt so entitled, when she merely resided in an underdeveloped area, still utilizing well water. "I see." Chunju nodded, disinterested and refraining from further inquiry. As the car moved forward, a black vehicle slowly approached, prompting Chunju, who had been lounging, to sit upright. His gaze fixed on the rearview mirror as the black car gradually distanced itself until it vanished from sight. As dusk fell, the once visible black car in the rearview mirror took on an air of mystery. In the back seat, Ren Wanxian temporarily forgot about Bai Lian, gazing in the direction where the black car had disappeared, softly inquiring, "Are those the people my grandfather mentioned?" Although she was in her final year of high school, her focus on academics did not preclude her from being aware of other matters. She was well informed about the recent upheavals in Xiangcheng. The abandoned manor behind them, which they had previously assumed belonged to the public, now housed residents, with prominent families in Xiangcheng having received explicit warnings not to disturb them. Chunju remarked slowly, "I haven't seen that model before." The one who came to pick up Bai Lian was Ming Dongheng. Bai Lian continued to recite her vocabulary until she reached the manor gate, where she spotted Jiang, he squatting and eagerly waiting. The individual in formal gray attire, waiting in the garden, was astonished at the sight of the languid girl behind Jiang He. Soon after, he saw Jiang He move to the adjacent laboratory, skillfully entering a password. "Mr. Ming," the man turned to Ming Dongheng, inquiring about the girl's identity. Having spent many years in Xiangcheng, he had never heard of such a character. Ming Dongheng merely warned, "Do not overstep." Chunju felt a shiver down his spine as he realized whose residence this was, and he dared not ask further, silently committing the striking visage of the girl to memory, knowing he would not forget such a stunning face upon their next encounter. In the laboratory, Bai Lian encountered many unfamiliar items. Jiang He led her to a small table, showcasing a miniature perpetual motion machine. They crouched beside it, their eyes fixed on it for 10 minutes. Based on the principle of energy conservation, Bai Lian concluded, "This is a fake perpetual motion machine." As she spoke, she lifted the base and indeed discovered a magnet underneath. Jiang He nodded, then discreetly informed Bai Lian, "Uncle Ming has always believed it to be a perpetual motion machine." The laboratory was filled with various equipment, and the duo examined the vortex ring collision. Jiang He crouched beside Bai Lian, conducting several experiments, continuously adding fluid. Bai Lian diligently recorded the data each time. Finally, they succeeded in their endeavor, and she glanced at the numbers on either side, jotting down the figures on paper. Upon completing their task, Jiang He leaned on the table, observing the vortex machine, Why is tea broken yet? Bai Lian set down her paper, tilting her head to look at it, finding it difficult to disagree. Outside Jiangshao, Chunju respectfully followed behind him into the room. Jiang fully removed his coat and, with a glance, noticed the black backpack resting on the rosewood table, alongside a mobile phone and a rose. That belongs to Miss Bai, Ming Dongheng remarked. Jiang fully calmly acknowledged, his long lashes casting shadows over his otherwise cool gaze. Are they still in the laboratory? Bai Lian, being someone, must have many admirers queuing to present her with flowers. Today's high school seniors seem to lack restraint in their studies, sending roses to others. Jiang Gongzi offered a polite critique. Call them out for dinner, Jiang fully instructed, his expression unperturbed. When Bai Lian emerged, Jiang fully was engaged in conversation with Chunju. Chunju appeared somewhat apprehensive, his hands resting on his knees, sitting cross-legged as if he had encountered a vendetta. Upon seeing Bai Lian enter from outside, he hesitated, unsure whether to speak. Jiang fully lazily tapped his fingers on the table, casting a glance at him before continuing. Oh, Chunju quickly interjected. I am here to address the local security. The Scorpion is at the top of my list, but I only just arrived today, and he has already been targeted. Ming Dongheng could not suppress his expressionless remark. What a coincidence! Was it not you who took action? How could it be? Chunju exclaimed, visibly agitated. If I had that capability, why would I need to go through further training? Ming Dongheng nodded in understanding. Chunju elaborated. Xiangcheng has always faced challenges. Now that Jiang Fuli is here, Xiangcheng has decided to thoroughly rectify Xiangcheng. Chunju is one of the more outstanding descendants of the Chun family in Jiangjing, having secured this opportunity among many. In ancient times, he would have undoubtedly been a high-ranking official endowed with a golden seal. However, having just arrived, he was unexpectedly presented with an opportunity for merit. Chunju genuinely believed Xiangcheng to be his lucky place. No suspects? Jiang fully rolled up his sleeves, casually pouring 2 cups of tea and handing them to Bai Lian and Jiang He. Jiang He stared at the cup as if fearing it might be poisoned. Chunju's expression turned serious. There's one, the owner of 112 Qingshui Street. I have already dispatched additional personnel to monitor him. Are you certain? Ming Dongheng expressed skepticism regarding Qingshui Street, questioning whether the owner was involved due to an altercation with the Dozen's Cake or had provoked the mercenary mafia. I do not know, but I have a confidential tip. Chunju lowered his voice. I heard the Scorpion took 2 cigarettes from the owner, though he found it absurd. Xiangcheng had compiled a plethora of evidence. Otherwise, how could they have just taken 2 cigarettes from the owner and then eliminated him by nightfall? Bai Lian, holding her teacup, took a delicate sip. Upon hearing the conversation, she set down her cup, lowering her dark gaze, her jade-like fingers resting on the edge of the rosewood table, lazily echoing Chunju's sentiment. That person is truly wicked. Only then did Chunju dare to meet her gaze. The young girl appeared quite youthful. Chunju softened his tone, kindly reassuring her. It is all right. The bad people have already faced some punishment. Do not be afraid. That is good, Bai Lian responded after finishing her tea. She gathered her belongings and bid farewell to Jiang Fuli and the others. Jiang He tugged at her sleeve. Meanwhile, several streets away, the Ren family awaited the arrival of Chun. Ren Qian inquired of the middle-aged man beside him. Though anxious, he remained exceedingly polite to the man referred to as Chun. The individual known as Chun was from the prominent Chun family of Xiangcheng, Chun Gang, who was checking his watch. He should be arriving shortly. Just then, someone outside joyfully announced, Master Chun has arrived. Both Ren Qian and Chun Gang sprang to their feet, hastening to welcome him. Ren Wanxian and Chunju also rose from their seats, exchanging a glance. Changye, Chang Gang respectfully useret in Renwing. Introducing him. This is the current highest authority in Xiangcheng, Mr. Ren Qian. If Bai Lian were present, she would recognize this man as Chunju, whom she had just encountered. Chunju casually took a seat at the dining table, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, with a stern expression and a demeanor that exuded seriousness. He placed one hand on the table and addressed Ren Qian. Mr. Ren, I apologize for the intrusion on this occasion, and I kindly ask for your guidance. How could I dare? Ren Qian, a wily old fox, replied with a smile. His demeanor perfectly balanced. It is our Ren family's honor. Despite his friendly exterior, Ren Qian's heart was filled with astonishment. Rumors had long circulated in Xiangcheng that the Chun family was a collateral branch of the esteemed Chun family from Jiangjing, yet Ren Qian remained skeptical. Only recently had Xiangcheng unexpectedly received a confidential directive from Jiangjing, appointing a Chunju to oversee the affairs of Xiangcheng. The suddenness of this assignment left Rin Qian bewildered until Chungang arrived with news of Chunju. I heard there are authentic works by Liang Zuan at the auction house. Chunju spoke in a calm tone as he accepted the wine Rin Qian poured for him. This was another task assigned to Chunju by the Chun family of Jiangjing. Indeed, however, the auction house notified us that the handwriting may not be his own. Rin Qian explained. Chunju frowned. Rin Qian's heart raced, but it was indeed authentic. It appeared to be notes from one of his disciples. The auction house had already engaged an expert for authentication, and thus the auction had been postponed by 5 days. Is that so? Chunju sat up straight. It is still under verification. Gang interjected quickly. I will closely monitor this matter. It is well known that the illustrious Liang Zuan, aside from Emperor Jiangwan, only accepted 2 disciples in his lifetime, the extraordinary Bai siblings. Naturally, Emperor Jiangwan would not employ a handwriting style akin to that of Elder Liang, leaving only the Bai siblings as potential authors. It appears that the historical rumors bear truth. The Qin family of Jiangjing has been a steadfast admirer of the Bai family throughout history, with their private museum housing many artifacts belonging to the Bai family, which are venerated by their descendants. This is far more enticing for the Chun family than the authentic works of Liang Zuan. Rin Qian exchanged a knowing glance with the Secretary General. It was evident that they must find a way to acquire the invitation to the Baihu auction house. Meanwhile, Ming Dongheng anxiously watched the bus sway as it departed, contemplating whether to drive and follow it. However, Bai Lian forbade him. Jiang Fuli was seated at the table with Jiang He, both speaking little and maintaining a quiet meal. Ming Dongheng joined them, eating slowly. Suddenly, Jiang Fuli put down his bowl and recalled, who sent the tea? The items delivered here had all been selected by Su Nanqing. Ming Dongheng swallowed a mouthful of rice. Su Nanqing. Jiang Fuli replied, pulling out a disinfectant tissue to meticulously clean his hands, his tone indifferent. From now on, we shall adhere to this standard. Ming Dongheng nodded. Jiang Fuli stood up, taking the documents on the table to the laboratory. The experiments on dark matter are lengthy. He had completely replicated his laboratory in Jiangjing here in Xiangcheng, so there was a corner dedicated to Jiang He's work. The table was less than 70 centimeters tall, with stools measuring 20 centimeters. Even the experimental apparatus was a size smaller. As Jiang Fuli approached the long laboratory table and set down his documents, he noticed a sheet of paper not far away. His laboratory was typically neat and tidy. This paper must have been left by the 2 individuals. He walked closer, casually picking up the sheet, which contained 7 sets of data written in a haphazard manner. The flowing script seemed to hint at a hidden intensity. Jiang Fuli paused, momentarily stunned, before continuing to examine the data. He immediately recognized it as data from vortex ring collisions, although he had little interest in fluid mechanics. He scanned through the data and then pulled out his phone to take a picture, sending it to someone. Academician Ma replied, I need to calculate 5,000 Gaussian Bose samples. I'm busy. Academician Ma continued, of course, if you're willing to switch to quantum mechanics, I might have a bit of time. Jiang Fuli remained unhurried. 10 minutes later, his phone rang. With a light gaze, he adjusted his half-frame glasses, as the laboratory was not equipped with resting stools. Nor was the experimental bench suitable for sitting while working. Supporting himself on the table with one hand and holding the mouse with the other, he was bent over, diligently drawing a diagram of mass and effects. He did not answer. The phone rang again after a brief pause. Jiang Fuli reached for his phone and answered the call. I suspected they had ulterior motives, entrusting you with Jiang He, when you're still just a youth yourself. How can you care for him? The voice of Academician Ma came through, as he discussed matters with several team members. He was never one for pleasantries with Jiang Fuli, quickly stating, Here is the deal, give Jiang He to me, and I will raise him for you. Academician Ma was aware of who surrounded Jiang Fuli. Thus he deduced that this set of data came from Jiang He. It was a collaborative effort between Jiang He and his friend, who were both keenly attuned to data. Jiang Fuli lowered his phoenix-like gaze. Despite his limited research in fluid mechanics, a person's talent and intuition cannot be concealed. Therefore, he did not underestimate Jiang He and Bai Lian's understanding of physics. After all, even a mathematical genius Maxwell faced indifference when he transitioned to physics to study electricity and magnetism, encountering apathy from the physics giants of his time. Meanwhile, at Jiangjing University, Academician Ma ended the call while holding the data, his mind occupied. As he exited his office and descended the stairs, he instructed his assistant, "This year, let us benchmark against the schools in Xiangcheng. Please help me look into someone." The assistant noted this in their schedule. Almost everyone at the school recognized Academician Ma. As he left his office, a male student passing by the research building could not contain his excitement, snapping a photo and grabbing his companion's arm, exclaiming, "Xiaoka, that's Academician Ma. Did you see? Did you see? My teacher once had the fortune of being part of Academician Ma's team." Meanwhile, Bai Lian, just alighting from a bus, spotted Mao Kuan squatting at the bus stop waiting for her. Upon seeing her, Mao Kuan promptly extinguished his cigarette underfoot and tossed the butt into the trash. "Sister," he eagerly handed her an invitation. "This is the invitation to the Baihu auction house. I'm not going. If your godfather gave it to you, it belongs to you. If you don't want it, you can sell it." Mao Kuan scratched the back of his head. "It's quite valuable on the black market right now." "Then you help me put it on the black market." Bai Lian extended her hand to take the red invitation, which had the Baihu emblem printed on the cover, and casually placed it into her backpack. "All right, sister." In the shadows, an observer's expression turned grave, marking the shopkeeper's name with an asterisk. On Saturday, Bai Lian happily studied with Jiang He in the library. On Sunday, Jiang He sat listlessly on the carpet, slowly fiddling with a Rubik's Cube. Jiang Fuli descended the stairs, one hand fastening his collar while the other held a laptop. Making his way to Jiang He, with his head lowered and an air of laziness, he calmly inquired, "Haven't you changed your clothes?" Under normal circumstances, Jiang He should have been at the library today. Jiang He ignored him. Jiang Fuli secured his collar, placed the laptop on the nearby table, and calmly asked, "Do you know when my vortex ring production machine might break down?" Bai Jia went to Beicheng to transfer her household registration. Jiang He slowly replied, "Beicheng?" Jiang Fuli nodded, then reached out, taking the half-solved Rubik's Cube from Jiang He's hands and quickly restoring it before returning it. "So foolish," he remarked politely, then donned a mask and picked up the laptop, heading out the door. Ming Dongheng stood in place, expressionless as he watched. Jiang He, feeling despondent, began to rearrange his Rubik's Cube, checking the time on his watch before sending a message to Bai Lian. Bai Lian had already boarded the train. The household registration transfer certificate for Xiangcheng had been completed, but the transfer-out certificate still needed to be processed in Beicheng. Beicheng was quite far away, and with only trains available from Xiangcheng, the journey would take a full day. Ji Xiaojun accompanied her, and they shared a seat. The train ride would last nearly 12 hours, so Bai Lian had brought along a physics problem set to study diligently as soon as she settled in. Opposite her sat a middle-aged couple and an elderly man, who, upon noticing Bai Lian engrossed in her studies, lowered their voices, occasionally speaking to Ji Xiaojun in hushed tones. Ji Xiaojun observed as the trio offered Bai Lian an assortment of fruits and cookies, then glanced back at Bai Lian, who was deeply focused on her work. Despite the lengthy train journey causing Ji Xiaojun some discomfort, he was surprised to see Bai Lian sitting upright and maintaining her study posture throughout. The train signal was poor, and by the time Bai Lian saw Jiang He's message, 2 hours had already passed. Jiang He opened the message, understood the outcome, yet remained oblivious to the underlying principles. He forwarded it to Jiang Fuli. The other members of their group pretended to be busy, avoiding eye contact with him. An assistant entered with a document through the glass door, addressing Jiang Xiao. Jiang Fuli remained unfazed, briefly pointing out an experimental data error made by a nearby group member before taking the document from the assistant and flipping through it casually. It was a formal apology from the Gao family. The assistant reminded him that Gao Jiachuan was sent to the Jiang family with sincere intentions, yet due to recent events, they had been preoccupied with arrangements and ultimately delivered this letter of apology to Jiang Fuli. The meaning was clear. His phone chimed, and Jiang Fuli gestured for the assistant to leave while retrieving Jiang He's message and opening the attached image. It depicted a comprehensive problem with several neatly written formulas beside it, slightly different in style from what he had seen the previous night. Guessing the author, he opted not to type a response and instead sent a voice message explaining the solution in 52 seconds. Jiang He replied with a comma. Jiang Fuli then sent a message, 47. Jiang He responded with a question mark. Jiang Fuli followed up with another message, 60. Jiang He replied with a comma again. Driven to frustration, Jiang Fuli coldly typed 2 words, create group. Jiang He replied with a period. On the other end of the line, Ming Dongheng observed with an expressionless face as the well-known genius Jiang he was reprimanded for 2 minutes by Xiangcheng, relieved that he was not studying physics. Bai Lian and Xiaojun arrived in Beicheng around 10 o'clock that evening, settling into a hotel not far from the Public Security Bureau. After Bai Lian finished her evening routine, she discovered that Jiang had created a group with 3 other members. Jiang Fulai had sent a detailed diagram of the process, and Bai Lian sat at a small table, meticulously examining it before politely expressing her gratitude and posing another question. Jiang Fulai responded with 37 and 29. Bai Lian listened to each voice message. Mastery of physics requires understanding theorems and repeatedly deriving all formulas. One must not merely admire physics from afar, but approach it from the summit, recognizing that seemingly unrelated phenomena in nature eventually converge upon a common cause. Once you comprehend all the theorems and formula derivations in that university physics textbook, try explaining them in your own way to someone else until they grasp the concepts. This way, you might attempt to elucidate absolute zero to your grandfather until he understands, revealing that all problems are, in fact, quite simple. The person on the other end seemed quite busy, still in the underground laboratory, their voice clear yet low. Bai Lian listened twice. Thus, the following day, at 6 in the morning, Ji Heng received a phone call from Bai Lian. Bai Lian asked, "Grandfather, did you understand?" Ji Heng, still half asleep, only caught fragments about molecules and inertia. After dressing, he remained calm but uncertain, replying with an affirmative grunt. "Then please repeat it back to me," Ji Heng responded. "In 15 minutes. Finally, Bai Lian heard the correct answer from Ji Heng's lips and was satisfied enough to hang up. The Feynman technique taught by young Master Jiang would likely make Ji Heng the greatest victim. The process of obtaining the household registration transfer-out certificate was straightforward, and since they arrived early, the two completed it in less than half an hour. With a train scheduled for 10 o'clock, Ji Xiaojun took a moment to visit a nearby shopping mall. While Ji Xiaojun went inside to shop, Bai Lian stood in line at a nearby milk tea shop, waiting for him. As Mrs. Song passed by, she witnessed this scene, a tall girl dressed simply in white and black, her white shirt adorned only with a few delicate poppies at the collar, holding a fruit tea in one hand and leaning casually against a pillar at the mall entrance. Her gentle demeanor surprised Mrs. Song. Bai Lian, biting her straw, looked up and recognized Mrs. Song after a brief moment of contemplation. "Annie Song," she greeted. "Bai Lian." "Let me explain," Mrs. Song interjected. After Bai Lian finished speaking, Mrs. Song regained her composure and looked at Bai Lian. "I understand you feel that your father is being unfair and that you dislike Xiaoqi and the others. I can empathize. However, you are all family, and you must not let childish emotions dictate your actions. To be frank, Xiaoke is smarter than most of the aristocratic youths I have encountered, and your father values him for good reason. You must comprehend that in the future, the Bai family will certainly develop around Xiaoke, and I dare say his future is exceedingly bright. You need to think long-term. Remaining in the Bai family will offer you protection and the best opportunities for development." Mrs. Song, hailing from an influential family in Jiangjing, possessed deep knowledge of the area. She felt a subtle sympathy for Bai Lian, prompting her to offer this counsel. There were some matters she refrained from discussing, such as the apprenticeship letter, knowing that Bai Lian and Bai Xiaoqi were at odds due to her son. Yet, she believed it was crucial for Bai Lian to foster a better relationship with Bai Xiaoqi at this juncture. Bai Lian listened attentively. After finishing her fruit tea, she crumpled the bottle and declared, "I have never considered relying on the Bai family." "What?" Mrs. Song was taken aback. The driver behind her recognized Bai Lian as the Bai family's eldest daughter, who frequently visited the Song household to see Song men. He inwardly scoffed. "Not relying on the Bai family? What else can you depend on? Your own insignificant youthful bravado or the confidence of having been expelled from Beicheng No. 1 High School?" Chapter 13. That transfer student has excellent grades? Goodbye, Annie Song. Bai Lian noticed Ji Xiaojun emerging and politely bid farewell to Mrs. Song. Mrs. Song stood at the entrance, watching as Bai Lian and Ji Xiaojun departed. On the other end, the conversation progressed swiftly. "Mrs. Song?" It was Bai Qiming. On the other end of the line, Bai Qiming set down his pen and gazed out the window. Since the day butler Bai informed him of Bai Lian's departure, he had not heard anything about her for nearly 10 days. Bai Lian had ultimately taken the apprenticeship letter with her. In this regard, she was indeed much like her mother, willing to destroy everything rather than allow others to benefit. In truth, after 10 days, Bai Qiming's anger had subsided by half. However, after concluding the call, he hung up. The Bai family was large, and sustaining Bai Lian was not a challenge. Yet, Bai Qiming was acutely aware of the discord between Bai Lian and Bai Shaoqi. He was thinking long-term, with Bai Shaoqi's future looking bright. He could not afford to sacrifice a significant opportunity for a mere sesame seed like Bai Lian. Thus, he chose to act as if he had not received Mrs. Song's call. Today, he was also faced with a decision between Bai Lian and Bai Shaoqi, but it was evident that no choice was necessary. The Bai family's patriarch was aware of this matter and took note, planning to find an auspicious time to strike Bai Lian's name from their records. Tomorrow, we will remove it. Naturally, the patriarch mused briefly, reminding himself to ensure that Xiaoqi and Xiaoke were made aware of this decision. It was a minor affair to erase Bai Lian's name, but it was vital to demonstrate the Bai family's stance to the two siblings. It is merely a trivial matter to inscribe a name. It holds no significance in their sphere. On another note, despite Lady Song's anticipation, she still let out a soft sigh upon hearing Bai Qiming's words. Her call to Bai Qiming was not solely to inform him of Bai Lian's whereabouts, but also to gauge his decision. Lady Song took out her phone, contemplating that Song Min was likely in class, thus opted to send a WeChat message. Song Min typically accompanied Bai Shaoqi to the library to discuss the challenging problems of the Jiangjing preparatory camp. Song Min's demeanor remained composed as she heard the name, displaying little reaction. Her? She inquired. Indeed, Lady Song replied softly. She has been formally removed from the Bai family genealogy. You still have the childhood betrothal with her. If you have no objections, we can find an appropriate time to inform the Bai family and clarify matters with Bai Lian. What do you think? Without a moment's hesitation, Song Min replied, whatever. Lady Song held no strong opinions regarding Bai Lian, though she found Bai Lian aesthetically pleasing and had watched her grow up. Her affection was rather limited. This minor fondness paled in comparison to her feelings for Bai Shaoqi and Bai Shaoke. Lady Song severed a lingering branch, shaking her head as she deemed Bai Lian too youthful and impetuous to grasp what truly matters. On the train, Bai Lian was in high spirits, having not only relocated her household registration, but also resolved the matter concerning Song Min. She was well aware that Lady Song had disembarked with ulterior motives. To her surprise, the Bai family had not shown themselves at any point. As night approached, nearly 11 o'clock, the train finally arrived at Xiangcheng Station. At this hour, public transportation had ceased operations, and even taxis were scarce near the station. The two exited the station, preparing to hail a taxi. When Bai Lian spotted Jiang, he squatting by the roadside, fixated on a tree. What are you doing here? Bai Lian approached him and introduced him to Ji Xiaojun. This is the first friend I've encountered in Xiangcheng. Ji Xiaojun, taken aback by the affluent-looking child, was unsure of how to engage him, but was pleasantly surprised when the child greeted him politely. Feeling somewhat flustered, he handed Jiang He some snacks he had collected for Bai Lian. Ming Dongheng stood coolly at the side. Accustomed to Jiang He's peculiar behavior, he reported to Jiang Fulai. Jiang He received a message on his watch, releasing his grip on Bai Lian's clothing. Having just emerged from the laboratory, his attire was unchanged, and he lazily rapped on Jiang He's car window. Jiang He, harboring a grudge, ignored him, remaining propped against the window. Jiang Fulai, unperturbed, remarked, I read a report recently that stated children who stay up late do not grow tall. Jiang He, who had yet to reach Jiang Fulai's waist, suddenly looked up. Are you tired? I am not tired, Jiang Fulai responded nonchalantly, genuinely asking. You shouldn't be tired either, right? Ming Dongheng, with an expressionless face, added, Indeed, young master, I am exceedingly fatigued at the moment. At Xiangcheng High School, Bai Lian hurried to catch the train on Monday, and, after explaining the principle of kinetic energy to Ji Heng on Tuesday morning, finally arrived at school. While twirling a pen, she turned to her deskmate, Yang Lin. Could you lend me your biology notebook? The black pen twirled skillfully between her slender, fair fingers. Yang Lin, the class monitor, had long, dark hair and a fair complexion that obscured much of her face and neck, always dressed in the same long school uniform, rarely speaking to others. She reached into her desk and retrieved 2 biology notebooks for Bai Lian. Bai Lian accepted them, flipping through the pages, noting their clarity and neatness. Within one of the notebooks, she discovered a realistic drawing depicting an alley adorned with blooming flowers, reminiscent of the styles of Ji Heng and Ji Xiaojun. It appeared to be several years old, but had been preserved remarkably well. Bai Lian took it out and returned it to Yang Lin, her dark eyes reflecting Yang Lin's face as she sincerely complimented, It's beautiful. After a prolonged silence, Bai Lian heard a soft mm in response. When Zhang Xi's arrived, Lu Lingxi had already finished analyzing a classical poem. Report. Zhang Xi's dashed to the entrance of the classroom, his school jacket zipper still undone. Lu Lingxi stood beside the podium, one hand resting on it while she addressed Zhang Xi's, pointing at the clock on the wall. Zhang Xi's. You're in your final year and still so lackadaisical. Classes start at 8. Take a good look at the time now. Zhang Xi's, with a serious expression, glanced at the clock on the wall. It's 7:70. Lu Lingxi burst into laughter, her exasperation evident. Get in here already. Lu Lingxi called Bai Lian to her office privately. I noticed you were getting along well with Yanglin this morning, she said, handing Bai Lian a box of adhesive bandages. Could you give this to her? She has a cut on her left forehead. Bai Lian took it, tossing it in her hand before casually stating, just to be clear, I'm not sure. Clad in her newly received school uniform jacket, her hair elegantly pinned up with a chopstick, her delicate brows and eyes appeared docile. The blue and white uniform did not make her look bulky. She exuded a relaxed and carefree demeanor. It's fine, just give it a try. Lu Lingxi sighed, recalling an important matter. We have a training class for top students that meets every day after school until 8 in the evening, featuring exercises from Jiangjing University, affiliated school. I'm not entirely sure of the details, but the principal called me on Sunday, inquiring if there was a transfer student named Bai Lian in my class. And that's how it was decided. In any case, attending the training isn't a bad thing. Returning to her seat, Bai Lian observed Yanglin, who was focused on her homework, and spoke up, deskmate. Yanglin lifted her gaze slightly. Bai Lian swiftly tore open an adhesive bandage, tucked a stray hair behind her ear, and skillfully applied it to Yanglin's forehead before letting her hair fall back into place. The entire motion was fluid and graceful. Yanglin took a while to respond. Bai Lian lazily mused that sometimes one should not be overly polite. Lu Lingxi's excessive politeness had hindered her from delivering the bandages. The elite student training class convened in the auditorium of the comprehensive building. There were only about a dozen participants in the training, averaging less than one per class. When Bai Lian entered, most attendees were already present. A circle of people sat around Chenzhu at the front left, while a few boys were scattered on the right side, including Ning Xiao, Zhang Xi's deskmate. Bai Lian chose an unoccupied spot on the right. Although she had only transferred a few days prior, she was already quite renowned in the school, with her presence noted across various platforms. Upon her arrival, some had already taken notice. It's Bai Lian, the girl beside Ren, Wanxian remarked, the transfer student who is quite good-looking. Pei Bang Sui, absorbed in a practice paper provided by the training class, caught the mention of Bai Lian's name and momentarily thought she had misheard. Who are you talking about? She inquired. The girl in front, Bai Lian, the good-looking transfer student, replied Shi Yutong, her head tilting to point right. Ren Wanxian instinctively glanced over, just in time to see Bai Lian setting her backpack down and settling into her seat, her school uniform jacket casually draped aside, her eyes lazily resembling those of a beautiful cat. Most people around her were quietly discussing Bai Lian, as if she were the center of attention. The conversation invariably revolved around her audacity to transfer in her final year and to join the training class shortly after arriving at the school. Could she possibly be as extraordinary as Ning Xiao? The attendees, who had been in the competition class together since their first year, were quite familiar with one another. Upon hearing his name mentioned alongside Ning Xiao's, Chenzhu also raised his head. He was considered the hope of the Chun family, unlike Chen Wei. He never caused trouble at school and focused solely on his studies, frequently competing with Ning Xiao for the top spot in their grade. Thus, despite Ning Xiao's reclusive nature and lack of interaction with others, Chenzhu was still aware of his name. Upon hearing that someone in the comprehensive sciences could rival Ning Xiao, he spoke for the first time, inquiring about the transfer student. Shi Yutong, upon noticing Chenzhu's question, gazed at him with a mix of envy and excitement, exclaiming, "It's Bai Lian. Can you believe her scores?" The surrounding crowd began to discuss Bai Lian, and even Chenzhu showed interest in her. However, Ren Wanxian interrupted the girls. The others immediately sensed the unusual atmosphere, prompting a male student to ask, "Ren classmate, do you know her?" Most turned their attention in that direction. In the preliminary exam, she scored an 85 in comprehensive sciences. Ren Wanxian picked up her pen again, her tone almost dripping with sarcasm, knowing full well why Bai Lian was there. The school was likely aware that Bai Lian was a relative of the Ren family. Chapter 14. Submission of assignments and scoring run. Wanxian wore a cold expression, choosing not to elaborate further, despite her internal agitation. Chenzhu had pieced it together, Having not recognized Bai Lian earlier, he recalled seeing her on the road that night. He speculated about the nature of her relation to the Ren family. If Bai Lian had entered this training class due to her connection with the Ren family, it was hardly surprising. He nodded and continued to focus on his practice problems. The others exchanged glances. As everyone in the training class was aware of its purpose, a preparatory program for Jiangjing University. Those who managed to enter were undoubtedly talented. The preliminary exam in mathematics was exceedingly difficult, yet the comprehensive sciences were filled with questions that were practically giveaways, with several students achieving full marks. An 85 in this context would be a rarity across the entire school. An 85? Shi Yutong's voice rose in disbelief. How did she even get in here? Bai Lian's impressive academic record suggested she had learned to network from a young age due to family circumstances, always appearing superior to the ordinary students with whom she associated. Clearly, her admission was a result of connections. Nevertheless, Shi Yutong dismissed the thought. Even if Bai Lian had leveraged relationships to gain entry, could it surpass the influence of the Chun and Ren families? Several students contemplated adding Bai Lian on WeChat, but ultimately restrained themselves. The curriculum consisted of recorded lectures from the elite competition class of Jiangjing affiliated high school, alternating between mathematics and physics. Today's session focused on physics. After the class teacher initiated the playback, he took a seat at the back with pen and paper to watch along with the students. The video covered electromagnetism and relativity. Explained with clarity. Bai Lian set her pen down, listening intently as she encountered the concept of time dilation for the first time. She found the idea unsettling, realizing that the flow of time varied for each individual. The video concluded promptly at 7:30, and the class teacher distributed printed exercises, stating, "This is today's assignment. There is only one question. Complete it, and I'll collect it tomorrow evening. It will count towards your regular grades." The hall was soon filled with the sound of papers rustling. After distributing the assignment, the class teacher strolled over to Bai Lian, observing her closely. Like Lu Lingxi, he had received a call from the principal a few days prior, but he was privy to more information. The principal held Bai Lian, the transfer student, in high regard and had instructed him to look after her, which is why he couldn't help but focus his attention on her today. The exercises provided by the training program were synchronized with the video and came from Xiangcheng, known for their difficulty. In previous sessions, he had concentrated on Chun Zhu and Ning Xiao, but today he was particularly curious whether Bai Lian could solve them. Unaware of the teacher's thoughts, Bai Lian glanced at the assignment and casually set the paper aside, opting instead to take out a book and leisurely flip through its pages. After waiting for 10 minutes, the class teacher, frustrated, asked, "Why aren't you writing? Do you have a problem with me?" He remained hopeful for a response. Typically, the last half hour was reserved for students who chose to stay behind voluntarily, while substitute teachers would depart early. Suddenly, he recalled that the book Bai Lian had pulled out was Physics of Jiangjing University, a text not available for public sale and exclusively for students of the physics department. Gaining admission to Jiangjing University was no easy feat, especially into the top-tier physics program. The class teacher realized he did not know anyone from the physics department at Jiangjing University and pondered how to seize an opportunity to borrow the book from her. Meanwhile, Bai Lian continued to read and take notes, flipping through the pages with a slight frown. Ren Wanxian, sitting in front, cast a cold glare towards Bai Lian, irritated by her apparent disinterest in the assigned work. "If you don't want to study properly, at least don't disturb others. Are you not tired of flipping through that book?" She snapped. Searching for any trace of the Bai family in Xiangcheng, she found none. Her father worked in the Education Bureau and was well aware of student records. Unlike others, she was fully informed about the family backgrounds of her peers. The Chen family was the wealthiest in Xiangcheng, while the Ren family was even more formidable. Bai Lian maintained a slightly lowered head, seemingly unfazed by the bright lights of the hall. Leaning back in her chair, she casually flipped through her book while jotting down notes, ignoring Shi Yutong entirely. Although Shi Yutong could not compare to Chen Wei or Ren Wanxian, she was not insignificant within the school, possessing commendable grades and a respectable family background. Being dismissed in such a manner stung her pride. "Bai Lian, are you deaf?" "Huh." Bai Lian finally lifted her head, glancing at Shi Yutong as if just realizing her presence. A strand of hair fell across her face as she asked, "Are you calling out to me?" Her tone suggested she regarded Shi Yutong's outburst as inconsequential. Shi Yutong's expression darkened. "Stop flipping through that book. I will continue," Bai Lian interrupted. appearing to be an utterly ordinary student. Yet her posture was perfectly poised, with her arms resting on the desk in a relaxed manner, exuding an air of superiority. As she lazily turned another page, she smiled at Shi Yutong, saying, "Why don't you just report me?" Shi Yutong could swear she heard suppressed laughter from nearby. Ren Wanxian had previously experienced Bai Lian's sharp tongue and couldn't fathom how this transfer student, seemingly connected to the Ren family, possessed such confidence. However, she preferred not to disclose her relationship with Bai Lian to others, hoping that Bai Lian would recognize her place and refrain from approaching her. Ren Wanxian glanced at Shi Yutong and said, "Just sit down." Shi Yutong complied, casting a dark glance at Bai Lian, feeling humiliated in front of her peers, especially by a transfer student of unknown origin. 30 minutes passed quickly. Ren Wanxian turned to Chen Zhu, asking, "Did you finish?" Chen Zhu shook his head and looked toward Ning Xiao's direction. Ning Xiao was preparing to leave, and it was uncertain whether he had completed the assignment. As Chen Zhu began to pack up, he asked, "Where did you hear that from?" Ren Wanxian was about to respond when she noticed Bai Lian still present, prompting her to halt the conversation and exchange glances with Chen Zhu and the others, indicating they should discuss it outside. She did not wish to mention her grandfather or family background in front of Bai Lian. The group gathered their belongings and exited together. Upon leaving through the front door, Ren Wanxian noticed that Bai Lian's assignment paper remained untouched. She hadn't even attempted the first question. A cold smirk crept across Ren Wanxian's lips. "Do you have news about the invitation from the Baihu auction house?" As there were few people in the stairwell, Chen Zhu took the lead, saying, "My dad hasn't heard anything." "That is to be expected," Ren Wanxian replied, unfazed. The Baihu auction house isn't easy to enter. The Baihu auction house caters to an international clientele. In their eyes, Xiangcheng is hardly significant, and obtaining an invitation would require going through the black market. The two continued their conversation, oblivious to the confusion of Shi Yutong and the others who listened in. Their family backgrounds were ordinary, and while they had a grasp of domestic affairs, they had never heard of the Baihu auction house. It was until they parted ways at the entrance that they whispered among themselves, with Shi Yutong saying, "I think I've heard my dad mention it. Somewhere near our border." She hesitated to even utter the name Heishui Jia. That place is one where ordinary individuals seldom dare to venture. It is said that even passing dogs must shed 3 layers of skin. At around 8 o'clock, Jiang He awaited her at the school gate. While Ming Dongheng gazed apologetically at Bai Lian, admiring her gentle temperament. Bai Lian was Jiang He's first friend, willingly indulging him in play. And Jiang He was quite attached to her. "It's nothing," Jiang He said slowly. "My brother has bought a milk tea shop." His tone was as casual as if he had merely purchased a cabbage. The upright Bai family, known for their integrity, responded with an ah. Additionally, he arranged for dinner to be delivered to the school. When he stepped out of the car, the milk tea shop was closed to the public, with only a single incandescent light by the window illuminating the scene. Bai Lian was bent over her homework, feeling a bit chilly in the evening air. She donned her school uniform, the zipper undone, revealing a white embroidered collar beneath. One hand lazily propped up her chin while the other held a pen, her eyelashes delicately lowered. Jiang He sat beside her, engrossed in twisting a Rubik's Cube. The wind chimes at the entrance chimed, prompting both Bai Lian and Jiang He to glance up at the newcomer. Jiang Fulei entered, his brows and eyes exuding an icy elegance, holding a coat that seemed to carry the chill of winter. His tall and slender figure slightly bowed as he crossed the threshold. Noticing their gaze, he paused awkwardly for a moment. Why had he taken Jiang He in? Jiang He was solitary and reticent. Yet these past few days marked a rare period of vitality for him. Jiang Fulei observed the scene, feeling as if Bai Lian and Jiang He were waiting for him. The assistant arranged the meals neatly, including a portion for Bai Lian. Without hesitation, she picked up her chopsticks, showing Jiang Fulei the problems assigned that day. "The teacher asked me to attend a training class. The explanations were understandable, but the problems are quite." She paused, contemplating how to challenge them. Jiang Fulei stifled a chuckle. "Let us not rush into a confrontation," he said in a clear, calm voice, reaching for the printed paper adorned with the emblem of Jiangjing University. A quick glance revealed it was not her fault. The individual who crafted the problems had a penchant for simplicity, effortlessly breezing through those that were deemed unsolvable by the entire Xiangcheng Middle School. During their meal, Jiang Fulei sincerely messaged academician Ma with a suggestion: "Your doctoral student may not be adept at problem creation. I could teach him." Bai Lian had attended numerous classes over the past few days, including a recorded session with a renowned teacher that evening. Having compared it to others, she found Jiang Fuliai's explanations much clearer and more comprehensible, delivered with a meticulous and measured tone. Bai Lian gazed intently at him, her dark eyes brimming with curiosity. So, is the constancy of the speed of light derived or proven? Jiang He, sitting nearby, sipped his milk, his expression neutral as he observed Jiang Fuliai. Last month, he had posed a similar query. Jiang Fuliai pointed to a folder, his tone indifferent. Within is a paper I published 2 years ago on a relevant topic. Find it yourself. Was this merely a personal remark? Jiang Fuliai articulated clearly, and since Bai Lian had been focusing on electromagnetism lately, she nearly grasped the question. The following day at school, she completed the problems according to her understanding. That evening's training focused on mathematics. The homeroom teacher of Class 8 collected the homework assignment from the previous day and distributed the freshly printed answers before starting the video for today's lesson. Students watched the video, which would serve as the assessment criteria a month later. The questions were exceedingly challenging. The Class 8 homeroom teacher had nearly pulled an all-nighter to fully comprehend the answers he received. Upon seeing Ning Zhao's responses, he wrote a large 8 next to his name. The usual grading scale was out of 10. Most others scored around 4 or 5. Ren Wanchuan's score was slightly higher at 6. Chen Zhu's answers were less comprehensive than Ning Zhao's, earning 7 points. In a group of science students, the handwriting was chaotic and erratic, as they often sought convoluted solutions amidst the myriad of problems. However, when he reached the final page, the handwriting was neat and orderly, each stroke meticulous, even more polished than the printed questions. The Class 8 homeroom teacher's eyes brightened. As he focused on the content, he straightened his expression at the first question, only to narrow his pupils at the second. Guess the score? Guess wrong, and your hair will be sent to me. Chapter 15. Do you have to disgust me? The Class 8 homeroom teacher quickly donned his glasses. He compared the answers provided by Jiangjing with this student's work, noting that his own answers were conventional and straightforward, adhering to the most typical methods taught in training classes. He himself had followed the same approach. Yet, the exam paper in his hands was different. He read it intently, not missing a single punctuation mark, and upon completion, he experienced a moment of epiphany. So this was the true essence of the question. His gaze shifted to the name section, and, unsurprisingly, he found a beautifully written name, Bai Lian. With a grand gesture, he awarded an unprecedented score of 10 to her. At 9 o'clock that evening, in the underground laboratory, Jiang Fuliai raised his head, removing his glasses, pointing at a freshly drawn energy diagram with one hand while the other supported him on the table. However, the kinetic energy before and after the collision of quarks did not align, resulting in a loss of energy. He stood tall and composed, methodically analyzing the results just detected. The pencil sketches of the curves rivaled those produced by a computer. The dim lighting of the laboratory cast shadows across his finely sculpted profile, each line seemingly carefully crafted, his long and dense lashes casting a delicate shade. Nearby, team members diligently recorded his remarks, pen and paper in hand. That's all for today, Jiang Fuliai concluded, casually tucking his pen into his collar. He produced a black mask from his pocket, concealing his prominent nose. He was tall, and the black coat accentuated his slender frame. The others watched as he departed, one boy calmly stowing away his recording pen, stating with conviction, "Something's not right." The others nodded in agreement. It was well known that Jiang Fuliai's group was one of the most competitive in the country, largely due to his habit of staying in the laboratory until midnight, often spending entire months there without returning home. There have been instances when group members heard the Jiang family seeking him for trivial matters, only to be scolded by him for 5 minutes in the office. From that point on, the Jiang family was hesitant to approach him casually. "Hey, you're really something," a boy remarked as they sat in the car. Jiang Fuliai settled into the back seat. His laptop rested on the table as his phone rang. He glanced at it and answered. On the other end was a male voice. "Why did you refuse the Gao family? It's just a matter of putting someone inside. It's not like they're moving into the Jiang family. I knew it. After your mother passed, you no longer regarded me as your uncle." Jiang Fuliai didn't listen to the rest. The car came to a slow stop, and the assistant exited to retrieve Jiang He's dinner from the trunk. Jiang Fuliai looked out the window and, through the glass, saw Jiang He and Bai Lian still seated in the same spot at the milk tea shop, a small white lamp glowing above them. Jiang Fuliai detached himself from his emotions, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor, as it was utterly futile. "What?" he replied, his gaze empty, tranquil as a deep pool, suppressing a cold intensity. He picked up a black notebook and exited the vehicle. "I don't accept trash." After ending the call, he approached. Bai Lian was working on a physics exam, leaning over her desk to complete the paper just assigned by her physics teacher. Upon seeing Jiang Fuliai, she lifted her gaze, resting her chin on her arm, languidly greeting him, "Teacher Jiang. Haven't you finished your homework?" Jiang Fuliai pulled out a chair across from her. "Is there so much homework for high school seniors?" "Almost done." Bai Lian wrote the last line, her eyes catching sight of the black notebook beside him. "This?" Jiang Fuliai casually pushed the notebook towards her, his delicate brows and eyes maintaining their usual cold demeanor. His voice seemingly indifferent. "My old physics notebook." Bai Lian perked up, gazing at the notebook, her black pupils reflecting the overhead light, stunningly beautiful. "Thank you." He watched Jiang Fuliai intently from the side. Approaching 10 o'clock, Bai Lian suddenly recalled the time. "Grandpa, are you feeling sleepy?" Hung held a flashlight, initially intending to assert that he was not tired, but recalling the recent habits of Bai Lian, he cautiously admitted, "I am a bit tired." Bai Lian, slightly disappointed, replied, "Then I shall wake you up tomorrow morning." Hung responded, "Must you?" The following day, Thursday, as Hung opened his eyes, he found someone squatting by his bedside. "Grandfather," Bai Lian had been studying English vocabulary, but upon noticing his awakening, she turned off the sound. "You are awake?" Hung inquired about where the others had gone, and Bai Lian followed suit. As Xiaojun entered the courtyard, he heard Bai Lian's languid voice. "So, time varies according to each person's pace. Did you understand, grandfather?" Hung silently spat out mouthwash, pondering that perhaps it was because his grandfather was brushing his teeth. Why? Why do high school students have such abundant energy? Do they not need to sleep? The courtyard had never been this lively before. Xiaojun watched with a smile as Bai Lian circled around Hung, moving from the kitchen to the yard, then to the storage room. Breakfast consisted of items Bai Lian had bought early in the morning from Qingshui Street. At 6:40, after hearing the precise answer from Hung, she took her school uniform and headed out, saying, "Grandfather, uncle, I am leaving now." As she stepped outside, the entire courtyard fell silent. Xiaojun observed Heng's serious demeanor, inwardly mocking him. "Look at you pretending. Upon hearing grandfather, you must be floating in the sky." In Xiangcheng High School, seniors had physical education classes, a recent addition prompted by anonymous reports about Bai Lian's classmate, Lu Xiaoan, who was also disinclined to engage in physical activity. Bai Lian, clutching a black notebook, settled beneath a tree after the physical education teacher announced free activity. Even though she did nothing, many pretended to be nonchalant as they glanced at her direction. Another basketball soared towards her, but this one veered slightly off course and zoomed towards Bai Lian's forehead. A boy shouted anxiously, "Xiao Bai." Bai Lian leisurely turned a page, not lifting her head, and just as the ball was about to strike her face, she raised her other hand, successfully catching the ball with her palm. The gust from the ball lifted the loose strands of hair at her forehead. At noon, the sunlight was just right. She weighed the ball in her hand and lazily glanced at the boy, the sunlight filtering through the tree branches casting delicate rays upon her head. Nonchalantly, she tossed the ball back to him, smiling as she cautioned, "Be careful." He reached out to catch it, and Bai Lian smiled lazily. She then lowered her head, took out her phone, and snapped a picture of a black cat in her notebook, sending it to Jiang Fuli with a message. "Your drawing is not as good as my grandfather's." Jiang Laoshe replied with a simple, "Not far away." Sure Yutong stared intently at Bai Lian's direction, her expression clouded with gloom. What is she pretending to be with an 85 in comprehensive science? Ren Wanxian leaned against the horizontal bar, casually holding a bag. "Sister Wanxian," Shun Zhu said, "do you have an invitation to the International White Tiger Auction?" A few people from Class 8 seemed to have heard something. Ren Wanxian glanced at Chen Zhu, who nodded in response. With a smile, she weighed the bag in her hand, initially intending to open it directly, but upon seeing Bai Lian not far away, she hesitated. "I'll show you in another place." Lu Xiaoan, unwilling to offend the Class 8 students, could only secretly complain to Bai Lian, "I wouldn't care to see it." However, she understood that being coveted by the royal class must mean it was something quite rare. After physical education class, Bai Lian, along with Lu Xiaoan and Yang Lin, headed to the cafeteria for lunch. Throughout the journey, Lu Xiaoan made an effort to avoid staring at Yang Lin. After Zhang Xiai's and others finished their meals, they joined Bai Lian's table, where Yang Lin sat beside her with only a vegetable dish in her bowl. Bai Lian casually added a chicken leg to her bowl, and with the nonchalance of someone receiving a substantial alimony, she remarked, "This is the alimony my mother and my scoundrel father give me after their divorce. It is not much, so remember to repay me later." Yang Lin paused with her chopsticks. Lu Xiaohan's mind raced, realizing that Bai Lian's words contained multiple meanings. She opened her mouth, intending to inform Bai Lian that Yang Lin would not accept it, but saw Yang Lin softly respond with an Lu Xiaohan and Zhang Xiai's remained seated, utterly astonished. So, they cannot give their things away because their parents have not divorced? Bai Lian's classmates were finishing their meals when they reached the second floor, only to encounter the homeroom teacher of Class 8 exiting the office on that floor, wearing glasses. Naturally, Zhang Xiai's and the others recognized him. Several students, fearing the teacher's presence, playfully dashed to the third floor, leaving Bai Lian alone. "You did very well on the last assignment," the Class 8 homeroom teacher remarked from the corridor, expressing admiration yet dissatisfaction. "Why did you switch to studying literature? It's simply absurd." Bai Lian lowered her gaze, replying honestly, "Teacher, I learned yesterday's questions from someone else. It has nothing to do with teaching," he chuckled. "I can discern your entire thought process from your steps. If you can understand that problem, even in a training class, only a few can comprehend your answer." Bai Lian genuinely wished to explain to this teacher that if Jiang Fuli explained it to them once, they would also be able to write it down, though she wondered if the teacher would believe her. Of course, she was unaware that Jiang Gongzi would not even reprimand them, let alone explain the problems. In Class 8, Chenju noticed Ren Wanchuan's expression change and stood up. Ren Wanchuan's face was cold, scanning the classroom. "Did anyone come to our class at noon?" Her expression clearly indicated something was amiss. The students in Class 8 were all prominent figures in Xiangcheng, well aware of Ren Wanchuan's status, and would not engage in such behavior. There was only one possibility: outsiders. Could it be that one? The class leader's expression turned tense as he quickly stood up, referring to the invitation letter. Today, everyone in the class had been lined up to view her invitation. Upon seeing Ren Wanchuan's sullen face, the class leader realized he had guessed correctly. "Damn," he slammed his hand on the desk, scanning the classroom. "Who came to our class at noon?" Silence fell as no one dared to speak. After a long pause, a girl in the corner hesitantly raised her hand. "I think I saw that transfer student from Class 15 on the second floor at noon." Ren Wanxian had never been this furious. She had lived a life of luxury and privilege since childhood. At school, others only looked up to her. No one dared to touch her belongings, even if she did not want them. Hearing the girl's words, Ren Wanxian gritted her teeth. "Bai Lian, right?" She tossed her bag to the ground and headed straight towards Class 15, simultaneously messaging her father. "Do you have to bring that relative of yours to our school just to annoy me?" Chapter 16. Unique Bai Lian, the new transfer student, has become the most talked about student at Xiangcheng High School due to her excessively striking appearance. Once seen, one could never forget her. The girl who had just spoken had seen Bai Lian on the second floor at noon and vividly remembered her. Now, witnessing Ren Wanchuan's furious demeanor, she felt a tinge of fear. "Class leader, is something going to happen?" she asked, glancing at the Class 8 leader. He, too, was aware of Bai Lian's status and shook his head, expressing uncertainty. "I will go take a look. I don't know if it has anything to do with that new student. If we find her, it's fine, but if something goes missing without explanation, our class may be in trouble." He kicked a chair aside and exited. Behind him, Shi Yutong's eyes sparkled as she followed with a gloating smile. It must be that transfer student. In Class 15, most students were napping with their heads on the desks, while some were vigorously writing. Suddenly, the door swung open, startling many who had been sleeping. Ren Wanxian, Shi Yutong, the Class 8 leader, and several others entered. In the school, no one was unfamiliar with them. The entire Class 15 fell silent. Even a few whispering discussions ceased, and they quietly observed the newcomers, holding their breath. The 8th class is referred to as the Taizi Band, due to their audacious demeanor, which has become a norm for the other classes. Ren Wanxian scanned the entire classroom without acknowledging anyone, her gaze searching for Bai Lian. "Where is Bai Lian?" she inquired coldly. Silence enveloped the room. Zhang Xiai's, who had dozed off with his head resting on the desk, was startled awake by the loud bang of the door. He glanced at Ren Wanxian and the class leader of the 8th class, straightening up and leaning back. She went to the restroom. "Why are you looking for her?" Zhang Xiai's often played basketball with the students from the 8th class, and the class leader, fearing that Zhang Xiai's might offend Ren Wanxian, quickly intervened, explaining the situation in hushed tones. Ren Wanxian disregarded Zhang Xiai's words. Where is she sitting? Zhang Xiai's had some rapport with the 8th class, especially since Chun Zhuo's sister, Chen Wei, had an affection for him, and they had always shown him respect. He frowned, unable to believe that Bai Lian could behave in such a manner. You must be mistaken. My desk mate went to the 2nd floor because your class teacher called for her. As Zhang Xiai's continued speaking, Shi Yutong, without a moment's hesitation, walked over to Bai Lian's desk, retrieved her black backpack from the desk cavity, and tipped it over. A cascade of books and notebooks fell to the floor. Ren Wanxian did not pay attention to the scattered books. Instead, her eyes were drawn to an exceptionally conspicuous red cover among the pile. Bending down, she coldly picked up the red invitation card from the heap, took a tissue from her pocket, and wiped it carefully before holding it up, a smirk playing on her lips as she looked at Zhang Xiai's. Mistaken? Zhang Xiai's and those around him were momentarily taken aback by the sight of the invitation card in Ren Wanchuan's hand. Yang Lin had been sitting quietly, her expression neutral as she observed Shi Yutong rummaging through Bai Lian's backpack, but upon seeing Ren Wanxian extract the red invitation card, a questioning look slowly emerged on her face. However, Bai Lian did not acknowledge her presence. Standing at the doorway, Bai Lian gazed at her seat, her black backpack carelessly discarded on the floor, while a cluster of books lay scattered on the bench and beneath the table, alongside a bottle of milk that Ji Xiaojun had slipped in her bag before she left that morning. The classroom remained as quiet as ever. Bai Lian approached her desk, kicked the chair aside, and stared at the disarranged books for several seconds. She then lifted her head, her face devoid of any smile, and uttered 3 words. Who did this? Typically, she exuded a laid-back demeanor, showing little interest in matters outside her studies. Yet at this moment, her expression was fierce. Her dark eyes shrouded in an aura of mist, and her finely sculpted brows bore a menacing intensity that warded off any approach. Under her piercing gaze, Zhang Xiai's instinctively took a step back, shifting his attention to Shi Yutong. Was it you? Bai Lian reached out, her slender fingers gripping Shi Yutong's neck and pulling her closer. With a forceful motion, she hurled Shi Yutong onto the bench. The loud crash startled everyone, causing them to instinctively recoil. Bai Lian removed the wooden hairpin from her hair, the sharp end aimed at Shi Yutong's carotid artery. She pressed down slowly, a cruel smile stretching across her face. Who allowed you to touch my belongings? Shi Yutong's neck reddened, faint traces of blood visible. What's happening? Lu Lingxi hurriedly approached the classroom entrance, her voice gentle yet firm. Before the 8th class arrived, someone from the 15th class had already sought out Lu Lingxi. Bai Lian, Zhang Xiai's finally reacted, seizing Bai Lian's hairpin. Bai Lian fixed her gaze on Shi Yutong for a few seconds. Don't do anything rash, Lu Lingxi interjected, emphasizing that all these students were the future blossoms of the nation. Yet, considering Shi Yutong's audacity, perhaps it was best to let it go. Shi Yutong scrambled to her feet, her face filled with terror as she looked at Bai Lian. She had never anticipated that the person in front of her was a lunatic. The theft of Ren Wanchuan's belongings eventually led to a discovery in the 15th class. A significant matter indeed. Upon hearing that it involved Ren Wanxian, the vice principal set aside his tasks and made his way to the senior high building. No need to involve the parents, Ren Wanxian declared, clutching the invitation card. She abruptly ended Ji Xiaorong's call, addressing Lu Lingxi and the school authorities. Just call the police. Involving parents would only fulfill Bai Lian's wishes. Ultimately, not only would it become a family affair for the Ren family, but the entire school would learn that this newcomer was connected to them. Ren Wanxian harbored no doubts that Bai Lian was behind this incident. Aside from her, she couldn't fathom who would be foolish enough to engage in such self-destructive behavior. The thought of escalating the situation to involve parents, only to be pressured by public opinion into letting it slide, was unacceptable to her. Classmate Run, Lu Lingxi remarked, though she did not believe Bai Lian was the culprit. Regardless of who was responsible, she did not support calling the police, deeming it a school matter that could have a profound impact on students' lives. The vice principal nodded in agreement. Not calling the police? Ren Wanxian fixed her gaze on the staff in the office. If you're unaware that this invitation card is invaluable, you may consult Chen Zhuo. Beside her, Chen Zhuo pondered for a moment before responding. Teacher, this is an invitation from the Baihu auction house. It's indeed invaluable unless obtained through special channels. The teachers had little understanding of what the Baihu auction house entailed. But from the exchange between Chenzhua and Ren Wanxian, they recognized that the matter was far from simple. Lu Lingxi and the vice principal exchanged glances. Ren Wanxian, Shi Yutong, who dared not look at Bai Lian, spoke in a hushed voice. If you do not contact the police, I will assist you. Lu Lingxi frowned. But it's fine, Bai Lian, taller than Lu Lingxi, reassured her, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Let them call the police. I'm unbothered. But their family. Lu Lingxi was aware that these prominent families were not to be trifled with. She turned to Chenzhua, recognizing that, unlike others, he would not provoke trouble based on his family background. If there was anyone in the school capable of restraining Ren Wanxian, it would likely be Chenzhua. This was a matter of principle, and he could not assist Lu Lingxi, especially since the invitation from the Baihu auction house held significant importance for the Chen family. Lu Lingxi felt a sense of defeat. Shi Yutong had already reported the incident to the police, her eyes filled with malice as she glared in Bai Lian's direction. Bai Lian, having little regard for the invitation card, took out her phone and searched for a contact. Xiao Mao, she began. I was just about to tell you that someone has offered to buy your invitation card. Xiao Mao, is there any purchase record for that item? No record, but each one is unique. Godfather had the auction house prepare a new one for you, so you were a VIP with a gold and white letter on the back. Bai Lian understood, typing a single character. Xiao Mao, I'll wait for you at the usual spot tonight and hand you the seller's payment. Okay. Involving the Ren family in this matter, the police acted swiftly. Since it was a school, they arrived in civilian clothing to avoid disturbing the students, refraining from using sirens. The lead officer took Bai Lian aside for questioning and reviewed the surveillance footage in the hallway. Lu Lingxi felt uneasy, glancing at the vice principal, who sighed and lowered his voice, his demeanor strained. Teacher Lu, you know how difficult it is to deal with anyone from the 8th class. If you don't want to leave any permanent record, it might be best for her to transfer schools. Although he was the vice principal, he felt intimidated in front of the Run and Chen families. The questioning process seemed straightforward. In less than 3 minutes, the officer emerged from the adjacent office with Bai Lian. As they stepped out, all eyes turned towards them, with Lu Lingxi rising to her feet. Her expression one of inquiry. Miss Run, the police have been informed of Ren Wanxian's identity. Could you please show me the invitation card in your possession? Ren Wanxian furrowed her brow, but ultimately handed the invitation card to him. Unlike the common populace, the police have long been tasked with upholding the public order in Xiangcheng, and thus are well aware of the existence of Heishui Street and the Baihu auction house. Upon observing the vividly depicted white tiger on the crimson invitation, he handled it with utmost care. He turned it over. Bai Lian had not examined the invitation closely before, and now she noticed the minuscule white text on the back. Taking a moment to gather herself, she retrieved the natural wood hairpin from her pocket and nonchalantly recoiled her hair. Her fingers were slender and immaculate, devoid of any blemish. It was hard to envision how these artistic hands had previously gripped Shi Yutong's neck. Bai Lian nodded, simultaneously unzipping her school uniform as she stepped outside. She reported to Lu Lingxi. The police officer immediately turned his attention to Shi Yutong, his demeanor alert and serious. Classmate, please be mindful of your words and actions. Shi Yutong, in disbelief, stared at Bai Lian. What? I merely opened my bag, and she almost stabbed me in the neck. Are you all blind? At this moment, Shi Yutong truly considered calling the police. Chenzhu stared blankly at the invitation in the officer's hand, then glanced toward the door, lost in thought. Shi Yutong, her voice hoarse, exclaimed, Officer, she is a thief. Why are you letting her go? Has someone informed you? Do you know whose belongings she has stolen? Ren Wanxian sprang to her feet, her brow furrowed as she scrutinized the police, lips pressed together. Did the Ren family call you? Who was it? My father? The two officers paused, confused. What call? Ren Wanxian smirked coldly, unwilling to argue further. What are you two pretending for? You dare to let her go without receiving a call? Just give me the item. She extended her hand. Miss Ren, when did you purchase your invitation? One officer could not restrain himself from inquiring. Yesterday for 500,000, Ren Wanxian replied. 500,000 is an exorbitant sum for the average person, but for them, it is hardly a concern. The crucial aspect is the channel. 500,000, according to our understanding of the market price at Baihu Auction House, is merely the standard for ordinary clients. Miss Ren, you should be unaware that there exists a unique invitation at Baihu Auction House, correct? What? Ren Wanxian was taken aback, having indeed never heard of it. The officer turned the invitation over to show her the small white text in the corner. Do you see this? The white text in the lower right corner indicates that this is the private property of that student. Bai, a VIP invitation from Baihu Auction House. You claimed it as your own after taking someone else's belongings and now wish to report it? Chapter 17. The irritable young Master Jiang. A common senior in high school, the Ren family is virtually a dominant force in Xiangcheng, yet the young officer stands undaunted. Observing Ren Wanxuan's haughty demeanor alongside Bai Lian's meekness despite her predicament, they instinctively lean towards the weaker party. However, those few words struck Ren Wanxian like a blow. Lu Lingxi felt a weight lifted, slowly seating herself. So, officer, this has nothing to do with my student, correct? Of course not. How could it? Ren Wanxian was unwilling to accept this. To her, Bai Lian was merely a relative of the Ji family, an unknown entity, transferred to Xiangcheng with a clear purpose, living in a long-neglected alley alongside Ji Hong. Not to mention the invitation she feared by Shui Street was unfamiliar to her. Nearby, Chen Zhu took the invitation from the officer, examining it meticulously. In truth, the disparity between a standard invitation and a VIP one is considerable. The invitation purchased by the Ren family had been reviewed numerous times by both Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu, and he could quickly discern the difference. Chen Zhu turned to Ren Wanxian, stating, "This should belong to her. It is different from yours." He then handed the invitation back to Lu Lingxi, recalling that she was the homeroom teacher of the girl in question. Ren Wanxian pursed her lips, momentarily at a loss for words, her mind racing. Then, "Want my invitation?" The officer remained silent, glancing at Shi Yutong beside her. From the moment the officer produced Bai Lian's invitation, Shi Yutong had exhibited signs of distress. That invitation had clearly been placed into Bai Lian's bag by her. How had it transformed into Bai Lian's possession? What had become of the invitation she had inserted? Miss, the police are astute individuals, capable of deciphering the most intricate of situations, even regarding heinous criminals. A student like Shi Yutong, with her still developing psyche, would be easily read. Perhaps it is best not to involve outsiders. Is this classmate your friend? Shi Yutong, under scrutiny, turned pale and crumpled to the ground. Ren Wanxian lowered her gaze, fixating on Shi Yutong. The others exchanged glances, and one by one, they approached. In fact, the class representative of Class 8 had not rummaged much. But as he opened his bag, a crimson invitation fell to the ground. The atmosphere was laden with silence. Lu Lingxi regarded the entire Class 8 with an impassive expression, then turned to the vice principal, stating, "The police are present. Let them handle it." Indeed, the officer replied, "A 500,000 item is no mere case of theft." The class representative of Class 8 lowered his voice, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. He turned to Chen Zhu, "Brother Zhu, wasn't this invitation supposed to be incredibly rare? Why does Bai Lian have one? And it appears to be of a higher grade." Chen Zhu, as the leader of Class 8, was the one they naturally sought out in times of trouble. Yet now, he merely squinted slightly and shook his head. Ren Wanxian cast her gaze downwards, remaining silent. Class 15. Her typically carefree demeanor now bore a hint of frustration. Her beautiful brows knitted together, exuding an air of someone determined to ensure retribution today. However, no one dared speak. Bai Lian, draped in a blue and white school uniform jacket, wore a white shirt beneath, embroidered with a vibrant green bamboo. She pulled out a chair, lazily resting her right elbow on the table as she sat down. Her long hair elegantly coiled behind her. With lowered eyes, she gracefully perused her notebook. The midday sunlight streamed through the window, casting shadows over her half-closed eyes, resembling a white tiger defending its territory, calm yet perilous. As Bai Lian turned the page, she noticed that young Master Jiang's notebook was filled with clearly written formulas and problems, yet some entries were rather casual, such as Maxwell's electromagnetic field theory, omitted a classic problem on the motion of charged particles, self-evident. He sketched a globe, adding the note, "Is the teacher still waking up? Gravity does not exist. It's merely a distortion of space-time." A complete and clear page of notes concluded with the line, "What nonsense are these teachers spouting?" Taking a test to calm down, young Master Jiang endured several days of diligently taking notes before posing the question, "Why am I sitting here listening to this lesson?" Further along were several pages analyzing planetary density based on celestial motion, presumably intended for others. Young Master Jiang queried. Why does such a simple problem still require my explanation? After analyzing celestial motion for several days, he finally erupted. Is Jiang Shijue's brain being eaten by zombies? Ming Dongheng seems akin to a paramecium. I want to blow up Su Nanqing. What on earth are those three? It is hard to fathom that a university would wish to admit them. It is evident that he does not take his lessons seriously, frequently drifting off and expressing indifference in his remarks. Bai Lian found herself chuckling at the text. Teacher Jiang, look at something useful. Teacher Jiang. Bai Lian, comma, opposite her. Jiang Fuli stared at the comma for a while before finding a video in his album to send. Bai Lian clicked to view it. It was a spectacular blue fire ring, surrounded by transparent blue flames. Her eyes lit up. What is this? Teacher Jiang, shockwave mock ring. Bai Lian saved the video. Very beautiful. Teacher Jiang, are you pleased? Bai Lian. She leaned on the table, repeatedly examining the Ma He Huan, while Shi Yutong and Run Wan Xian faded from her mind. Only then did she lazily prop her chin up and casually begin to note down the other analyses he had written with great diligence. Behind her, a crowd gestured for Zhang Shizhe to inquire. As classmates united in purpose, they deemed the new students unlikely to be thieves. Do not question why. It is merely the charm of beauty that clouds judgment. Jokingly, he had felt the intensity of Bai Lian's transformation and her reckless abandon, not wishing to court death. At least, not at this moment. The group naturally asserted, of course it is because you are handsome. Zhang Shizhe replied. It seems dying isn't entirely out of the question. After wrestling with his thoughts, he noticed the front desk appeared less perilous and even began to leisurely fiddle with the milk that had just fallen to the ground. He reached out and gently poked the shoulder of the person in front of him. Bai Lian, resting her hand on the table, slightly turned her body. Her eyes half-lidded in a languid manner, spoke, say it. Oh, Zhang Shizhe touched his nose. It's about that incident with Class 8. Can it be resolved? What is the current situation? Over the past couple of days, he had been assisting his mother with household chores, leaving him utterly exhausted. Each morning he had to wake her for breakfast, and he had intended to catch up on sleep at noon, only to be disturbed by Class 8's antics. The others in Class 15 seemed to be diligently writing, yet each one was secretly eavesdropping. Even his brooding deskmate, Ning Xiao, raised his head. Zhang Shizhe was taken aback. Just as he was about to inquire about the resolution, Lu Ling she entered the classroom, gently placing an invitation on the table. Next time, do not keep such a valuable item in your backpack. It could be stolen, and you might end up being blamed. Oh, Bai Lian nodded, remaining silent, as if she wanted to scold someone, but ultimately refrained, quietly taking out a book to solve problems. Once Lu Ling, she exited. The students of Class 15 could no longer contain their curiosity and swarmed around her. By classmate, is this really yours? What is going on? Damn, I saw Class 8 acting all mysterious this morning. You actually have one too? Bai Lian nonchalantly shoved the invitation into Zhang Shizhe's hands, saying calmly, take a look. Do not disturb my studies. They could never have imagined that the item Run Wan Xian had been so secretive about would be so casually tossed to them. And soon they surrounded Zhang Shizhe. In a flash, the group of youths shifted their battleground. During the interval, Zhang Shizhe and his companions took the legendary Baihu auction invitation outside to play basketball. A few students from Class 8, unable to endure the tension, joined them on the playground. Upon arriving, they spotted Zhang Shizhe and his tall companions waving the red invitation, asking everyone they encountered if they had seen the Baihu auction invitation, especially the VIP version. Come on, today we are playing table tennis with the Baihu auction invitation. The elite class, who had been so cautious in the morning about revealing the invitation, wore slightly stiff expressions. In the evening, the training class commenced punctually at 6 o'clock. Ren Wanxian and Shi Yutong were absent today. The atmosphere in the training class felt oddly quiet. The homeroom teacher from Class 8 arrived a bit late, standing behind Bai Lian for quite some time, hesitant to speak. What's wrong? Those almond-shaped eyes remained as clear as ever, reflecting a steady demeanor. The teacher, unsure how to apologize to Bai Lian for the earlier incident, fell silent. He patted her shoulder, acknowledging that they were both intelligent individuals. He understood her unvoiced sentiments and that she had not chosen to direct her frustration at others. Lowering his voice, the teacher asked, "May I share your answers from yesterday with a few students?" Some parts of the answers were beyond the syllabus, and he intended to share them only with those who could comprehend. Bai Lian nodded, her pale fingers spinning the black pen at her fingertips, casually responding, "All right." The teacher straightened up, and the screen displayed the ongoing remedial lesson. He quietly exited, intending to print 2 copies of the answers he had reorganized the previous night for Ning Xiao and Chen Zhu. Since the answers belonged to Bai Lian, he sought her consent. At 7:30, the teacher distributed today's exercises and stood beside Bai Lian, whispering, "Bai Lian, someone is looking for you. Pack your things and leave first." Bai Lian tightened her grip on the spinning pen, finally responding lazily with a single word, "Okay." She packed her belongings into her backpack and exited through the back door. The tutoring location was in the Zhonghe Lu, and at this hour, the dormitory students were also in evening study. The entire campus was dim and tranquil. At the steps of the Zhonghe Lu, a black Audi was quietly parked. Bai Lian, dressed simply in her school uniform, descended the steps under the dim light. Her striking features softened, maintaining a straight posture, relaxed yet composed. Nearby, the secretary noticed a slender figure approaching and adjusted his glasses. He gently tapped the rear passenger door, reporting to Ren Xian, "Sir, she has come out." Ren Xian nodded indifferently. When he had heard about the incident at school earlier that afternoon, he had carefully examined the Ji family's background, including Bai Lian's. The information was quite ordinary. Bai Lian had just transferred her household registration to Xiangcheng. Her parents were unknown, and she had only achieved an 85 in comprehensive science at Xiangcheng High School, currently residing in a slum with Jihong. There was little else of note. It was all very clean. On the surface, she appeared to be an unremarkable senior, so ordinary that she would hardly create a ripple in a crowd. Where, then, did the special invitation to the Bai Hu auction come from? Ren Xian stepped out of the back seat, raising his gaze to the girl who had just ascended the final step. "Hello, I am Ren Wanxian's grandfather," he initiated, standing a short distance away. Squinting slightly as he scrutinized Bai Lian, his presence imposing, Bai Lian acknowledged him with a nod, her expression inscrutable. Ren Xian observed her quietly, noting her identical school uniform jacket. The hairpin atop her head was handcrafted. From head to toe, even her shoes were utterly ordinary, resonating with the dilapidated and impoverished Qing Shui Street. Yet, standing in the night, with the long steps behind her and a lamp that barely illuminated the surroundings, her gaze, as she looked over, resembled a mandala blooming on a cliff in the darkness. "No need," Bai Lian smiled, her demeanor languid beneath the light, tinged with an air of nonchalance. "The invitation was given to me by someone I unintentionally assisted. It has already been sold this afternoon." This made sense, as Qing Shui Street was close to 2 boundaries where one could encounter various individuals. The secretary contemplated this, leading him to mention Wanhe Lu by classmate. "Our sir has made a reservation at Wanhe Lu, the most renowned membership-based restaurant in Xiangcheng, where even a single dish would exceed a 4-digit price and required prior booking. Typically, ordinary individuals could not even step inside. I have matters to attend to." Bai Lian interrupted, "I must take my leave." The secretary stood dumbfounded, watching her depart. "Sir, does she not follow the news?" The secretary turned to Ren Xian, unable to hide his confusion. If she had merely taken a moment to glance at the news, she should know who Ren Xian is. The girl in the back seat continued to stare at her phone, not lifting her head. He sighed, Xian, this Bai Lian is quite different from how I imagined. She possesses a certain spirit. You should go down and apologize to her." "I didn't know she had that. Why are you speaking up for her?" Ren Wanxian finally lifted her head. She pressed her lips together, gazing at Ren Xian, then abruptly flung open the car door and exited. The car door slammed shut with a resounding thud. "Sir?" The Secretary General, seated in the driver's seat, glanced back at the rear. Ren Xian remained silent for a moment, then instructed someone to follow her. Ren Wanxian, exceptionally bright since childhood, had skipped 2 grades in school and was the youngest and most cherished in both her class and the Ren family. She had never faced any grievances before today, which marked her first reprimand from Ren Xian. In the training class, after Bai Lian left, the homeroom teacher remembered the 2 answer sheets and handed them to Chen Zhu. Chen Zhu was diligently studying the day's exercises when the teacher placed the papers down. He casually glanced at them, assuming they were another set of problems, only to discover they were answers. He squinted slightly. Today, as exercises lacked a magnetic field. He took the paper, studied it for a while, and was momentarily stunned. Pulling out his exercise book from his backpack, he had already transcribed the answers to the previous physics problems into his difficult physics notebook. Indeed, It was an alternative solution to the previous exercises. The other students in the training class had already departed, leaving only Ning Xiao and Chunju still seated. Chunju reluctantly tucked away the other set of answers before rising to find the homeroom teacher of Class 8. Upon seeing him, the teacher set down his thermos in surprise and asked, "What's wrong?" Chunju unfolded the paper containing the answers for the teacher to see. "Where did you get this?" he inquired. The teacher only asked, "What are your thoughts on the new student?" If Chunju had spoken up promptly regarding Ren Wanxian's incident today, it might not have escalated to such proportions. The only one in the school who could stand toe-to-toe with Ren Wanxian was Chunju. When Bai Lian was mentioned, Chunju paused briefly, recalling the reasons Bai Lian had joined his training class and that score of 85. It was precisely because of this understanding that he had refrained from intervening at noon. Clearly, his understanding was still superficial. Not knowing, not commenting. He spoke. "I plan to establish a study group tomorrow. Will you include the new student?" The Class 8 homeroom teacher inquired. Chunju hesitated slightly, then without much thought replied, "I should be in a group with Ren Wanxian." He had known Ren Wanxian since childhood, always paired together, and indeed, she was exceptionally clever, requiring no effort to work with her. Now, however, there was tension between her and Bai Lian. Chunju's meaning was unmistakably a refusal. "I've shown this problem-solving approach to my teacher," the Class 8 homeroom teacher nodded, saying no more. "It resembles the answers from the Jiangjing preparatory camp. In the future, I will consult her opinion on similar answers, as circumstances permit." Chunju was taken aback, but ultimately nodded, politely bidding farewell to the homeroom teacher. Ming Donghan continued to accompany Jiang He in the milk tea shop. Each day, he would wait for Bai Lian to finish school before leaving. Today was no different. Yet, when he said goodbye to Bai Lian, she glanced at him a moment longer. To say the least, Ming Donghan was tall and robust, his gaze piercing, yet his expression rather dazed. He did not appear particularly intelligent, resembling a paramecium. The sense of identification was inexplicably strong. After exiting, Ming Donghan rubbed his head, puzzled by the meaning behind Bai Lian's look. Bai Lian settled beside Jiang He, slowly reviewing the physics problems assigned for the evening. Jiang Fuli's notebook proved quite helpful. At least studying today was not overly strenuous. Physics operated in such a manner that knowing the formulas and theorems allowed a still image to play automatically in one's mind. When Jiang Fuli arrived, Bai Lian was memorizing English vocabulary. "Are we still on electromagnetism today?" Jiang Fuli's gaze fell on the exercises laid out on her desk. The day's problems were standard but missed the mark. Bai Lian nodded, shutting off her vocabulary app. "Indeed," Jiang Fuli replied, placing his coat aside and reaching for the exercises. Spotting the answers immediately, he couldn't be bothered to flip through them. "I'll write you a new problem." "All right," Bai Lian responded. Jiang Fuli's hand began to inscribe a series of elegant digits. His cool white fingers sketched an electric field diagram akin to one produced by a printer. When he focused intently, the aloofness surrounding him diminished significantly. Dressed in a white shirt with all buttons fastened, he exuded an air of calm serenity. Bai Lian quietly observed him for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, "Teacher Jiang, do I look like a paramecium?" Jiang Fuli set down his pen, feeling an urge to sigh. He handed Bai Lian the newly written problem, explaining the electromagnetism questions assigned for today. Outside, the dinner was already set up for him and Jiang He. As he picked up his chopsticks, he glanced at Bai Lian. In this corner of the milk tea shop, all the chairs had been replaced with black sofas. She was nestled within the darkness, her school uniform jacket open, revealing a white shirt beneath. Leaning lazily against the sofa with her face slightly turned, her complexion was remarkably pale. She certainly did not resemble a paramecium, Jiang fully mused. Looking down, thoughtfully. Rather, she resembled a cat. She handed the invitation to Mao Cohen. Who was that just now? Today, she had been picked up by Ji Xiaorong, who had waited at the alley's entrance, but had walked a bit further out. He happened to spot Mao Cohen. "Oh, that was him," Bai Lian replied, adjusting her backpack without batting an eye. "He's a relative of the convenience store manager. I have something arriving, and he came to deliver it." Yi Xiaorong, having grown up here, naturally knew the manager of the convenience store. However, recently he had heard concerning news about Qingshui Street while at the Rin household, suggesting the manager might be somewhat dangerous and not to be underestimated. "Be careful," he warned. Bai Lian paused. "Is that so? But I think the manager is quite nice." Ji Xiaorong, holding a flashlight, fell silent as they walked. "I apologize for the trouble Wanxian has caused you," he eventually spoke after a long pause. Ji Xiaorong was somewhat perplexed by Bai Lian's response, but continued, I had thought you would become friends. Bai Lian was taken aback. That seems rather unlikely. After walking a few steps, they spotted Ji Heng waiting at the entrance of the courtyard. Bai Lian's eyes brightened. Grandfather. Ji Heng, noticing the sparkle in her eyes, remarked, Bai Lian, remember the principle of the invariance of the speed of light? Ji Heng suddenly questioned why he had come out to wait for them. I'll explain it to you again tomorrow morning, Bai Lian chimed in. Ji Heng replied, no matter what speed I advance at, the speed of light remains a constant 300,000 kilometers. Even if I travel at the speed of light, it remains 300,000 kilometers relative to me. Ji Xiaorong, listening intently, thought to himself, is he preparing for a senior citizen's course? Bai Lian was slightly dissatisfied, placing her backpack down and following Ji Heng into the courtyard. Grandfather, your explanation is quite vague. Let me clarify it again. Ji Xiaorong watched in astonishment at the scene unfolding. Ji Heng set up a small stool before finally taking out his pipe and lighting it. Grandchildren have their own fortunes. Don't worry about Wanxian and Arong's matters. It's late. You should stay here. With that, he carried the small stool into his room. Ji Xiaorong understood Ji Heng's intention and did not press further. The next morning, when Ji Xiaorong awoke, he found Bai Lian sitting by Ji Heng's bedside, waiting for him to rise. Why set up a small stool? Aren't you afraid someone might rise even earlier? Today was Friday. As Friday approached, everyone was particularly enthusiastic. All right, Luma, Zhang Xi's, and a group of boys clapped their hands in response. Bai Lian still had to attend the training class after school. The Class 8 homeroom teacher collected the exercises from the previous night and began today's video. Once the video concluded, he did not assign new exercises but instead stood at the front, smiling as he announced, to promote learning, I've decided to form a mutual assistance group. With 3 to 4 members per group, feel free to mix and match. As soon as the words left his mouth, all eyes in the training class turned towards Chen Zhu, Ren Wanxian, and Ning Xiao. Brother Zhu, shall we be in the same group? Ren Wanxian turned to Chen Zhu beside her. He nodded, of course. Among all the students, he only recognized the strength of Ren Wanxian and Ning Xiao, not particularly caring for the others. This pairing was undeniably a formidable alliance. Instantly, all the students in the training class surged towards Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu. Without even mentioning grades, their family backgrounds alone warranted a push to join these two. I follow my older brother's group, and as I caught a glimpse of Bai Lian, who was alone, I turned my attention to those surrounding her and Chen Zhu. Tilting my head slightly, I suggested, why don't you draw lots? We are not picky. We shall select purely by chance. Shi Yutong was still absent, leaving 2 spots available in my group. Soon, the 2 chosen individuals exclaimed in delight. As others realized their hopes were dashed, they began to seek other teammates. Only Bai Lian remained unchosen, despite her beauty. Ren Wanxian had pointed out on the first day that her grades were a mere 85 in comprehensive subjects. It was unclear why she was even here, which naturally deterred anyone from wanting to team up with her. Our study groups were intended to enhance academic performance. Eventually, only 4 students remained in the class: Ning Xiao, Bai Lian, Tang Ming, and Zhu Jiran. The homeroom teacher of Class 8 declared that these 4 would form a group. Only then did they begin distributing the day as assignments. Zhu Jiran appeared troubled. Once the cooperative study groups were assigned, everyone swiftly rearranged their seating, clustering together. Bai Lian and Ning Xiao were already seated close to each other, while Tang Ming and Zhu Jiran settled beside them. Tang Ming discreetly took out his phone and successfully added Bai Lian on WeChat. Bai Lian, feel free to reach out if you have any questions. Zhu Jiran leaned over her desk, observing Ning Xiao, who was silently engrossed in his homework, dressed in his school uniform. He had only glanced up briefly at Zhu Jiran and Tang Ming at the start, his dark eyes peeking through his long, tousled hair. His demeanor was so somber that Zhu Jiran couldn't help but shiver. Turning her gaze back to Bai Lian, she found her casually leaning against the desk, her palm lazily supporting her chin, with a strand of long hair cascading on her fair wrist. Bai Lian then carelessly set the assignment aside. What cooperation is this? It feels more like charity for Bai Lian, thought Zhu Jiran, feeling rather disheartened. Even if she couldn't join Chen Zhu and Ren Wanchuan's group, being assigned to another group in Class 8 would have sufficed. Why did it have to be this seemingly futile cooperative group? Tang Ming looked over at Zhu Jiran, knowing she had participated in competitions with him before. Zhu Jiran, if you have any questions in the future, Let us discuss them together. Shall we add Bai Lian and Ning Xiao on WeChat? Chapter 19. The assignment of the garbage bin. Zhu Juran waved her hand, lacking the energy to engage. We have already added each other. A group chat will suffice. Tang Ming created a group chat for their study group. To the right, Ren Wanchuan's group of 4 was discussing where to dine later that evening. Their voices were low, but in the quiet auditorium, they were distinctly audible. Zhu Juran watched them with a tinge of envy, then whispered, "They're going to Wanhelu for dinner. Do you know Wanhelu? It's a members-only establishment." Tang Ming nodded, lowering his voice. "Aside from Class 8, I doubt anyone else has been there." Ning Xiao and Bai Lian remained silent, showing no reaction. Zhu Juran observed the two, one a brooding academic overachiever, the other a student with a mere 85. Both appeared to come from average backgrounds and likely had never heard of Wanhelu. She understood, but felt increasingly disheartened. Bai Lian paid no heed to others, instead pulling out her phone to check WeChat. "Teacher Jiang, it's raining." Bai Lian glanced out the window and indeed saw the light rain falling. She stared at the rain for a while before slowly looking down to message Jiang Fulai. "Bai Lian, may I share the questions you gave me last night with a few classmates?" In a laboratory, Jiang Fulai examined the data output on his computer. The temperature was low, and he wore a black trench coat, his pale fingers deftly holding a pen as he pointed to the projection, methodically explaining to his team, "This is the lost energy data detected by the previous sensor. The red, yellow, and green indicate potential single gamma background events, with virtually no other findings." The team members listened attentively to his analysis. Suddenly, they felt relieved, and Jiang Fulai nodded slightly as he took a seat, removing his glasses. "Yuan, I've also sent your paper to Academishima. Keep an eye on your inbox." Leaning back in his chair, his demeanor was cold and distant. One leg casually propped up, and he twirled his phone in his hand, exuding an air of aloof superiority that set him apart from the others in the lab. He resembled a snow lotus blooming alone on a mountain peak, noble and untouchable. Yuan, pressing the recording pen, was deeply moved. "Thank you, Jiang Xiao." Their team differed from others in the laboratory. They could focus solely on their research without fearing someone would claim authorship of their papers. Jiang Fulai's papers allowed them to attach their names at the end, even if their contributions were merely assisting with printing. Furthermore, Jiang Fulai would help them find various industry experts to revise their papers. He vividly recalled his graduation defense last year, during which Jiang Fulai had come in just to listen. The professor, who had been difficult throughout the process, dared not utter a word by the end, while other professors only asked trivial questions, such as what he had eaten that day. He, who had thought he might fail to graduate, not only passed, but was also introduced to Jiang Fulai's lab by Academishima. He understood why everyone was eager to join Jiang Fulai's lab. Jiang Fulai flipped to the next experimental report and looked up at a team member, his voice icy. "Did I not explain clearly enough? Your report is incomprehensible on first glance, and I still cannot grasp its meaning after multiple readings. What state of mind were you in while writing it?" The team member trembled. "I'm sorry." The others collectively averted their eyes, taking a step back to avoid collateral damage. Jiang Fulai paused at the last page and coldly remarked, "Are you planning to tarnish my name by having the guiding teacher include mine?" His phone lit up. A message appeared on the screen. "Bai Lian, may I share the questions you gave me last night with a few classmates?" Jiang Fulai's tone faltered. He shifted slightly, his long, pale fingers tapping his phone leisurely. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed the team member, "Rewrite." Sure. What was initially expected to be a fierce confrontation turned into a surreal experience for the team member, who felt as though he were in a dream. Yuan adjusted his glasses and spoke up, "That's not right." The rest of the group nodded in agreement. A minute later, the rejuvenated team member reached out to grab Yuan by the neck. Yuan, your reputation with me is utterly gone. How could you be on the honor roll at Jiangjing University? Yuan hurriedly replied, "I've bought each of you a recording pen. It's on its way." "Don't hit me." The illustrious talent, Yuan. "Are you secretly recording everyone to amaze us all?" "Don't hit me, I can't take it." Bai Lian had always adhered to the teacher's instructions. When the teacher mentioned the cooperative study group, she inquired with Jiang Fulai. Ning Xiao, seated ahead, glanced back at her and reached out to take the assignment. Tang Ming looked at it, surprised. He had never seen such neatly written characters in his life. He gave her a thumbs up. "Your handwriting is impeccable." Zhu Juran also took the assignment, thanking her, "But what is this?" It was a question. Bai Lian gazed out the window, seemingly lost in thought. Hearing the question, She snapped back to reality, retracting her pen. This is a comprehensive problem. It's quite substantial. It was given by someone else and will be very helpful for physics. You can work on it. I'll provide the answers tomorrow. All right, I'll take a look. Tang Ming stared at the question, which involved magnetic fields. However, it encompassed a great deal of content, leaving him somewhat dizzy. After 20 minutes of reading, he felt he hadn't grasped much. He decided to tuck it into his book for now and set it aside. Half an hour quickly passed, but many remained due to the cooperative study group. Meanwhile, Ning Xiao tossed aside the teacher's assignment, engrossed in the question Bai Lian had provided. Upon seeing someone leave, Bai Lian grabbed her bag and exited the auditorium. Ning Xiao did not clean up his things, still focused on the question Bai Lian had given him. To the right, Ren Wanxian finished packing her belongings. My mother has already secured a reservation. Rising from her seat, she addressed the others, suggesting they take their leave. This immediately elicited a chorus of cheers. The other mutual aid groups could only gaze enviously at them. Zhu Jiaran remained stationary, fixated on Ren Wanxian and her companions until they exited through the back door. With a long sigh, Zhu Jiaran lamented, I swear, she really hasn't posted anything on her social media. If I secretly photograph her, wouldn't that make me a pervert? Bai Lian stood at the entrance of the comprehensive building. The rain poured heavily, flooding the campus like an expansive net, shrouding the already dim school in a veil of mist. The streets were nearly devoid of figures, leaving her in a seemingly desolate expanse. The only sound was that of the rain. Bai Lian stared at the relentless downpour, pondering whether she had perished in Xiangcheng long ago and now merely existed as a fleeting dream of that city. A faint voice pierced through the curtain of rain. What are you doing here? Bai Lian looked up to see Jiang Fuli standing a step away on the staircase. He was tall and slender, clad in a knee-length coat, his pale yet powerful right hand supporting a black umbrella. Despite the rain, he remained unperturbed, elegantly tilting the umbrella forward. Is your phone on silent? Jiang Fuli inquired, shaking his phone, his slightly raised eyebrows betraying a hint of warmth. He then extended the umbrella to Bai Lian, asking, Where is your tutoring classroom? Bai Lian accepted the umbrella, standing lazily on the steps, her dark pupils reflecting the glow of the streetlights outside. It's the last classroom on the right, on the first floor, and the first seat in the fourth row on the left. Jiang Fuli entered the comprehensive building. The lights on the first floor were illuminated, as students were studying there in the evening. His tall stature and exquisite features exuded an air of noble detachment, making it nearly impossible for Ren Wanxian and her group not to notice him at first glance. However, it was not merely his striking features that captivated attention. It was the intrinsic aura of superiority that surrounded him, rendering him almost unapproachable. He strolled past Ren Wanxian and Chunju without a trace of urgency, his fair complexion sharp and cold, as if touched by frost. He did not spare them a glance. Zhu Jiaran, just emerging from the classroom, also caught sight of him and faltered momentarily. Who is that? Ren Wanchuan's group whispered amongst themselves, observing Jiang Fuli's retreating figure. Ren Wanxian exchanged glances with Chunju, both shaking their heads but suspecting he was not from Xiangcheng. Such an authentic demeanor could not be cultivated there. As they exited, the Ren family's business vehicle awaited them at the entrance of the comprehensive building. Since they were dining together, a driver from the Ren family had come to collect them. He glanced at Bai Lian, who was squatting at the foot of the stairs, and asked Ren Wanxian through the rearview mirror. The master said to bring Miss Bai along for dinner. He had heard Ren Wanxian mention that Bai Lian's invitation was a stroke of luck, a 1 in a million chance. Upon hearing Bai Lian's name, Ren Wanxian felt an inexplicable irritation. With a cold expression, she replied, Ignore her, just drive. She instructed the driver to depart without further discussion of matter. Inside the comprehensive building, Jiang Fuli located the final lecture hall. Few individuals remained inside, and most of the lights were dimmed when he entered. He found Bai Lian's seat and indeed discovered her Huami phone left behind in the desk compartment. A male student seated in front was still working on a problem, and Jiang Fuli raised an eyebrow. He recognized the problem as his own creation, and the student had yet to solve it, proving even less capable than Jiang Shijue. Grabbing the phone, he made his way outside, but paused when he caught sight of something in the corner of his eye as he passed the trash bin. The bin contained little refuse, but he noticed a crumpled piece of paper carelessly discarded within. Jiang Fuli stood with his back to the light, his gaze lowered, his face obscured by shadows, rendering his already cold demeanor even more piercing. At that moment, It lay neglected in the trash. Chapter 20. Qingying enters the hall. The true Liangti, she folded the umbrella and tilted her head lazily to observe the unending downpour. Her long hair was casually pinned back with an ancient wooden hairpin, while the damp strands at her forehead fell gently across her pale cheeks. "You walk very slowly," Bai Lian remarked, gazing up at him, her long, dark lashes casting a delicate shadow on her eyelids. Jiang fully returned her phone, opened the umbrella, and casually commented, "I just glanced at one of your classmates who isn't particularly bright while he was solving problems." "Who?" Bai Lian rose and followed him outside. Knowing that the training classes comprised the top students from Xiangcheng High School, there aren't any slow learners. She took the phone from him, the vivid red ribbon on her wrist contrasting beautifully with her fair skin. "The one sitting in front of you," Bai Lian replied, puzzled. "The one rumored to be entering Jiangjing University this year, consistently ranking first or second in the school. Ning Xiao? Isn't bright?" "Oh, we were divided into groups," Bai Lian said lazily as she walked, "for in a group, so I just let the other 3 teammates copy my work." Jiang fully narrowed his eyes slightly. As they conversed, they arrived at the milk tea shop, where he was squatting outside with Ming Dongheng. He was still slowly twisting a 7-layer 5-color cube, which was spherical with 12 faces. The formulas for rapid twisting were numerous and complex, but Jiang fully found them too simple and was too lazy to write them down, forcing he to rely solely on memory. Thus, his movements were a distressing sight to Jiang fully, who gently diverted his gaze. He paused momentarily, then turned his back to Jiang fully. Bai Lian playfully tugged at his collar and pinched his cheek. "What's wrong?" He clung to her clothing, resolutely avoiding Jiang fully's gaze. Upon seeing Jiang fully approach, Ming Dongheng stood and handed him a red invitation letter. "Director Chun acquired an invitation letter from the black market. The auction starts at 7 tomorrow evening. Is it confirmed to be a genuine piece from Liang Zuin's disciple?" Jiang fully placed the umbrella aside and took the invitation letter with a cool demeanor. "It is confirmed, but the specific details will be announced at the auction." Jiang fully nodded, his tall figure leaning against the corner of the sofa as he casually placed the invitation letter on the table. "What problems did you leave for today?" Bai Lian handed him the questions, her gaze lingering on the familiar invitation letter, which bore a noticeable dent from being used as a makeshift ping-pong paddle by Zhang Xiais. "This answer should not be shared with your classmates yet." After explaining the problem, Jiang fully picked up a pen and wrote another question, his calm tone devoid of emotion, instructing them to ponder it themselves. Today, Ji Xiaorong waited for her at the alley's entrance. On the table lay a beautifully wrapped gift, sent by Ren Qian's secretary. After the others departed, Ji Xiaorong frowned. "Dad, I could just talk to the Ren family about it. Although the police presence in Xiangcheng has increased, it doesn't guarantee do not interfere. I will inquire myself." Ji Hung interjected, shaking his head. Bai Lian sat quietly at the side, resting her chin on her hand as she waited for them to finish their conversation. Ji Hung took a puff of his cigarette, the smoke swirling around them as Bai Lian gazed intently at him. Suddenly, Ji Xiaorong stood up and strode toward the exit. "I remembered I promised to make ginger soup for Arong. I'll go check if it's ready." On a rainy Saturday, Bai Lian and Jiang, he spent the entire day studying at the library. They both had plans for Sunday evening. "Miss Bai," the driver stepped out and opened the rear door. "Your grandfather and our sir have gone to the auction house. Oldrin asked me to wait for you. Do you wish to go?" Bai Lian lifted her gaze, lazily inquiring, "The auction house?" "Yes, there are items from Liang Zuin's disciples up for auction today. And your grandfather has also gone." Bai Lian paused for a moment before nodding. The driver glanced at her, unsurprised. Bai Lian settled into the back seat, her wrist casually resting on her knee as she opened her phone to study vocabulary. The driver, glancing in the rearview mirror, was somewhat astonished. He recognized her as a member of the Ji family, but had not expected her to appear so at ease in such a high-class vehicle for the first time. The vehicle gradually approached the entrance of Heishui Street. At the entrance, the driver respectfully handed over a document, which allowed them to pass. He explained through the rearview mirror that a permit was required to enter this area, especially today due to an auction, as not everyone could gain access. Bai Lian was engrossed in her vocabulary study, barely lifting her head. The Baihu auction house loomed at the end of Heishui Street, where a majestic 20-meter-high stone sculpture of a white tiger stood guard at the entrance. A crowd was forming at the entryway. The driver, unable to park closer, stopped the car at a distance and said, "Miss Bai, You should queue up first. Mr. Run and the others will enter shortly, and someone will meet you at the entrance. Bai Lian, wearing headphones, stepped out and mingled into the crowd. Mao Kuan, holding a cigarette, stood at the entrance of the auction house to prevent any disturbances. With his striking blonde hair and fierce demeanor, he was notorious on this street, especially after rumors linked him to the fall of the notorious Scorpion. He was well known as a formidable figure in Heishui Street, and his presence commanded respect even among the fighters in the arena. Today, he was assigned by his godfather to oversee the auction, which catered to global VIPs. Those aware of him preferred to keep their distance. His eyes scanned the crowd until he spotted Bai Lian. Narrowing his gaze, he quickly straightened up and made his way towards her. The crowd of wealthy merchants promptly parted. "Sister," Mao Kuan said as he approached Bai Lian, patting her head clumsily. "I thought you weren't coming. Why are you squeezing in with this crowd? Let me take you in through the back." He guided Bai Lian through a side entrance. The Baihu auction house was expansive, circular in shape, with 3 levels. The first 2 were standard boxes, while the third housed special VIP boxes. Upon learning that the Run family's box was on the first floor, Mao Kuan accompanied her to the first level. The box was small, featuring only a table and a few wooden chairs, which left him dissatisfied with the environment, prompting him to frown. "Sister, should I help you switch to the third floor?" Bai Lian settled into a chair by the window, lazily resting her elbow on the sill. Today, she wore a gradient blue wide-sleeve top, neatly fastened with light blue braided buttons. As she raised her hand, her fair wrist, adorned with a loosely tied red bracelet, became visible. Sitting down, her long skirt cascaded over the chair. "No need," she said, leaning against the window ledge, her almond-shaped eyes slightly downcast, revealing an undeniable allure. Mao Kuan, feeling a bit intimidated, ordered tea for her and instructed that she could reach out to him if she needed anything before stepping back outside to keep watch. As 7 o'clock approached, sounds of entry began to echo on the first floor. Outside, Ren Xian led the way, flanked by Ji Hong, as they engaged in conversation while making their way to the boxes. Ren Wanxian and Chun Zhu followed closely behind. It had been 7 years, and finding Ren Xian was not guaranteed. As Ren Xian spoke with Ji Hong, the secretary pushed open the box door. Suddenly, Ren Xian's words halted. Inside the cramped box, someone had already arrived ahead of them. Behind him, Ren Wanxian and Chun Zhu also stopped, with Ren Wanxian expressing disbelief. "How did you get here first?" Entering the Baihu auction house required a stringent queue and security check. Although they arrived early, they still had to wait nearly 2 hours to gain entry, only to find Bai Lian seated by the window. Bai Lian was still focused on her vocabulary study, casually tapping her phone screen. Upon hearing their voices, she lazily tilted her head, "Grandpa." After a moment, she politely greeted Ren Xian without standing up. Ren Wanxian observed her seemingly rude demeanor and glanced at Ji Hong, who remained seated. Unable to contain herself, she sat beside Chun Zhu, lowering her gaze and slowly uttering rude. Having studied etiquette, she had always looked down upon the coarse behavior of the Ji family. Chun Zhu remained silent as the auction commenced promptly at 7. The first item was a red tourmaline. The elegant auctioneer showcased the 106-carat collector's grade red tourmaline, starting at a price of 2 million. The attendees were not short on funds, and the price quickly surged to 3 million. Ren Xian, who had been conversing with Ji Hong, finally paused. His secretary placed a bid of 3,500,000. Afterward, he smiled and explained, "Miss Wanchuan's birthday is approaching, and Mr. Ren instructed me to secure a gift for her." At that moment, he caught sight of Bai Lian, prompting the secretary to cough discreetly and refrain from speaking further. Ren Wanxian and Chun Zhu, both first-timers at the auction house, were restless, examining various items. Hearing the secretary's voice, Ren Wanxian shrugged, indifferent. "Why do we keep buying these? I haven't even worn the last one." The secretary chuckled, saying little, but it was certainly desired. 700. A deep voice resonated from the third floor. Upon hearing this, Bai Lian glanced up towards the third floor. Why does that sound like a paramecium? The price had suddenly escalated from 500 to 700 million. 700 million was not particularly exorbitant for a collector's grade red tourmaline, but it surpassed the Ren family's estimate. The secretary glanced inquiringly at Ren Xian, who shook his head, indicating it was fine. The esteemed guests on the third floor likely would not contest further, as the Ren family lacked the capital to compete with them. Thus, the red tourmaline was ultimately claimed by the third floor. One item after another was auctioned, and Bai Lian paid little attention, as the third floor remained quiet. In the interim, Ren Qian successfully bid on another piece of calligraphy. As the final auction item approached, everyone, including Ji Heng, sat up straight, their attention fixed on the auction stage. Ren Wanqian paused her photo sharing in the group chat. At 9:30, the tall auctioneer, dressed in a traditional Chinese gown, smiled gracefully. I know why you are all here, and trust me, this final auction item will not disappoint you. With that, she unveiled a carefully preserved piece of calligraphy that appeared before everyone. It was a poem, freely and passionately written, where the old general's soul returns. Today we drink to the toast. 10 miles of short pavilions. The cold armor's blood is hard to cool. From here, parting ways, the green tassel enters the hall. Long spears lean against the waves, the pen sharpens its edge. This poem was brief, yet each character exhibited a rhythm, a blend of sharpness and delicacy, with strokes that seemed to leap off the page with vibrant life. Behind her, Ren Wanqian exclaimed in astonishment, "So this is the Liang style?" No one could sense the vitality more than the auctioneer, who, for a fleeting moment, appeared to envision a woman clad in white, effortlessly wielding her brush. The auctioneer continued to elaborate. In the box, Bai Lian rested her chin on the window's sill, silently gazing at the nearly yellowed calligraphy. A genuine artifact from 1,000 years ago, preserved until now, seemed to allow glimpses of the romanticism of that era through the words. Upon hearing the starting bid of 50 million, she became so absorbed that Ji Heng called her several times before she responded. Ren Qian, having a favorable impression of Bai Lian, smiled upon seeing her entranced by the calligraphy. With a hint of surprise, he asked Bai Tongxue, "Do you also study the Liang style? What do you think this piece will ultimately sell for?" Confused as to why Ren Qian would ask Bai Lian such a question, she thought the Ji family hardly seemed like those who would appreciate calligraphy. Chapter 21. The generous tycoon, Dr. Gao. Ren Wanqian could not comprehend why Ren Qian favored Bai Lian. Was it merely because of her beauty and a touch of luck? Beside her, Chen Zhu also quietly observed the calligraphy. Hearing Ren Wanquan's remark, he subtly nodded. Although Ren Wanquan's tone was less than pleasant, she had a point. If others or fans overheard Bai Lian's words, the Bai family, while not current celebrities, were still widely recognized. If Bai Lian were to be condemned by netizens, it would be quite the spectacle. Bai Lian merely replied, "Oh." She understood that calligraphy required a certain essence. She had entered a state while writing, but at that time, she was still young and merely practicing the suspended wrist technique. Every day, my right hand is burdened with a brick as I practice calligraphy, my strokes lacking the steadiness I possess now. Liang Zhe, upon witnessing my completed work, lamented that had I penned this piece a few years later, it would have undoubtedly been superior. Perspectives differ among individuals. Ren Qian set down his teacup, attempting to ease the tension, suggesting we should focus on the bidding. He cast a glance at the ostentatious Bai Lian, internally shaking his head. Youthful arrogance. It was inappropriate for him to mention this in front of Bai Lian. The Ji family appeared to lack an understanding of Liang tea. Calligraphy requires a certain artistic threshold. Querying Bai Lian about this would be akin to playing music to a cow. Meanwhile, the crowd on the first and second floors buzzed with anticipation. The bidding had escalated to 80 million, yet no one from the third floor had yet placed a bid. 81 million. The second floor made another offer. 100 million. A middle-aged voice from the third floor rang out. This declaration caused Ren Qian to sit up straight. Ren Wanqian exchanged glances with Chen Zhu, glancing at Bai Lian before whispering, "Is that the esteemed Director Chen?" Chen Zhu nodded, his gaze unwavering. Although the Chen and Ren families had secured invitations, they were surprised to learn that Director Chen had somehow acquired another invitation, a favor beyond their reach. On the third floor, Director Chen grasped the armrest, his eyes fixated on the auction stage. 2 billion. The price continued to soar. Unable to restrain himself, he directed his attention towards the man seated in the center. "Jiangshao, our patriarch has requested your support for the Chen family this time." The old man said that as long as you assist us once, the Chen family, burdened with many mouths to feed, has exhausted its resources. Despite possessing a private museum, the family's finances were strained, compelling the elder Chen to plead with the Jiang family for assistance. This situation was hardly unexpected. Director Chen had initially contemplated how to invite Jiangshao, but to his surprise, it required little effort. Jiang Fu Li lounged casually on the sofa, his long legs elegantly crossed, his gaze fixed on the auction stage. Fingers resting on the back of the sofa, exuding an air of aloof sophistication. Upon hearing the bid, he glanced languidly in Chen's direction. Director Chun regarded him with eager anticipation. Although he possessed limited knowledge of calligraphy, the characters displayed bore a faint familiarity. After a moment of contemplation, he signaled to Ming Dongheng, who sat on the far right. Without a flicker of hesitation, Ming pressed the button, bidding 200 million. The audience on all three floors reacted collectively. Director Chun bit his finger, casting an envious yet disapproving look at Ming Dongheng, wishing he could utter 200 million with the same nonchalance as $2. Truly, why was the Jiang family so affluent? He felt a pang of envy. The calligraphy piece ultimately fell into Jiang Fu Li's possession. While 200 million was a considerable sum for most, it was merely a trivial matter for Asia's richest family. The elegant auctioneer struck the gavel for the final time. Director Chun, who had been anxiously watching, finally exhaled in relief. Resisting the urge to rush the auction staff to deliver the item, instead expressing his gratitude to Jiang Fu Li. "Thank you, Jiang Shao." Director Chun was taken aback, for he had assumed the masterpiece was intended for them. Jiang Fu Li rose, nodding slightly in acknowledgement, his demeanor calm and unruffled. "Did I mention it was for your family?" Director Chun, bewildered, stammered, "Ah, no, was it not?" Gazing at Jiang Fu Li's composed visage, he hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. The items acquired by Ren Xian were delivered to the private box on the first floor, where his secretary gathered them up, and the group flowed out with the crowd. Midway, the secretary received a phone call. "What? I understand." Ren Xian walked alongside Ji Heng, while the secretary, holding the phone, cast a glance at Ji Heng and Bai Lian, as if wanting to speak but hesitating due to their presence. Ren Xian noticed the unsaid words and bluntly inquired, "What is it?" "It's about that esteemed Dr. Gao," the secretary replied, lowering his voice slightly. "He has agreed to the dinner you arranged." Upon hearing this from Ren Xian, Ren Xian acquiesced. The secretary chose not to elaborate further. Ji Heng glanced anxiously at the throng, advising, "Be careful. Keep your phone charged. Call me if anything arises." Fortunately, the auction at Heishui Street was a significant event, and security was reasonably tight, with numerous bodyguards present. There should not be any major issues. After a few moments of hesitation, he eventually consented. Bai Lian, seemingly indifferent, donned her headphones to listen to vocabulary, completely disregarding Ren Xian and the others' conversation. Strolling leisurely into the crowd. Upon exiting, she spotted Mao Cohen waiting for her at the door. "Sister," he said, pulling out a cigarette and respectfully offering it to Bai Lian. Though she typically appeared languid and carefree, her dark eyes now revealed no emotion, radiating an unsettling chill. Mao Cohen, feeling a shiver, wondered who had offended her to elicit such a reaction. He quickly offered the cigarette, attempting to lighten the mood. Bai Lian, who generally disliked the scent of smoke, took the cigarette, allowing Mao Cohen to light it, the crimson flame curling around the pristine white tobacco. She tossed her backpack to Mao Cohen, her slender fingers grasping the cigarette, the tendrils of smoke swirling around her features as she languidly remarked, "Find a place for me to do my homework." "Understood," Mao Cohen replied cautiously, turning to locate a suitable spot. Bai Lian, clad in traditional attire, stood on the bustling street, her delicate features shrouded in thin wisps of smoke, reminiscent of a classical maiden inadvertently wandering into the modern world. Eventually, a man could no longer resist approaching her, scrutinizing her with a gaze laden with implication. "Little sister, what brings you here so late?" Leaning against the wall by the roadside, Bai Lian tilted her head languidly, adorned only with a simple wooden hairpin, devoid of any other embellishments. Her cigarette casually held between her lips as she regarded him with indifference. This slight turn of her head revealed eyes strikingly beautiful, yet imbued with an icy demeanor. The man, unable to contain himself, reached out to touch her face, only to be halted by another hand. "Brother, if you're looking for some fun, I'm a better option. What is so amusing about a schoolgirl like her?" The woman, clad in tight black attire, let her fingers glide across the man's chest, her alluring eyes tinged with a hint of provocation. The man glanced between Bai Lian and the woman, sensing an undertone of danger, and cautiously grasped the woman's hand. "What you said isn't without merit." "Sister, just like last time at the bar," Mao Cohen's voice echoed from behind. Both individuals froze, turning to see Mao Kuan advancing with a fearsome demeanor. The man, evidently familiar with Mao Kuan, involuntarily tightened his grip on the woman's hand, contemplating whether Mao Kuan had also taken an interest in her. Mao Kuan brushed past him, stopping before Bai Lian. "Sister, are you all right?" Bai Lian, still holding the cigarette, cast a sidelong glance at the man before finally fixing her gaze on the woman in black. "Where are you from?" The woman hesitated slightly before responding. "From Xiangcheng." "I knew it. Thank you." Bai Lian extinguished the cigarette, tossing it into a nearby trash bin, and addressed Mao Kuan. "I'm going to do my homework." Mao Kuan quickly responded, "Sister, you go ahead. If it's too noisy, I can have someone take you to the private box." Once she departed, Mao Kuan seized the man's collar, demanding, "Are you blind? You want to mess with my sister?" He tossed the man towards his subordinates, coldly instructing, "Handle this properly." Recognizing the striking woman as a bar singer, he lit a cigarette for himself and, before leaving, remarked, "Shuai-chun, say my number. If you need anything, contact me directly. Today this street has been peaceful, so consider a favor." His understanding of Bai Lian's sentiments was unparalleled. As evening approached, the streets of Heishui were bustling. The Rin family's vehicle lingered for some time before gradually exiting the underground parking lot. The business vehicle carried Ji Heng and Rin Xian in the front seat. Xiangcheng held a pipe, silently gazing out the window, when a shadow caught his peripheral vision. Startled, he quickly commanded, "Stop the car." The driver complied. Rin Xian looked at Xiangcheng in surprise, inquiring what was amiss. "Nothing," Xiangcheng replied, observing the crowd and shaking his head. "I might have seen it wrong." He fell into silence as the vehicle navigated through the throng on Shuji, eventually halting at the entrance of Shuji's alley. Once Xiangcheng alighted, the car slowly made its way toward the Rin residence. The Secretary General nodded seriously. "We are still in the process of renewing the reservation for the private room at WNHLU. I will do my utmost to schedule the earliest possible appointment with Dr. Gio's assistant." CH sat in the back seat alongside RNWN Suen, suppressing his curiosity. As they resumed their conversation, he turned to RNWN Suen. "What about that Dr. Gio you mentioned?" Jiangjing Su. I almost exclaimed. He had only overheard his parents discussing a significant project in Xiangcheng, but due to its classification as a secondary secret, he was unaware of the specifics. However, Dr. Gio, a distinguished figure, was known for producing top scorers in the national examination every year. How had the Rin family managed to connect with him? Indeed, RNWN Su-in understood the gravity of the situation, which is why she refrained from disclosing details in front of Bai Lian, to avoid Xiangcheng and Bai Lian overhearing. If Dr. Gio is willing to mentor us or recommend us to Jiangjing Su, it would be a tremendous opportunity. Xiangcheng Su hasn't produced a student who gained admission to Jiangjing Su for many years. It has been a struggle just to secure a spot in the Jiangjing preparatory camp. Even if Dr. Gio cannot secure a place there, our training class has nearly 20 individuals vying for a single slot, with each one being a competitor. Every assignment contributes to our overall score. These assignments are quite challenging for us, yet for Dr. Gio, they would be exceedingly simple. With his assistance, our chances of success would rise to 80%. RNWN Su-in recognized the significance of the CHN family's invitation to CHNJ, understanding the disparity between herself, CH, and Ning Shio. Thus, she decided to be forthright with CH regarding the matter with Dr. Gio. "Thank you," he said, gazing intently at our NWN Su-in and exhaling deeply. "We are in the same group. We must advance together." Ven Su-in smiled, feigning indifference. CHNZH nodded. When the teacher had announced the group arrangements on Friday, he had felt a twinge of regret, as Ning Shio seemed keen to partner with Bai Lian, which was not surprising given they were classmates. Yet now he felt fortunate, grateful that he had declined the homeroom teacher's suggestion that evening and had not rebuffed our NWN Su-in's inquiry the following day. Suddenly, our Shi-in recalled something and casually remarked, "Isn't Bai Lian also in her senior year like you? If we invite Dr. Gio to dinner, we should bring her along." Our NWN Su-in looked up. "Bring her? What? Does she understand what Dr. Gio says?" Chapter 22. No time for play. Mentioning Bai Lian erased the smile from our NWN Su-in's face, leaving her expression subdued. Xiangcheng's preference for Bai Lian was tolerable, as her attitude towards him was indifferent. Yet, our Xiangcheng had only met Bai Lian twice. Why was he so concerned about her? After all, the RN family had taken considerable time and effort, along with numerous gifts, to secure this dinner with Dr. Gio, and now our Xiangcheng lightly suggested including Bai Lian. Grandfather, aren't you aware? Bai Lian scored 85 in her comprehensive science exam. Our NWN Su In stated flatly, with an elite like Dr. Gio, do you think she can comprehend what he says? After all our efforts to invite him, what if she inadvertently offends him with a careless remark? Who will we turn to then? Her words left the driver and secretary in stunned silence. Beside her, CH&H chose not to defend Bai Lian. For him, our NWN Su In's assertions were factual and beyond dispute. Moreover, even if he were to entertain the notion, he would not speak up at this moment. Our Xiangcheng held a degree of admiration for Bai Lian, but had previously looked down upon the J family. Noticing air and curiosité. Our NWN Su In could not restrain herself. How much are you planning to gift the J family? She rapped sharply on the window. Accustomed to being doted on at home, our NWN Su In was used to getting her way. The driver, unwilling to defy her, halted the vehicle by the roadside. Our NWN Su In exited, striding along the pavement. CH&H glanced at her, preparing to follow, while our Xiangcheng sighed and remarked, CH&H, please keep an eye on her. CH&Z nodded, understood. The car remained stationary as they observed the two walk into the night. In the front seat, the Secretary General finally inquired, Sir, should we notify Miss Bai? Forget it, our Xiangcheng replied. Although our NWN Su In's words were imbued with her emotions, they were not without merit. Whether Bai Lian could comprehend the discourse of these intellectuals remained uncertain. If a situation similar to today's farce regarding Xiangzw's apprentice occurred, the purpose of befriending the Gio family would be undermined, rendering them the subject of ridicule. If only she could be as easygoing as Bai Lian. He mused, let's finalize a time with Dr. Gio. You should inquire with his assistant. Ideally, we should schedule for tomorrow. Our Xiangcheng pressed his forehead, aware that the selection process for the Jiangjing preparatory camp at Xiangcheng was about to commence. He recognized Bai Lian's rebellious nature, yet she often heeded Xiangcheng's advice. The next day, before 7, she waited for a bus at the corner of Qingshuji. The bus stop had a bench, but Bai Lian preferred not to sit. Instead, she leaned against the shelter, observing the traffic and passers-by. Nearby, a few elderly individuals were accustomed to seeing this young girl fixated on the street and the crowd. One lady insisted on giving Bai Lian an egg. Unable to refuse, Bai Lian accepted the egg, holding it in her hand. After the lady boarded her bus, Bai Lian continued to watch the street. Across the way, an elderly woman was picking up litter with a bag, appearing quite aged with white hair, yet her demeanor was calm and composed. Despite her frailty, she maintained an upright posture, clad in an oversized camouflage outfit adorned with simple floral patterns. For days, the weather had been persistently rainy, and moss had begun to grow beside the trash bin. With her keen eyesight, Bai Lian noticed the moss beneath the woman's feet. Before she could warn her, the elderly woman's foot slipped. Are you all right? Bai Lian quickly ran over to assist her. The woman looked up. Her deeply wrinkled face and cloudy eyes conveyed a gentle spirit. Thank you, dear. Bai Lian helped her sit by the roadside. The bus for Route 12 arrived, and the elderly woman recognized Bai Lian's school uniform, expressing concern. Your bus is here. Bai Lian, however, was in no hurry. She gently squeezed the woman's ankle, raising her head as the rising sun illuminated her dark hair. Brimming with vitality, you've twisted your ankle. As she spoke, she deftly adjusted the woman's injured foot back into place. You're amazing. Have you studied medicine? By this time, the 12 bus had departed, and the elderly lady stared, astonished, as her ankle returned to normal, before finally asking, Are you from around here? I haven't seen you before. X glared at the two boys at the classroom door, frustration boiling over. ZH Venku. Do you two have to arrive late, every single day? Both boys lowered their heads, obediently accepting X's reprimand. They had stayed up late, playing games the night before, and struggled to wake up in the morning. Just as Ling X was delivering her lecture, a clear voice rang out from behind them. Teacher. Bai Lian had missed a bus, arriving more than half an hour late. Clad in a crisp school uniform, she appeared refreshingly neat, her slender figure and dark pupils reflecting the morning sun, while she held a vocabulary book in her long, pale hands. Her beautiful lashes cast down demurely as she stood beside XHZ and WNQ. Ling X paused briefly before her stern expression softened. Bai Lian, why are you so late? Bai Lian lowered her head in apology. I was up too late reading last night. Though we are in our senior year, we still need to balance work and rest. LNGX harbored no doubts. She was acutely aware that Bai Lian was diligently memorizing vocabulary and solving problems even during the break. She gently patted Bai Lian on the shoulder, her tone kind, advising her not to stay up too late and to take care of her rest, urging her to come inside. Meanwhile, Xiangcheng SHZ, who stood by the door, and WNQ were left astonished. They gazed at LNGX with keen interest. When LNGX turned her head again and met their gaze, she scoffed, asking, "What? Are you two also burning the midnight oil over your books?" To which they replied, "We can't afford such a luxury." A muffled laughter echoed from class 15. During the break, Xiangcheng SHZ inquired, "Did you really study too late last night?" Bai Lian, leisurely flipping through her exercise book and propping her right leg, nonchalantly replied, "I just missed a bus." Xiangcheng SHZ, in a fit of anger, prepared to buy a bottle of ice water to calm down. The cultural committee member exchanged glances with Xiangcheng and followed Xiangcheng SHZ. "As a member of class 15, shouldn't you contribute something to our class?" Xiangcheng SHZ opened the fridge without batting an eye. "But I don't know anything. Am I supposed to get on stage during the school celebration and play games?" Xiangcheng, draping her arm over the cultural committee member's shoulder, pointed at Xiangcheng SHZ, "You're rather useless. So we don't plan to assign you any tasks. Just stand on stage and serve as a mascot." "What do you mean I'm useless? Am I not needed for the sports meet?" Xiangcheng SHZ grabbed a bottled drink, insisting, "All right, shut up. Elonzo en snaped. Exasperated. How can a perfectly good person like you have such a big mouth?" Xiangcheng SHZ dared not oppose the two women. In the corridor of class 15, several boys stood around, whistling as they casually glanced out the window. Xiangcheng SHZ leaned over to take a look in that direction. He could just see Bai Lian, who had her head lowered, calmly pulling out a paper from her desk and lazily uncapping her pen. He suddenly had an epiphany and turned to Xiangcheng and the cultural committee member. "Why don't you look for my desk mate instead? He would be far more suited to be a mascot than I am. Just with that face of his, he could easily be the frontman. Indeed, he's working hard." The cultural committee member nodded. Xiangcheng and I were discussing how to trick. Xiangcheng quickly interrupted. "How can we persuade her to agree to us?" Xiangcheng SHZ, "Do you have any ideas?" Xiangcheng SHZ rubbed his nose. "I would rather go to Syria." Despite his desk mate's usual nonchalant demeanor and studious appearance as a back row student, he could see clearly that this good student facade only appeared in front of LNGX. What if you replaced him with someone from class 8? Xiangcheng too found it difficult to persuade Bai Lian, who was diligently listening during class and either solving problems or memorizing vocabulary during breaks, resembling her desk mate Ying L and entirely. Ultimately, they could only watch as Bai Lian headed to her training class. Today, the students were seated in prearranged cooperative groups. The homeroom teacher from class 8 arrived with a USB drive to play the recorded lesson. Starting this week, the coursework would intensify. The homeroom teacher from class 8, eyeing a group of top students in the auditorium, stated seriously, "Next week, we will finalize the selection of candidates. So the daily scores over these 2 weeks are crucial." The students seated below listened intently. The homeroom teacher from class 8 then began playing the recording. Chun's H and our NW and Sin, seated in the same row, exchanged glances, their ambitions evident in their eyes. Bai Lian took diligent notes, grasping concepts quickly, though she struggled with many formulas, particularly the dispersion curve, which she had yet to learn. The course proved challenging, and everyone paid close attention. At 7:30, after the video concluded, many students approached to copy today's video, and the homeroom teacher from class 8 started distributing the day's exercises. Upon glancing at the questions, Bai Lian noted that it spanned an entire page concerning optical crystals. Having not yet learned about the dispersion curve equation, she tucked the questions away as usual. Her phone displayed 2 messages. Having added few contacts, she opened it to take a look. Jiangjing. Didn't you give them the answers? Bai Lian. No. Jiangjing. Bring them over tonight. I'll explain the problems. Bai Lian stared at Jiangjing's message, feeling slightly taken aback. To her right, Xiangcheng and her NWN surprisingly did not linger, exchanging a glance before packing their belongings and leaving the auditorium. Xiangcheng was also puzzled by the questions, having been fixated on Xiangcheng's group. Noticing their early departure, she nudged Xiangcheng's arm. They must be heading to WNH building again. Xiangcheng, engrossed in today's problem, looked up at her remark that as possible. RNW and Xiangcheng both come from affluent families. He was not surprised by Bai Lian's actions, considering the difficulty of the problem, let alone for Bai Lian. By the way, it's a bit warm in the auditorium. Bai Lian removed her school uniform jacket, wearing a white top embroidered with dark bamboo leaves, leisurely uncapping her pen. Do you all have time tonight? I need to discuss the problems I gave you last time. Up front, Xiao, who had been absorbed in his homework, seemed to be activated by a switch. Bai Lian lazily opened her black notebook, her fingers resting on the pristine page, the milk tea shop at the school gate. Xiao nodded. All right, I'll go with you. Beside him, Xiangcheng scratched his head, having not understood the previous questions well, but tonight's assignment was equally challenging. However, since it was the first time a new classmate called him, Xiangcheng replied, then I'll go too. He had little interest in discussing the problems with a new classmate, given that Bai Lian seemed to struggle with today's questions. Yet, Bai Lian had already surpassed everyone else, becoming the goddess of Xiangcheng. If his roommate learned that Bai Lian invited him and he declined, he would worry about facing his roommates at night. This training class was filled with top scholars. Bai Lian's score of 85 was hardly worth mentioning. Even a score of 200 would seem trivial among them. Teaching them the problems would be more appropriate for RNW and Xiangcheng. She would forego her personal care to join them. As for Bai Lian, was she not someone who needed assistance in the first place? Chapter 23. Differentiated Treatment, Fairness and Justice. At 8 o'clock, the other classmates in the auditorium began to sluggishly pack their belongings, leaving with looks of despair. It was evident that today's exercises were exceedingly difficult, as half an hour was insufficient for them to complete the first questions diagram. Bai Lian found the dispersion curve in Jiangjing's notebook, clarifying the minimum deviation angle. Methodically, she organized her pen, book, and notebook. Xiao, with a downcast expression, moved his pale fingers, seemingly compelled to help her tidy up immediately. The two exited one after the other, and Xiangcheng also lifted his head from the problem. Quickly gathering his chaotic belongings, raising his voice slightly, "You two go ahead, I'll be there shortly." Nearby, Xiangcheng equally failed to comprehend the problem. She raised an eyebrow, seemingly amused. "Wait, Xiangcheng, you wouldn't actually attempt the question she gave you, would you?" The quality of the assignments from the training class was so high that they could barely grasp them. Xiangcheng opened his mouth. "Actually, the questions do hold some value." "Forget it." Xiangcheng slung her backpack over her shoulder, shaking her head. "If you want to do it, go ahead. But don't say I didn't warn you. It's a waste of time. Our performance in the training class will be recorded for our regular scores." Everyone knew the purpose of this training class. It was most crucial to cherish the time spent in the training class while it lasted. Xiangcheng caught up with Bai Lian and Xiao. Jiang was still seated in the far corner of the milk tea shop, waiting for Bai Lian, engrossed in his Rubik's Cube. Not only was Xiangcheng astonished at the type of Rubik's Cube Jiang was manipulating, but even Xiao stole a glance at him. Jiang had always shunned crowded places and strangers. Bai Lian had not introduced Jiang to the two. After sitting down, she said nothing but handed them the answers from her backpack. These were the answers to the exercises left by Jiang. Xiao accepted the answers and set aside today as exercises to study the answers instead. The handwriting was not Bai Lian's. It was somewhat elegant, each character floating on the paper, with most replaced by symbols. He suspected that the person who wrote the answers might have considered them too simple, hence the careless presentation. Tang Ming took out the problems that Bai Lian had copied from her backpack initially planning to casually glance at the answer she provided. He felt that having Bai Lian explain the problems to them was somewhat fantastical. The previous problems had seemed a bit convoluted, with too many knowledge points. After reading the first sub-question, Tang Ming, who had intended to merely skim through, suddenly sat up straight and, like Ning Xiao, took out a pen and paper to begin calculations. Despite Tang Ming's grades not matching Ning Xiao's, he could discern that this problem held more value than the electromagnetic question assigned by their teacher last time. When Jiang Fuli arrived at the milk tea shop at 9 o'clock, the two of them were still engrossed in studying that problem. A chill accompanied him, and as he entered, the temperature in the milk tea shop seemed to drop by a couple of degrees. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming looked up to see a pair of eyes that exuded a faint, icy demeanor. The milk tea shop was small, furnished with a table for four. In the past, Jiang Fuli would sit opposite Bai Lian and Jiang He, but now Ning Xiao and Tang Ming had joined them. Jiang Fuli cast a glance at Jiang He, who paused momentarily before quietly gathering his belongings and moving to the table behind Bai Lian. What homework was assigned today? Jiang Fuli elegantly seated himself, his black trench coat pristine and immaculate, as he gracefully accepted the questions Bai Lian handed to him. He didn't need to utter any additional words. The pressure he exerted on Ning Xiao and Tang Ming was greater than that of their homeroom teacher. As he glanced at the optical crystal question, he immediately knew the answer and casually began to share his insights with the two across from him. The first question can be determined based on Huygens principle, and it's evident that both of you should be able to grasp this. The academic prodigy Ning Xiao fell momentarily silent, while the ordinary scholar Tang Ming hesitated to speak. Jiang Fuli cast a cold glance their way, about to say something when Bai Lian, unfazed, casually pulled off the cap of her pen and handed it to him, with her headphones still on from listening to vocabulary. Her delicate hair brushed her forehead as she lazily propped her chin on her hand and said, "Teacher Jiang, I haven't quite learned about dispersion curves yet." He accepted the pen without looking at the question and began writing a series of elegant equations on the paper. The wave speed of uniaxial crystals is quite straightforward. Min que dong gang, seated busy de jangi, watched Jiang Fuli in these belief. Not to mention him, even the renowned Jiang Shiju had been scolded by Jiang Fuli before. Why? He acknowledged Bai Lian's intelligence, but questioned the capabilities of the two sitting across from her. The three on this side listened intently. Jiang Fuli didn't directly write out the steps to the answer, but instead dissected the principles, explaining from the basics to more complex concepts. While Ning Xiao and Tang Ming took notes diligently. As he explained the problems, the chill surrounding him diminished significantly. Bai Lian possessed photographic memory and didn't need to jot notes. She focused intently, only scribbling down professional terms in a small notebook prepared for Ji Hong, intending to randomly share one with him later. After nearly half an hour, Jiang Fuli completed the explanation for the four sub-questions. Once finished, the other three began working on the problems according to their understanding. Jiang Fuli had not elaborated as much as the curriculum required, yet he wasted no words, and his analysis was exceptionally clear. His teaching ability was such that even a novice in physics could comprehend. Bai Lian had not yet eaten dinner. As soon as Jiang Fuli finished speaking, she took her vocabulary book and went to eat with Jiang He. Meanwhile, Jiang Fuli remained seated across from Ning Xiao and Tang Ming, casually resting one hand on the table, lazily pressing a thin sheet of paper. "You still have another member in your study group, right?" Tang Ming found it difficult to speak in front of Jiang Fuli, while Ning Xiao nodded. Jiang Fuli folded the paper nonchalantly and tucked it into Bai Lian's black notebook, then turned his attention to the two. "I hope today's events will not be disclosed to that member." Both Ning Xiao and Tang Ming were astute enough to understand Jiang Gongzi's implication. "We understand." Ning Tiao replied en tant Ming spehalv. "By the way," Jiang Fuli responded casually, standing up to leave for dinner, "there's no need for Bai to know." The problems proved somewhat challenging, and the three of them only completed them by 11 o'clock that night. Bai Lian continued to tackle problems, as she had many questions and found it hard to sleep, often practicing until 2 in the morning. Jiang Fuli sat nearby, handling documents on his laptop. Jiang He had already fallen asleep on the small sofa beside them. After finishing their exercises, Ning Xiao and Tang Ming exited the milk tea shop, exchanging glances. How were these two so brilliant yet so competitive? Once Jiang Fuli was out of sight, Tang Ming posed a sincere question to Ning Xiao. "Who was that person just now? If he had been teaching me since childhood, my mother wouldn't have to worry about me getting into Jiangjing University. The better one performed academically. The more they could appreciate the formidable nature of Jiangfu Li, who simplified complex problems into the most accessible explanations. Even an hour and a half of tutoring sessions at Jiangjing University every night could not compare to his 10-minute lecture. How many people would queue to attend his classes? Ning Xiao shook his head. I finally understand why new students can join the training class, Tang Ming remarked. Those two are quite intimidating. Ning Xiao remained silent, merely acquiescing. Hey, what good fortune! Tang Ming rubbed his hands together. The following day, Lu Xiaohan and the class monitor finally found an opportunity to discuss the upcoming school anniversary with Bai Lian. Lu Xiaohan sat right in front of Bai Lian, turned around, and leaned on her desk, watching her with unblinking eyes. A performance? Bai Lian wrote down a formula, looked up, her almond-shaped eyes wide with surprise. But my talents are rather mediocre. No worries, Lu Xiaohan interlocked her arms. Just stand on stage, don't move. You'll be the emblem of our class 15. How about it? Bai Lian genuinely felt her skills were fairly ordinary, yet seeing the eager expressions of Lu Xiaohan and others, she found it hard to refuse and reluctantly agreed to perform a sword dance. Sounds so cool. Lu Xiaohan and the cultural committee member were somewhat excited. Bai Lian didn't quite understand why waving a sword could be deemed cool. Isn't that something everyone can do? Do you need me to lend you a venue to practice? Lu Xiaohan shyly inquired. No need. I have training classes in the evening, Bai Lian replied, shaking her head, emphasizing, but I really learned swordplay rather poorly before. No problem, no problem, Lu Xiaohan shook her head. She didn't require Bai Lian's performance to be perfect, as long as Bai Lian stood on stage. Their class 15 would have already won. When you have time, we'll take you to rehearse on stage. Lu Xiaohan exchanged glances with the class monitor, signaling a thumbs up. She then noted Bai Lian's sword dance on the rehearsal list. The school's props room did not have long swords, so they would need to order one from outside, and costumes also needed to be prepared in advance. The two made notes in their book. At 6 o'clock in the evening, during the training class, the homeroom teacher of Class 8 collected the answers from the previous day. They began playing today's video, which was still on physics, and today's recording was more challenging than yesterday's, with future lessons expected to be increasingly difficult, so everyone needed to prepare. It had essentially surpassed high school knowledge. The homeroom teacher of Class 8 sat at the back, listening while grading the previous day's questions. There were 4 sub-questions in total, and most students had only completed the first 2, until he reached Ren Wanxian's answers. Ren Wanxian had written responses for each sub-question, though her final answer was vague. It appeared that someone had assisted her with the answering process, but she had failed to grasp the last sub-question. The homeroom teacher of Class 8 paused, intending to score her a 10 for her usual performance. Then he remembered Bai Lian's answer sheet, which also contained responses for all 4 questions. However, her methods differed entirely from those he had received, causing the teacher to brighten up as he began analyzing Bai Lian's answers, which were more detailed and clearer than the standard answers. In reality, the standard answer was quite simple. The first sub-question contained merely a diagram, while Bai Lian had included a standard analysis beside it. After struggling to comprehend the question, the homeroom teacher of Class 8 finally understood it after reviewing Bai Lian's answers. He had come to a decision in his mind. He awarded Ren Wanxian 8 points, while her 2 group members who only answered 3 questions received 7 points each. Bai Lian and Ning Xiao performed admirably, while Tang Ming's understanding fell slightly short. Although the final question had an answer, it was somewhat ambiguous, meriting only 9 points. The homeroom teacher of Class 8 pondered over Bai Lian's responses for a considerable time. He had previously inquired about Bai Lian, knowing that Ning Xiao and Tang Ming were in her group, and it was evident whom they benefited from. At 7:30, the recording concluded. Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu, along with 2 others, exited the lecture hall, their faces alight with excitement. In the corridor, the Class 8 homeroom teacher called out to Ren Wanxian. The student regarded him with great respect, addressing him as teacher. The teacher, holding Bai Lian's answer sheet, looked at Ren Wanxian gently and remarked, I reviewed your answers, and they are more precise than the analysis. This answer was penned by Dr. Gao, hence its accuracy. Peyton Vang Swain smiled. The teacher shifted the topic, therefore, I wish to provide this answer to the other students. Is that permissible? Ren Wanxian fixed her gaze on the teacher and suddenly inquired, does that include Bai Lian? The teacher remained silent. Teacher, Ren Wanxian's frustration deepened. She was perplexed as to why every elder favored Bai Lian despite her poor grades. Suppressing her acidic tone, she continued, "We are ultimately to be graded, correct? Can the school ensure that the entire process is fair and just?" "Of course," the teacher replied. This analysis was painstakingly obtained from Dr. Gao, reflecting our personal capabilities. Ren Wanxian interjected, "If they desire clearer explanations and higher regular scores, they can seek assistance in solving problems themselves." That would be true fairness, would it not? The Class 8 homeroom teacher regarded her thoughtfully, folding the paper in his hands. After a lengthy pause, he conceded, "Yes, I see now. That indeed constitutes fairness." Ren Wanxian, locking eyes with the teacher, posed a question. "So, you will not share our analysis with anyone else, correct?" Bai Lian, maintaining a serious demeanor, responded, "I am of average learning ability." In Chapter 24, Jiang Gongzi and the enigmatic temperament of Schar Dinger's cat were discussed in the physics book. Ren Wanxian understood that the teacher would not lie, and with the Ren family backing her, he would not dare offend her in such matters. She then bid farewell to the teacher and departed, mindful that her mother had expended considerable effort to secure Dr. Gao's agreement to teach them for 10 days. She did not wish to waste any more time. The Class 8 homeroom teacher watched her leave before returning to find Bai Lian. Once again, Bai Lian had not completed the exercises, a routine he had grown accustomed to, and he gently tapped her desk, urging her to follow. Bai Lian donned her coat, leisurely trailing behind him. Standing upright, her dark eyes reflected the teacher's figure, her tone respectful. "Teacher." Bai Lian exhibited an exceptional level of politeness towards teachers and elders, a trait that the homeroom teacher in Lu Lingxi had long recognized. A student who was exceedingly courteous, possessed a commendable attitude towards learning, and was both intelligent and attractive. What teacher would not favor such a pupil? The Class 8 homeroom teacher felt his spirits lift. With his hands clasped behind his back, he suddenly coughed several times. Bai Lian discerned that the teacher was not ill and looked at his face with concern, asking, "Teacher, are you all right?" "I'm fine." The teacher coughed again, sighing with a look of worry. "I did not sleep well last night." "What is wrong? Please take care of your health," Bai Lian responded cooperatively. He shifted his gaze, coughed twice more, and mused, "I have been contemplating a certain book. Do you know which one it is?" Bai Lian asked, "What book?" "Jiangjing University Physics," the Class 8 homeroom teacher answered solemnly. Bai Lian understood. The teacher's eyes brightened as he feigned calmness, asking, "May I share your answers from yesterday with the other students?" "Of course," Bai Lian replied, still holding a pen, her fingers delicately writing in her notebook as she pondered the equation for the dispersion curve, her tone indifferent. Upon finishing, she noticed the teacher regarding her with an inscrutable expression. "What is it?" Bai Lian raised an eyebrow. The Class 8 homeroom teacher did not comprehend her. She was never stingy with her knowledge, especially when it could assist her peers in their academic pursuits. "Are you not concerned that other students might outscore you?" Bai Lian met his gaze, her expression revealing a hint of innate arrogance, calm and self-assured. "Oh, let them try." The teacher waved the book in his hand, clearly indicating that he had no intention of distributing Bai Lian's analysis. "I will return it to you after I finish reading." Bai Lian lazily nodded, appearing somewhat indifferent. "No worries. Teacher, if you like it, I will inquire with others if I can gift it to you once I've finished." "Really?" In the lecture hall, Zhu Jiran whispered to Tang Ming, her eyes filled with admiration. "I heard that in Ren Wanxuan's group, there is a PhD from Jiangjing University explaining problems. This time, the spot will surely go to either her or Chen Zhu." This piece of news spread throughout the training class, leading most top students to forego competing with the two. "If only we were in the same group as her," Zhu Jiran murmured, her yearning evident. "A PhD from Jiangjing University. We may never encounter one in our lifetime." Thanks to the Ren family, Tang Ming merely offered perfunctory agreement, his focus diverted to his notebook. The long lashes cast a shadow over her face, making her appear less approachable. Sensing the gaze upon her, she coldly lifted her head. The moment their eyes met, Zhu Jiran felt an inexplicable pressure. Recovering her composure, she could not help but scoff. "What are you pretending for?" At 8 o'clock, Tang Ming was more proactive than Ning Xiao, packing up his belongings 5 minutes early and glancing at Bai Lian, who was leisurely organizing her things. He felt anxious yet hesitant to urge her. Zhu Jiran still did not accompany them. He questioned, "Is that so?" The Class 8 homeroom teacher remained silent for a moment before nodding, advising, "I believe you, Zhu. Should try to integrate with your peers a little more." After speaking, he departed. The Class 8 homeroom teacher observed her retreating figure. Realizing that Zhu Jiaran was in the same group as Bai Lian, but now he understood why Zhu Jiaran lacked answers. As a teacher, he had fulfilled his duty to impart knowledge and resolve doubts. The path of life must still be traversed by them. The college entrance examination is a competition against the nation, not merely against the students in this school. The year group had collectively decided on this mutual aid group, hoping they could progress further, not just within this training class. Since Ren Wanxian sought fairness, let them each showcase their abilities. Momentum must be conserved. Thus, the refractive index of the doubled frequency must match that of the fundamental frequency, and when they are both a beam of light, it is impossible to possess the same refractive index. Jiang fully leaned back in his chair, one hand resting on the keyboard, his light-colored eyes narrowed, giving him an intimidating aura. The air of nobility was ingrained in him. His tone was calm and unhurried. Do you understand? The problem was more challenging than the previous night. Jiang fully spoke rapidly. Bai Lian was about to nod, but instinctively glanced across the room. Ning Xiao hesitated with his note-taking hand, having missed a key point. He missed several, Tang Ming added. Bai Lian lazily picked up a pen, her slender fingers inscribing orderly lines in her notebook, resting her chin on her arm. Teacher Jiang, could you repeat that? Jiang fully cast a cold glance at the two opposite him and, devoid of emotion, repeated himself. Ning Xiao finally closed his notebook, exhaling with relief. Tang Ming remained still needing a bit more. Jiang fully fixed his gaze on Tang Ming, leaning back, unable to resist. What is wrong? Have you lost your soul? Teacher Jiang. Bai Lian poured him a glass of ice water. Jiang Gongzi suppressed his response and repeated himself once more. Later, after about a minute, he pulled out his phone and sent a message in the group chat. Ming Dongheng. Jiang Xiao was explaining problems to an ordinary high school student. Sunanjing. Point made. Jiang Shijue typically ignored him. Ming Dongheng. It's an optics problem. He calmly explained it 3 times. In less than 10 seconds. Sunanjing. Question mark. Sunanjing. Impossible. Sunanjing. I don't believe rumors or spread them. Sunanjing. Smiling. Jiang Shijue. Jiang Shijue initiated a group video call. The sound of the WeChat video invitation rang out. But Ming Dongheng swiftly disconnected it to avoid disturbing the 3 high school students who were studying. Jiang Shijue sent another video call request, which was promptly cut off again. A 3rd invitation followed, and Ming Dongheng, exasperated, declared, "Shut it down." Finally, silence enveloped the room. Ming Dongheng let out a sigh of relief, holding his phone thoughtfully as he gazed at Bai Lian, feeling as though he had uncovered something clever. Opposite him, Jiang He wore a bemused expression. Bai Lian continued to eat only after finishing her explanations, and Jiang He waited daily for her to join him for a meal. As she departed for lunch, Jiang Fulai's gaze shifted slightly from his computer, his voice remaining indifferent. Was the competition for your training class? Tang Ming was too intimidated to respond. Ning Xiao, however, maintained his composure. It's the quota for the Jiangjing University preparatory camp. He mentioned a few slots. Jiang Fulai casually inquired with his fingers poised over the keyboard. Ning Xiao was puzzled by who Jiang Fulai referred to as he, but exchanged a glance with Tang Ming. A few slots? The quota was hard-earned. Their Xiangcheng had only secured one in nearly a decade, so how could it be described as merely a few? Was the quota for Jiangjing University's preparatory camp akin to cabbages? Jiang Fulai's fingers paused above the keyboard as he tilted his head, a fleeting look of incomprehension crossing his usually calm and detached eyes. I understand. He nodded. At 12:30, the car halted at the entrance of Qingshui Street. I've arrived. Bai Lian exited the vehicle and stood at the roadside, suddenly recalling the countless times she had almost blurted out her thoughts tonight, only to swallow them back. She retrieved the last cherry-flavored fruit candy from her pocket and offered it to Jiang Fulai. What? Jiang Fulai also exited the car, intending to watch Bai Lian enter the alley before getting back in. Bai Lian opened her hand, placing the candy, wrapped in red and green packaging, into his palm. Her slender fingers, under the dim streetlight, resembled cold jade that had been moistened. I received this from the aunt on the bus this morning, Bai Lian said, looking up to meet his eyes. She smiled briefly before adding earnestly, You've worked hard, Teacher Jiang. She regarded the people around her as though they were mere spectators passing through the mundane world. Even her smiles seemed casual and devoid of depth, akin to floating duckweed, easily swept away by the wind, if not carefully observed. Yet at this moment, her smile was exceptionally pure. She tilted her head slightly, her dark apricot eyes reflecting the fragmented light of the street lamp, languorous and captivating, making it hard for anyone not to be struck by her demeanor. Jiang watched as she turned with her backpack and waved casually before disappearing into the alley, clenching the fruit candy in his palm. Once back in the car, he recalled something and pulled out his phone to send a message. Is your lab finally going to close down? A certain academic, startled from his dreams, replied. What? Jiang sneered. The quota for Jiangjing University's preparatory camp had only been allocated to one. What was the difference from shutting down? The homeroom teacher, Class 8, had spent the entire night awake, poring over the book from Jiangjing University and photographing each page. Chunju, who came by the office in the morning to deliver homework, noticed the book on the teacher's desk and paused. The title was clear, Physics from Jiangjing University. Most academic elites who had participated in competitions had heard of this book, authored by several esteemed academicians from the physics department of Jiangjing University, rich in value. It included experimental data from major domestic laboratories. To prevent foreign individuals from obtaining it, the book circulated only within Jiangjing University, under strict control. The esteemed Dr. Gao, invited by the Run family, was also from Jiangjing University, but he was notoriously proud, difficult to meet, and only sent them the answers to exercises without uttering a word beyond that. They held a profound respect for the doctoral students from Jiangjing University, afraid to speak too much, let alone ask him for the book. How could the homeroom teacher possess this book? Teacher. Chenju fixed his gaze on the book in the teacher's hands. May I take a look at it? The fatigued homeroom teacher merely lifted his head slightly and calmly tucked the book away, refusing, no, it's not mine. Chenju was taken aback. He had assumed the teacher was lending it to them. Class 8. What's the matter? Ren Wanxian noticed he was lost in thought while collecting papers. Chenju briefly recounted the situation to her, and Ren Wanxian clenched the paper. Are you certain it's Jiangjing physics? Yes, Chenju nodded. They both clearly recognized the significance of Jiangjing physics. Why won't the homeroom teacher lend it to us? Ren Wanxian asked, perplexed after confirming. Neither of them had anticipated a day when the homeroom teacher would refuse them. Perhaps it's too precious. We need to think of another way. Chenju pressed his fingers to his forehead. They absolutely had to acquire that book. That evening, the training class for top students continued as usual. At 7:30, after the video was concluded, the homeroom teacher of Class 8 discreetly called Bai Lian aside to return the book to her, admonishing, keep this book safe. Oh, Bai Lian replied slowly, receiving it and tilting her head slightly. I'll ask Ning Xiao if he wants to see it and return it to you later. In the lecture hall, Ren Wanxian and her group began to pack their belongings in advance, not wanting to keep Dr. Gao's assistant waiting. However, today, he recognized the book. It was the physics from Jiangjing University he had seen on the homeroom teacher's desk that morning. Chunju inhaled deeply, a wave of confusion and disappointment washing over him. The students in Class 8 held a certain superiority over others in the school, making it difficult for him to comprehend. Why? The homeroom teacher would prefer to lend it to Bai Lian, who might not even understand it, rather than to him and Ren Wanxian. Tomorrow, he must ensure these two know the gravity of the situation. Chapter 25. She must not sneak back to study literature. Why are you so slow today? Ren Wanxian had already packed up and was waiting for him. They needed to hurry to meet Dr. Gao's assistant. In the past, everyone had been enthusiastic. Today, Chenju was much slower in his movements. With many people in the classroom, Chenju was aware of the need to keep Bai Lian's connection to the Rin family confidential, remaining silent. It was tea until they got into the car that he finally asked, what exactly is the background of your relative? What background could there be? Qingshui Street. My grandfather's family has been checked thoroughly. Their household registration is with the Ji family. Ren Wanxian knew he was referring to Bai Lian and replied nonchalantly, what about her? It's quite strange, Chenju said, gazing out the car window, confusion etched on his handsome features. Why did the homeroom teacher lend Jiangjing University physics to her? Ren Wanxian was initially focused on the address the assistant had sent her. Upon hearing his words, she abruptly looked up. Are you sure? Most likely, he assured. I shouldn't be mistaken. In Xiangcheng, at the Research Institute, Jiang Fulai's gaze was fixed on the detector. One hand held a piece of cardboard while the other gripped a pen, his entire demeanor shrouded in the lab's subtle darkness, his expression frigid. His team members dared not even breathe loudly. The probability of producing deuterium is low. We need to intensify our exploration of gamma rays. He jotted down a few notes hastily, turning his head to pass the notebook to his assistant, asking, "You understand the principle, right?" He looked up and randomly pointed at a team member. The member stood tall and confident, and once he when S recording pen arrived, they could review what they had forgotten. When deuterium enters the detector, it will be captured by atoms, forming unique atoms that subsequently release gamma rays. As Jiang Fulai walked outside, he unfastened the buttons of his radiation protection coat, his voice flat, "Send the experimental report to my email." The assistant followed closely behind with the notebook. By the way, Jiang Fulai paused, his finger resting on the deep blue button, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Fetch 2 invitations for the Jiangjing University preparatory camp." Understood. The assistant noted the task in his itinerary. With no further business, Jiang Fulai leisurely placed his coat in the break room, took his phone, and entered the elevator. Of course, this early was relative to his previous self. The assistant stood outside the elevator, waiting for it to reach the ground floor, relieved to feel the absence of pressure from Jiang Fulai. He recalled Jiang Fulai's instructions to request the preparatory camp invitations from Jiangjing University. Without discussing Jiang Fuli's esteemed position within the realm of physics at Jiangjing University, it suffices to note that the annual research funding provided by the Jiang family renders any request for 2 invitation codes, or even a mere alteration of the preparatory camp's name, a trivial matter, met with no objections whatsoever. However, one must ponder the necessity of such invitation codes. The individuals granted access to his laboratory are all prodigious talents, eagerly sent by Jiangjing University, each possessing their own preparatory camp account. The assistant found this perplexing, but dared not speculate, for the great minds surely possess their own reasoning. Thursday arrived, and with the impending monthly examination, Zhang Xiai's refrained from indulging in distractions during the break, opting instead to study in the classroom. Cursed English, he lamented, perceiving it as his lifelong adversary. He had never harbored such animosity towards Emperor Zhongwen. Zhang Xiai's vented his frustrations to the classmate behind him, expressing that had Bai Li, or at least by Chengyu or by Xiangjuan, been granted an additional decade of life, perhaps the burden of learning this wretched English could have been avoided. If only I could be reborn in the Dayong dynasty, I would seek to vanquish Emperor Jiangwen. His desk mate wholeheartedly agreed. Zhang Xiai's, satisfied, turned to pat his classmate's shoulder. "Academic genius, what are your thoughts?" Ning Xiao, with a pale and composed visage, inquired if he had grasped the material from the previous night. Bai Lian had departed for dinner after her explanation, and he had refrained from admitting his incomplete understanding. Her method of articulation was notably clear, contrasting sharply with Jiang Fuli's style. Even Zhang Xiai's, seemingly unacquainted with competitive problems, felt a fleeting moment of comprehension. Ning Xiao, typically self-assured in his studies, now found himself questioning his abilities in light of both Jiang Fuli and Bai Lian's prowess. Even that child often led him to ponder the meaning of life. Bai Lian idly twirled a pen between her fingers before grasping it firmly, contemplating the notion of photographic memory. She nodded, acknowledging the possibility. Her understanding far surpassed his. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiai's, still memorizing vocabulary, searched for the definitions of photographic memory and the method of loci. Upon concluding his search, he was left in a state of astonishment. How marvelous! His front desk peer had photographic memory, while his desk mate had the method of loci, and he was left with a mere 7-second memory. With a stoic expression, Zhang Xiai's tucked away his phone and begrudgingly flipped open his vocabulary book, glancing enviously at his classmates. What difference would it make if one more person possessed a good memory? Bai Lian, look. Lu Xiaohan secretly revealed her phone, displaying an image. "This is the sword dance costume we selected for you. What do you think?" Bai Lian lifted her gaze. The attire was a traditional ensemble, featuring a white top adorned with golden trim and a crimson skirt embroidered with intricate black and gold patterns. "I believe you would look splendid in it," Lu Xiaohan exclaimed, her eyes wide with anticipation. Bai Lian's first appearance had been in a horse-faced skirt, leaving a lasting impression. The muted colors had urged her to specifically choose red this time. After all, the most beautiful individuals deserve the boldest hues. Bai Lian, noticing her lack of response, Lu Xiaohan called out. "Huh? Very well," she replied, slightly disappointed, but opting not to inquire further. "What about this smoky blue?" She flipped to another image. Bai Lian, with a lazy smile that accompanied her subtle eye lift, replied, "No need. All my garments are crafted by my grandfather. I shall find a suitable one, and you can simply procure me a long sword." Every piece crafted by Ji is fit for the stage. Bai Lian sometimes wondered if it was excessive to have such fine talent devoted to her attire. Not needed? Lu Xiaohan, undeterred, still wished to procure a beautiful dress for Bai Lian. Our class funds are quite ample. Upon confirming Bai Lian's disinterest, she shelved that notion and turned her attention to selecting a long sword. If garments were off the table, then they would acquire the most exquisite long sword available. In the training class, Ning Xiao remained wholly engrossed in practice problems, finding it challenging to cultivate interest in anything outside of studying. After reviewing the recorded lesson, Bai Lian took out her phone and leisurely typed, inquiring of Jiang Fu Li, "May I give the textbook to the teacher after I finish studying the advanced physics?" On the other end, Jiang Fu Li had just removed his glasses and noted her message. While others may have different sentiments, Jiang Laosher genuinely found her endearing, as she often sought his guidance. "Once given to you, it is yours to manage as you see fit," he responded. Bai Lian extracted the textbook of Jiangjing University physics to show him. The lecture hall remained oblivious to her actions, but Chen Zhu, who had been observing Bai Lian, confirmed that the book in her hands was indeed the textbook from Jiangjing University physics. He had not misread it yesterday. Beside Chen Zhu, Ren Wanxian also noticed his gaze and turned to look in Bai Lian's direction, realizing with surprise that she had indeed been given the book. It was difficult for her to suppress her envy. She had listened to Chen Zhu's words yesterday with skepticism, but witnessing it firsthand today was undeniable. The homeroom teacher of Class 8 distributed the evening's assignments, instructing everyone to diligently complete their tasks. The principal had summoned him for a meeting, and he encouraged students to reach out via WeChat for any queries or to ask him tomorrow. With that, he turned to exit. Teacher Ren Wanxian inhaled deeply, rising amidst the collective gaze of her peers. "Ren Wanxian?" The homeroom teacher halted at the entrance of the lecture hall, surprised by her voice. "Do you have a question?" Holding her bag, Ren Wanxian regarded the teacher and addressed him before the attentive crowd. "Teacher, I have always believed in you. However, why is it that you must know how poorly Bai Lian performs in her comprehensive science studies? You are aware of her connections. Why do you continually favor her?" Upon hearing Ren Wanxuan's statement, Bai Lian glanced up, narrowing her eyes at her. The homeroom teacher, taken aback, pondered, "Favor her? Yesterday, when I requested to borrow Jiangjing physics, you denied my request." Chen Zhu interjected, surprised that Ren Wanxian had voiced it so directly. His gaze turned conflicted as he glanced at Bai Lian, hesitating briefly before siding with Ren Wanxian. Yet today, Bai Lian had clearly been permitted to borrow it. If Ren Wanxuan's previous comment had not been significant, Chen Zhu's assertion stirred a tempest within the lecture hall. Among the top students present, none could claim ignorance of Jiangjing University physics. Each was driven by self-interest. Why was it that Bai Lian was granted access while they were not informed? All gazes shifted towards Bai Lian, who remained seated in her original position, her dark, clear eyes exuding calmness and composure. Her long, pale fingers lightly grasped the textbook of Jiangjing University physics. Under the scrutiny of her peers, she languidly rotated the book, a stray lock of hair cascading over her brow. She appeared entirely unconcerned with the attention of those around her. The homeroom teacher soon grasped the situation, finally understanding why the training class members kept their distance from Bai Lian. Meeting Ren Wanxuan's gaze, he showed no signs of retreat. With a hint of sarcasm on her lips, Ren Wanxian aimed to prevent the teacher from evading the issue. How did she gain entry into the training class with an 85? To her, Bai Lian was merely one among the many in Qingshui Street. Besides the Ren family, what connections could she possibly have? The other students in the training class shared similar sentiments. They had all entered based on merit, so it was entirely reasonable for them to look down upon Bai Lian, who seemed an interloper among their ranks. A foundation of trust should exist between students and teachers. The homeroom teacher nodded, addressing Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu. "Let's first address the initial question." Just then his phone rang. It was the principal. "Old Li, why haven't you arrived yet?" "I have some good news." "Indeed, principal." The homeroom teacher replied calmly, interrupting, "I would like to inquire as to whose connections allowed Bai Lian to enter the training class." Ren Wanxian observed the homeroom teacher silently, her smirks suggesting she was eager to hear his response. What connections could possibly exist? In the hushed classroom, the principal's voice resonated clearly through the speakers, eliciting astonishment. Bai Lian was specially recruited due to a set of vortex collision data. Had I not mentioned this to you when you last inquired? Lao Li, have you grown forgetful with age? The silence in the lecture hall was palpable. Lao Li, as an educator, bore a heavy responsibility. Chapter 26, Is It Not Borrowing? The majority present were aware of what vortexes were, yet their understanding merely skimmed the surface. Even the proud Ren Wanxian and Chun Zhu dared not claim extensive knowledge on the subject. As for the vortex collision data, such information was typically reserved for laboratory environments. Wasn't the new student supposed to have scored 85 in the comprehensive science exam? To what extent was she sensitive to data that warranted her exceptional recruitment? Thus, why did Ren Wanxian assert that Bai Lian had entered through connections? All gazes instinctively shifted towards Ren Wanxian. The mockery on her lips stiffened. She had always presumed that Ji Xiaorong had made arrangements with the school, considering the connections of the Ren family. She could hardly believe that the Ji family would neglect their influence. Yet now, she felt the weight of the skeptical, confused stares from those around her, and she couldn't bear to remain in the classroom for another moment. Let us now address the second issue. He hung up the phone and turned to Chenju, stating, Chenju, there was a word you mispronounced earlier, the word borrow. Chenju was taken aback. He stared blankly at the head teacher of Class 8, as if suddenly realizing something. At that moment, the head teacher regarded him with an expression of profound disappointment. Did you figure it out? Indeed. That book belongs to Bai Lian. Do I need to consult you and Ren Wanxian before returning her property? I find it hard to fathom how you could utter such a statement. Silence engulfed the room. He pondered countless possibilities, but never considered that the book would belong to Bai Lian. Neither he nor Ren Wanxian had access to procure such a book. Where did Bai Lian acquire it? Especially since he had just questioned the teacher about lending the book to her. It turned out the book was originally hers. I am unaware of how the rumor about Bai Lian entering through connections has spread. The head teacher surveyed the classroom once more in the stillness. However, as students who have received a decade of education, you cannot possibly be ignorant of the damage that gossip inflicts on an individual. Many lowered their heads in silence. The head teacher gazed at them with disappointment, reflecting on why such behavior would manifest among a group of top students, or if his teaching methods were flawed. His gaze finally settled on Bai Lian, and for a fleeting moment, he yearned to know who her teacher was, the one capable of nurturing such a person. From her, he seemed to grasp the essence of integrity in solitude. Most of the time, he refrained from sharing many matters with Bai Lian to avoid unnecessary entanglements. However, as he departed, his steps lacked their usual lightness. From 7:30 to 8 o'clock, the training class, typically filled with lively discussions, fell into an unusual silence. They all knew that Bai Lian possessed the textbook on physics from Jiangjing University. Many desired to borrow it, as everyone recognized the immense benefit it could provide. Thank you. Ning Xiao accepted the Jiangjing University physics book from Bai Lian amidst the gazes of his peers, adding, I'll return it once I've finished. No rush, Bai Lian replied, her right hand holding a black pen as she lazily inscribed a series of formulas on the paper. Once I'm done, feel free to look at it. All eyes were fervently fixed on the book in Ning Xiao's hands. Little did they know, the book that Chun Zhu and Ren Wanxian yearned for was casually lent to Ning Xiao by Bai Lian. Ning Xiao disregarded the attention, seemingly indifferent as he placed the book on the table. Let us depart. Ren Wanxian felt an unfamiliar turmoil within her. The Ji family, whom she had always looked down upon, possessed elements she could never have imagined. Only Dr. Gao could slightly quell the jealousy brewing within her. She avoided glancing at Bai Lian, shouldering her bag and exiting. Typically, many were engrossed in her interactions with Chun Zhu, yet today, no one cast her a second glance. By 8 o'clock, as most departed, Tang Ming was surrounded by a circle of peers. Tang Ming, have you read Jiangjing University physics? They inquired, enviously. Ning Tiao, known for his solitary nature, had few who dared to converse with him in the training class. Tang Ming hurriedly stowed his book. Jiangjing University physics? Bai Lian just asked if I want to take a look, but I have no time right now, so I'll let Ning Xiao read it first. Hey, Ning Tiao, wait for me. He struggled with the analysis of Jiang Fu Li daily, unable to compare to those two prodigies who could peruse other texts. Zhu Jiran. Several familiar faces chimed in. Your group is quite fortunate to have Jiangjing University physics. I wonder if I will ever have a chance to possess a copy. Zhu Jiran's smile was stiff. Others were oblivious. But she understood all too well that since the formation of their group, she had scarcely exchanged a word with Bai Lian. She gathered her belongings, pushed past the others, and hurried to catch up with Tang Ming. Tang Ming, Zhu Jiran called out, her face rigid as she halted in place. The excuse of needing to wash her hair was self-imposed, yet now she found herself unable to refute it, merely watching Tang Ming's figure fade away. In that moment, she seemed to grasp the meaning behind the head teacher's remark about camaraderie. This weekend marked the monthly examination. On Friday evening, in the training class, the head teacher of Class 8, after playing the recorded video, rarely displayed a smile as he announced some good news. Leaning against the podium, he declared, "I have some exciting news for everyone." Those eager to copy the video paused, anticipating the announcement. The head teacher appeared in high spirits, scanning the lecture hall. During yesterday's meeting, the principal mentioned that the registration quota for the preparatory camp has increased by 1, meaning we now have 2 slots available. 2. In the past, the school hadn't had any slots at all, and now there were suddenly 2. The training class, which had been rather subdued due to the events surrounding Ren Wanxian, erupted with energy. "Teacher, how can there be 2 slots?" An enthusiastic student raised a hand. The head teacher shook his head, uncertain, but deemed it a positive development. Thus, "I hope everyone strives hard, believe that anything is possible." Upon hearing that the discussion was not centered on academics, Bai Lian began to drift off. She extracted her exercise book, pressed it down with one hand, and began to calculate with a pen, exuding an aura of nonchalance. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming sat in front of her, occasionally exchanging a few words, primarily initiated by Tang Ming's inquiries to Ning Xiao. Questions he had previously hesitated to ask. Now, having seen Jiang Fu Li, he found the brooding Ning Xiao far more approachable than Jiang Fu Li. As for the quota, Tang Ming was indifferent. He believed that the half-hour of analysis in the evening was of greater importance than the quota. Most in the training class were quite excited until someone murmured, "What does it matter? 1 more slot has no bearing on us. It's clearly for the 2 of them." Suddenly, the chatter ceased, and all eyes shifted to Chen Zhu and Ren Wanxian. The 2 exchanged glances, and despite Ren Wanxuan's impeccable manners, she could not conceal her excitement and subtle sense of superiority. She had initially contemplated competing with Chen Zhu, but she felt outmatched. Of course, Ren Xian also preferred that she not contend with Chen Zhu, as the Ren family wished to maintain a good relationship with the Chen family. With the addition of the quota, the situation was now favorable for both her and Chen Zhu. With Dr. Gao involved, she had never considered that anyone else could compete with them. After days of frustration stemming from Bai Lian's situation, Ren Wanxian finally exhaled deeply. Securing a spot in Jiangjing University would be exceptional. For now, the foremost priority was the quota for the Jiangjing preparatory camp. Chen Zhu shared her sentiments, glancing at Ning Xiao, who had claimed first place at school more times than he had. Yet this time, Ning Xiao had lost the chance to compete with him. The weekend marked the monthly examination at Xiangcheng No. 1 High School. On Saturday morning, they had the Chinese exam, followed by mathematics and English in the afternoon. On Sunday morning, after completing the comprehensive examination, Bai Lian was finally free. It was her first time taking an exam, and she was in the last examination room alongside Zhang Xiai's. As soon as they finished, she heard Zhang Xiai's anguished cry from behind. What on earth was on this physics exam? I guessed the multiple-choice questions by rolling dice, and the lengthy problems were incomprehensible. Bai Lian packed her belongings and headed outside. It was the weekend, and the school did not require uniforms. She wore a long dress, a delicate shade of snow blue, adorned with embroidered orchids, pristine and elegant. Nonchalantly, she carried the backpack Ji Hung had made for her, leisurely taking out her phone to switch it on, revealing an excessively fair wrist. Her entire demeanor seemed at odds with that of the other students in the examination room. Only Zhang Xiai's dared to engage her in conversation. Scratching his head as he sought solace from the top student. "Have you finished?" he asked Bai Lian. She shook her head, indicating she had not. "That's good." Zhang Xiai sighed with relief. "If you haven't finished, the physics teacher probably won't scold me this time." Bai Lian glanced at him, but refrained from revealing that she had completed her physics work. "I'll take the bus this afternoon." Jiang, he mentioned that the vortex ring collider could be dismantled. Bai Lian had been occupied with classes and tutoring all week, and had only now found time. Upon disembarking, she spotted Mao Cohen, dejectedly squatting at the bus stop. "What's wrong?" She noticed the bruises on Mao Cohen's face. "I had someone custom-made for me." Mao Cohen handed her an item, rubbing his head. "I was beaten by someone from the fighting arena." The fighting arena was the most formidable establishment on Heishui Street. Mao Cohen lamented, "I feel like crying. Wait for me in this alley at 10 tonight." She turned and entered the alley, and when Mao Cohen looked up, he only saw a fleeting glimpse of her snow blue dress. Estimating her words, Mao Kuan suddenly felt excited and ran to the convenience store at No. 112 to work for a while. The store manager was now more relaxed with him. Xiao Mao, Lian was right. You're a good kid. He handed Mao Kuan a bottle of Wangzai milk. Mao Kuan beamed, clutching the milk as he carried goods inside, just in time to see two patrolling officers. He shot them a glance, defiantly saying, "What are you looking at?" Xiao Mao, the store manager admonished him, "Be polite to the police officers." Reluctantly, Xiao Mao muttered in acknowledgement. The two officers had just received a notification about Xiao Mao's altercation with mercenaries, Jiheng's courtyard. Today was Jiheng's birthday, and Ji Xiaojun and Xiangcheng had both arrived. Xiangcheng was bustling about with a flattering smile on her face, serving tea to a tall woman in formal attire. "Ms. Run, please take a seat and relax. They'll be here shortly." Xiangcheng wiped the chair she brought out with her sleeve and placed it beside the woman, looking up with an ingratiating expression. Ji Xiaojun and Ji Xiaorong were busy in the kitchen. Ren Jiawei, dressed in a beige suit and holding a phone, appeared dignified and astute, her narrowed eyes betraying shrewdness. She ignored Xiangcheng. Beside Ren Jiawei, her secretary smiled and glanced at Xiangcheng, saying, "No need to trouble you. I can handle any requests from Ms. Run." Under the secretary's ambiguous gaze, Xiangcheng awkwardly smiled and stepped aside. The courtyard door was pushed open. Ren Jiawei squinted and focused her gaze on the girl who had just entered, sizing her up. She had heard about this niece from her father, daughter, and Ji Xiaorong. This was their first meeting. The girl wore a snow blue dress, which appeared to be made by Ji Heng. "Miss Bai," the secretary greeted Bai Lian with a smile, simultaneously conveying to Ren Jiawei that this was Bai Lian. "Bai Lian?" she inquired, narrowing her eyes. Xiangcheng quickly interjected, fearing Bai Lian's temperament might inadvertently offend the Ren family. "Lian, this is your second aunt. Greet her." Bai Lian, realizing who it was, removed her headphones and nodded at the secretary before acknowledging Ren Jiawei with a slight bow. Ji Xiaorong and Ren Xian both remarked on Bai Lian's politeness. Today, however, it seemed rather ordinary. Ren Jiawei, holding her phone, frowned slightly, not one to beat around the bush. "I heard from Wan Xian that you possess the Jiangjing physics book. How much would you sell it to me?" Bai Lian's dark eyes narrowed slightly, a few loose strands of hair cascading down her snow-white neck. Her tone remained calm. "Not for sale. 200,000. Is that sufficient?" Ren Jiawei raised her chin. To her, 200,000 was a sum that most people on this street could not save in 10 years. Purchasing a book was more than ample. Bai Lian ignored her and walked straight to her room, leaving everyone astonished by her attitude. The secretary paused for a moment before hastily catching up to Bai Lian. Lowering his voice, "Miss Bai, Ms. Ren came specifically for this matter today. You can't possibly understand this book. Selling it to Miss Wan Xian would be a favor from the Ren family to you. It's just a book. You wouldn't want to be so petty, would you?" Chapter 27. A Rebellious Spirit. Jiangjing Preparatory Camp. The secretary had accompanied Ren Jiawei more than she had expected. Initially, he thought acquiring the book from Bai Lian would require merely a single sentence. They were offering far more than the book's worth, and given the Ren family's reputation, he could not fathom why Bai Lian had so readily declined without consideration. "Of course, I'm absolutely narrow-minded. You can still stand here and breathe." Bai Lian halted her steps, tossing her headphones and casting him a glance. "That is already the limit of my patience. So you had better maintain your composure in front of my grandfather." The secretary, accustomed to flattering those above him and belittling those below, had only glanced at the Ji family due to Ren Qian's attention. He never anticipated that Bai Lian, whom he looked down upon, would show him no respect. At that moment, his smile froze. In the main hall, Ji Heng, wearing reading glasses, held a hand-rolled cigarette in his left hand while his right thumb and index finger grasped a new smoking pipe. Bai Lian recognized that the pipe was one Ji Xiaojun had specifically chosen for him during their last trip to Beijing. He noticed the atmosphere was somewhat off but chose not to mention it, casually addressing Bai Lian. He took a puff, and the light smoke dispersed. The secretary wrinkled his brow at the acrid scent of the low-quality tobacco. Through the smoke, Bai Lian tilted her head slightly, offering the secretary a taunting smile, silently conveying, "Don't stir up trouble." The secretary reined in the coldness in his gaze. When he looked back at Ren Jiawei, he was perplexed. "Ms. Ren, how is it that no one in Xiangcheng dares to confront the Ren family with such audacity? Even the recently prominent Chen family would not dare to be so brazen." "Oh dear, Ms. Ren," Xiangcheng interjected hastily, fearing Ren Jiawei might direct her ire toward them. Bai Lian is just a child with a temper. Please don't hold it against her. About that book, I'll discuss it with her again tonight. Ren Jiawei ignored Xiangcheng. She gazed at Bai Lian thoughtfully, before greeting Jihang in a nonchalant manner. Happy birthday. I must take my leave for a meeting. Jihang nodded while smoking. Once Jihang and Bai Lian entered the room, she glanced at the secretary and said, Fine. If she doesn't want to sell, she doesn't have to. I have a meeting to attend. Ren Jiawei's fashion sense contrasted starkly with Jihang's traditional style, representing a clash between fashion and tradition. They could not stand each other. She firmly believed that all trends and developments held significance in their era, while Jihang stubbornly adhered to his old-fashioned ways. Ren Jiawei could not persuade him otherwise, so she let it go. All right, the secretary nodded, escorting Ren Jiawei out. Ren Jiawei navigated her way to her car parked on Qingshui Street before calling Ren Qian. What's going on? Ren Qian asked, surprised as he had just exited a meeting, setting aside his notebook. I just visited the Ji family, hoping to buy that well-mannered niece of yours book. Ren Jiawei held her phone in one hand and rested the other on the steering wheel, the shadows of passing trees enveloping her. Wanwan was destined to pursue her studies. The business she had built had yet to find a suitable successor. Previously, I heard Ji Xiaorong mention that his niece seemed to struggle academically, which sparked an intention to nurture her potential. However, Ren Jiawei hesitated upon hearing the name Bai Lian from Ren Wanxian, initially perceiving her as akin to Xiangcheng. She contemplated Bai Lian, adorned in garments crafted by Jihang. This niece appeared to possess a rebellious spirit, resembling Jihang, yet distinctly different. Did she not give it to you? Ren Qian expressed his surprise. She is not like Xiangcheng, yet she is preferable to the obstinacy of Ji Lao. I shall attend to another matter. I must take my leave, Ren Jiawei concluded before ending the call. On the other end, Ren Qian had grown accustomed to Ren Jiawei's fervent demeanor. He contacted the Secretary General to inquire further about the situation. Not only did she not give it to you, the Secretary General stated, having stepped outside and strolled through the alley. He dismissed Bai Lian's demeanor, noting her lack of etiquette, far inferior to even a fraction of Ren Wanchuan's grace, displaying a duality of character. We shall address this later, Ren Qian remarked, contemplating Ren Jiawei's description of her inherent rebelliousness, advising against applying one's negotiating demeanor to family matters. While Ren Qian was not fully acquainted with the book in question, he understood its significance by observing Ren Wanchuan's and Chunju's reactions. The Secretary General, accustomed to issuing commands, had long forgotten his own humble beginnings. He maintained a cautious humility in front of Ren Qian, though he did not exhibit the same demeanor before others. Ren Qian paused, reflecting on the Ji family's foundational status. Bai Lian is a bit impetuous. Broaden your perspective. Is it necessary to contend with them? He mused. In essence, he believed the Ji family was not worthy of his ire. Let us put the matter of inviting her to the Ren family on hold for now, he suggested softly. Understood, sir, the Secretary General replied respectfully, noting the hint of discontent in Ren Qian's tone as he smiled faintly. The Ren family had indeed intended to extend an invitation to Bai Lian, but Ren Qian's remark had caused them to reconsider. As Ren Qian's right-hand man, the Secretary General excelled in flattery, with even Ren Wanxian addressing him as uncle. Yet, none dared to exhibit disdain as openly as Bai Lian did. The Secretary General pondered briefly before retrieving his phone to update Ren Wanxian on the developments. At the Ji residence, Ren Qian's Secretary General did not linger for dinner, leaving behind the family in a harmonious atmosphere. Jihang placed the wool needle gifted by Bai Lian nearby, holding a smoking pipe presented by Ji Xiaojun, while Ji Xiaorong provided the tobacco. Xiangcheng and Bai Lian assisted in serving the dishes. Ji Xiaojun, carrying a stack of bowls, placed them beside the pot for everyone to serve themselves. Glancing through the window at Jihang, meticulously examining the wool needle. How did you know today is your grandfather's birthday? He quietly inquired of Bai Lian, who was bringing in a pot of soup. Bai Lian, dressed in a cool, snow-blue outfit, smiled as she steadily lifted the soup pot. Isn't that why you secretly bought a smoking pipe? She teased. That's absurd, Ji Xiaojun quickly retorted, refusing to acknowledge the question. Bai Lian raised an eyebrow and exited the kitchen with the soup. Xiangcheng entered just in time, her delicate fingers grasping a freshly prepared clay pot. Why aren't you using a cloth underneath? Give it to me now, she insisted, taking the pot from Bai Lian's hands. You go set the chopsticks. Clearly raised in a wealthy household, Bai Lian lacked basic knowledge of domestic tasks. She touched her nose, feeling no heat, yet it was evident Xiangcheng was unconvinced. So she silently proceeded to arrange the chopsticks. At the dining table, Ji Heng sat beside her. Ji Xiaorong and Ji Xiaojun were examining the wool needle created for Ji Heng. The craftsmanship of the embroidery had fallen behind the times, leading to the near extinction of the wool needle's use. The demand had dwindled, and there were no shops in Xiangcheng that polished such items. It remained a mystery where Bai Lian had sourced the craftsmanship. The cloth bag containing the wool needle bore a faintly embossed emblem of a white tiger. Unnoticed by the attendees, had any member of the Ren family been present, they would have recognized it as the insignia of the Baihu auction house. The meal, devoid of Ren family members, was nonetheless tranquil. After dining, Xiangcheng and Ji Xiaojun cleaned up the dishes. So, has Alien truly left the Bai family? Xiangcheng asked Ji Xiaojun in a hushed tone, taking advantage of the absence of others in the kitchen. Yes, Ji Xiaojun replied, drying the clean bowls without lifting his gaze. Her household registration has been transferred. Honestly, you Ji family members, Xiangcheng exclaimed in frustration, is something wrong with your minds? Even if you dislike her, how could she just leave a family that large? Drinking soup together is better than nothing. Isn't she being foolish? She paused mid-sentence, spotting Ji Heng outside the window, and abruptly snatched the bowl from Ji Xiaojun's hand. Get out. I don't want to see you right now. In the afternoon, Ji Heng and the others planned to visit the tree deity at Qingshui Street. Bai Lian intended to go to Jiang He's place, so she grabbed her backpack, waiting to catch a ride after their visit. Following behind, Xiangcheng lowered her voice. Why didn't you agree to what President Ren suggested at noon? This could be beneficial for you. Now that you're in Xiangcheng, won't you need to make a living here in the future? Bai Lian, with headphones on, was reviewing vocabulary when she heard Xiangcheng's inquiry and turned down the volume slightly. Oh, I'm aware of that matter, she replied, her lips curling into a subtle smile as she reached up to remove a leaf from Xiangcheng's hair, her dark eyes reflecting a calm disposition. Xiangcheng tilted her head, observing Bai Lian's lowered long lashes and the slight narrowing of her apricot-shaped eyes. The remaining words faltered on her lips. Bai Lian appeared far more agreeable now than she had years ago. Despite both being from affluent families, the Bai family held greater depth compared to the Ren family. Xiangcheng hadn't anticipated Bai Lian's politeness toward her and the Ji family. The Ren family had always looked down upon them, having grown up in a slum. Xiangcheng had grown accustomed to humility and a lowered stance when dealing with such individuals, as she understood the power of their words to alter the trajectories of ordinary lives. Xiangcheng remained silent, a peculiar thought brewing within her. If Ji Xiaojun were to invite Bai Lian to stay, she would likely accept. In the heart of Xiangcheng, at a manor, Director Chun sat nervously downstairs, sipping tea he had poured himself while cautiously glancing at Jiang Fulai, who stood by the flower window. Jiang Fulai, dressed in soft black loungewear, held a phone in one hand and a pair of black headphones in the other. You don't need to think. It's fine if your minds have been invaded by Jiang Shijue, he remarked coldly. As Director Chun silently prayed for the person on the other end of the line, he questioned his own presence there that day. He had heard whispers that Jiang Fulai had been in good spirits lately. Holding his teacup, he attempted to ease his anxiety. Jiang had been squatting by the entrance while Jiang Fulai spoke, and Director Chun wished he could join him. Suddenly, the sound of tires screeching against the pavement broke his thoughts. Upon looking up, Ming Dongheng entered with a girl, and with a single glance, Director Chun recognized her as the same girl he had seen previously. Bai Lian entered and immediately spotted Jiang, he squatting by the door. She reached out to grasp him by the nape and pulled him up, her eyebrows raised in a lazy yet striking demeanor. What are you doing squatting here? Bai Lian's voice resonated through the vacant, cold hall, shattering the silence. Director Chin widened his eyes, quickly shooting her a look while gesturing for her to lower her voice. Feeling a pang of sympathy. How could anyone be so tactless in the presence of someone so volatile? As if in response, Jiang Fulai lowered his voice, instructing, "Have Jiang Shijue report to me later," before abruptly ending the call. Quite early, Jiang Fulai stated, pocketing his phone with a calm tone. He led Bai Lian and Jiang He outside. In the hall, Director Chun, still holding his teacup, felt as though he had encountered a ghost. He first glanced at Ming Dongheng before cautiously inquiring, "Mr. Ming, is Jiang Xiao?" Ming Dongheng, already accustomed to such occurrences, coldly replied with 4 words, "Do not ask further." Overwhelmed, Director Chen dared not utter another word. his mind racing with thoughts of whether he had been sufficiently polite to Bai Lian earlier. Indeed, Director Chun recalled an important matter. Is your master at the Heishui Street fighting arena? Ming Dongheng is unable to assist. Next door, in Jiang Fuli's laboratory. He did not take action, but merely crossed his arms, observing the two individuals dismantling the vortex collider. Bai Lian meticulously examined the interior for a while, and finally understood that it utilized the frictional differences of the outer ring, suggesting a wide array of applications, as the energy generated from collisions is substantial. Jiang Fuli nodded, noting that the mushroom clouds commonly seen in daily life operate on this principle. By the time the large and small individuals finished inspecting the vortex ring, dusk was approaching. Just before exiting the laboratory, Jiang Fuli sent Bai Lian a link, instructing her to download a software application, which included a series of uppercase letters as an invitation code. He recited a string of keys, knowing Bai Lian's memory would not require second repetition. Bai Lian accompanied Jiang He to the hall, where a servant presented tea and fruit. Sitting together, Bai Lian lifted her teacup and gently inhaled the aroma, her eyes brightening. Ming Dongheng, observing Bai Lian's action, was equally surprised. Such extravagant tea-drinking habits could only belong to the Jiang family. After finishing her tea, she noticed Jiang He fiddling with a Rubik's Cube. Remembering the link Jiang Fuli had provided, she opened it and began the download. Once completed, a blue icon for Jiangjing University Preparatory Camp appeared on her phone screen. This name had echoed through her ears countless times at the Bai residence and during training sessions in Xiangcheng. The original owner had even resorted to cheating for this. As her fingers tapped the phone screen, she instinctively glanced at Jiang Fuli. He sat across from her on the sofa, his left hand casually resting on the armrest, engaged in conversation with the still-present Director Chun. Upon noticing her gaze, he slightly lowered his eyes, as if inquiring what was the matter. She slowly tapped on the screen, and a security key promptly popped up. Entering the key provided by Jiang Fuli, she accessed the registration page. Under Jiang He's watchful eye, she nonchalantly entered the username Bai Jian. Jiang He, sitting beside her, silently turned his head, continuing to twist the Rubik's Cube. Having completed the registration, she logged in and immediately observed 3 sections: the rankings on the right and the question bank and time challenges on the left. A glance revealed 2 columns in the rankings, one for this month's scores and another for overall standings. She clicked on the monthly score rankings for newcomers, revealing all their names displayed from top to bottom. Bai Lian slowly scrolled through. 1. Liang Wuyu, 288962. Su Jiyue, 2815-239. Song Min, 21589-464. Bai Shaoqi, 17453-552. Bai Jian 0. With only 552 registrants this year, the score gaps widened further down the list, indicating that only geniuses secured spots in the preparatory camp, showcasing absolute talent. Thus, they all used their real names, unlike Bai Lian, who was more casual. Look, Liang Wuyu, a hot favorite for next year's top scorer. I placed $1 million on him, hoping he won't disappoint, Director Chen remarked, glancing at the page. Bai Lian raised an eyebrow, only registering the total score, and instinctively clicked on the total score beside it, only to be dazzled by the figures displayed. 28. Chapter 28. My epitaph shall bear no regrets. The total scores reflected a similar trend among most individuals. For instance, 2. Jiangxi Jue 1, 57892583. Ma Tongfeng 998, 741 218. He went 854 7127. This was quite normal. Yet as Bai Lian's gaze fell on the lower right corner, her name read 12589 by Jian 0. She was indeed ranked 12589, the lowest regardless of the competition. Her eyes shifted to the top, where the score read 199999999. Bai Lian mused, a view of the mountains below. Looking again at the challenging monthly score, it was hard to fathom how one could achieve such a score. She began to suspect whether the system's upper limit was indeed 9999999. What is it? Jiang Fuli inquired, having instructed Ming Dongheng to take Director Chun upstairs to view a painting. Yet he found Bai Lian deep in thought, one hand clutching her phone. He approached, resting one hand on the back of her chair, leaning in slightly to glimpse her screen, his expression cool and composed. A quick glance revealed her account. Username, Bai Jian. This month's points, 0. Total points, 0. Followers. 0. Fans. 0. Jiang fully scrutinized the name by Jian for a moment, appearing contemplative, while his gaze coldly swept over Jiang He, who was nearly fused with a Rubik's Cube, frustratedly banging his head against it. Bai Lian nonchalantly showcased her screen, remembering something. She opened WeChat to send a message to Mao Kuan for 1 kilogram sandbags at 10 o'clock tonight. Bai Lian observed the lights in Ji Heng's room extinguish before stealthily slipping out of the alley. Mao Kuan had long been waiting at the entrance, squatting on the ground, smoking. In the darkness, the only glimmer was the faint red glow of a cigarette. "Sister," he exclaimed, standing up upon seeing Bai Lian. Bai Lian, wearing a single earphone and listening to vocabulary, bent down leisurely to pick up the cloth bag he had placed aside, weighing the 4 1-kilogram sandbags in her hands. She casually tossed them to Mao Kuan, speaking indifferently, "Tie them to your limbs." "Huh?" Mao Kuan scratched his head, following her instructions to bind the sandbags to his arms and legs. After attempting to take a few steps, he felt the weight of the bags dragging him down. Though his hands felt heavy, Mao Kuan had trained before and managed to walk normally even with the added weight. The 1-kilogram sandbags were merely a challenge. He walked like a clumsy insect, and Bai Lian, having never seen someone so weak, diverted her gaze without expression. "Today, I will teach you a couple of moves." Still in her long dress from earlier, Bai Lian handed her phone to Mao Kuan, shifting her weight back, bending her left leg, right leg poised, right fist slightly raised while the left fist rested at her waist, her right foot in a bow stance. She harnessed her strength through her left hand, then swiftly unleashed a left punch. The impact reverberated as Mao Kuan stared at her fist, mere centimeters from his face, the wind from the punch tousling his hair. He had no doubt that if she advanced another 3 centimeters, this seemingly delicate fist could shatter his nose. He saw clearly, yet not entirely. After 10 minutes, Mao Kuan barely managed to grasp the 2 moves Bai Lian demonstrated. Observing him once more, he wore a look of naive confusion. "All right, I'll text you the instructions," Bai Lian said. Mao Kuan's expression was one of near tears. "Thank you, sister." She lifted her gaze to the now full moon overhead, beneath the cold moonlight. Her expression was equally distant and solemn. Mao Kuan recalled a similar expression from Bai Lian during an auction he had witnessed on Heishui Street. Yet the nuances of her demeanor had shifted. As everyone practiced combat techniques, Mao Kuan remarked, "Nowadays, many children are learning Taekwondo. Few are interested in long fists and long spears. There was a martial arts school in Xiangcheng, but it closed due to a lack of attendees. Is that so?" Bai Lian nodded thoughtfully. The internet was filled with numerous videos, as well as many marketing advertisements. She had repeatedly studied videos related to Taekwondo. Some styles from a certain country appear flashy but lack practical application. Is this trend common now? Bai Lian raised her head, quietly gazing out the window. In the room, with one person and a bright moon, a message suddenly popped up on her phone from Jiangjing Preparatory Camp. Upon checking, she noticed her account had gained a new follower. Surprised, she initially thought it was an official account until she clicked on the follower's profile. Username, total points, 99999999 followers, 12587. Bai Lian reflected, in this peaceful world, with no threats from bandits or foreign invaders, I need not worry about safety. I can focus solely on my studies. Mastering these techniques is sufficient, and I should feel content. The grading at Xiangcheng No. 1 High School was notably swift. By Monday, nearly all scores had been released. As Lu Lingxi entered the classroom, she promptly handed her exam paper to the class representative for distribution. The recent Chinese language examination adhered to conventional standards. Class 15 has consistently performed well in this subject, achieving an average score of 106 out of 150, which surpasses the second-best class, Class 8, by 14 points. After class, Lu Lingxi held the test papers and glanced towards Bai Lian's seat. The girl, dressed in a blue and white school uniform, immediately took out her exercise book as the bell rang, her long eyelashes casting shadows over her eyes. The gentle sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her delicate features as she quietly focused on her work. After a moment of watching her, Lu Lingxi finally spoke. "Bai Lian, could you step outside with me for a moment?" Bai Lian, slightly surprised, set down her pen and followed Lu Lingxi into the corridor. "Bai Lian," Lu Lingxi began, "can you tell me what you were thinking when you wrote your essay?" "Essay?" Bai Lian raised her head slightly, contemplating briefly before admitting, "I'm sorry, teacher." Her eyelashes fluttered down as she humbly accepted her mistake. Lu Lingxi was momentarily a loss for words, softening her tone. It's all right, just be mindful next time, especially during the college entrance examination. I understand, teacher, Bai Lian nodded. Lu Lingxi smiled and gently patted her head. An essay, you say? Zhang Xi's interjected in surprise. Did you stray off topic? That shouldn't be possible. This essay was straightforward. He took Bai Lian's Chinese answer sheet from her desk, noting it was a precise 90 points. How did you only score 90? This essay was simple, and I managed to get 109. His disbelief grew as he examined her answer sheet, which appeared flawless. Yang Lin listened intently. It wasn't until Zhang Xi's flipped to the other side that he discovered the simplicity of the essay's prompt. To give up is also a form of beauty. Under normal circumstances, no one would stray from such a topic, and the essay was worth 60 points. Even Zhang Xi's scored a commendable 40. However, Bai Lian had written only a single line. I will not give up. Even if faced with mountains of blades and seas of fire, I shall face death with composure. My epitaph shall bear no regrets. Her handwriting was undeniably neat and graceful, as if it had been meticulously printed from a book. Yet, from this orderly script, Lu Xiaohan and others perceived an underlying defiance. Each stroke of the pen was a testament to her resilience. A conspicuous 0 marked the page, indicating her essay had been harshly graded. Even Zhang Xi's, typically considered a slacker, had never seen anyone write so audaciously for a monthly exam. Do you not think your essay was perhaps a bit too bold? Zhang Xi's remarked, glancing towards the front where Bai Lian was absent-mindedly calculating numbers. He suddenly felt that such an act was entirely within her capabilities. Ah, Lu Xiaohan remarked, touching her nose. I'll borrow Bai Lian's exam to practice her writing style. During the break, the comprehensive science papers were distributed. Zhang Xi's cast a glance at the 110 points of the student in front of him and then at his own score of 186. Feeling a mix of surprise and pride, he whispered to the student behind him, this time the physics teacher won't be able to criticize me anymore. The physics teacher entered, rolling the test paper into a tube while holding a thermos cup, slowly pacing into the room. As he instructed someone to wipe the blackboard, he opened his thermos and coldly stated, this physics exam had a wide range of scores. Some scored 110, while others scored as low as 39. Zhang Xi's widened his eyes in disbelief as he nudged Bai Lian's shoulder. Wait, someone scored a perfect 110 physics? It must be me. Before he could finish, the physics teacher shot him a cold glare. I am indeed referring to you, Zhang Xi's. Your desk mate and the student in front of you both scored 110, and Yang Lin scored 97. The average score for the entire class is 70, yet your abysmal score of 37 is a direct affront to my career. Do not distract your desk mate. The physics teacher threw a piece of chalk towards him. Sit properly. Zhang Xi's looked at Bai Lian in disbelief. But your total score is only 110. How could you also score 110 in physics? What about chemistry and biology? This is even more absurd than your essay. After saying this, the physics teacher turned to Bai Lian with a smile. Deep down, he found it astonishing that this student, who had transitioned from liberal arts to science, managed a perfect score in such a challenging subject. He regretted not having her switch earlier in her studies, as she could have participated in 2 physics competitions and secured a recommendation opportunity. After class, during lunch, Bai Lian, Yang Lin, Lu Xiaohan, and the arts committee member gathered together. Bai Lian, we should try the stage later, the committee member informed her. The long sword has arrived this morning, and I'll pick it up from the mailroom after lunch. Okay, Bai Lian nodded. Zhang Xi's approached after the group of girls had finished speaking, casting a resentful glance at Bai Lian. So you really didn't finish writing, he remarked. Bai Lian skillfully divided her food in half for Yang Lin, then raised her gaze to Zhang Xi's, speaking in a calm tone. I indeed did not write anything for biology and chemistry. Physics 110? Lu Xiaohan's eyes widened at Bai Lian. How did you manage that? I heard only 4 students in the entire school achieved a perfect score in physics. Why didn't you write anything for biology and chemistry? Bai Lian lowered her eyes, leisurely enjoying her meal. After swallowing, she looked up at Lu Xiaohan, her bright almond-shaped eyes shining with clarity as if it were the most natural thing to say. We haven't covered it yet. The entire table was left speechless. During lunchtime, in the school auditorium, Bai Lian and Lu Xiaohan arrived to find a bustling crowd. Lu Xiaohan, you're here, greeted the head of the student union's arts department, smiling at them. Please wait a moment. We'll call you after the skit rehearsal is finished. Bai Lian found a seat and began studying vocabulary with her headphones and word book. Why are there so many people today? Lu Xiaoan noticed a cluster of boys occupying the hall. The arts department head whispered, "Didn't you see the forum? Ren Wanxian is coming to rehearse, and they're all waiting for her." "Oh," Lu Xiaoan replied. As the head continued speaking, she stole glances at Bai Lian, who was engrossed in her studies. "Are you really not going to recruit her into the arts department? She's a new student, and doesn't he have the time?" Lu Xiaoan whispered. "She's very dedicated to her studies." "All right then." As they conversed, another group of people entered the auditorium. Lu Xiaoan looked up just in time to see several boys and girls from Class 8 crowding around Ren Wanxian as she entered. Shortly after, the president of the student union emerged from backstage to greet them. "Wait," Lu Xiaoan observed as the skit concluded and a student moved a piano onto the stage. "Didn't T Class 8 arrive later than us?" She recalled reading in the school forum that Ren Wanxian had won second place with her piano performance. Upon seeing the piano, Lu Xiaoan instantly recognized it as hers. "Calm down," the arts department head pressed down on Lu Xiaoan's shoulder. "There's nothing we can do. You know Ren Wanxian is the golden goose of the external relations department. The sponsorship for the student union comes from her mother, and she has a good relationship with our president. With a good rapport and ample funding, the school often makes concessions for them." Ren Wanxian performed on the piano, captivating the audience, who paused their activities to watch her with rapt attention. It was evident that she had been trained in piano since childhood, exhibiting both technical skill and emotional depth in her performance. When she finished, a wave of applause erupted throughout the auditorium. Despite her disdain for the students of Class 8, Lu Xiaoan couldn't help but nod in acknowledgement. While they may not be impressive overall, their piano skills were undeniably exceptional. As Lu Xiaoan watched Ren Wanxian descend from the stage, she recalled the professional-level piano performance and quietly reminded the head, "Bai Lian's skills are average. So make sure to encourage your department members to maintain a lively atmosphere. Understood?" The head, who had been classmates with Lu Xiaoan before the division and now studied literature, contemplated before responding. "How about we schedule you for the next performance?" "What?" Bai Lian had just finished a page of vocabulary and turned off her device. Looking at the two beside her, Lu Xiaoan touched her nose and explained earnestly. Bai Lian tucked her headphones away, standing tall in her neatly pressed blue and white uniform. Her dark eyes narrowed slightly as she lazily tilted her head, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "There is no need. I heard someone is trying to take my place in the spotlight." Chapter 29. Is this what you call ordinary? The minister of the arts department immediately grasped Lu Xiaoan's arm, conveying with her gaze, "How cool. I am utterly captivated." Lu Xiaoan smiled, suggesting she maintain her composure, then led Bai Lian to the backstage. The new transfer student in her senior year had garnered significant fame within the school. Several members of the student council, having witnessed the piano performance, rushed backstage to catch a glimpse of her. Bai Lian removed her school uniform jacket, revealing an exquisite white outfit adorned with ink wash patterns of cranes. She held the long sword customized by Lu Xiaoan, assessing it with a critical eye. The sword, cloaked in black and embellished with golden designs, was taller than her waist and weighed over a kilogram. Initially concerned that the sword might be cumbersome and difficult to wield, Lu Xiaoan was astonished to see Bai Lian handle it with the grace of a feather. After a brief examination, Bai Lian unsheathed the sword. Although its edge was dulled, it radiated a chilling gleam, her dark pupils reflecting the blade's light. Grasping the hilt with one hand and loosely holding the sheath with the other, her hair elegantly tied back, Bai Lian, with the cold sword in hand, resembled a swordswoman traversing the world clad in white. As Bai Lian swept aside the curtain to ascend the stage, several individuals hurriedly made their way outside to observe the transfer student's performance up close. In the corridor outside, the president of the student council and the minister of external relations were escorting Ren Wanxian out. "What are you doing backstage?" the president inquired. Ren Wanxian's piano performance had gained recognition on television and received awards. The students yearned to witness her talent, though opportunities to see her perform were rare. This time, due to the presence of benefactors supporting Xiangcheng No. 1 High School, the institution had specifically invited Ren Wanxian to headline the event. The student council members were aware that anticipation had been building even before rehearsals began. Everyone was there to see Ren Wanxian. "New student, huh?" The president was already familiar with Bai Lian's name. "I shall also take a look later." "All right." The minister of the arts waved her hand. "Just remember to applaud." Our new studentess performance may not be as polished. Once they departed, Ren Wanxian turned her gaze to the president. Bai Lian, is that the transfer student? The president, having not closely examined the program, now checked and was taken aback to find that she was indeed part of the performance, presenting a sword dance. Albeit with rumors of her lack of expertise, Ren Wanxian scanned the lengthy program. She was scheduled to perform last. A deliberate arrangement by the school to retain the audience's attention. Bai Lian's performance was set for the third to last. The students often formed small cliques, and Ren Wanxuan's group consisted of those either wealthy or powerful, accustomed to having their families resolve any issues they encountered, thriving in the spotlight. The Ren family had even donated a cafeteria specifically for Ren Wanxian. As ordinary students mingled with them, the disparities in social class became increasingly pronounced. The more ordinary students hesitated to provoke them, the more arrogant and haughty these individuals became. The president lowered his gaze to the program. The second-to-last performance was a duet of popular music, which would not clash with the piano, but he would certainly not neglect to show respect to Ren Wanxian. Meanwhile, on stage, Bai Lian donned blue school pants and a white shirt, her right hand gripping the long sword, the blade pointed outward. With her eyes cast down, she stood tall and graceful. Even before commencing, her commanding presence was palpable. The murmurs from the audience gradually ceased. Thud, thud, a rhythmically powerful drumbeat resonated. She suddenly lifted her head, her dark eyes wide open, and raised her right arm. As the sounds of the guzheng and flute joined in harmony, she executed 2 circular motions with the sword from left to right, and as the brief strum of the guzheng concluded, she elevated her wrist. The sword angled toward the ground. The melodious notes of the guzheng flowed like bubbling springs, intertwining with the distant flute, rejoined by the drums. Bai Lian performed a somersault, her body soaring into the air, the sword momentarily spinning around her wrist before she grasped it again upon landing. The drumbeat crescendoed from soft to loud. She executed a standing circular motion with her hand while her feet traced a straight line as she twirled, her right hand weaving a flourish with the sword. Spinning nearly 20 times, the blade sliced through the air like a dragon darting about, its cold light flickering. With her feet barely touching the ground, she moved with the lightness of a cloud. Bai Lian's eyes shimmered as they followed the sword's trajectory, the pure music reaching its climax. She leaned back, her right hand tracing the sword across her chest, and in an instant, she spun and sheathed the sword. Boom! The drums came to an abrupt halt. Standing before the audience with the sword positioned before her chest, she gradually raised her head, revealing her piercing, cold eyes. The stage lights focused solely on her, as if thunder had suddenly ceased and the tumultuous sea had become tranquil. Bai Lian remained at the center of the stage, devoid of the sword's chilling aura, her stature majestic, as if she stood atop a mountain amidst a fierce snowstorm. The entire auditorium fell silent. Lu Xiaohan. On the left side of the stage, the Minister of the Arts nearly clutched her throat in disbelief. Is this what you call unprofessional? What then constitutes professionalism? It's all your fault. I didn't record it. A nearby girl from the arts class whispered, not to mention her sword flourish and the spinning somersault. None of us in the arts class could execute such fluidity. Lu Xiaohan is about to be throttled. In the audience, someone attempted to snatch Wang Yu's phone. I only realized afterward. I recorded the last 20 seconds. Please be cautious not to delete it. A group of youths hurriedly opened the video. From a distance, they enlarged the footage to glimpse Bai Lian's silhouette, dressed in white, blue pants, with a blurred red ribbon at her wrist, illuminated by the white spotlight. The girl's lotus-like beauty was unmistakably vivid and striking. Backstage, there was no one around. Bai Lian picked up her jacket just as Lu Xiaohan and the others entered. Please place our long sword securely. Lu Xiaohan solemnly handed the sword to the logistics personnel. The staff member's gaze lingered on Bai Lian as he accepted the sword, assuring her, rest assured. Once they exited the grand auditorium, Lu Xiaohan gazed at Bai Lian pensively. Bai Lian retrieved her vocabulary notebook, raising an eyebrow slightly. Speak. Weren't you the one who claimed your swordsmanship was average? Indeed, Bai Lian replied, momentarily taken aback. Among the 6 arts, she excelled in all but etiquette, and in the 8 elegant arts, her skills in music, literature, poetry, wine, and tea were somewhat superior. However, she had only learned a few tricks with the sword. A casual sword dance was manageable, but in a real fight, a spear would suit her better. Lu Xiaohan discerned that Bai Lian genuinely believed her swordsmanship was average. She was not being modest. Bai Lian nodded. What else? Lu Xiaohan retorted. If this is what you call average, what does that make everyone else? Bai Lian's phone vibrated. She glanced at it and saw a notification regarding a delivery that had arrived at the school. To alleviate Bai Lian's anxiety, the cultural committee member refrained from following them. How was the rehearsal? She inquired nervously. Lu Xiaohan pulled out her book and slammed it on the table. Damn, I didn't record it. I can only say it's your loss for not witnessing it firsthand. Experiencing it live is the only way to grasp the true impact. Following in the footsteps of the previous minister, Lu Xiaohan once again found herself on the receiving end of a playful chokehold. It was better if she remained silent. The others seemed ready to scold her. Is this your standard answer? After the commotion, the cultural committee member sighed in relief, observing Lu Xiaohan mimicking a neatly written answer from a Chinese literature exam sheet. The handwriting closely resembled that of a standard answer. In this passage, Lu Xiaohan unfolds Bai Lian's Chinese exam answer sheet, taking it as a model for her own. She is astonished to find that Bai Lian has completed a difficult fill-in-the-blank question from a poem. Previously, Lu Xiaohan had only focused on Bai Lian's essay, unaware that Bai Lian had a perfect foundational score of 90. Upon hearing this, she instinctively lowers her head. The particular question on the poetry fill-in-the-blank was quite obscure. It referred to Bai Xiangjuan's Song of the Army, Part 2, which expresses her heroic spirit and ambition, inviting various interpretations from later readers. This question had not yet been covered by their instructor, nor had they studied the poem. Yet, Bai Lian's answer was neatly inscribed. Only upon mounting the war chariot do I shed blood, drinking wine while carrying the moon towards the heavens. Lu Xiaohan struggles to explain. Perhaps Bai Lian studied literature differently from us. She adds the word perhaps almost timidly. The residents of Xiangcheng are well versed in Bai Xiangjuan's poetry. In every examination at Xiangcheng No. 1 High School, her verses are often featured, and even students like Zhang Xi's, who are known for their lackadaisical approach, do not misquote them. However, this particular line is far too obscure compared to her other verses. That Bai Lian could write it is indeed remarkable. In the final week of the training class, most students are aware that the two coveted spots belong to Ren Wanxian and Chunju. Nevertheless, they remain diligent in their studies. The class teacher distributes today's test questions, his gaze lingering on Tang Ming. He announces that starting today, the difficulty of the exercises will escalate once more, encouraging everyone not to give up. Tang Ming, Ning Xiao, and Bai Lian do not immediately begin the test. Ning Xiao brazenly pulls out physics of Jiangjing University, casually flipping through its pages. He asks Tang Ming when he will start studying. After the teacher leaves, many classmates inadvertently glance towards them, especially intrigued by Tang Ming's remark. Friends familiar with Ren Wanxian and Chunju shift the conversation, inquiring if they scored over 290 in the comprehensive science subjects. Impressive, comes the sigh from the other side. I scored 277, with only 104 in physics. Several questions were quite similar to the training materials, yet I still got them wrong. Ren Wanxian and Chunju are accustomed to the attention and praise from others and remain unfazed. As the group converses, someone suddenly turns to Bai Lian, asking, "What do you think about the new student exam performance?" This question piques everyone's curiosity, particularly since Bai Lian had been specifically noted by the principal and was prohibited from studying literature. Really? Murmurs those around her, discussing her openly. Ren Wanxian lowers her head, slowly packing her belongings, her expression dripping with sarcasm. What is so special about her? She has merely a pretty face. Ning Xiao scored 296 in comprehensive science, and they had already encountered similar physics problems during their training class, with only chemistry and biology being challenging. Chunju, too, is curious about the new student score. I wonder what Bai Lian got. Chunju scored 297 in comprehensive science, while Ren Wanxian just made it at 290. With a swift motion, Ren Wanxian zips up her bag and casually remarks, "You're talking about the new student?" Her comprehensive science score is 110, with a total of 450. Chapter 30, Household Registration, granting her the answers from a doctorate student. This is the total score Ren Wanxian saw in the office. She specifically searched for Bai Lian's ranking. In a senior year, with nearly 900 students, among the 669 in science, Bai Lian ranked 427. After a lengthy search, Ren Wanxian finally locates Bai Lian's ranking, feeling somewhat relieved. Bai Lian, who had been praised by the principal, has scores that are merely average and not intimidating. 110? Exclaims a boy in astonishment. How can it be so low? Ren Wanxian shakes her head, showing no interest. Chunju deduces that Bai Lian must be weak in biology and chemistry, perhaps only doing well in physics. Oh, is it possible for her to get into Beijing University? Others express disbelief. Naturally, they never considered that Bai Lian might be capable of entering Jiangjing University. Even Ren Wanxian and Chunju's own chances of admission remain uncertain, let alone those of the others. The average students only aspire to Beijing University. However, such thoughts do not cross Chunju's mind. Since both Bai Lian and Ning Xiao scored lower than him, he no longer concerned himself with Bai Lian's score. After glancing at Ning Xiao flipping through physics of Jiangjing University, he begins to gather his own books, leaving the group amid their envious gazes. The other two in the group follow suit. They understand that the answers provided to Ren Wanxian and her group daily come from a doctoral student at Jiangjing University. At 9 o'clock in the milk tea shop, all three are diligently working on their assignments. Jiang He sits beside Bai Lian, while Ming Dongheng offers her assistance. Jiang He pours a glass of water and places the kettle on the table, indicating for Ning Xiao and Tang Ming to serve themselves. Tang Ming expresses his gratitude, pouring water for both himself and Ning Xiao. Although he is a distinguished student at No. 1 high school, here he feels utterly outmatched, especially next to the young prodigy. He cannot help but feel that the tall and robust boy beside the newcomer seems far more intelligent. As the wind chimes at the door ring, Jiang He smoothly rises and takes a seat at the table behind Bai Lian. Jiang Filei enters, draped in a deep gray long coat that seems to carry the chill of frost. Upon spotting the red hardcover book in his hands, Tang Ming realizes it is the Chinese dictionary. Today's lesson involves particles. Jiang Filei hands the book to Ming Dongheng, casually lifting his coat and settling down, his pale fingers nonchalantly picking up the exercises left beside Bai Lian. Bai Lian is engaged in English reading comprehension. With her vocabulary still insufficient, she finds it somewhat challenging. She lifts her gaze, contemplating. Right, the kinematic factors. It has a scattering angle and can be treated as a two-dimensional collision, correct? This is her response to the final question. She can answer the earlier three questions without difficulty. Indeed, Jiang Filei replies with an arched brow, flattening the test paper and passing it to Bai Lian. Why don't you explain your understanding to them? Bai Lian is quite familiar with this task. Ning Xiao has heard her explanations before and is not surprised. Tang Ming, however, pays close attention to Bai Lian's articulate explanation. Her speaking pace matches her demeanor, languid and relaxed. Due to her frequent discussions with Ji Jingheng, she lacks the habit that Jiang Filei has of skipping over simpler concepts. To Tang Ming, her explanations seem remarkably straightforward. Her slower pace allows him to take notes comfortably, and he dares to ask questions if he misses something. Jiang Filei observes as Bai Lian sketches the relationship between kinematic factors and scattering angles on paper. Her drawings flow effortlessly, with visibly equidistant segments. Her drawing hand is slender and fair, seemingly enveloped in a soft glow, her hair casually swept up, revealing her delicate neck, while her eyes and brows carry an air of languor. Behind her, Ming Dongheng glances at the Chinese dictionary and immediately understands to whom it belongs. Sitting beside Jiang He, he slides the book towards him. Jiang He, engrossed in a Rubik's Cube, pushes the book back towards Ming Dongheng, clearly reluctant. Ming Dongheng silently pushes the book back again, believing Jiang He to be unaware. Little master, this is a gift from your brother. Jiang Filei casts a cold glance at them. Are you performing a dodo bird act? Ming Dongheng is taken aback. Bai Lian's explanations during the evening's lesson are exceptionally detailed. Although when she explains for the third time, Jiang Filei gives Tang Ming a fleeting glance. The cold light in his eyes has left Tang Ming feeling doubtful about his intelligence. Despite ranking in the top 15 of his grade during this month's exam, today they finished their exercises a bit earlier, around 11 o'clock. Bai Lian suddenly remembers that her package has not yet been collected. Where is it? Jiang Filei shuts down his laptop, his expression unchanged, closing the device with his fingertips. Bai Lian still holds her pen, leaning back casually, tilting her head slightly. In the school's delivery room. All right, Jiang Filei stands up. You continue with your exercises. Bai Lian provides him with the collection code. Jiang Filei, who seems detached from worldly affairs, has always had his packages retrieved and opened by his butler. This is his first encounter with the concept of a collection code. In Xiangcheng No. 1 High School, the study room remains open until 11 o'clock at night. Thus, at this hour, the security guard at the delivery room is still present. As drowsiness begins to envelop him, a cold voice echoes from above. "Hello. I am here to collect a package." It feels as if a bucket of icy water has been poured over his head, sending a chill cascading down from the crown of his head. The guard, momentarily stunned, looks up to behold a pair of pale, frosty eyes and an overly fair, sharp face, gazing down at him through the window with an air of aloofness and danger that renders one hesitant to meet their gaze. There are not many packages delivered to the school. In no time, the guard locates the parcel and, upon handing it over, bends slightly, saying, "Please take care." He then smacks his forehead, pondering why he felt compelled to wish the person a safe journey. Bai Lian tears open the package, revealing a household registration book sent by the Public Security Bureau, registered under Jiangjing's name. The Public Security Bureau of Xiangcheng has reissued her household registration. At that moment, Tang Ming and Ning Xiao finish their exercises and make their exit. The household registration book is still quite thin, consisting of merely 2 pages. The head of the household is Ji Heng, and the granddaughter is Bai Lian. She does not shy away from Jiang Fu Li. Upon catching sight of the slender pages, furrows his brow slightly. Since Jiang he met Bai Lian, he has never delved into her background. He merely glances at the household registration book out of the corner of his eye. Bai Lian is entirely absorbed in the household registration book. Her demeanor far from her usual laid-back self, she appears rather solemn. Jiang Fu Li takes out his phone and sends her a video. Bai Lian is startled awake by the sound of the phone vibrating. Upon opening it, she sees a few rather clumsy, plump birds waddling from one side to the other. "These are dodo birds," Jiang Fu Li explains casually. "They have gone extinct due to their foolishness." Bai Lian cannot help but chuckle at this. She recalls Jiang Fu Li's earlier remark and turns her head to glance at Jiang He and Ming Donghang. Ming Donghang stands at the doorway, arms crossed, looking somewhat bewildered as she meets his gaze. Nearby, Jiang He, cold and indifferent, flips a page of his dictionary. At 11:30, Ji Heng still awaits Bai Lian at the alley's entrance. Occasionally, he prepares some tang yuan for Bai Lian as a late-night snack. "Oh." Bai Lian hands the household registration book to Ji Heng, her voice languid. "It arrived today." Ji Heng's fingers pause momentarily as he accepts the book. He lowers his gaze, his fingers deeply lined, caressing the registration book, and murmurs, "Do not let your academic pressure overwhelm you. Transitioning from liberal arts to sciences is inherently challenging. Neither your uncle nor I expect you to excel next year." After a few words, he notices Bai Lian still quietly reciting vocabulary. "Did you hear what I said?" "I did." Bai Lian walks beside him, not lifting her head, leisurely reiterating, "You and uncle are not expecting me to excel next year." Ji Heng responds, "So you truly are multitasking, aren't you?" Although he harbors no fondness for the Bai family, he cannot deny that they are a distinguished clan. Having nurtured Bai Lian with great care, he softly mutters, "Can I support you through 2 years of repetition?" The flashlight beams brightly, casting elongated shadows of the old and the young. Ji Heng's household registration book gains an additional page, while Bai Lian's yellow booklet seems no longer solitary. On Tuesday, during biology class, the biology teacher and the physics teacher share an office. He is aware that there are 2 students in class 15 who achieved full marks in physics. One is Ning Xiao, while the other remains unknown to him. He gazes at the biology paper marked with a 0 and looks up, exasperatedly addressing Bai Lian. "Why haven't you completed the biology exam?" The physics teacher, overhearing the biology teacher's inquiry, interjects, "Wang Laosher, how can you pressure Bai Lian like this? Don't you know she just switched to sciences?" The physics teacher then turns to Bai Lian, stating, "He is being unreasonable. I am quite lenient with you, Bai Lian. I would mind your performance, regardless of how you fare." The biology teacher, bewildered, wishes to retort, "What do you care? Are you concerned she might score too high?" Physics is exponentially more difficult than biology. If she can achieve full marks in physics, how could she possibly not have studied biology? The biology teacher doubts her sincerity. Had he not learned that someone else scored 0 in chemistry, he might even suspect that the new student harbored some grievance against him. "Bai Lian," the biology teacher speaks somewhat submissively, "could we possibly, perhaps, occasionally learn a little biology?" Bai Lian has nearly mastered the fundamentals of physics. Having borrowed Yang Lin's biology notebook, she has finished copying the notes. The biology teacher's thoughts align with hers. All right, I understand, teacher. The biology teacher had intended to coax her, but hearing her apparent agreement revitalizes him. He raises his eyes to her. Really? Of course. Bai Lian arches an eyebrow. Good. The biology teacher nods, clearing his throat. With eyes as large as yours, you must not deceive your teacher. Bai Lian responds with a puzzled expression. Thursday marks the final day of the training class. After reviewing today's recorded session, the homeroom teacher of Class 8 distributes the last set of exercises. Scanning the room, filled with training class participants. Today is the last exercise. Please submit your answers tomorrow. Following the school meeting, we will announce the 2 selected candidates. This statement stirs a wave of excitement, although they are aware that the opportunity does not belong to them. Witnessing the emergence of the legendary candidates from their school is a rare privilege. His phone buzzes, reminding him of the meeting, and the Class 8 homeroom teacher hastily departs without further ado. Once he closes the door, the training class erupts into chatter. Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu are met with amused glances from their peers. When the spots are announced tomorrow, could you let us have a glimpse? Upon hearing this, nearly everyone turns to look at the two of them. Yes, Ren Wanxian, please let us see tomorrow. While Ren Wanxian tidies up her belongings. Her outward calm belies the excitement brewing within. All right, whoever wants to see can tell me. She responds nonchalantly, continuing to clean up. On this final day, the Ren family has once again invited Dr. Gao, and Ren Wanxian is keen to avoid tardiness. As Chen Zhu rises, he notices Ning Xiao handing a book to Tang Ming. He pauses, lowering his voice to inquire. Did she refuse to sell you the book? Chen Zhu is aware of Bai Lian's connection to the Ren family. Initially, he presumed they would find a way to acquire it. Yet Ren Wanxian has remained silent over the past few days. No, Ren Wanxian walks toward the door, seemingly indifferent. If she were willing to sell, I had intended to offer her Dr. Gao's answers. Hearing this, the other 2 members of the group are taken aback. Wanxian, you're truly kind-hearted. Throughout the daily exercises, Ren Wanxian had provided Chen Zhu with complete answers, and now she is willing to assist that transfer student. This training class is a special program set up by Jiangjing University this year. Everyone is in a competitive relationship, and performing well could attract the attention of Jiangjing University. They understand that Ren Wanxian only provides them with partial answers, as she is offering her assistance without any obligation. They are immensely grateful for even half of the answers. As they contemplate this, the 2 glance toward Bai Lian's direction. Perhaps this new classmate is unaware of what she is missing. Do you truly believe I am solely focused on having you write the special signature? Chapter 31. Announcement of the regular scores. Bai Lian is diligently studying, unconcerned about what she may be missing. However, their glance catches sight of the book that Tang Ming is casually flipping through. Last night, Bai Lian had explained a problem to him, and when he did not understand, he asked for her help. He quickly grasped the concept. Planning to later review Jiangjing University's physics material, which comprises half theoretical analyses of optics, electromagnetism, and kinematics, and half the principles and results of laboratory experiments. Tang Ming appears less relaxed than Ning Xiao. After a few flips, he returns the book to Ning Xiao, frowning. I'll hold off for now, and we'll look at your notes later. The members of Ren Wanxuan's group watch the 2 pass the book back and forth, feeling envious despite their attempts to suppress it. They cannot fathom how casually they treat such a valuable book. The group refrains from discussing what Bai Lian has missed, yet their hearts are filled with myriad emotions. If it were theirs, they would examine it daily, absolutely not treating it so perfunctorily like Bai Lian and the others. Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu stepped out. Were they aware of the significance of the forthcoming experiment? Another voice spoke softly. Niu Jiao Mu Dan. Ren Wanxian pressed her lips together. What was Bai Lian contemplating? Clearly unwilling to share with the Ren family. She freely offered it to others despite not being interested in selling it. At 8 o'clock, Bai Lian and her companions departed together. Once they left, the others within the vicinity turned their gaze towards Bai Lian. They were aware of what Bai Lian possessed, yet it was evident that Ren Wanxian harbored animosity towards her. The members of the Crown Prince class were renowned in the school. Even if they wished to befriend Bai Lian, they dared not do so openly. Particularly since they initially held hostility towards her, Bai Lian did not appear to be the approachable type. Zhu Jiaran's smile was rigid at the corners of her mouth. How could she have known that Bai Lian would possess such a book? Had she known earlier, during that post-class group discussion? Even if she knew it would benefit Bai Lian, she would not have declined. Perhaps that was precisely why Bai Lian did not permit her join. At the milk tea shop, Director Chen gazed in astonishment through the glass. As Jiang, he flipped through a thick dictionary. Mr. Ming, how did you end up here? Jiang Xiao would arrive later. Ming Dongheng's expression was cold, clearly unwilling to elaborate further. Director Chen had no intention of intervening in Jiang Fuli's affairs. Ming Dongheng was typically so aloof, and this did not surprise him the least. Only upon contacting Ming Dongheng did he realize they were here. Director Chen surveyed the simply decorated, cramped milk tea shop, contemplating how it seemed incongruous with Jiang Fuli's status. They had already given up searching for his master. Chen Jingyu had located Tongpa director. Chen recalled something and turned to Ming Dongheng with a serious expression. Ming Dongheng frowned. I am aware. I am striving to contact my master. Just as he spoke, 3 figures in Xiangcheng Yizhong uniforms approached from the school gate. Director Chen casually glanced that way, only to be momentarily stunned upon seeing a languid girl walking beside them. The girl in the school uniform casually slung her bag over one shoulder, held a vocabulary book in the other hand, and a strand of loose hair softly framed her brow as she walked directly towards the milk tea shop without veering off course. Miss Bai. Upon noticing someone approaching, Director Chen immediately greeted her politely. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming did not recognize Director Chen, but felt a certain formidable aura emanating from him. The two entered the milk tea shop first, while Bai Lian lagged a step behind, her fair fingers lazily pressing down on the vocabulary book as she raised her gaze to nod at him. Hello. Her eyes and brows were always calm, unaffected by the world around her. To her, whether before a beggar or a king, it might be less significant than the vocabulary app on her phone. Once Bai Lian sat next to Jiang He, Director Chen sensed something amiss. The milk tea shop was already closed at this hour. What were the 3 of them doing inside? While he pondered, a black car gradually came to a stop by the roadside. Jiang Fuli emerged from the back, a lightweight black laptop draped over his wrist. He paused, his light gray trench coat lending him an air of cool detachment as his calm gaze fell upon Director Chen. What else is needed? Director Chen reported the matter at hand. Wang Yufeng had appeared at Heishui Street today. He had been injured by gunfire previously and was only now making an appearance. It was almost certain that the 035 mineral was in his possession, and this old fox was likely waiting for several bids. As a world-renowned mining magnate, it was not easy to secure a meeting with him. The 035 mineral was a crucial component for boosters. They had already completed the blueprints for constructing the detector last year. They were only awaiting materials to proceed with reporting for commencement. Price was not an issue. Ming Dongheng stood at the entrance of the milk tea shop, his eyelashes slightly lowered, his brow shaded in shadow, his voice faint. If you cannot manage him, find someone else. Young Master Jiang only concerned himself with drawing the designs and research. He would not waste time on such trivial matters. If this required his involvement, it was likely that both the Chen family and the aviation department would face his ire. The only one familiar with them might be Bai Xian, but she was currently abroad. If necessary, I will urgently call her. With Jiang Fuli's assurance, Director Chen felt a renewed determination for the bidding. However, arranging a price discussion with Wang Yufeng was no easy feat. Not only he, but even Old Master Chen and Chen Beixian might not be able to secure it. Without meeting the person, how could there be a discussion on bidding? Director Chen contemplated his international connections, or perhaps spending a fortune on the black market for information. For money could move mountains, and the Jiang family was left with little else but wealth. While lost in thought, he saw Jiang Fuli push aside the door curtain and enter the milk tea shop. Jiang He, expressionless as he flipped through the dictionary, coldly rose and moved to a back table with the large dictionary in his arms. Jiang Fuli casually took the seat he vacated. Director Chen's brow twitched violently. Should there be no problem? The ringing of a cell phone interrupted Director Chen's train of thought. He walked to his car, connected via Bluetooth to answer. And it was Chun Gang. Master Chun, do you have time the next few days? Director Chen started the car, glancing at the milk tea shop. I have several cases to handle. Keep an eye on the situation at Heishui Street in the black market and contact me with any news. The black market was rife with both valuable and chaotic information, and Director Chen needed to enlist more local informants. On the other end of the line, Chen Gang quickly responded, Yes. How is it? In the Wanha building private room, Ren Qian anxiously inquired about the outcome. Last time, they had failed to assist Director Chen, and both families were rather disappointed. Chen Gang relayed Director Chen's intentions. After all, Heishui Street was in Xiangcheng, and they were certainly more familiar with it than Director Chun. Ren Qian glanced at the Secretary General, almost immediately giving orders. Last time, they were unaware of how Director Chun had secured the auction house's connections. This time, they could not afford to let Director Chun down. Ren Jiawei did not involve herself in their political matters, merely observing the door to the private room, raising an eyebrow. Why hasn't Dr. Gao arrived yet? Is he already half an hour late? Research personnel often encounter unexpected events. We must be understanding, Ren Qian reminded Ren Jiawei calmly. When the time comes, show respect to the person. Do not bring your corporate demeanor here. Leaning against the chair, Ren Jiawei casually nodded while communicating the next day's schedule with her assistant. She then recalled something and addressed Ren Qian and Chen Zhua. I spent 30 million on this meal, so don't let it go to waste. You both must remember to get Dr. Gao's contact information. She had invested heavily in Gao Jiechen's research project. Ren Qian and Chen Zhua exchanged glances. Sitting beside Ren Qian, Chen Gang suddenly recalled something, puzzled. By the way, Chen Zhua mentioned that your family has a relative in the training class. Why didn't they come along? But the Ji family. Ren Jiawei sat upright, placing her phone on the table as she turned to Ren Qian. Bai Lian is in the training class? Didn't you say her grades were quite poor? Ren Qian had never mentioned this to the Ren family. She had only revealed the book's existence to the Secretary General because she desired it. Everyone present understood what entering the training class entailed. Even Ren Qian was unaware that Bai Lian was in the training class. He had only heard Ren Qian mention that Bai Lian scored 85 in the comprehensive science. I only know she scored 110 this time. Ren Qian lowered her gaze, saying nothing further. With Ren Qian silent, Chen Zhua refrained from speaking as well. Dr. Gao was a connection made by the Ren family. Ultimately, he stood on Ren Qian's side. On the final day, the training class's 8th grade homeroom teacher collected yesterday's exercises. He rolled up the answer sheets and began playing today's recording. Everyone, watch the recording for an hour. I will finish grading today's answers and announce the total score at 8 o'clock. Today's recording completely deviated from previous knowledge points, focusing on quantum mechanics. Thus, quantum entanglement means that particles can exist in two states simultaneously. We all know SC Char, Dinger's cat. To explain it here, until you open the lid. The cat exists in both life and death states. When you open the lid, it will collapse into one of those states. If you find a living cat, then in a parallel universe, you would see a dead cat. Bai Lian had always been interested in this topic, listening attentively. In the past, everyone had focused on the recordings. However, with the announcement of the candidates imminent, aside from Bai Lian and these three, the others were too preoccupied to pay attention to the recording. Most individuals glance at the clock every few minutes. Zhu Jiaran, however, was too preoccupied to pay attention to the recorded session. She grabbed paper and pen and moved to sit beside Ren Qian. On this final day, she understood that integrating with Bai Lian and the others was futile, so she approached Ren Qian. Classmate Ren, may I have a look later? Many shared her sentiment. The two members of Ren Qian's group quickly interjected. Of course, we must view it first, right? Ren Qian, can you confirm if we can queue? The others in the training class conferred amongst themselves. Ren Qian shrugged indifferently. Sure, but it cannot be borrowed for too long. You may manage your own time. You are exceedingly generous, classmate Ren, they remarked. With pen in hand, Ren Qian's gaze was fixed on the screen, though she was not truly attentive. Even when faced with uncertain answers, Zhu Jiaran was undeniably thrilled. The scores were consistently close each day, and today was no exception to her expectations. Before 8 o'clock, he completed grading the papers and printed the rankings along with the total scores. He entered the training class, holding the score sheet. The sound of the door creaking open was hardly noticeable, yet most individuals turned their attention to him, their hushed discussions abruptly ceasing. Eyes converged on him instantaneously. The homeroom teacher of Class 8 observed that only Bai Lian and her companions were earnestly engaged in the lesson. He glanced at the recording time, noting there were still 20 minutes remaining. Patiently, he found a seat and awaited the conclusion of the video. This action caused the other students to fidget uncomfortably. Ren Qian squinted, surveying Bai Lian and her companions, her lips pressed tightly together, revealing her profound displeasure. What were those three doing? The surrounding students could hardly contain their impatience. They, too, were anxious as they were unable to secure a spot. At 8 o'clock, the recording ceased. The homeroom teacher of Class 8 approached the podium with a stack of papers, and the students in the classroom fixated their eager gazes upon him. Adjusting his glasses with one hand while holding the list with the other, he scanned the room before speaking. Now, I will announce the total scores for the usual assessments. The student seated in front and behind Ren Wanxian quietly congratulated her in advance. Wanxian, Chengzhu, congratulations. At that very moment, the homeroom teacher's voice resonated. Ning Xiao, 175 points. Bai Lian, 160 points. Chengzhu, 157. The congratulatory remarks were abruptly halted. He looked up, incredulity etched on his face as he stared at the podium. Chapter 32. Are you really going to give me the spot? All eyes instinctively shifted towards Ren Wanxian and Chengzhu. Within the lecture hall, the previously lively and jubilant atmosphere instantly turned cold. The homeroom teacher of Class 8 continued to announce the scores. Tang Ming, 155. Ren Wanxian, 154. Fan Kuan, 128. Not only did Chengzhu score lower than Ning Xiao and Bai Lian, but Ren Wanxian's score was even less than Tang Ming's. Setting aside Ning Xiao and Bai Lian, how could Tang Ming, who merely ranked in the middle of the training class, achieve such a high score? The atmosphere was decidedly peculiar. After announcing all the scores, members of Ren Wanxian's group raised their hands, hesitating to inquire, "Teacher, why are Ning Xiao and Bai Lian's scores higher than Chengzhu's?" This question echoed the thoughts of everyone present. Ren Wanxian, never one to be understated, knew that most were aware they had a doctoral student from Jiangjing University assisting them with after-class problems. Jiangjing University admitted only a limited number of students each year, with those capable of pursuing a doctorate being exceptionally rare. How could his answers be so divergent from hers? "Teacher," Ren Wanxian did not rise, but boldly interjected, "Did you provide Bai Lian and the others with the answers?" The homeroom teacher Class 8 was taken aback. He opened his mouth, intending to respond. But Ren Wanxian interrupted him. "Even if you provided them with the answers, my score will never be lower than Bai Lian's. Chengzhu and I consistently produce standard answers. Our answers are identical. What is your grading criterion? Based on your mood? You once told me it would be absolutely fair. Is this what you call fairness?" Bai Lian was absent for 4 days and scored 40 points less. In such a scenario, how could my score be lower than hers? The pressure in the lecture hall was palpable. The homeroom teacher of Class 8 gazed deeply at Ren Wanxian. "Your doubts are entirely reasonable." He unfolded the remaining sheets of paper in his hand and instructed for them to be distributed. "These are the answer sheets of the top 5 students. You may examine them freely, and after reviewing, feel free to comment on my daily grading." Both Ren Wanxian and Chengzhu received several sheets, all belonging to Bai Lian and Ning Xiao. Ren Wanxian pushed the papers aside, unwilling to glance at them. She fixed her cold stare on the homeroom teacher of Class 8, then shifted her gaze towards Bai Lian. Bai Lian rested her chin lazily on her left hand, the tip of her pen poking at her notebook, her dark eyes half closed as she perused her notes, exuding an air of composure. Chengzhu said nothing, his expression dark as he picked up one of the answer sheets to scrutinize. It was Bai Lian's response, the handwriting neat, with every question thoroughly explained. The entire page clear and concise. Chengzhu's gloomy expression suddenly morphed into one of astonishment as he recognized the clarity and depth of the explanations. Recalling how the homeroom teacher had once presented them to him, the caliber of students attending this class was exceptional, and one could discern the differences between Bai Lian's answers and the standard answers. Even with a standard answer, comprehending the physics involved was no easy feat. The answers provided by Gao Bashi to Chengzhu and the others were merely a few hastily scribbled formulas and final answers, lacking any explanatory process, rendering most students unable to grasp the final question. Suddenly, someone who had reviewed Ning Xiao and Bai Lian's exam papers exclaimed, "So they actually used two-dimensional collision treatment? No wonder I couldn't understand the answers." With his first voice, many echoed similar sentiments. Even Chengzhu appeared momentarily lost in thought as he presented Bai Lian's paper to Ren Wanxian. "You should take a look at their answer sheets." Ren Wanxian frowned as she accepted the paper. Gao Jiancheng was a highly sought-after tutor whom the Ren family had invested significantly to hire. He had published papers. She had heard Gao Jiancheng's assistant boast that he was backed by an insurmountable reputation in Jiangjing. No one would dare question his capabilities. Yet, Ren Wanxian believed that even the most perfect answers would merely mirror those presented by Gao Jiancheng, until she encountered Bai Lian's response to a question about light particles, where not only was the first question accompanied by a diagram, but also a detailed explanation. The second question included meticulous analyses of each formula from various angles. Ren Wanchuan's sarcastic smile lingered on her lips. Even in her arrogance, she had to concede that Bai Lian's answers were clearer and more complete than the standard ones. But how could this be possible? Where did they acquire such answers? Her grip tightened around the answer sheet, crumpling it in her hand. Ren Wanxian, Chengzhu, I know you obtained the standard answers, but they are not flawless, the homeroom teacher of Class 8 remarked as all heads bowed. He continued earnestly. The individuals who provided you with answers did not explain the underlying principles. Some questions you answered vaguely. You believed you had received the standard answers. But those too are crafted by humans. This world is far larger than you imagine. There will always be someone at a higher peak. When you think you stand atop the summit, unbeknownst to you, others are already amidst the clouds. Vision determines your circle. Perspective shapes your development. I hope you heed my words today. Ren Wanxian, the pursuit of knowledge is endless. Prepare yourself to accept that you may merely be a frog at the bottom of a well. Ren Wanxian was unresponsive to his words. Had she ever experienced such humiliation? In the past 2 days, she had publicly declared her claim to the spot multiple times. How would others perceive her now? Her face flushed crimson as she crumpled the answer sheet into a ball. In a sudden burst, she stood up, disregarding her belongings, and stormed out. Behind her, the homeroom teacher of Class 8 quietly observed her departing figure. Initially, the principal entrusted him with the most challenging class, hoping he would teach effectively. He believed he had succeeded, at least preventing Class 8 from producing a bully like Chen Wei. Yet now, the homeroom teacher felt a renewed sense of defeat. Ren Wanchuan's starting point was far too lofty. Tang Ming and the others required over a decade of hard work to earn an opportunity to sit alongside her in the training class, a privilege she had from birth. Ren Jia provided her with the finest education, allowing her to enjoy the best resources from a young age. She has never endured hardship, and even her high school required the construction of a cafeteria in her honor. Being excessively pampered and having everything handed to her, she grew accustomed to being admired, ultimately cultivating an inflated sense of self-worth. The head teacher of Class 8 took a long moment before turning to address everyone, stating that since Ning Xiao and Bai Lian had the highest comprehensive scores, there were no objections to granting them the opportunity. This outcome surprised everyone. However, the process of analysis was laid out clearly, revealing distinctions that were immediately apparent. Who could possibly object? With no objections raised, the head teacher sent the key to Bai Lian and Ning Xiao, along with their contact information, sharing the link and key. Ning Xiao, who had been curious about Jiangjing University for quite some time, promptly downloaded the link and registered after entering the key. The head teacher stood beside Bai Lian, waiting for her to log in, yet she did not glance at her phone even once, focusing instead on her notebook. Can you really endure Jiangjing University? The teacher felt a shadow above him, sensing a gaze fixed upon him. Bai Lian pressed her hand against her notebook, slightly lifting her head, her dark eyes revealing clarity. Is there something you need? She inquired. Is there something you need? The head teacher felt an impulse to speak, but ultimately remained silent. He turned away to collect the answers he had just distributed, while most students were reluctant to part with them. However, the head teacher remained stern, refusing to grant them any further glimpses. Ren Wanxian had previously crumpled one of Bai Lian's answer sheets and discarded it on the floor. The head teacher, after observing it for a moment, bent down to retrieve it, gently smoothing it out before returning it to Bai Lian. After receiving it, she casually set it aside. There are no exercises today. You may leave early, the head teacher announced to the students in the lecture hall before placing his hands behind his back and exiting. Yet, no one moved. Why haven't you logged in yet? He appeared more anxious than Bai Lian. Leaning against the backrest, Bai Lian elegantly illuminated her phone. Noticing the link and key sent by the head teacher, which Jiang Fu Li had just shared with her last time, she glanced at it and casually forwarded the link and key to Tang Ming. The three of them had exchanged WeChat contacts previously. Bai Lian had few contacts on WeChat, making it easy for her to find him. Tang Ming, unaware of her actions, felt his phone vibrate twice but ignored it, still urging Bai Lian to register quickly. Silently, Tang Ming turned away. In the lecture hall, a student hesitated for a long time before standing up to approach Bai Lian. Bai Lian, could I borrow your answers to review for the night? Upon speaking, the boy felt somewhat embarrassed, having just been seated near Ren Wanxian while waiting in line to see her. Ning Xiao was known as a lone wolf at school, and he dared only to approach Bai Lian, clinging to a faint hope that she might show him her previous analyses. Bai Lian, without raising her head, delicately pinched the analysis on the desk with her fingers and handed it to him, her tone flat. Here you go, no need to return it. The boy was taken aback, expecting at least a few mocking remarks from Bai Lian or perhaps answers to a few minor questions, similar to what Xiangcheng would provide. To his surprise, she said nothing. What is the matter? Bai Lian finally lifted her gaze slightly, her dark eyes narrowing as she scrutinized him. Her expression was not one of superiority like Xiangcheng's. Rather, she regarded him with a calm demeanor, as if he were a subordinate who had erred but was now forgiven. The remaining students, unable to swallow their pride, did not anticipate Bai Lian would so easily provide them with answers, watching the boy with envy. Their hearts were filled with unspoken emotions. Tang Ming began to pack his belongings, casually checking his phone for messages. Upon opening WeChat, he saw Bai Lian's forwarded message and assumed it was a mistake. Bai Lian, zipping up her bag, lowered her voice and casually said, "This is for your registration." What? Tang Ming was taken aback, unable to process her words. He thought he misheard. Lower your voice. Bai Lian stood up, one hand pressing against her bag, the other holding her phone. Her face slightly turned as she lowered her voice again. I said this spot is yours. You can go first. You're giving me the spot at Jiangjing University? Tang Ming was 8 parts astonished, 2 parts teasing. Are you really giving me the spot at the Jiangjing University preparatory camp? Is that what you're saying? Bai Lian responded with a nonchalant expression. Tang Ming's voice did not lower. In fact, he repeated himself 3 times. At this point, everyone in the lecture hall, including those sitting in the back, clearly heard him. Even Chun Zhu, who remained seated and lost in thought, caught wind of it. His fingers trembled as he quickly looked up toward Tang Ming. Chapter 33. The Delicate Granddaughter, Cold as Ice. Ning Xiao had also finished packing his things and listened to Tang Ming's exclamations. His usual laziness vanished. He grabbed Tang Ming's backpack strap, his gloomy eyes revealing a hint of light as they peeked through his bangs, speaking with a calm, yet firm tone. What are you shouting about? Just go outside first. His voice was serious and loud. The two followed him out. All the students in the lecture hall watched the 3 leave, exchanging glances only after they were out of sight. What did Tang Ming just say? Someone asked incredulously. It sounded like Bai Lian was giving him a spot. Chun Zhu, who was well acquainted with the Chun family, found it hard to suppress his shock. Everyone in Xiangcheng, and even those from the 4 major cities, worked tirelessly for the opportunity at Jiangjing University. Even Beicheng First High School had only 10 spots, each tightly controlled by Jiangjing University. Such spots were priceless, a commodity beyond measure. The Ren and Chun families regarded them as treasures, let alone others. Did Bai Lian truly intend to give her spot to Tang Ming? It seemed plausible. Someone in the lecture hall suddenly spoke up, suggesting that Ning Xiao and Tang Ming must have achieved such high scores because Bai Lian had shared all the answers with them, especially since Ning Xiao ranked first. Ning Xiao often competed with Chun Zhu for the top 2 positions in the school, and this time, with the help of a Jiangjing University doctoral student, Chun Zhu scored lower than Ning Xiao, indicating the presence of a guiding hand behind the scenes. Who was the catalyst for this change, if not Bai Lian? Were they not competitors? Previously, they had envied Xiangcheng's 2 group members. Yet now, compared to Tang Ming and Ning Xiao, those 2 group members seemed to pale in significance. What competition was there? Did you not see? Bai Lian was about to give her spot to Tang Ming. This new classmate truly treated his group members exceptionally well. If only I had been randomly assigned to him. As this thought crossed their minds, most turned to look at Zhu Jiran, who had been seated behind Xiangcheng. They recalled Zhu Jiran was also part of Bai Lian's group. Since hearing Ning Xiao and Tang Ming scores, Zhu Jiran had not looked up. She had come to realize that Ning Xiao did not go to provide aid to Bai Lian every night. Bai Lian had the answers, perhaps even clearer than Xiangcheng's. Y&T she mentioned earlier. Exercises, there were still exercises. Zhu Jiran pulled out her WeChat contact for Tang Ming, having added only him. What exactly were the exercises Bai Lian shared with us? Tang Ming remained silent, only sending 2 images. The images displayed Bai Lian's handwritten exercises and their analyses. Zhu Jiran had previously disregarded Bai Lian's exercises, tossing them aside without a second glance. This was her first time seriously examining the questions and analyses. At this moment, she finally understood what she had missed out on. Outside, when Tang Ming asked Bai Lian for the 10th time, she finally spoke. If you say one more word, I will immediately forward this to Zhang Xi's. Tang Ming. He smoothly downloaded and registered an account. Then he searched for Ning Xiao's account and followed him. But when searching for Bai Lian, he could not find her. Just as he was about to ask Bai Lian, he noticed she had already entered a milk tea shop. He silently held back. At the Run residence, during mealtime, the servants exchanged glances, none daring to call for her. He went upstairs and knocked on Ren Wanchuan's door. There was no response, so he ordered someone to retrieve a key from the storeroom to open the door. Did not turn on the lights, and the curtains were tightly drawn. Surprised, instructed the servant to hand her the gift box and reached out to turn on the lights in the room. What's wrong? Seeing that it had not changed out of her school uniform and was lying on the bed, gently said, "Your grandfather bought you a gift. Open it and see. It's something you've always liked." "I don't want it." Looked at her with concern and waved the servant away. "Xiangcheng, tell your grandfather who has bullied you." Remained silent. After a moment of contemplation, took out his phone, his expression cold as he prepared to call the principal. Hearing the sound of the keypad, suddenly jumped up, snatched the phone from him, and ended the call. The two of them stood in a standoff for 5 minutes until finally spoke. Neither Chenju nor I got the quota. His astonishment matched hers. The family had expended considerable effort to secure those spots, and they had been determined to obtain both quotas from the Chen family. Now, however, claimed that neither of them had secured a spot. He wanted to ask further, but would not say another word, returning the phone to him and forcefully ushering him out. Then relocking the door, proceeded to call the principal again. "Bai Lian?" Upon learning that one of the quotas was for Bai Lian, his surprise was palpable. In his description, Bai Lian had transitioned from liberal arts to science, and her science scores had always been low. He had never expected her to be involved. "On Monday, you will apologize to Teacher Li." He knocked twice on his door, speaking in a grave tone. "You should know who in Xiangcheng would dare to make things difficult for the family." There was silence from within. Pulled out his phone again to call Ji Xiaorong, but there was no answer. He then turned to the servant and instructed, "Pick a gift that a girl would like." This clearly indicated he intended to give it to Bai Lian. Suddenly, flung open the door and looked at. "Grandfather, go find me the best teacher in Beijing." She could not be outdone by Bai Lian. At around 9 in the evening, Qingshui Street number 112 was still open. She was dressed in a blue and white school uniform, her hair neatly tied up and holding a notebook. As she approached the shop, she saw Bai Lian lazily picking up a bottle of milk, familiar with scanning the QR code to pay. Quietly, she separated Bai Lian from the shopkeeper. Recalling Ji Xiaorong mentioning that the police were watching the shopkeeper, she inserted the straw into the milk and waited for Mao Kuan in the alley ahead. 5 minutes after Bai Lian left, Mao Kuan trudged over from the end of Qingshui Street. The shopkeeper was still sharpening his knife. He squatted in front of the shopkeeper for a minute, commenting, "Uncle, your knife isn't sharp enough. It doesn't cut bones quickly. I'll bring you a sharper one in a couple of days." "It's all right," replied the shopkeeper, revealing a knife reflecting a chilling light. The two officers preparing to change shifts gasped in surprise. Bai Lian leaned against the wall, waiting for Mao Kuan in their usual spot. Her fair and slender fingers fiddling with the straw, while her other hand pressed her phone to review vocabulary. Upon seeing her, Mao Kuan quickened his pace, calling out "sister." He had been busy for the past 2 days, and Bai Lian had asked him to come a day early. She noticed that Mao Kuan's limbs were no longer bound by 1-pound sandbags. "All right." Mao Kuan raised his right hand to show Bai Lian the egg-sized silver medal on his wrist and ankle. "I was originally using iron, but my godfather said 2 pounds of iron was too bulky, so he had me switch to this." He then pulled out a cloth bag to show her 4 other metal pieces of the same size. "This is for you." Bai Lian felt surprised. She picked up one of the egg-sized medals and weighed it in her hand. Although it was only the size of an egg, it weighed 2 pounds, much denser than iron. As she needed to attend school, the sandbags were inconvenient, but this small medal was manageable. She tossed the 4 pieces casually, her demeanor relaxed. A smile playing at the corners of her lips as she remarked, "Quite impressive." Mao Kuan watched her effortlessly toss the 8-pound weights and noted that he had just switched to 2 pounds of metal on each hand today, resulting in him eating less at dinner. "Today, I'll teach you how to strengthen your body, combined with the boxing technique from last time." Bai Lian casually swayed the 4 pieces of metal and instructed him on 3 training postures, starting with the left foot forward and the right foot back. Suddenly, the weight of the 8 pounds pressed down, causing Mao Kuan's right hand to tremble. Bai Lian slowly bent down, holding the milk carton, and gently lifted his right hand with the cold edge of the carton. Mao Kuan gazed at her languid face. Her dark eyes seemed devoid of aggression, yet filled him with pressure. "Steady now." Once she saw he had stabilized, she released the milk carton with an air of nonchalance. Today, it took him half an hour to memorize the 3 strength exercises. Sister, am I really that foolish? Mao Kuan asked cautiously as he walked her to the door. Bai Lian was slicing through a vocabulary word when she heard his question. Without lifting her head, she replied, poor memory, but a natural talent for martial arts. Mao Kuan was taken aback. It was the first time someone had praised him. After a long moment, he scratched his head and asked, can I teach Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi? Referring to his 2 sidekicks. She stood at the entrance of the courtyard, not taking out her keys to open the door. 2 seconds later, Jiheng opened the door to greet her, noticing her calmly standing there. He fell silent for a moment before stepping aside to let her in. What do you have in your hand? Seeing her hook a bag with her fingertip, he reached out to take it. As soon as he grasped it, his hand felt heavy, nearly causing him to stumble. Bai Lian quickly steadied him, looking up earnestly. Grandfather, let me handle it. Then, she gently pulled the bag closer with a single finger, as if it contained nothing more burdensome than a feather. Jiheng asked, what is this? While locking the door, he looked at her, puzzled by the 4 egg-sized items. So heavy? Tools for physical training, Bai Lian explained, pulling out a small round ball from the bag and tilting her head. Grandfather, do you have a thicker soft strap? I want to string it up. 5 minutes later, Jiheng observed his seemingly delicate granddaughter as she strapped the 4 round balls to her hands and feet. She then cheerfully wished him good night. The next morning, Bai Lian had arranged to meet Jianghe at the Xiangcheng library. The number 12 bus on Qing Shui Street was quite convenient, running a direct line from the city gate to Qing Shui Street, then to the school and the library. The library was just 1 stop below the school. On the bus, Bai Lian spotted Jianghe squatting by the lamppost across from the library from a distance. He wore a blue shirt and a white vest, squatting with his back to everyone. Jiang Fu Li stood beside him, coldly helping Jianghe restore a jumbled Rubik's Cube to have 3 sides of the same color. He wore a black shirt, his pale fingers seemingly frosted, and his long lashes cast a shadow. As he meticulously restored the cube, he cast a cold glance at Jianghe. Did you spend the whole night squatting here to solve it? Jianghe, wanting to avoid him, shifted to face the trash can. Are you hoping to fit in there? Jianghe covered his ears with both hands. Across the way, Ming Donghang and Chen Ju stood by a black business car, hesitant to approach the two. Nervously, Ming Donghang noticed the number 12 bus arriving and perked up. As the bus stopped, a figure in a water-green outfit disembarked, and he let out a sigh of relief. Chen Ju, who had been frowning while smoking, immediately extinguished his cigarette upon seeing Bai Lian. Realizing what Ming Donghang had been waiting for, he promptly greeted her, Miss Bai. Miss Bai, Ming Donghang added, stepping forward to respectfully hand her a small backpack. This is young Master S' backpack. Please give it to him later. While Jiang Fu Li was reprimanding Jianghe, not even Ming Donghang dared to approach, and even Zhang Shijue would be caught in the crossfire if he passed by. Jianghe, alone at home, could not sleep and had run to wait for Bai Lian by the library across the street, squatting motionless by the lamppost after ruining the Rubik's Cube. Ming Donghang did not dare to disturb Jiang Fu Li, nor did he dare to call Bai Lian. The Jiang Fu Li laboratory is involved in the handover of detectors, and Ming Donghang, aware of the gravity of the situation, has been accompanying Jianghe throughout. Jianghe's Bai Lian extends her hand to receive the small backpack adorned with a cabbage print from Ming Donghang. Today, she is attired in a loose-fitting aquamarine jacket with wide sleeves, paired with dark green trousers, while her hair is elegantly secured with a wooden hairpin. As she raises her hand, a hint of red peeks from her wrist, alongside a silver-white metallic object the size of an egg. Ming Donghang glances towards Jiang Fu Li and requests that, if possible, he relay a message to the young master that Director Chun is seeking him. Bai Lian strides towards the opposite side. Director Chun, still holding her extinguished cigarette, gazes intently at the silver-white metallic object in Bai Lian's hand. Ming Donghang frowns and warns sharply, Director Chun, mind your gaze. What does it have to do with you? Ming Donghang shoots him a cold look. Just 2 days ago, the price of iridium was quoted at 1165, which makes it quite challenging to evaluate. Chapter 34. Jiang Xiaonya, what do you owe them? Director Chun exclaims in surprise, emphasizing his astonishment with multiple exclamation marks. Do not be deceived by the current appearance of iridium. It seems less expensive. He shakes his head. When you go abroad to negotiate with those mineral owners, you still cannot procure it. It is a rare commodity. Do you understand? The entire world is in short supply of iridium, yet its production is exceedingly low. Director Chun's previous assignment involved negotiating the trade of iridium, but he did not even meet the mineral owners. Despite having sufficient funds, he was unable to secure iridium for domestic use. Thus, he is well acquainted with iridium and can recognize at a glance. Who would carry iridium like this? Especially such a large piece? This piece of iridium, if placed in the laboratories of the physics and chemistry departments at Jiangjing University, would surely drive countless people mad. 2 pounds? Ming Dongheng's point of focus is rather peculiar, as he looks at Bai Lian's figure in astonishment. He had not even noticed she was holding something weighing 2 pounds. Across the way, Zhang Fu Li is about to say something when he notices a figure leisurely approaching, and he takes a deep breath. Bai Lian gazes at his icy visage before lowering her gaze to Jiang He, who is crouched by the trash can with his ears covered. She bends down, pinching Jiang He's collar with 2 fingers, lifting him up to inspect him with narrowed eyes before lazily inquiring, "Are you a little piece of trash?" Squatting by the trash can, Zhang Fu Li quickly reconstructs the steps Jiang He had taken with the Rubik's Cube. Upon hearing this, he stands coldly behind Bai Lian with one hand in his pocket, his tall stature and pale eyes slightly narrowed as he directs a cold smile towards Jiang He. Jiang He, wide-eyed, gazes at Bai Lian in disbelief. She releases him, allowing him to descend. Jiang He clutches her garment tightly, bowing his head in silence. She does not question why he is crouched there. Having spent nearly a month together, she understands that Jiang He has certain issues with his character. Allowing him to grasp her clothing, she glances at Zhang Fu Li for a moment. Even when in good spirits, Zhang Fu Li is difficult to approach, let alone when he is not. His expression remains impassive, his gaze lowered, and Ming Dongheng dares not come near. A mere glance from her leaves him momentarily stunned. Just as Zhang Fu Li is about to speak, Bai Lian suddenly asks, "Did you not sleep last night?" Zhang Fu Li is somewhat taken aback. Instinctively, he looks down at himself. Even without a night's sleep, Jiang Gongzi remains impeccably tidy, free from any dust, his hair perfectly in place, exuding an air of cool elegance. His phoenix eyes, narrowed, betray no signs of fatigue. She hands Jiang He's small cabbage backpack to him, instructing him to carry it himself. As for Ming Dongheng's mention of Director Chun seeking Zhang Fu Li, Bai Lian does not utter a word. In such circumstances, Zhang Fu Li would typically remain aloof from Jiang He for at least a day, with Jiang He ignoring everyone, insisting on sitting alone. He would cover his ears and refuse to eat or sleep. Zhang Fu Li often finds himself busy, yet he makes time to ensure Jiang He eats, frequently sitting beside him with a laptop. Both endure quite well, merely waiting to see who succumbs to sleep first. Unsurprisingly, it is always Jiang He who falls asleep first. Today marks the first time Jiang He has had an episode since arriving in Xiangcheng, an occurrence Zhang Fu Li did not anticipate, though it has become routine. Perhaps unprepared for by Lian's words, Zhang Fu Li lifts his gaze slightly. The trio walks towards the opposite side. Bai Lian holds her backpack in one hand and leads Jiang He with the other as they head into the library. Zhang Fu Li stands beside the vehicle, maintaining a relaxed posture with one hand in his pocket, his elongated figure cast in shadow by the morning sun, his sharply defined features illuminated by golden light, rendering him increasingly unapproachable. He watches the two enter the library. Director Chun has already prepared to disclose the following matters. He takes a seat in the passenger seat, immediately turning to Ming Dongheng for assistance. Zhang Fu Li leans back against the seat, his long eyelashes gently closing, his legs elegantly crossed, his brows and eyes concealed in shadow, as if he is meditating. Ming Dongheng and Director Chun do not dare to speak further. To their surprise, he has directly gone upstairs to sleep. Did Bai Lian not inform Jiang Xiao? Director Chun looks at Ming Dongheng, perplexed, wondering why Jiang Xiao has chosen to sleep. Not only Director Chun, but Ming Dongheng, who has been with Zhang Fu Li for several years, is also taken aback. Zhang Fu Li is a workaholic. During the unstable times of the Jiang family, he managed school while handling family matters, sometimes going 4 days without sleep. Jiang Shiju would only seek him out when matters became too overwhelming. Staying up an entire night and then addressing other tasks is commonplace for Zhang Fu Li. Today, Director Chun contacted Ming Dongheng early to find Zhang Fu Li, clearly with matters to discuss, and Zhang Fu Li could not possibly be unaware of this. So, what exactly did Bai Lian say? Why has Jiang Gongzi opted for a nap? Ming Dongheng scratches his head, unable to comprehend, and yawns before heading off to sleep. Having also spent a sleepless night due to Jiang He's restlessness, he coolly allows Director Chen to move freely. Director Chen dares not object, remaining quietly seated in the hall. In the library, it is still early and there are not many people. Bai Lian finds a spot on the second floor. First, opening Jiang He's backpack and placing his dictionary on the table before stating, "See?" Jiang He sits beside her, silently engrossed in his studies. As Bai Lian retrieves her notebook, she receives a WeChat message from Lu Xiaohan. "We plan to go hiking today. Do you want to join?" Bai Lian replies, "I am at the library." Lu Xiaohan then sends a message in the class group, inquiring if anyone wishes to go hiking. Zhang Xiais, who has not yet risen, is repeatedly tagged awake by her. Zhang Xiais responds, "What is up with the early morning tags?" Lu Xiaohan replies, "Early? Silly. Your desk mate is already at the library." Zhang Xiais, "I have told you countless times, do not touch my flowers." Zhang Xiais swiftly covers his phone, fearing that his mother, who often comes to rouse him, might discover that someone is already at the library. Meanwhile, at Ning Zhao's home, he contemplates Lu Xiaohan's message while holding his phone, then sends a message in the group to inquire about Bai Lian's specific location, beginning to pack his bag. Is he preparing to go out? In the yard, an elderly woman with snow-white hair looks at Ning Xiao in surprise. Ning Xiao responds with a soft maintaining his usual silence, heading to the library with his classmates. "Go ahead," the elderly woman smiles, straightening her back, her features softening. Watching Ning Xiao truly step out, her expression is one of great satisfaction. She arranges the incense. Inside the room, the elderly woman's phone rings. She puts on her reading glasses to locate her phone, squinting as she presses the large green answer button. "Hello, Xiao Wang." Senior students face significant pressure. Lu Xiaohan initially intended to go hiking, but ultimately did not. As no one in the class wanted to hike, they all preferred to sleep or lounge. She reluctantly brought her homework to the library to find Bai Lian and complete her assignments. Upon entering the second floor, she spots Ning Xiao and Tang Ming sitting across from Bai Lian. Tang Ming, the top student of class 11, is frequently seen on the school's honor roll, making him a familiar face to Lu Xiaohan. Certainly, in comparison to Tang Ming, the solitary prodigy, how did he come to be associated with Bai Lian? Ning Xiao raised her head, and Lu Xiaohan nodded in acknowledgement as they walked together. Lu Xiaohan, taken by surprise, seated herself beside Bai Lian. Did the scholarly genius greet her? Upon closer inspection, she noticed Jiang He sitting next to her, engrossed in a dictionary, his expression impassive, with long, thick eyelashes. Who is this child? He is remarkably handsome. His eyelashes are so long. Lu Xiaohan whispered excitedly. Across from them, Tang Ming regarded Lu Xiaohan with a complex expression. Isn't he charming? Soon, he will have you questioning life itself. Bai Lian produced her biology textbook and notebook, her long, fair fingers pressing down on the pages. Her lashes cast down, speaking slowly. His name is Jiang Xiaonyao. Jiang Xiaonyao? Lu Xiaohan believed her completely. Jiang He looked up in disbelief at Bai Lian once more. If Jiang He were an ordinary child, he would definitely protest loudly and introduce himself. Unfortunately, he was not. Jiang He could only silently turn to the page in the dictionary that contained the character for he. You see, Bai Lian calmly pointed to half of the character, tilting her head and addressing Lu Xiaohan with poise. This is the bird. Lu Xiaohan cupped her face, gazing at Jiang He. Although the name was peculiar, it was undeniably adorable. Jiang He, flipping the page silently. He then retrieved his 7-layered, 5-colored Rubik's Cube from his backpack. Lu Xiaohan, who had just begun to stretch after writing a few words, caught sight of the child slowly producing a soccer-shaped puzzle she had never seen before. 12 sides, 12 colors, and still a 7-layered puzzle. It made her dizzy just to look at it. The next moment, she witnessed the delicate child restore one side to a uniform color. Lu Xiaohan's half-raised hand froze in midair. A little while later, while playing with the 7-layered Rubik's Cube, Jiang He yawned softly. Bai Lian tilted her head, retrieved a carton of milk, inserted a straw, and handed it to Jiang He, speaking calmly. Come now, Jiang Xiaonyao. Aren't you quite resilient? Don't sleep. I will stay with you until dawn. Holding the milk, Jiang Xiaonyao, meanwhile, at the Run residence. Upstairs, the secretary observed the sulking Run Wanxian and spoke softly in consolation. Miss, I understand your grievances, but please refrain from throwing a tantrum in front of old Master Ren. He prefers to be in control and dislikes being dominated. After all, You are his only granddaughter. Miss, you must believe that I am undoubtedly on your side. I know. Fei Vang Xuan replied sullenly. Had it not been for the secretary, who disregarded his own safety to rescue Ren Jiawei and personally handed the newborn Ren Wanxian to Ren Qian, she would never have been born safely. As a significant benefactor of the Ren family, the secretary remained cautious and humble, never seeking praise, earning the trust of the entire Ren family, including Ren Jiawei. After comforting Ren Wanxian, he exited. Ren Qian stood at the end of the corridor. How is she? The young lady admits her mistakes. The secretary replied humbly. She does not wish to cause you further concern and feels remorseful. Only then did Ren Wanxian emerge to apologize. Grandfather, I'm sorry. Ren Qian could not genuinely be angry with her. It's fine. But remember to apologize to your teacher later. Downstairs, Ren Jiawei was on the phone in the living room. Yes, all right. Ji Xiaorong sat nearby, quietly sipping tea. Fei Vang Xuan sat beside Ren Qian, her fingers unconsciously stirring. What did Dr. Gao's assistant say? As soon as Ren Jiawei hung up, Ren Qian eagerly inquired. Ren Jiawei tossed her phone onto the table, crossed her arms, and surveyed the room. Dr. Gao simply provided a standard response. Let this matter rest. After enduring years of elite education alongside Chen Zhu, how could I possibly compete? How has teacherly arranged things? Fei Qian interrupted Ren Jiawei. Glancing at the secretary standing nearby. The private room at Wanhe building at 12 o'clock. You invited him, and he would not dare disrespect you. It was only then that Ji Xiaorong, who had remained silent, spoke mildly. Bai Lian is diligently studying, and she has relinquished her spot to someone else. I hope you will not disturb her. The others in the hall were unaware of this development. She has voluntarily given her spot to someone else. Ren Qian was taken aback. Ren Wanxian suddenly stood up. The secretary looked at Ji Xiaorong, his brow furrowed. Mr. Ji, she is, after all, your niece. They are family. So why do you side with outsiders? Why give her spot to others instead of the young lady? Ren Qian did not interrupt the secretary. It was evident he shared the same sentiment. While he did not deny his admiration for Bai Lian, she seemed insignificant in comparison to Ren Wanxian. First the books, now the spot. Ji Xiaorong rose, looking at Ren Qian. Has she owed you anything? Chapter 35. Reserved yet unyielding. The collector of rubbish Ji Xiaorong had always been a transparent presence in the Ren household, rarely visiting the old Ren residence. He was known for his quiet elegance and scholarly pride, making him nearly invisible in the family. Ren Qian was dissatisfied with this marriage, seldom paying attention to his son-in-law until he had a granddaughter who pleased him. Ji Xiaorong had only approached Ren Qian 7 years ago regarding the matter of Ji Xiaojun. This was the first time in many years he had spoken so candidly in the Ren household. Even Ren Qian was surprised by his demeanor. All right. Ren Jiawei picked up a cigarette from the table, lit it, and said, Dad, one must acknowledge their limitations. It is not that I look down upon those too. Ren Wanxian looked up at Ren Jiawei, biting her lip, Mom. Never mind. Ren Qian ceased to express his opinion, standing up. Wanxian, come with us to Wanhe building. Your teacher will be arriving shortly. He did not take Ren Jiawei along. Once they had left, Ji Xiaorong retrieved a pill box from his coat pocket, poured out 2 pills, and Ren Jiawei poured him a glass of water, frowning. Do not worry about this matter. You know that Wanxian has always been managed by my father. Ren Wanxian was the only heir of the Ren family, entrusted to Ren Qian for upbringing from birth. They had no say in the matter. Facing each other, the secretary cast a casual glance at them before turning to leave. I somewhat regret entrusting Wanxian to your father. Ji Xiaorong set down the glass, pressing his fingers to his brow. Do not dwell on it. However, Ren Jiawei resumed her seat. Contemplating, Bai Lian resembles your family quite a bit, while Wanxian does not at all. Do not speak of that again. Do not suggest cultivating someone like Lian. She would not be inclined. Ji Xiaorong swallowed the medication, tucked away the pillbox, and shook his head. Besides, if Wanxian hears it, she will make a fuss. He sensed that Wanxian harbored considerable hostility towards Bai Lian, yet there seemed to be no conflict between them. All right. I have not mentioned it in front of anyone else. Ren Jiawei surrendered with a gesture. However, your niece truly does not wish to comply. Let it be. At noon, in the private room at Wanhe building, Chen Zhu and Chen Gang were also present. The head teacher of Class 8 had been reassigned to a first-tier school, and anyone wealthy or powerful in Xiangcheng would ensure their children were placed in his class. Chen Gang and Ren Qian treated him with utmost respect. Bai Lian gave her spot to Tang Ming. Hearing this news from Ren Qian and Chen Gang, the head teacher of Class 8 was as surprised as Chun Zhu and Ren Wanxian. This was a spot for the Jiangjing University preparatory camp. Even if Bai Lian truly did not want it, it could easily fetch tens of millions on the black market. However, this act was performed by Bai Lian. The head teacher of Class 8 felt that this was entirely within her capabilities. Reserved yet unyielding, bright yet not glaring, he held Bai Lian in high regard. Ren Qian and Chen Gang exchanged glances, both surprised at each other. The head teacher of Class 8 was indeed a person of genuine wisdom and knowledge. They felt completely at ease, entrusting their descendants to his care. After several banquets, they had never heard him praise anyone so highly. His highest commendation for Chun Zhu was merely that he was clever. To be candid, she is the niece of my son-in-law. Ren Qian spoke with a smile. Having discerned that the homeroom teacher held a fondness for Bai Lian, he then advised Ren Wanxian, you should learn the principles of conduct from your cousin. As the homeroom teacher began to speak, Ren Wanxian could no longer contain herself. To her astonishment, Ren Qian disclosed to the homeroom teacher that Bai Lian was her cousin, particularly urging her to learn from Bai Lian. She, being exceptionally astute, had already surmised Ren Qian's intentions. Maintaining her composure to exhibit the most impeccable demeanor, she stood to apologize, saying, Teacher, I apologize for my impulsiveness. I hope you can heed my words. The homeroom teacher raised a glass towards her, drinking the contents. Finally, he politely bid farewell to Ren Qian, neither subservient nor arrogant, stating, Mr. Run, Mr. Chun, I have lessons to prepare. I shall take my leave. Once he departed, Chun Gang inquired of Ren Qian. I did not anticipate that old Ji's niece would be so remarkable. Have you inquired about her mentor? I do not know, Ren Qian replied, having little knowledge about the quiet and unassuming Ji family. The secretary, standing by, humbly poured them both a glass of clear liquor, saying, Sir, why did you not ask Teacher Li to have Bai Lian transfer that spot to Miss Wanxian or young Master Chenju? Chun Gang lifted his glass, taking a modest sip, remaining silent in tacit support of the secretary's suggestion. He knew little of the Ji family, but to him, such families were no different from common passers-by. We cannot dictate Teacher Li's actions. Ren Qian thought of Ren Jiawei and Ji Xiaorong, pressing his temples. Let's not discuss this matter any further. The secretary stood nearby, listening with a solemn expression. The gathering dispersed. At 4 p.m, at Jiang Fulai's residence, Director Chun awaited the two to rise. His phone rang. It was a subordinate stationed in Xiangcheng. He hurriedly answered and stepped outside, saying, Speak. The voice on the other end was respectful. Sir, Xiangcheng No. 1 High School mentioned that their school anniversary is approaching. Will you attend? The Chen family held Xiangcheng in high regard, annually allocating funds to ensure its safety, although a significant portion of this funding was provided by the Jiang family. Thus, despite Xiangcheng's precarious situation, surrounded by various nationalities and threats, no one dared to stir trouble on Qingshui Street. In addition to the defensive resources allocated to Xiangcheng, another portion was granted to Xiangcheng No. 1 High School. This year, a promising student emerged from Xiangcheng, prompting the Chen family to report this and secure a preparatory spot for Xiangcheng through academician. Every year, any celebrations at Xiangcheng No. 1 High School would invite those stationed in Xiangcheng. This year, Director Chun was among them, which led his subordinate to call and inquire if he wished to attend. Upon hearing it was Xiangcheng No. 1 High School, Director Chun paused momentarily, calculating his schedule. Let me check my itinerary. Failing to locate Wang Yufeng, he felt little inclination. The principal of the high school mentioned a student named Liang Ti, who had performed admirably. His subordinate clearly understood Director Chen's preferences, as the Chun family, particularly the elder, favored young men who could play the guzheng. If they could perform by Yixing, all the better, as nearly everyone in the Guzheng Association could play it. Yet few could perform it flawlessly. Upon hearing this, Director Chun appeared to waver. Really? Then I shall go and have a look. Footsteps finally echoed from upstairs. Director Chun promptly ended the call and walked into the hall, glancing towards the wooden staircase. Jiang Fulai descended slowly, just finished with his shower, his slightly damp hair framing his face. He wore only a black silk robe, cinched tightly at the waist, his pale fingers gripping a laptop. Young Master Jiang. Director Chun lowered his voice. Jiang Fulai settled onto the sofa, opening his laptop. A servant brought in a light meal. Director Chun, somewhat reserved, took a seat, informing. Someone has seen Wang Yufeng at the Qinglong bar. I have dispatched someone to keep watch. The bar? Jiang Fulai perused the papers submitted by his team, his light eyes narrowing slightly. Young Master Jiang has never been to a bar. Director Chen pondered briefly. I am waiting for Mr. Ming to rise. We should scout ahead. Mr. Ming wishes to seek out teacher Zhu at the fighting arena. The pressure from Tongpa is too great. Jiang Fulai responded with an closing his laptop and retrieving a black card from the drawer, handing it to Director Chen. Director Chen's eyes brightened as he quickly accepted it with both hands. By the way, I recall that Bai Lian was also wearing Xiangcheng No. 1 high school's uniform last time. Next week, they will have their school anniversary. Will you attend the ceremony? Jiang Fulai picked up his chopsticks, eating his meal leisurely. I have no time. Understood, Director Chen nodded. At the library during lunch, Bai Lian and Lu Xiaohan went across to have hot pot. Jiang he remained silent, slowly raising his head to glance at Lu Xiaohan. Lu Xiaohan, likely aware of Jiang he's personality issues, paid no mind. After speaking, she stood again, addressing Bai Lian. If your family has time, you must invite them to come. Otherwise, it would be quite a pity. Bai Lian was uncertain if Ji Heng had the time, but Ji Xiaojun certainly would not, as he had classes to teach. All right. Bai Lian lazily pulled out her earphones. Jiang he followed behind Bai Lian, quietly noting the time. Ning Xiao also lifted his head. Bai Lian leaned back, crossing her legs, her fingers lazily tapping the table. Bai Jian, Sister Bai? Tang Ming found it somewhat cool. Bai Lian shot Jiang he a glance, her lips curling slightly. Bai Jian, as in picking up trash. Jiang he kept his head low, expressionless, pulling out a dictionary and beginning to flip through it. Picking up trash? Tang Ming dared not ask further, silently taking out his phone to search for Bai Jian, realizing why he had always failed to find Bai Lian's name. Ning Xiao also took out his phone. This time, the account name was correct, and Tang Ming found it immediately. Account name, Bai Jian monthly points, 0 sister. Have you not started practicing problems yet? The explanations inside are superb, Tang Ming whispered. There are video explanations as well. It's truly worth watching. However, he had only amassed a few hundred points this month, and he was beginning to realize the vast gap between himself and others here. As he spoke, he casually glanced back. Total points, 0 followers, 1 fans, 1258. Tang Ming nearly exclaimed in shock. Wait, no. Bai Lian turned a page in her book, lifting her gaze. Her posture relaxed, her indifferent expression exuding an intimidating presence. Tang Ming swallowed the words he had nearly spoken. On Monday morning, she lowered her gaze, her fingers glistening like white jade in the morning light. She happened to see the structured diagram of a paramecium, unable to help but laugh softly. After Bai Lian left, Lu Xiaohan stared at the biology book. It was merely a structured diagram of a paramecium, resembling a straw sandal. What was so amusing about that? Outside, Lu Lingxi was reprimanding a group of boys. Upon seeing Bai Lian, her demeanor softened. Teacher Li is looking for you, Lu Lingxi said, pointing to the second floor, where the office was located downstairs. Bai Lian raised an eyebrow, nodded, and turned to head upstairs. The homeroom teacher of Class 8 was seated in the office, wearing glasses and drafting lesson plans. Upon seeing Bai Lian, he smiled, his stern face softening. Student Bai. Teacher, Bai Lian lowered her gaze, obediently wearing her school uniform. Her long eyelashes cast shadows on her eyelids. I heard you gave your spot to Tang Ming. The homeroom teacher pondered for a moment before saying, this opportunity is quite rare. May I ask what you were thinking? Bai Lian said nothing, straightforwardly pulling out her phone to show him a blue image on the screen. The homeroom teacher understood and exchanged glances with her, eventually breaking into a bemused smile. Thank you, teacher. Bai Lian took the chemistry notebook with both hands. After she left, the homeroom teacher continued to gaze at Bai Lian's slender and tall figure, filled with admiration. If the Ren family had not mentioned it, who would have known this girl was a relative of the Ren family? At the entrance, Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu crossed paths with Bai Lian, with Chen Zhu casting a lingering glance at Bai Lian before heading to fetch his homework. Ren Wanxian, I sought you out to discuss a matter of significance. The homeroom teacher of Class 8 retracted his smile slightly, his demeanor less relaxed than it was in front of Bai Lian. He composed himself, stating that a gentleman would be visiting on the day of the school anniversary, and you are to assist the principal in welcoming him. In the coming days, devote extra time to practicing your calligraphy. Many within the school possess skills in Liangdi, even Chen Zhu does. Yet none can match the proficiency of Ren Wanxian, the esteemed figures of the school that can only refer to the Jiang family of Jingchun. Ren Wanxian exchanged glances with Chen Zhua, both recalling their brief encounter with the esteemed Chen Yi. However, since then, Chen Gang had been unable to secure another invitation from him. Today, Ren Wanxian seemed to have shed her previous arrogance, nodding in acknowledgement. "Teacher, I understand. This is a matter of great importance for the school." The homeroom teacher's expression softened as he regarded Ren Wanxian, contemplating her exquisite penmanship. "Wanxian, you are a clever child, and I hope you will continue to improve." Ren Wanxian bowed her head in gratitude. Suddenly, she spoke with a hint of grievance. "When you instructed me to disclose the answers to the training class, I disagreed. I did not see Bai Lian share her answers with us. Teacher, you are being rather unfair to me." The homeroom teacher of Class 8 regarded her for a moment before responding. "How do you know she did not provide the answers to you?" "What? Today's arrogant king. I have no time. Tomorrow's Jiang, face-hurting, brother. I have no time." Chapter 36. Chen Wei studies Thai boxing, Liangdi. "Chen Zhua, you understand this best. Do you not?" The homeroom teacher's gaze shifted to Chen Zhua. "The first analysis you received was from Bai Lian. I assumed her decision to allocate a spot to Tang Ming was sufficient evidence that she truly does not care about such matters. Classmate Ren, it was you who insisted on absolute fairness. I found your assertion to be quite correct, and thus I unilaterally decided to withhold Bai Lian's analysis, granting you the fairness you required." Chen Zhua suddenly raised his head. He was well aware that the initial answer was Bai Lian's. He had even inquired about it with the teacher at the time. However, the teacher had not disclosed who it was, only asking if he was willing to team up with Bai Lian. He had declined. So, Bai Lian had indeed considered sharing her analysis with him? Ren Wanxian felt a tumult of emotions. Bai Lian had actually agreed to provide it to them. She had always believed that one must prioritize oneself, and such a competitive relationship meant even she and Chen Zhua would be wary of one another. Bai Lian had actually consented to show them the analysis. The two departed with complicated feelings. Xiangcheng No. 1 High School boasts 2 canteens. One was established at the founding of the school, while the other is a small canteen funded by the Ren family. The small canteen is known for its high prices, rumored to be run by a 5-star chef. However, apart from those in Class 8, few students frequent it. The waters remain separate. "Who is that?" Zhang Xi's, holding 2 bottles of drinks, passed by her to seek out Bai Lian and Ning Xiao. The typically solitary Ning Xiao dined with them today, after their shared study session on Saturday. Lu Xiaohan was no longer surprised. The long table was quite crowded. Zhang Xi's handed the 2 bottles of drinks to Ning Xiao and Bai Lian, then clasped his hands in prayer, earnestly beseeching, "May you both ensure I score above 60 in physics on the next monthly exam. Amen. I suggest you take a photo together and hang it in your room. Burn incense daily," Lu Xiaohan remarked, leaving a spot for Yang Lin, glancing toward Chen Wei's direction, and suggested to Zhang Xi's, "Why don't you just give in to that woman?" It was only then that Zhang Xi's noticed Chen Wei. He was startled by her presence. Recoiling slightly, "No way, I can't provoke her. Also, my heart and mind belong to Sister Yin. All other little demons can back off." He gestured animatedly. "What a fool." Lu Xiaohan rolled her eyes, momentarily thinking Chen Wei looked slightly deranged. Everyone in Class 15 knew Zhang Xi's had a crush on a female celebrity, with posters of her plastered on their table. At the entrance of the canteen, Chen Wei observed Zhang Xi's placing the drinks before Bai Lian. Her eyes glinted with malice, narrowing as she inquired slowly, "Who is that girl?" Bai Lian, a transfer student from Class 35, a tall girl beside Chen Wei, recognized Bai Lian. "Sister Wei, should we?" Chen Wei appeared agitated. "My father does not permit me to cause trouble." Suddenly, she kicked the table ahead of her. A student sitting there dropped his lunchbox to the floor, but dared not utter a word, trembling as he picked it up and returned to a corner table without lifting his head. The canteen fell into an eerie silence, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Chen Wei approached Zhang Xi's, her sinister gaze sweeping over Bai Lian. Then she pushed Zhang Xi's lunchbox aside. Sitting next to him with a smile, Zhang Xi's, "Let us eat at the small canteen. The chef prepared sweet and sour mandarin fish for me today." Zhang Xi's looked up, awkwardly declining, "Sorry, I prefer spicy food." "Very well then." Chen Wei regretfully released the lunchbox, her smile returning as she added, "Tomorrow, I will have the small canteen prepare it to your taste." She lamentably stood and departed. "What are you doing, you pest? Looking like your parents died." The tall girl grabbed Yang Lin's collar, pulling her close, disdainfully saying, "Who allowed you to wear that expression?" With a cold expression, Bai Lian raised her head and set down her chopsticks. Before she could stand, both sleeves were firmly grasped by someone. Xiangcheng's eyes reacted swiftly, standing up with a frown. "Chenwei, we are all classmates." "All right, we're all in the same class as Zhang." Chenwei observed Xiangcheng's expression, appreciating it before she spoke. The tall girl reluctantly released her grip. A few of them swaggered out of the canteen. Once they left, the canteen resumed its usual lively atmosphere. Yang Lin quietly sat beside Lu Xiaohan, her expression stoic as she held her meal. Lu Xiaohan turned to inquire, "Are you all right?" Yang Lin, who spoke even less than Ning Xiao, shook her head to indicate she was fine. Only then did Lu Xiaohan relax. They had all witnessed Bai Lian's demeanor towards Shi Yutong. She quietly advised Bai Lian, "Let us try to avoid Chenwei as much as possible. I mentioned she is from the Chen family, Chen Zhuo's sister. She can resolve any trouble she stirs up at school." The students at the same table in class 15 all nodded in agreement. Only Ning Xiao was different. He had just grasped Bai Lian's sleeve and explained in a calm tone, "Chenwei is trained in Thai boxing. You cannot overpower her." Hearing this, Lu Xiaohan cast a glance at Ning Xiao. Look at how the academic genius speaks, as if being able to fight means one can take on the Chen family. Chenwei's outrageous antics at school were not limited to this. Forcing others to withdraw from school was not a first. Ordinary students generally avoided provoking them. She gestured slowly in front of Bai Lian. Lu Xiaohan noticed the depth of Bai Lian's dark eyes. Though she had said nothing, it inexplicably sent shivers down one's spine. "What are you looking at?" Bai Lian pinched her chopsticks between her thumb and index finger, tilting her head with a slight smile toward Lu Xiaohan. Lu Xiaohan felt the smile bore a strangely bloody undertone. To break the eerie atmosphere, she inquired of Bai Lian. Bai Lian slowly propped her elbow on the table, affirming, "Yes, so we can leave school together tonight." Lu Xiaohan smiled, then became serious. "This school anniversary is very important. It must not go awry. I will walk you through the process again after school this afternoon." With the anniversary approaching, Lu Xiaohan and the cultural committee member both signed up as volunteers. After school that afternoon, Lu Xiaohan went to the student council to assist with stage setup, while Bai Lian accompanied her to rehearse the process. Yang Lin continued her part-time job at the milk tea shop until 8. At this hour, the auditorium was bustling with activity. Lu Xiaohan drew out Bai Lian's long sword for a closer inspection. Surprised by the president's words, she questioned, "Why has the order of appearance suddenly changed?" He had not observed Bai Lian's rehearsal. Someone from the student council had seen it, stating she was comparable to Ren Wanxian. The student council president remained non-committal, believing the rumors were exaggerated. However, it was true that this transfer student was more attractive than Ren Wanxian, perhaps enhanced by some filters. Lu Xiaohan begrudgingly accepted his explanation, having Bai Lian as the closing act indicated the school's discernment. "Xiaohan," the Minister of Arts soon approached, beckoning to Lu Xiaohan, "You arrived early. Please proceed with the process first." Bai Lian held a word book in one hand and casually removed her school uniform jacket with the other. Dressed in a delicate green satin shirt, she stood tall and elegant, exuding an extraordinary charm that set her apart from the typical student. She politely greeted the Minister of Arts with a nod. The Minister of Arts immediately took small, measured steps, smiling subtly with pursed lips at Bai Lian. Lu Xiaohan remarked, "Su Qian, you are giving me chills." Su Qian suppressed her urge to roll her eyes and turned to Xiangcheng's eyes, saying, "Why don't you come and be a mascot? I'll let it slide this time since we have new classmates." Xiangcheng's eyes, fearing he might be caught by Su Qian and forced to cheer again, quickly replied, "Oh, I have something to do. I need to go to the restroom." Su Qian muttered a curse under her breath. Lu Xiaohan found it hard to disagree and then nudged the Minister of Arts, raising her eyebrows. "Isn't so-and-so absent today?" Traditionally, the first spotlight was always reserved for Ren Wanxian. Today, however, it seemed the process was being followed without any special treatment for her. Rumor had it that Ren Wanxian was practicing her calligraphy today. Su Qian shrugged and glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention to them, whispering, "You know how much the school leaders value her handwriting." This was no secret within the school. After all, whenever there was a significant event or when the honor roll needed to be inscribed, Ren Wanxian was always called upon. She had many admirers at school, being both academically gifted and exceptionally talented, a rarity indeed. Lu Xiaohan turned to the newly arrived Bai Lian to explain, "Our school is backed by Jiangjing, which places great importance on students' handwriting. Ren Wanxian excels in the Liang style." Lu Xiaohan spoke with rare admiration, having always been impressed by Class 8's talents. She understood how difficult it was to reach the level of Ren Wanxian. Liang style? Bai Lian, who had been memorizing vocabulary, tilted her head slightly. Lu Xiaoan knew Bai Lian practiced the Guana style. Lu Ma had mentioned in class how neat and aesthetically pleasing it was. Not only Lu Ma, but many teachers in class 15 had begun to express their disdain for the handwriting of science students. Lu Xiaohan's neat presentation had spared her from much criticism. It's just the font of Liang Zuan. Lu Xiaohan thought Bai Lian was unaware and took the opportunity to enlighten her. You must have heard of it, right? Many students here use this style, but only Ren Wanxian has perfected it. So every time someone from Jiangjing visits, the school makes sure Ren Wanxian is there to meet them. As for the specifics of whom she meets, that was beyond the knowledge of someone as ordinary as Lu Xiaohan. This way, Su Qian guided Bai Lian to the renovated backstage entrance. Pulling aside the curtain to lead her on stage, you will come up from here, the spotlight will shine on you, and you will conclude in the center. The school took this celebration very seriously, and every member of the student council was working diligently to ensure everything went flawlessly. Not far away, several tall girls surrounded someone as they approached. The student council president paused briefly before greeting, "Chenwei, what brings you here?" He had a good rapport with Ren Wanxian and was not particularly intimidated by Chen Wei, being the only one bold enough to converse with her. Yes. The president glanced towards the new student performing a sword dance. Chen Wei, why not step outside? I just saw Zhang Xi's heading that way. Chen Wei nonchalantly replied with a slight acknowledgement and turned to walk outside. Zhang Xi's, who had been hiding in the crowd, spotted Chen Wei and slipped away in advance, leaving only his back as Chen Wei emerged. Her smile began to twist as she thought. Zhang Xi's came with Bai Lian to watch her perform? Yes. The tall girls beside her sneered, revealing what they had learned that afternoon. Bai Lian is his desk mate. That sinister gaze sent chills down Lu Xiaohan's spine. She grasped Bai Lian's arm and, catching a glimpse of Chen Wei, tightly held onto her. Su Qian, let's make our move. Chen Wei stood brazenly at the foot of the stage. Su Qian sensed the shift in atmosphere as the entire auditorium grew notably quieter. Lu Xiaohan handed a long sword to a member of the student council, reiterating her instructions. Please place our props carefully, just as we did last time. This long sword was specifically customized for Bai Lian. The member gave her a reassuring gesture. Once Lu Xiaohan left, he carried the sword toward the prop room, but after just a few steps, he was stopped. Jiangge, you need to queue up. Upon looking up, the boy saw Chen Wei in her school uniform. He instinctively took a step back, startled. Why are you running? Chen Wei's companion kicked him. The boy trembled, nearly dropping the sword in his arms. Chen Wei raised her hand, brushing it against the sword he held. Let me help you. Thank you. The boy stuttered, trembling as he passed the sword to Chen Wei. She took the sword, pulled it out for inspection, and mockingly measured it, her voice chilling. He likes this sort of thing? What are you still staring at? Hurry and leave. Her companion kicked him again. The boy stumbled away, seemingly in a panic. What happened? Su Qian observed his distressed demeanor with curiosity. In nothing. The boy fervently shook his head. Su Qian narrowed her eyes at his retreating figure, sensing something was amiss. Outside, Lu Xiaohan handed 2 tickets to Bai Lian. It was said that investors would be attending, and the school was concerned about any potential mishaps, thus limiting the number of outsiders in the auditorium. Bai Lian needed to take bus 12 to the library for her next stop, and Lu Xiaohan accompanied her to the bus station. As they passed the street corner, Zhang Xi's mother suddenly popped her head out from flower shop. Xiaohan, why isn't Yonglin with you today? She asked at the milk tea shop. Lu Xiaohan replied, stopping with Bai Lian. Could you please deliver this flower to her? Zhang Xi's mentioned he might have caused her some trouble today. Zhang Xi's mother hurriedly handed over a fresh lily, closing the shop door behind her. I need to get to the flower bed. I want to be able to wait for her to finish work. Sure, Auntie. Lu Xiaohan accepted the lily. Yonglin visited the shop every Friday to buy a lily, and Zhang Xi's mother knew her fondness for them, so she had saved the most beautiful one for her. You go ahead, Lu Xiaohan said, handing the flower to Bai Lian. I'm afraid she won't accept anything from anyone but you. Bai Lian glanced at the elegant lily in Lu Xiaohan's hand. Its snow-white petals and unique shape resembling a trumpet, adorned with fresh droplets of water, and its azure stem stood upright. Pure, beautiful, and graceful. All right. She reached out to take it. The current time coincided with the peak after school, and the milk tea shop was still bustling with customers. I heard the milk tea shop has a new owner, and their milk tea and pastries are exceptional, drawing many visitors, Lu Xiaohan commented. Bai Lian observait Jiangjing, clad in a yellow milk tea shop uniform, wearing a mask while preparing drinks for a customer. Just as she handed over a cup of milk tea, a lily was thrust into her hands. "What are you staring at?" Bai Lian leisurely pulled out her earphones, raising an eyebrow. "This is from Zhang Xi's mother." Lu Xiaoan was taken aback. Just as they were about to leave, she suddenly heard Yang Lin softly say, "Wait." Yang Lin rarely spoke, and her voice was so soft that Lu Xiaoan almost thought she imagined it. About 5 minutes later, Yang Lin returned with 2 cups of milk tea. Lowering her head as she quietly said, "The new boss doubled my wages. The cost of the milk tea will be deducted from my pay." The boss had hired several employees, and her 3-hour part-time job each day was hardly busy, allowing her time to memorize vocabulary. "I need a rainbow mousse cake." A middle-aged woman called out with a string of names. Yang Lin went to the back to fetch the cake. The master baker had already taken a break, and he glanced at Yang Lin, waving his hand. "Go tell him the cake is sold out." After saying this, he swiftly turned, wrapped 2 leftover cakes in plastic bags, and tossed them onto the counter, saying, "If you don't eat it, just throw it in the trash after work." With that, he took off his white coat and exited through the back door, phone in hand. Yang Lin overheard his quiet mutterings. "Damn it, where have I offended him to be exiled here to bake cakes for 5 hours each day? I no longer enjoy making cakes. I loathe it." As she rode to the library, Ming Donghang and Director Chun were waiting at the entrance with Jiang He. When Bai Lian arrived, Director Chun, while smoking, complained to Ming Donghang, "I finally arranged a meeting with him yesterday, and his subordinate told me he was helping an old lady fix her door. Can you believe that?" Ming Donghang, standing a couple of paces away with a cartoon backpack emblazoned with a large cabbage, casually replied without looking up, "Not absurd at all. Sister Bai Xian once helped an old lady cross the street." "Did she really?" Director Chen exclaimed, surprised. "I always thought you were joking about her." He dared not jest with any of them. Jiang Shijue concealed a knife behind her smile. Su Nanjing wielded a gentle blade, while Chen Beixian was formidable, her every word cut to the quick. Ming Donghang, however, was easier to deal with, uncomplicated. He shot a glance at Director Chun. "You can still find her post on the Military Academy forum." Director Chun dared not inquire about Chen Beixian. Upon hearing about the post, his thoughts stirred. Just then, Bai Lian stepped out of the car, prompting Director Chun to hastily extinguish his cigarette. Ming Donghang quickly straightened up. He had business with Director Chun and needed to hand Jiang He over to Bai Lian. "I apologize for the trouble." He respectfully handed Jiang He's backpack to Bai Lian. The two were unusually polite towards her. Ming Donghang stood at the library entrance, watching as Bai Lian and Jiang He entered before they got into the car. Bai Lian exuded an air of authority over Jiang He, and with others discreetly ensuring Jiang He's safety, Jiang Fulai felt reassured about pulling Ming Donghang away. "Thank goodness for Miss Bai," Director Chen remarked, observing the library through the rearview mirror. Bai Lian leisurely waved a ticket before Jiang He. "Are we going the day after tomorrow?" Jiang He remained silent, reaching out for it. Bai Lian raised her eyebrows, lifting the ticket higher and calmly flicking it. "Your silence indicates you do not wish to go." Jiang He, unable to reach Bai Lian's wrist, noticed her putting away the ticket and slowly drew out his biology notebook, stating, "I'll go." Bai Lian, with her legs crossed, casually flipped through the notebook, resting one hand on the table, and lazily tilted her head. "Where to?" "To watch the school anniversary," Jiang He replied. Bai Lian elegantly folded the ticket and tucked it into Jiang He's vest pocket, securing it. At 10 o'clock that evening, upon arriving home, the maid opened the iron gate upon seeing her. "Miss, the gentleman is waiting for you." Chen Wei entered the house expressionless, carrying a backpack and a longsword. In the hall, a man stood with his back to her. "Dad," she stood at attention. A resounding slap struck her face. "Missing the monthly exam is one thing, but I sent you to school to stir up trouble?" Chun Gang glared at her coldly. "If you could learn even a fraction from your brother, I wouldn't be so disappointed." Chun Wei's lip bled from the blow, covering her face, her expression darkening. "Did I embarrass you again? How splendid." Chun Gang extended his hand. "Where's the ruler?" The maid lowered her head, handing him the ruler. 5 minutes later, Chun Gang looked down at Chun Wei, who was nearly incapacitated on the ground, and coldly ordered, "Take her to the confinement room." The maid approached to help Chun Wei. She steadied herself with the long sword and violently grabbed a cup from the nearby table, hurling at the maid's head. "Get lost." The maid staggered back, bleeding from the head, while the others remained unfazed. Early Wednesday morning, Jiang He rose early. By the time Jiang Fulai descended from upstairs, Jiang He had finished breakfast, donned a white shirt and black and white striped suspenders, and was crouching down to put on his shoes. Jiang Fulai, still in soft loungewear with damp hair, merely cast a fleeting glance at Ming Dongheng standing beside Jiang He. Ming Dongheng stood stiffly, stating, "The young master is going to miss Bai's school." Jiang Fulai held a teacup, his tall figure imposing as he stood before Jiang He, his light-colored eyes narrowing slightly as he scrutinized the young boy, exuding a palpable aura of intimidation. Ming Dongheng instinctively retreated 3 steps, vacating the battlefield. Jiang He maintained his position, looking up at Jiang Fulai with an expressionless face. His large, round black eyes bore no emotion, as he often kept himself sealed within his own world, silently resisting. Jiang Fulai held his gaze for a long moment before coldly placing the teacup on a nearby round table and squatting beside Jiang He, his long fingers, imbued with an icy demeanor, neatly tied the young boy's shoelaces into a well-formed bow. After finishing, Jiang Fulai stood up, arms crossed, looking down at Jiang He with indifference. Jiang He then slowly replied, "School anniversary, Sister Bai, there will be a performance." As he spoke, he pulled out his ticket. "I only have one." Jiang Fulai shot him a cold glance, retrieving his phone and heading upstairs to change. He opened Director Chen's contact. Thus, Director Chen, just waking up, received a cold message from Jiang Fulai containing the words "school anniversary ticket." Director Chen froze at the sight of those words, feeling a chill and aura of danger through the screen, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He had no time to ponder why Jiang Fulai needed the ticket. Meanwhile, in the Chen household, in the pitch-black confinement room, Chen Wei gradually awoke from the floor. The confinement room had no windows, only a small slot in the door for meals. She crawled to the door, propping herself with a long sword. "Where is everyone?" A trembling maid approached cautiously, and before she could get close, Chen Wei seized her collar, pulling her closer. "Give me your phone." Chen Gang had always denied her access to her phone during confinement. The maid, trembling, handed over the phone, revealing the unlock code. Chen Wei opened the phone and directly dialed a number. After a prolonged wait, a groggy voice answered. "Who is this calling Dad so early?" Leaning against the door, Chen Wei remembered only Zhang Xiai's number. She knew every member of the Chen family. After speaking, she abruptly hung up, trembling as she slowly sat down against the door, casting a cold glance at the sword in her hand, regretting that she hadn't had the chance to learn with it for more than 2 days. Whether Zhang Xiai's admired the sword dance or truly appreciated that transfer student. She licked her dry lips. Zhang Xiai's. On the other end of the line, Zhang Xiai's felt a sudden jolt, fully awake. He hurriedly got up, washed up in a hurry, and left for school without breakfast. It was the day of the school anniversary. The school was festooned with decorations, and everyone wore their own clothes, creating a lively atmosphere. Zhang Xiai's lived near the school and rushed in, inquiring around until he finally found the 8th grade class in the arts building, explaining everything in detail. Upon hearing it was Chen Wei's request, the 8th grade students dared not delay. Finally, as Zhang Xiai's leaned against the wall, wiping the sweat from his brow, his long legs casually propped up, he exhaled a sigh of relief. His exceptionally handsome face showed no signs of distress. Several girls couldn't help but steal glances at him. He was as well known in school as Chen Zhu. Even Ren Wanxian, who had just entered the piano room, recognized who he was. What is he doing here? After Chen Wei instructed him to find someone from the 8th grade class to explain to Chen Zhu, she inquired, "Where is Chen Zhu? I haven't seen him all morning. Can you tell him for me?" Chen Zhu and Ren Wanxian never participated in the class group chat, making it rare for anyone in the 8th grade to connect with them. Ren Wanxian kicked aside a gouging stool blocking her path, approached the piano, and replied coldly, "Sure." Hearing this, the boy exhaled in relief. "Thank you." He then went out to fetch other items. Ren Wanxian sat before the piano, tuning it when her phone rang. It was Chen Zhu, inquiring about her whereabouts. "Please head to the principal's office to prepare. Mr. Chen will be arriving shortly." Understood, Fein Wang Suing replied, promptly rising to her feet. Her classmates, aware that she was to accompany the principal to meet an esteemed guest, gazed at her enviously as she departed. The principal's office was not far from there. Upon reaching the administrative building, Ren Wanxian spotted Chen Zhu waiting for her. Noticing her gaze, Chen Zhu paused and asked, "Is there anything else?" Ren Wanxian was not well acquainted with Chen Wei, who was also hesitant to provoke her. Chen Zhu waited for her at the staircase, shaking his head. "Nothing." Chapter 38. Classmate, is there a Guzheng? Chunju's curiosity about Run Wanxian had diminished. All right, let us proceed. Since the homeroom teacher had spoken about Bai Lian 2 days prior, he had been rather silent, significantly reducing communication with Ren Wanxian. She refrained from mentioning the matter of the long sword. Nodding, she ascended the stairs alongside Chunju. The school officials had risen early that day, convening for a morning meeting at 6. Upon their arrival at the principal's office, several senior leaders, clad in formal attire, were engaged in earnest discussion. Upon seeing the pair enter, the principal greeted Ren Wanxian with a warm smile. "Ah, Ren, you've arrived. How has your recent calligraphy practice been?" He gestured toward the collection of writing materials behind him, suggesting she try them out first, as she would need to perform upon Mr. Chen's arrival. The other leaders also greeted the two students kindly. While Ren Wanxian experimented with the wolf hair brush, someone leaned in beside the principal, lowering their voice. "We're Ning Xiao and Bai Lian. To welcome Mr. Chen, they must present the finest visage of their school." Both Ren Wanxian and Chunju were exemplary figures within the institution. Ning Xiao had always been regarded as a genius on par with Chunju, while Bai Lian had recently emerged as a notable talent, garnering the attention of the faculty. However, neither was available. The principal sighed, perplexed by the situation. "Did you not clarify things with them? Such an opportunity is rare. Meeting Mr. Chen, I have only seen him in person once. Did they truly decline?" They could not fathom anyone willingly passing up such an opportunity. Others would be eager to seize it. How could it have not been made clear? The principal smiled wryly. "If I told others, they might find it hard to believe. But Ning Xiao has always ignored them, elusive as a dragon. Bai Lian can be located, yet she declined with grace." Lu Lingxi was even more direct, calling to insist that he refrain from disturbing her precious student studies. What could he do? Meanwhile, Jiang Fuli unexpectedly canceled his laboratory schedule, accompanying Jiang he to Xiangcheng No. 1 High School. Upon receiving Jiang Fuli's message, Director Jiang hurried to his residence. Respectfully presenting a ticket to Jiang Fuli and inquiring, "Will you not accompany me? I can arrange a separate, quiet seat for you." Director Jiang could not bear to imagine Jiang Fuli's frosty demeanor among a crowd of students. He himself did not require a ticket. The school was surprised when they learned he needed one. Director Jiang was helpless. Could he dictate Jiang Gongzi's actions? Jiang Fuli, with his pale fingers, adjusted his black mask and donned a black cap, his expression icy. He cast a glance at Jiang He, exuding his usual air of noble detachment. His eyes, devoid of emotion, were tranquil. Jiang He climbed into the vehicle. Director Jiang dared not glance around, remaining stationary and respectful until the car had driven far away, at which point he sighed deeply and asked the attendant beside him, "What is wrong with Jiang Xiao today? He seems rather intimidating." I did not dare to meet Jiang Fuli's gaze at all. Bai Lian awaited Yiheng to arrive. She instructed Lu Xiaohan to pick up Jiang He first. Ning Xiao and Lu Xiaohan waited for Jiang He at the school gate. As a black car halted, Lu Xiaohan raised her hand, about to call out "Little Bird Brother," when she spotted a tall figure descending from the vehicle, slightly bowing their head and wearing a black cap, although she could not see his face. The words "Little Bird Brother" died on her lips. In that moment, an alarm rang in her mind, causing her to forget Ning Xiao, who was known for his aloof demeanor, and she quickly turned, nervously grasping Ning Xiao's arm. Academic deity, she thought. Then she noticed that Ning Xiao, who had been standing beside her with his hands in his pockets, suddenly withdrew his hand, standing with a more formal posture. Lu Xiaohan asked, "Where is Bai Tong?" Ning Xiao led the two of them, the cold and gloomy academic deity acting as their guide. "Allow me to take you to the viewing area in the auditorium." "Much appreciated," Jiang Fuli replied. With Jiang Fuli present, Ming Dongheng did not provide close protection for Jiang He. The group entered the school gate. Jiang Fuli's noble and aloof demeanor, particularly today, created an atmosphere of palpable tension that could be felt from 2 meters away. The gatekeeper, upon recognizing him from afar, immediately bowed respectfully towards the group. Jiang He, dressed in a white shirt and black suspenders, made an effort to keep pace with Jiang Fuli. The contrast between the two drew countless gazes. At the entrance of the grand auditorium, members of the student council were checking tickets. They initially intended to greet Lu Xiaohan with a smile, but quickly stifled their voices upon seeing the figures ahead. Inside the auditorium, Lu Xiaohan hesitated to follow Ning Xiao inside. Only after watching Ning Xiao lead Jiang Fuli and the others did she allow herself to relax. "Who is that?" a member of the student council conjectured. Surely he is the distinguished guest the principal has invited. Why haven't the principal and Chunju arrived? Lu Xiaohan awaited Bai Lian at the entrance. Time was fleeting. The school anniversary commenced at 8 o'clock. At 7:40, Bai Lian arrived with Ji Heng. The moment she appeared, she captivated everyone's attention. Bai Lian wore a milky white top, adorned with green vine embroidery, complemented by a skirt that transitioned from pale green to cream, embroidered with vibrant poppies at the hem. Ji Heng, aware of her performance, had added a 6-meter silk train to her attire, making her look both ethereal and beautiful. Her hair was loosely styled with a simple wooden hairpin, devoid of excessive adornments. Walking towards the rising sun, her presence caused the embroidered poppies on her dress to bloom gracefully, resembling an elegant white tiger emerging from a sea of corpses, stepping delicately through blood. In her radiance, no hue in the world could rival her splendor. Many passing by paused to admire her. Lu Xiaohan suddenly recalled the phrase about not disturbing the blossoms of the world. Flushing, she quietly greeted Ji Heng. "Hello, grandfather, I am Lu Xiaohan." She then turned to glance at Bai Lian's grandfather, who wore a black long robe, his expression stern, and held a smoking pipe, though the pouch atop it was empty. Lu Xiaohan led Bai Lian and Ji Heng inside. The auditorium was crowded, with most students lacking seats. Standing in a spacious area at the back while several rows of chairs were reserved for teachers, school leaders, and select student council members. Ji Heng, being older, was assigned a seat towards the back. Class 15 gathered in a corner at the rear. As Bai Lian approached, she spotted Jiang Fuli standing out among the crowd, creating an unapproachable distance around him despite the packed auditorium. Only the timid Jiang, he clung closely to Jiang Fuli. "Ah, teacher Jiang, would you like to wait backstage?" Bai Lian paused, her hands suspended midair. Dressed in an ancient-style gown to complement her sword dance, she casually held her Huami phone in one hand. With a slight smile, she embodied a blend of ancient elegance and modern charm. Jiang Fuli lowered his cap slightly, glancing at her, suppressing his irritation, and replied tersely, "No need." His expression grew colder. In the principal's office, Ren Wanxian set down her brush, showing director Jiang the poem she had previously copied. Chunju cast his gaze across the room and immediately spotted the phrase "Qing Ing Ru Miao Tang." During the auction, Ren Wanxian had taken a photograph. Although she could not capture the original, she diligently copied it every day, managing to replicate about 1/10 of its form. The principal and Chunju observe intently, surrounded by individuals well-versed in the study of Liang style. Even the principal could not help but commend Ren, noting that at merely 17 years of age, her calligraphy was remarkably exquisite. Compliments filled the air. However, Chunju's expression remained composed. In the past, he would have shared the principal's astonished demeanor upon encountering such beautiful writing from someone so young. Yet, having admired it numerous times before, even engaging in video calls with the old master to appreciate it together, he found himself somewhat jaded. Even the esteemed Liang, revered as a sage of ancient times, had been reluctant to part with those characters, resorting to petty theft to rescue them from destruction. This illustrated the extraordinary quality of that piece. Recently, Chunju had grown accustomed to finer works, and now, upon seeing Ren Wanchuan's calligraphy, it felt to him akin to chewing wax. With his hands clasped behind his back, he slowly remarked, "The form is commendable, yet it lacks a certain spirit. More effort is needed in your wrist strength. Nevertheless, given that you are a girl and naturally possess less wrist power, what you have achieved is quite impressive." Ren Wanxian, who had anticipated praise, was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, she lowered her head, acknowledging his guidance with gratitude. Growing up in an environment of adulation, Ren had always been diligent and intelligent. Her ability to produce such writing at her age drew admiration from teachers, who often remarked on her potential, occasionally leading her to feel a sense of arrogance. Especially with the accolades she received from school officials, it was difficult for her to accept Chunju's critique. Chunju, discerning her slight dissatisfaction, merely smiled. It was undeniable that at 17, her calligraphy indeed surpassed that of her peers. However, the piece collected by Jiang Fuli, penned by Xiangcheng, had been created when she was merely 15. Not to mention Xiangcheng had produced numerous poems at that tender age. Ren might spend another decade striving, but would likely never attain such grace. The Qin family held a fervent admiration for the Bai family. While one might excel, competing against the Bai lineage was a futile endeavor. Not to mention, even the works of Su Yejun from Jiangjing surpassed those of Ren Wanxian. Chenju's expression revealed little astonishment. The school officials noticed this and felt a pang of concern, hastily leading Chenju to the school celebration. Intrigued, Chenju was eager to observe the students of Xiangcheng in the present day. A group made their way to the grand auditorium, arriving at 7:55. The principal led a cadre of individuals inside. The student council members at the entrance, tasked with ticket checking, gaped as they noticed the principal walking closely behind a middle-aged man. Wasn't he, that individual, a distinguished guest invited by the principal? The front row of the auditorium was reserved for school leaders. As Chenju strolled inward, he discreetly scanned the crowd, aware that Jiang Fuli was also present. Eventually, he spotted someone in the corner of the auditorium and was taken aback. Had they really arrived? Weren't they supposed to be unavailable? Chenyi? The principal appeared somewhat stunned. Was it possible that Bai Xiaojia had a performance? The leaders seated in the front row remained, especially with a notable figure occupying the center seat. To protect this esteemed individual, security personnel were stationed every 10 meters, a tense atmosphere permeating the auditorium. As the clock struck 11, the event neared its conclusion. The final performers prepared backstage, with Lu Xiaohan accompanying Bai Lian. "You will be fine," Lu Xiaohan reassured, attempting to calm her own racing heart while comforting Bai Lian. When she looked up, she saw Bai Lian diligently reciting vocabulary as she walked. The final character she pronounced was swallowed into her being. "All right, the esteemed one need not feel anxious." Bai Lian wore her own attire, requiring no change. "Miss, could you assist us with a touch-up?" Lu Xiaohan urged, pushing Bai Lian toward the makeup artist. The makeup artist, holding a puff, scrutinized Bai Lian's face for a moment before inquiring, "Surely you do not expect me to jest with a beauteous visage?" Overwhelmed, Lu Xiaohan took a breath to steady herself. The cultural committee member went to retrieve the long sword. At that moment, the cultural committee member rushed in, pale-faced, and looked at Lu Xiaohan. Her voice trembled uncontrollably. "Xiaohan, where's the long sword?" Lu Xiaohan's heart, which had finally calmed, plummeted. She pushed through the crowd, sprinting to the storage room. Indeed, there was no sword to be found. Everyone backstage was acutely aware of the day's significance. Members of the student council began searching frantically. The commotion was undeniable, and soon enough, someone in class 15 learned of it. In the crowd, Zhang Xi's received the news, his expression shifting dramatically as he hurried backstage. Almost everyone was present. Zhang Xi's seized the collar of a student from class 8. "Didn't you say you would inform, Chenju?" The class 8 student was startled. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Ren Wanxian getting her makeup done, realizing that she had not conveyed the message to Chenju. I couldn't find Chenju," he stammered, unwilling to offend Ren Wanxian. Bai Lian, upon seeing Zhang Xi's arrive, turned off her phone, leaning slightly against the wall, narrowing her eyes at the class 8 student. "So, the long sword is not even at the school?" While still searching for the sword, Lu Xiaohan nearly fainted. "It's my fault. I should have taken it myself. My mistake." Zhang Xi's slammed his fist against the wall. Backstage erupted into chaos. Such a blunder was beyond what the students could bear, and soon someone went to summon a school leader from the audience. Dressed in a suit, he entered with a stern expression. "What is going on? The celebration has not yet concluded, and look at the disorder you've created." Only Ren Wanxian sat calmly on a resting chair, her head bowed as she retrieved her gown. The backstage crew exchanged glances, none daring to speak. The school leader scanned the room, ultimately fixing his gaze on Ren Wanxian, his demeanor softening slightly. "Student Ren, what has transpired?" "The long sword for Class 15's performance has gone missing," Ren Wanxian replied without raising her head, focused on her phone. The principal personally supervised this celebration, and all major school leaders had remained vigilant, even hiring numerous security personnel to prevent any mishaps. It was unexpected that at this critical juncture, the prop for Class 15 had vanished. The school leader's expression darkened instantly. "It was taken by Chen Wei," Zhang Xi's explained. "And what of that?" The school leader scolded him vehemently. "Do you not have a backup plan? You can't even manage such a trivial matter for the celebration? Tell me, what can you do in the future?" The school leader was well aware of who Chen Wei was, though he was furious. He knew he could not afford to provoke him. Thus, his ire fell upon Class 15 and the student council. The atmosphere turned heavy with tension. The audio backstage was poor, but the music could be faintly heard, indicating that they were nearing the end. The school leader cast a cold glance at the members of Class 15, before finally resting his gaze on Ren Wanxian. Given the current situation, I must trouble you to change and take the stage. Class 15 was to be removed from the program. Ren Wanxian remained silent, a sardonic smile gracing her lips as she picked up her gown without haste. On behalf of Class 15, I thank you, Lu Xiaoan spoke up beside her, acknowledging her oversight. Ren Wanxian glanced at Bai Lian, her arms crossed. Bai Lian, do you have nothing to say to me? Bai Lian avoided Ren Wanxian's gaze. Ren Wanxian was nearly amused. Very well. She turned to the school leader and stated directly, apologies, but I have yet to organize my attire. Upon hearing this, the school leader understood Ren Wanxian's implication and frowned, directing his attention to Bai Lian. Bai Lian merely tilted her head, grasping hold of a member of the student council. Chapter 39, Bai Lian. The boy, caught by Bai Lian's grip, was taken aback by the striking visage before him, momentarily stunned. Bai Lian calmly regarded him and reiterated, do you have a guzheng? In the school, numerous items are sponsored by Xiangcheng, particularly their fondness for purchasing gushings for the institution. In the music room, there are 7 or 8 different types of gushings. Bai Lian nodded slightly, releasing her grip as she handed her phone to Lu Xiaohan beside her, leisurely removing the 2 pieces of jewelry from her hands and politely requesting, could you please help me with the guzheng? The boy paused momentarily before hastily fetching the guzheng from the next room. The performance on stage was nearing its conclusion. The once imposing school leaders instinctively nodded in acknowledgement. As the boy returned with the guzheng in his arms, Bai Lian accepted it, gazing at the brown instrument for a while before plucking a string. The sound was somewhat jarring. It was not the finest guzheng, and its tone left much to be desired. She took her time adjusting the tuning, which was barely adequate. The logistics staff understood Bai Lian's intentions. The sound equipment and guzheng were readily available, making the performance quite convenient. They arranged the stool and the stand, and Bai Lian, clutching the instrument, lifted the curtain and stepped onto the stage. Ren Wanxian, who had been waiting for Bai Lian to seek her assistance, stood still, frowning as she watched Bai Lian disappear backstage. Lu Xiaohan, do any of your classmates play the guzheng? Someone finally asked in a hushed tone. Bai Lian's tuning just now had exuded confidence, seeming far from an amateur. Lu Xiaohan, drenched in sweat and devoid of strength, merely nodded in response. Most attendees recognized her condition, exchanging glances that conveyed an unspoken understanding. Bai Lian likely wasn't particularly skilled at playing the guzheng. It made sense. If she were proficient, she wouldn't have signed up for sword dance. As the students from Class 15 stepped outside to assess the situation, quiet discussions began backstage. It was quite unfortunate. Not only had the sword been taken away, but now they were expected to play music. Someone glanced cautiously at Ren Wanxian, knowing she was next. Does she know Ren Wanxian is performing on the piano? Doubtful murmurs filled the air. Since the other party was willing to force herself to play the guzheng rather than concede, there was nothing more to be done. Outside, Lu Xiaohan and others had emerged, ready to watch the stage. The setup of the guzheng and stool was complete. The group lingered in a corner, their expressions far from pleasant. Lu Xiaohan stared at the stage, shaking her head with a bitter smile. She had never practiced the guzheng, not to mention the guzheng. Bai Lian had scarcely touched a sword. The outcome of this guzheng performance was all but predictable. Zhang Xi's and the others felt a sudden heaviness in their hearts. Bai Lian emerged from backstage clad in a ruchuan, a spotlight illuminating her pale face, causing the grand hall to fall into a hushed silence. Yet whispers persisted, particularly from a few boys standing beside Jihong. They appeared to be engrossed in academic discussions, fervently debating a genetic probability problem related to a hereditary disease. One descendant was a patient, while another was normal. Jihong observed Bai Lian's arrival, seemingly ready to perform on the guzheng. He recalled Ji Xiaojun mentioning that Bai Lian had studied the guzheng in the Bai family, and he held no doubts. The 2 students flipped through their answers at the back, confirming it was indeed 1/4, a recessive hereditary disease. They looked at the gray-haired Jihong, their voices trembling as they inquired, Sir, were you a biology teacher? Me? A tailor. The 2 stared at Jihang's serious face, bewildered. A tailor? Their tone hinted at the brink of tears. They gazed at Bai Lian on stage, her exquisite attire. She truly is a tailor? The 2 finally broke down in tears. In the front row, Director Chun straightened up upon seeing Bai Lian take the stage with the guzheng, his eyes fixed on her without blinking. This was undoubtedly for Jiang Fulai, and perhaps even for Bai Lian's performance. The principal's smile faltered as he noticed Chen's sudden seriousness. Quickly whispering, "This Guzheng performance is merely a student as playful endeavor, surely not comparable to Jiangjing's professionalism. Just enjoy it." Yet, he continued to gaze intently at Bai Lian on stage. Bai Lian sat on the stool, her hands gently resting on the Guzheng, her eyes slightly closed. The wide, gradient green hem of her skirt trailed on the ground, adorned with a circle of colorful poppies blooming in the breeze. The previously restless grand hall gradually quieted down. The brightest spotlight shone down from above. Bai Lian, who had kept her eyes closed, suddenly opened them, revealing a gaze that was anything but casual, dark, cold, and fiercely determined. She lifted her hands, fingers poised above the strings, and began to play in a slow, deliberate manner. A fluid arpeggio cascaded from her fingertips, subtle yet powerful. Even those unversed in music could feel the intense atmosphere conveyed by the Guzheng's notes. Director Chun in the front row abruptly stood up. He fixated on Bai Lian, his fingers trembling. Even in the prelude, he recognized it. This was Bai Yixing. This was the Bai family army. The sound of the Guzheng grew increasingly urgent. Bai Lian lifted her wrist, decisively pressing down with her index finger and thumb at the moment of plucking, executing each note with precision. Though she were no nails, the sound was not at all soft but rather resolute. One could almost sense a timeless essence, as if countless soldiers were galloping forth. Bai Lian lowered her head slightly, her fingertips racing across the strings, combining swift plucking with gentle shaking, the notes moving so quickly they were nearly indistinguishable, alternating in pace, weight, and intensity, creating a clash as fierce as a battle. The urgent and cutting tones of the Guzheng surged, leaving no opportunity for the audience to catch their breath, only to descend dramatically at the peak. With a sweeping motion of her jade-like fingers, legions of cavalry emerged. The final note resonated like a taut string in everyone's mind, causing them to hold their breath. The hurried sounds came to an abrupt halt, and Bai Lian rested her hands on the strings, slowly lifting her head. The solitary screen behind her magnified her face, her eyes still dark, yet seemingly tinged with red. Although the piece had concluded, the grand hall remained eerily silent. Only the poppies, flourishing on stage, and her gently raised peach blossom face seemed to weave a tapestry that intertwined centuries with reality. Etched as an image in the vastness of the cosmos, Bai Lian pressed her fingers against the Guzheng strings, pausing for what felt like 2 or 3 seconds before standing with the instrument in her arms. She brushed aside the hem of her skirt and offered a slight bow. In the gathering of Class 15, Ning Xiao held Jiang He, both gazing at the stage with slightly agape mouths. Beside them, the tall and poised Jiang Fulai stood quietly, his usually placid eyes now swirling with emotions, his fingertips trembling. In the front row, Director Chen's eyes were nearly misty. The audience, primarily from Xiangcheng, understood Chen's sentiments. This piece, serving as the school song for Jiangjing University, was enough to stir the heart. To think, it was composed a millennium ago by the Bai family's eldest daughter, a pre-battle anthem for the Bai family army. Now, it was being resoundingly and nearly perfectly recreated, evoking a profound sense of pride. This was Bai Yixing. No need for drums, no need for pianos, no need for guitars. Just a Guzheng was sufficient to evoke legions of warriors. After Bai Lian left the stage, the audience remained silent for nearly a minute. Then, thunderous applause erupted. Director Chun, realizing the moment, did not utter a word and immediately rushed backstage. Meanwhile, the principal finally regained his composure, following suit and asking those around him, "Didn't you say Bai Lian was not very skilled? Is this what you call not very skilled?" The previously furious school leaders and the 2 senior high school hosts finally processed the unfolding drama, stepping out from behind with smiles, continuing to host. "Now, please welcome our final performer." At this moment, as Jiang Fulai emerged, he spotted Bai Lian leisurely standing to the left of the entrance. She awaited Lu Xiaohan, her gaze quietly fixed ahead. A wooden hairpin adorned her head, illuminated by the backlight, her garments gently billowing in the breeze. It seemed that in the next instant, she could drift away with the wind. A half-yellow leaf gently descended upon her shoulder. Jiang Fulai extended his hand, delicately plucking the leaf away, his fingertips brushing against the black mask he wore. He lowered his gaze, his entire visage shrouded in shadow, and spoke softly. "What are you looking at?" Following her line of sight, He observed nothing but the obstruction of a teaching building ahead. Reflection? Jiang Filei stood there with an air of refinement, his light eyes narrowing slightly. How did you arrive? Bai Lian suddenly recalled that Jiang he had mentioned he was quite busy. At this juncture, Jiang Gongzi, typically loquacious, fell into an unusual silence for a moment. Today was not a weekend. New equipment awaited him in the laboratory, and he had already been absent for the entire morning. Nevertheless, no one dared to inquire about his whereabouts. Bai Lian was the first to break the silence. Director Chen had scarcely dared to look at Jiang Filei that morning, let alone muster the courage to ask him anything. After all, the thought of being sent to the combat arena by Jiang Gongzi was enough to make Director Chen weep. If Jiang Gongzi were to witness Bai Lian's audacity, he would undoubtedly regard her with newfound respect. In the interval of Jiang Gongzi's silence, Director Chen had also pursued them. Miss Bai, he addressed her with customary respect, though his tone was laced with an unspoken excitement and reverence. Upon completing his greeting, he raised his gaze, finally noticing Jiang Filei standing beside Bai Lian. The frigid aura that had enveloped him earlier had dissipated, yet his eyes remained cool and distant, sweeping over them. Director Chen's words caught in his throat. Bai Lian turned her head slightly, raising an eyebrow at Director Chen. Miss Bai, your guzheng playing is truly remarkable. May I inquire as to your esteemed teacher? He could hear the music, yet the Chen family seemed to lack the essential aptitude for it. Those who wished to learn the Liang style could not grasp it, and those with aspirations in music lacked talent. Even the astute Chen Beixian struggled with the guzheng, his playing akin to the sound of a saw. Director Chen, too, fell into this category. However, a lack of proficiency did not preclude an appreciation for music. Having followed his grandfather, he had attended countless professional performances, yet none had been as impactful as Bai Lian's today. Initially somewhat obscure, her music had progressively reached an extraordinary level. The guzheng associations the Chen family had followed did not feature a style akin to Bai Lian's. Hence his genuine curiosity about her origins. Bai Lian regarded him with a peculiar expression as she responded, truly remarkable? In her 2 lifetimes combined, Bai Lian had barely touched a guzheng for nearly a year. Her skill was certainly lacking. The strings provided by the student council contained 21 strings, whereas her accustomed guzheng had only 18. Thus, her initial attempts felt rather awkward, falling far short of her usual standard. Fortunately, she had chosen a play by Xiangcheng, which, had it been another piece, might have been even more challenging to endure. As for her teacher, she opted to maintain discretion and not bring shame upon her mentor. Bai Lian silently mused, wondering if the ancestral masters had received her reflections and contrition. Was it not so? Director Chen observed Bai Lian's apparent dissatisfaction with himself and could not help but exclaim in surprise. Though he did not understand the guzheng, he could discern the emotional resonance of her music. With prowess like hers, Bai Lian could easily gain entry into the guzheng association in Xiangcheng, and with 2 more years of practice, becoming a recognized guzheng virtuoso was not out of reach. Did Bai Lian hold herself to such high standards? Director Chen desired to pursue the inquiry further, but was suddenly met with a languid glance from Jiang Filei, which sent a shiver down his spine. Turning around, he indeed found himself ensnared in Jiang Filei's indifferent gaze. Fortunately, as they exited, Liu Xiaohan and others alleviated the tension surrounding Director Chen. Liu Xiaohan and Zhang Xi's were equally perplexed, yet with Jiang Filei present beside Bai Lian, none dared utter a word. Inform my grandfather that I will wait for him at the school cafeteria, Bai Lian said, taking her phone and 2 pieces of iridium. Liu Xiaohan nodded in agreement. After Bai Lian and her group departed, Zhang Xi's wiped the sweat from his brow and, glancing at Liu Xiaohan, relaxed slightly. Who was that just now? Although he did not specify, Liu Xiaohan knew he referred to Jiang Filei. She was not surprised by Zhang Xi's timidity. Even the academic prodigy faltered in the presence of such an imposing figure. Meanwhile, in the grand auditorium, the backstage ambience only faintly echoed the sounds of the guzheng, lacking the overwhelming atmosphere of a live performance. Upon exiting, Bai Lian returned the guzheng to the boy, her expression serene, betraying nothing of her earlier performance. No one backstage was aware of her rendition of Bai Xing. The logistics team began to remove the guzheng, while a few individuals lifted the piano that Ren Wanxian was to use for her performance. Donning her splendidly tailored gown, Ren Wanxian gracefully ascended the stage, offering a slight bow to the audience. As she settled into her seat, Her gaze lifted only to be met with an alarming sight. The front row, reserved for school leaders, was nearly empty. Even Chunyi had left. Who was she to perform for? Uncertain of the circumstances, Ren Wanxian played through her piece with an uneasy mind, only to be met with sparse applause echoing through the auditorium, an unprecedented occurrence. Despite her somewhat lackluster effort today, she knew her performance was up to par. Why did the audience respond so indifferently? Had they not found time to attend? After changing back into her everyday attire, she set out to find Chunjua. Students passing by were glued to their phones, murmuring excitedly about how impressive the Guzheng performance had been. A sense of foreboding crept over Ren Wanxian. Chunjua remained seated in the front row, engrossed in his phone, his thoughts a mystery. Where had the principal and others gone? Fei Wang Sui's kenned his surroundings. Bai Lian? Her heart raced, though her demeanor remained nonchalant. What do I need her for? She thought as she instinctively took the phone, glancing down to find the school's forum. The most popular post was just released. Bai Lian's Guzheng performance was phenomenal. I got goosebumps. For those who missed her live performance, I'm truly sorry. Video attached. In just 5 minutes, the forum was flooded with posts about Bai Lian's performance. While none concerned her piano playing, the entire school forum had been dominated by Bai Lian. With unsteady hands, Ren Wanxian began to comprehend why her piano performance had elicited such a tepid response. But how could Bai Lian play the Guzheng? She did not return the phone to Chunjua, but instead stood still, directly opening the video. At the cafeteria of Exiled, Jiang Filai was hastily summoned away by a phone call, while Jiang he followed Bai Lian to the cafeteria. Zhang Xiai's arrived before Lu Xiaohan, accompanied by the boy from class 8, who apologized, "I'm sorry, by classmate. Was the long sword yours?" Bai Lian, busy with her vocabulary, looked up upon hearing the apology, leaning back against the cafeteria chair. The emerald fabric of her attire cascaded elegantly over the seat, resembling the lavish bloom of a poppy. The boy from class 8 appeared momentarily stunned. Why the nervousness? Zhang Xiai shot him a glance. Our Bai classmate is such a diligent student, not like Chen Wei. She will say whatever comes to mind. The boy from class 8 gazed at Bai Lian, noting her expression that seemed to demand clarity. Must he not know who to confront? Is this what you call obedient? Did they all in class 15 have some sort of filter for Bai Lian? Classmate Ren Wanxian promised me. The boy hesitated but ultimately chose to speak the truth. I don't know why she hasn't contacted Chunjua. Outside the cafeteria door, Lu Xiaohan brought Ji Heng inside. Lu Xiaohan, with her sweet demeanor, and Ji Heng, holding a large pipe, regarded the group of students, likely Bai Lian's good friends, and his typically stern expression softened considerably. Upon spotting Ji Heng, Bai Lian waved her hand, signaling Zhang Xiai's to escort the boy away. Indeed, she was supposed to perform a sword dance. Yet her Guzheng performance was even more astonishing. She claimed she had no talents. Lu Xiaohan chattered on, "Grandfather, how would she play the Guzheng so well?" Ji Heng, clad in a pristine black robe, was taken aback by the revelation. He took a seat, looking at Bai Lian. "You also know how to perform a sword dance? I only heard your uncle mention that you studied Guzheng for a year." "Only a year?" Lu Xiaohan was astounded. "Ran, you have only studied the Guzheng for a year." Bai Lian, who had practiced for over a decade since childhood, fell silent, unable to refute the statement. "Let's eat." She handed the chopsticks beside her to Ji Heng and Jiang He. It was then that Ji Heng noticed the young boy seated next to Bai Lian. "Is this your first friend?" Ji Xiaojun had mentioned to Ji Heng that Bai Lian had found a friend in Xiangcheng. "Yes, my grandpa. His name is Jiang He." Bai Lian raised an eyebrow at Jiang He while holding her chopsticks. "This is my grandpa. You can call him Ji Yi." Jiang He swallowed his food and then slowly looked up, murmuring, "Hello, Ji Yi." "Hello," Ji Heng replied, his expression remaining stiff. He was always serious and rigid in demeanor. Today was the school anniversary, with performances in the morning and a holiday in the afternoon. Bai Lian was not one to waste time. She intended to spend her break at the library, studying and completing assignments. She escorted Ji Heng to the bus. "By the way, we're having dinner at your uncle's house tonight," Ji Heng recalled as he boarded, reminding Bai Lian to go straight to her uncle's house. Generally, Uncle referred to Ji Xiaojun. Bai Lian, casually scrolling on her phone, replied, "All right." The bus ambled away. After seeing Ji Heng off, Bai Lian took Jiang He to the library. Lu Xiaohan, who was not particularly fond of libraries, dragged along Yang Lin, who had just finished her part-time job. The library was relatively quiet on a weekday. Bai Lian chose a table by the window on the second floor, a spot she often shared with Jiangjing, and they all sat down to study earnestly. After solving only a few problems, her phone vibrated. "Sister, I just took down that guy from last time. My godfather gifted me a mountain." Bai Lian glanced at the message. "Sister, my godfather wants to give you a mountain too." Bai Lian took a moment to solve 2 biology questions. No need. Flattery without merit is often sinister in intent. "Why not?" "Sister, do you have time tonight? I need to discuss something with you." With nothing planned for the afternoon, Bai Lian sent her location to Mao Kuan, instructing him to come directly to her. The library was somewhat distant from Qingshui Street, and Mao Kuan arrived over half an hour later. Bai Lian set her pen down, picked up her phone, and stood up. Jianghe also rose, but then sat back down with an O. Bai Lian turned to Lu Xiaoan, who gestured for her to remain calm without needing to speak. Outside, Mao Kuan, accompanied by 2 subordinates, Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi, crouched silently by the entrance. "Mao Gu," Xiao Wu scratched his head, "this place isn't really suited for us." "Is it?" Xiao Qi, however, seems to fit right in. Xiao Qi, with his youthful face, appeared merely 15 or 16. His hair was uncolored and styled simply. Without following Mao Kuan, he would have resembled a refined high school student. Mao Kuan, chewing on a cigarette, did not dispute the observation. Just then, Bai Lian emerged from inside, prompting the trio to stand up immediately. "Sister Bai," they exclaimed in unison, especially Xiao Wu, whose voice boomed. Bai Lian leaned lazily against the wall, still clad in her ruchuan, exuding elegance and nonchalance. Her fair face bore an indifferent expression as she crossed her arms. "What is it?" "The ointment you gave me is incredibly effective," Mao Kuan said earnestly. "Someone expressed interest in purchasing the formula. Are you willing to sell it?" "Sell the formula?" Bai Lian narrowed her eyes, aware of the decline of traditional Chinese medicine in favor of Western practices. Yet, this was an ancient palace formula, capable of treating injuries and fortifying the body, an elixir for martial artists. "Why hasn't it been passed down?" "Sister?" Mao Kuan noticed Bai Lian's silence as she pondered, and he quietly prompted her. "The Danai Guban ointment?" Although unfamiliar with the name, Mao Kuan felt it had a cultured ring to it. "Leave this matter to me. You can rest assured. Though I may not be clever, Xiao Qi is quite knowledgeable in such matters and will ensure you do not suffer any losses." Xiao Qi, who spoke little, merely stood behind, smiling when Mao Kuan called his name. Bai Lian regarded Xiao Qi and asked, "How old are you?" 17, Xiao Qi replied. "Are you not in school?" Bai Lian's slender fingers tapped the screen of her phone, her lovely brows knitting together. "At that age, he should be in his first year of high school. Compulsory education lasts 9 years. The orphanage only let me finish middle school before they stopped supporting my studies. Later, I was deceived and ended up on Heishui Street, where I was rescued by Mao Kuan." Mao Kuan explained on Xiao Qi's behalf, as such circumstances were common for them. "By the way, sister, my godfather wants to meet you. Are you willing to go to Heishui Street?" He looked at Bai Lian, seeking her opinion. Mao Kuan was a petty gangster, and being taken in by his godfather was merely a stroke of luck. His godfather had a plethora of talented individuals at his disposal, many of whom were as venomous as scorpions. Although they addressed him as Mao Xiao, they held him in little regard, a fact he was acutely aware of. Recently, however, he had gained some favor with his godfather. Understanding whom this favor was due to, Mao Kuan did not answer for Bai Lian when his godfather expressed the desire to meet her. He quickly grasped Bai Lian's unspoken refusal, as he had always understood her thoughts. Suddenly, Bai Lian's phone rang. Looking down, she saw it was a call from Lu Xiaoan. Her eyes narrowed as she answered immediately. On the other end, chaotic noises and intermittent shouts resonated. "Aran, come quickly!" Bai Lian abruptly lifted her head, not uttering a word, and strode back into the library. Her skirt trailing behind her in a graceful arc. Mao Kuan and the others exchanged glances before following her inside. Chapter 41. Even if you invite Ren Qian himself. At the second floor of the library, chaos reigned outside the public restroom. An elegantly dressed elder cradled a distressed 5- or 6-year-old boy, soothing him while casting a cold gaze forward. "Be good, my dear." "No, Grandma." He pushed me. The grandmother, pained by the sight of the boy's swollen head, shot a frosty look at the bodyguard beside her. The bodyguard quickly reacted, seizing Jianghe, who had been crouching nearby. "Whose child are you? Where are your parents? Have you no eyes? You've pushed our young master to the ground." "Grandma, I want his watch," the boy cried, noticing Jianghe being lifted. His tears ceased as he fixated on the watch that glowed. Without needing a prompt from the elder, The bodyguard lunged to snatch Jiang He's watch. Suddenly hoisted into the air, the usually silent Jiang He erupted in vigorous struggle, emitting strange sounds as he attempted to bite the bodyguard's wrist. Caught off guard by Jiang He's strength, the bodyguard yelped in surprise. "You little beast." He hastily tightened his grip on Jiang He's throat to force him to relent while gripping his wrist tightly, offering the watch to the boy with feigned politeness. "What are you doing?" Lu Xiaohan and Yang Lin rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Lu Xiaohan immediately dialed Bai Lian. Yang Lin, without uttering a word, rushed to intervene against the imposing bodyguard. The elderly woman scrutinized Yang Lin and Lu Xiaohan from head to toe. Yang Lin's hair nearly obscured her entire face, and she radiated a lifeless aura, clad in the most ordinary school uniform. Observing her grandson's struggle to remove Jiang He's watch, the elderly woman approached and forcibly pulled the watch off Jiang He's wrist. Upon ascending the stairs, Bai Lian spotted Jiang He being restrained by a man, kicking and flailing while emitting odd sounds, clearly on the verge of emotional collapse. Yang Lin and Lu Xiaohan attempted to rescue Jiang He, but were easily thwarted by the man. An elder was forcefully yanking at Jiang He's watch, which had left his wrist reddened. With a swift motion, Bai Lian raised her foot and kicked the man to the ground. She then reached out to take Jiang He into her arms. Trembling, Jiang He's eyes appeared unfocused, shivering uncontrollably. His neck was red and swollen, and his wrist bore a mark. Sister, Mao Kuan had just arrived when Bai Lian handed Jiang He over to him. She then turned and stomped hard on the man's chest. Mao Kuan could distinctly hear two cracking sounds, the unmistakable sound of broken ribs. Bai Lian's gaze slowly shifted to the elderly woman, and with a composed demeanor, she approached. Her lips curving into a smile that resembled a demon stepping through a sea of corpses. The elderly lady cradled her grandson, and upon meeting her icy gaze, he instinctively recoiled. Do you dare?" she exclaimed breathlessly. "Do you know who my son-in-law is?" Bai Lian's fingers gradually tightened. She stared at the elderly lady for a long moment before finally releasing her grip just before the lady gasped for breath. The elderly lady collapsed to the ground, clutching her throat and coughing incessantly. Bai Lian turned to look at Jiang He, who was still trembling. She placed one hand on his pulse while cradling him in her arms, her eyelashes gently lowered, and her exquisitely delicate features shrouded in a veil of gloom. Mao Kuan coldly observed the elderly lady and her entourage. Lowering his voice, "Sister, should I?" He lightly traced his finger across his neck. "What are you thinking?" Bai Lian noticed Jiang He was somewhat agitated and shot Mao Kuan a glance, her demeanor calm and unruffled. "In a society governed by law," she stated. Mao Kuan chuckled, admitting he found her words amusing. "Fine, I don't mind. If trouble arises, just call me. Such trifles don't require my godfather's intervention." Lian, Lu Xiaohan, who had not heard Bai Lian's conversation with Mao Kuan, looked anxiously towards the elderly lady. "That person doesn't seem like an ordinary individual." Mao Kuan scratched his head. "Really? How can you not see that?" Earlier, while Jiang He was being restrained, the librarian, who had turned a blind eye, was now startled to see the elderly lady's group in a vulnerable position and hurried to summon security. "Li Laotai, are you all right?" They helped the elderly lady up. "You seek death." The elderly lady, supported to her feet, stood beside her nearly petrified grandson and directed her gaze toward Bai Lian, hoarsely commanding, "What are you all standing there for? Call the police." The authorities promptly arrived to escort those involved in the incident to the police station. Bai Lian, along with Jiang He, cooperated fully throughout the process. In the police car, Jiang He remained trembling, resting his head on Bai Lian's lap as she gently patted his back. "Contact information for guardians," an officer noted in his notepad. Jiang He continued to lean against Bai Lian. She squinted, her gaze harboring residual hostility, clad in a traditional ruchuan, appearing languid yet striking. She provided Ji Xiaojuan's phone number, not wishing to trouble Ji Heng, considering his age. The officer nodded, instructing a colleague to reach out, then followed up with, "Why did you strike them?" The pale-skinned girl sat in the black car's seat, her face obscured by shadows, her half-closed eyes exuding an eerie chill, her exquisitely refined features resembling a careless specter. She knew little of the circumstances, replying nonchalantly, "They struck first and even stole a watch." The watch had already been taken as evidence by the officer. Everything proceeded smoothly, and the officer sighed, finding her to be the most straightforward suspect he had encountered. Regardless, violence is unacceptable. You can always come to us for assistance. The person you struck may be a bit formidable. He could hardly fathom how this seemingly docile girl had managed to incapacitate a bodyguard. Before he could fully process it, beads of sweat formed on the officer's back as he closed his notebook, suddenly realizing that since this girl had entered the vehicle, he had been led by her every step of the way, even defending her. This was a grave error for a police officer. He turned to Bai Lian, a chill creeping up from his core. He had never felt this way, even when confronted with highly intelligent criminals. Xiangcheng had just finished tutoring a student preparing for an arts examination. Today, Bai Lian and Hong were to join him for a meal, and he was selecting vegetables at the market with Xiangcheng. After spending time together, Xiangcheng had gathered Bai Lian's culinary preferences from Hong. How curious. Xiangcheng remarked, surprised. I thought she would favor the cuisine of Beicheng, but it turns out she still prefers the dishes from Xiangcheng. She recalled the first time Bai Lian had dined with them, during which she had prepared a meal from Beicheng. No wonder Bai Lian hadn't eaten much then. Lian is also from Xiangcheng, Xiangcheng replied, somewhat displeased with Xiangcheng's comment. His phone rang in his pocket. While holding a vegetable in one hand and picking out produce for Xiangcheng with the other, he answered, "Hello?" The voice on the other end conveyed something that caused him to suddenly look up, setting down the vegetable. Upon seeing Xiangcheng's reaction, Xiangcheng felt a pang of anxiety. What happened? She quickly set down the vegetables and followed him to the police station. Xiangcheng rushed to explain, heading towards the market's exit to catch a taxi with Xiangcheng. At the police station, the elderly lady and her grandson were comfortably settled in the reception area. When Xiangcheng and Xiangcheng arrived, the officers had just completed their statements. He remained with his head bowed. Xiaoyun recognized Bai Lian, who was half embracing He as her friend. Bai Lian's phone had been confiscated by the police. She looked up at Xiangcheng, touching her nose and admitting, "I hit someone." "You struck someone?" Xiangcheng exclaimed, observing Bai Lian's lovely features, her brows knitting together. She quickly turned to the officers, saying, "Officer, please do not wrongfully accuse anyone. Just look at this child. Does she seem like someone who would hit others?" Her loud voice bore the tone of a somewhat unreasonable woman. She had long forgotten that upon Bai Lian's first visit, she had claimed Bai Lian was merely a frivolous young lady indulging in pleasure. The officers were momentarily taken aback by her outburst. Bai Lian blinked innocently from the side. Fortunately, she wasn't too skilled in combat. Perhaps only a rib or two had been broken on the other side. Xiangcheng and Xiangcheng were escorted out by the officers. Outside, Xiangcheng continued to chatter with the officers. Xiangcheng frowned, sensing the complexity of the situation. The officers led him to the lounge to meet the elderly lady, whispering a reminder, "You two should seek forgiveness from the other party." Bai Lian was still a student, and he was currently in a state of shock. They separated the two sides. In a lounge at the end of the corridor sat the earlier mentioned Li Laotai and her grandson. As the officer opened the door, Xiangcheng sensed an unusual atmosphere inside. "Chief," the officer greeted respectfully, "I have brought them." The elderly lady held her grandson. If Bai Lian were present, she would surely notice the watch taken as evidence was now being played with by the little boy. Li Laotai cast a sharp gaze towards Xiangcheng and Xiangcheng, abruptly slamming her teacup down. "Why have you brought them here?" Xiangcheng, who had been so domineering moments ago, fell silent upon hearing the officer address the person inside as the chief. She dared not utter another word. She could be loud with ordinary officers, but the chief was not someone a common citizen could encounter, typically only seen on television or in the news. Instinctively, she grasped Xiangcheng's sleeve. "Did you not hear what Li Laotai said?" The chief, not looking at Xiangcheng and Xiangcheng, cast a glance at the officer. "Hurry and take them away." The officers quickly led them out. "Police officer," Xiangcheng's voice trembled with anxiety. "This lady." The officer lifted his gaze, sternly responding, "You seem unaware of the gravity of this situation. Do you know who your niece struck?" Xiangcheng paused. "Do you know the Chen family?" The officer observed Xiangcheng and Xiangcheng, sighing again. "Why escalate matters over a watch? She clearly intends to pursue this further, so be prepared." In the entire Xiangcheng, who didn't know the Chen and Ren families, Xiangcheng, Xiangcheng clutched Xiangcheng's sleeve, hesitantly suggesting, "Perhaps you should call your brother." Given the circumstances, they, as ordinary individuals, undoubtedly could not intervene. It seemed the only option was to seek help from the Ren family. The officer, initially about to leave, paused at Xiangcheng's words, staring at the seemingly ordinary Xiaojun and Xiangcheng, questioning whether they too had connections. The lounge door swung open, and Li Laotai emerged, holding her grandson. Her grandson held a watch belonging to Jiang He, its screen illuminating with a silent blue light, revealing a communication call. No one answered, and it quickly extinguished. Concurrently, Bai Lian's confiscated phone began to vibrate, yet none of those present noticed. The young boy, with one hand clutching the watch, mimicked a small pistol gesture with the other, audaciously aiming it at Ji Xiaojun and Xiangcheng as if to fire. Grandma Li evidently heard Xiangcheng's words directed at Ji Xiaojun. She almost smirked. In the entirety of Xiangcheng, who was unaware that Xiangcheng was her son-in-law and that her grandson, Qinzhu, was destined to attend Jiangjing University, particularly Xiangcheng, who, in the past month, had been soaring in Xiangcheng, with his family eager to curry favor. Even Ren Qian treated her with respect upon their meeting. You wish to make a call? Grandma Li set her grandson down, studying Ji Xiaojun and Xiangcheng. As she caressed her neck, she seemed to relive the suffocating grip Bai Lian had once had on her. Her voice, hoarse and menacing, declared, "Feel free to call anyone you wish. I will tell you this. I will not let those two escape today's incident. Even if you summon the Ren family or Ren Qian himself, my stance remains unchanged." Chapter 42. In a common background, who dares to provoke? The officers stood to the side, accustomed to the situation. Just the audacity it took to utter Ren Qian's name was remarkable. The chief had no courage to keep anyone from the Chun family here, in the lounge. The two only exchanged pleasantries, hardly probing into the case. Grandma Li responded with restraint. The chief respectfully escorted them out. Mr. Chun, rest assured, she assured, placing her grandson in the vehicle. Standing beside it, she continued to stroke her neck, her voice chillingly candid. I understand your predicament. If this matter is handled well, I shall not mention it to Xiangcheng. The chief sighed in relief. Thank you for your understanding, madam. He stood at the door, watching as Grandma Li's car departed. Upon entering the library, they promptly began securing evidence. Xiangcheng was known as a formidable figure in Xiangcheng, hailing from a martial arts background. And despite being from a family once exiled, he had regained the attention of Jiangjing. Emotionless, he posed a threat. If this matter was mishandled, and he set his sights on them, their peaceful days would swiftly come to an end. The officers immediately delivered the recently gathered information and notes to the chief. He perused the documents, all derived from Bai Lian's accounts, detailing a student from Xiangcheng No. 1 High School, her grandfather Ji Hong, and her uncle Ji Xiaojun, a rather ordinary student from an unremarkable family. No one from the prominent figures of Heishui Street bore the surname Ji. Recently, there were mentions of the Bai surname, but those were linked solely to Heishui Street, unrelated to Ji. Grandma Li was astute. If she were truly a significant figure, she would not dare provoke anyone. The chief and the officers proceeded deeper into the precinct. Meanwhile, Xiangcheng and Ji Xiaojun hurried over, eager to speak with the chief. Apologies, an officer sternly interjected, blocking their path. Our chief is preoccupied with other matters. The chief was not someone easily accessible. Had this issue not involved Grandma Li, he would not have needed to intervene for such a trivial matter. Xiangcheng gazed at the chief's departing figure, anxiety filling her mind. She had clearly heard Grandma Li's words, emphasizing that summoning Ren Qian would be futile. In Xiangcheng's perception, the only significant figure she could conceive was Ren Qian. As for reaching out to the Ren family, Ji Xiaojun had not even considered it. He held his phone, deep in thought. Initially, Xiangcheng had acted like a reckless tyrant, but when compared to Grandma Li, she seemed insignificant. The officer observed Grandma Li taking the watch while the chief remained silent. The weak often empathize with one another. After stating that they could not approach the chief, the officer lowered his voice, advising, if you have connections, use them, but do not leave a record for the student. Having a record would complicate future civil service examinations. You stay with Lian, Ji Xiaojun calmly instructed Xiangcheng. I will step out for a moment. Assuming he was off to consult the Ren family, she quickly replied, very well, you go. I shall not worry about her. Ordinary students typically sought help from their homeroom teacher when faced with issues, especially in class 15. Upon hearing Lu Xiaohan's coherent explanation, Lu Lingxi was taken aback. Bai Lian had been compelled to resort to violence? Such a well-behaved student had been driven to such extremes? Yes, Lu Xiaohan felt tears welling up. Annie, That old lady is unreasonable, snatching things and even getting physical. Is Bai Lian going to be all right? Exiting the office, she pulled out her phone to make a call. Lu Xiaohan anxiously conveyed Bai Lian's predicament, and other teachers in the office overheard, the news gradually spreading throughout the school. Ren Xian called to inquire about the matter concerning Ren Wanxian and Xiangcheng. I do not know, Ren Wanxian replied, gazing out the window. After watching the performance, Grandpa Chen left without joining us for lunch. The school leaders did not linger either. How did you fare with your calligraphy today? Ren Xian knew the school intended for Ren Wanxian to showcase her skills before Grandpa Chen, and she had produced her best work recently. Ren Wanxian pursed her lips, her delicate features slightly furrowed, appearing somewhat distracted. Ren Xian, confident in her abilities, detected an unusual tone in her voice and set aside his tasks. What has transpired? Ren Wanxian hesitated, biting her lip, refraining from disclosing Bai Lian's performance on the Guzheng at school. Instead, she asked, has anyone from the Ji family come looking for you? The Ji family? Ren Xian was taken aback. Are you referring to your father? He has not sought me out. I see. Ren Wanxian responded, somewhat surprised. Upon hearing this, Lu Lingxi's expression had soured. She had assumed a member of the Ji family would approach her grandfather. What is going on? Ren Xian, who had recently been particularly attentive to the Ji family, spoke earnestly. What has happened with the Ji family? He truly had no knowledge of the situation. After hanging up, he promptly instructed his secretary to investigate Bai Lian. Although the Ji family had not approached him, this matter could not be ignored. Ren Xian had his own plans, intending to proactively offer assistance before the Ji family could reach out to him. Within minutes, the inquiry yielded results. The secretary looked at Ren Xian, hesitating to speak. Is it a serious matter? Ren Xian inquired, surprised. He did not perceive any issues in Xiangcheng that could pose a challenge, especially involving the Ji family. To him, it was merely a matter of words. The secretary leaned forward, reporting, it is not overly serious, but Miss Bai has injured Grandma Li, and she is quite furious. What? Ren Xian was astonished. Bai Lian had chosen to provoke the mother-in-law of Xiangcheng. Sir, the secretary stood by, expressing concern. It seems Grandpa Chen is inclined to recognize young Master Chen Zhu as an important foreign student. Ren Xian remained silent for a considerable time. He understood the significance of the Chen family. Bai Lian was indeed worth investing in, but even if Grandpa Chen were to grant him several decades, he would still struggle to find an opportunity to establish a connection with the Jiangjing family. Ultimately, he waved his hand. Let us not concern ourselves with this matter for now. If someone from the Ji family calls, find an excuse to delay them. Understood, the secretary nodded. At the Xiangcheng Institute for Dark Matter Research, Jiang Fuliai removed his glasses, clad in a black trench coat, his icy gaze focused on the data. The highlighter tapped rhythmically against his fingertips as he observed the lack of interaction between dark matter particles and others, seeking to expand the categories of particles. Good. He noted the important points. Standing behind Jiang Fuliai, he discreetly studied him, contemplating the current state of Jiang's mood. Ultimately, his thirst for knowledge overcame his apprehension, and he cautiously spoke, young Master Jiang, have you encountered any new problems lately? The Jiangjing University preparatory program offered a basic question bank alongside a challenge bank, releasing 20 new questions each month, covering mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology. Correctly answering all 20 basic questions would yield a reward of 10,000 basic points, determined by the system. The Challenge Question Bank is a compilation of queries devised by a group of mentors from Jiangjing University, refreshed randomly. Successfully answering a question doubles the monthly score, and the more questions one answers, the greater the multiplication effect. Each month, the question bank undergoes renewal. The foundational questions are manageable for most, yet the Challenge Question Bank remains largely unmastered, with the exception of Jianggongzi. Presently, the system's best answer continues to belong to Jianggongzi. However, Jiang Fuli has not logged into the system for 2 years. During this time, have you any idea how he won and the others have fared? The Challenge Question Bank remains uncompleted, and they dare not inquire. A few days ago, someone downloaded the material and even followed a person, causing the members of several laboratories to nearly weep with joy. Yet, he waited 2 weeks. But Jiang Fuli did not attempt the questions nor provide any answers. What questions? Jiang Fuli picked up his phone to check the time. It was past 4 o'clock. He quickly gathered himself, having a succinct question regarding photons. However, upon completion, he felt a sense of foreboding. As expected, the next moment came. Let me study it further. He attempted to remedy the situation. Jiang fully regarded He, his thin, cold lips subtly pursed, as if he wished to speak, but ultimately refrained. He turned and exited, sometimes doubting what sort of individuals he was sharing the laboratory with. Once Jiang Gongzi vacated the office, the others turned to look at He, with expressions of incredulity. He, how did you muster the audacity to pose a question to him regarding high school problems? He replied, can you solve them? One individual shrugged, but we wouldn't dare to boldly ask him to solve them. It was absurd. The question bank contained standard answers, though none as clear as Jiang Gongzi's, yet they sufficed. Who would dare to request Jiang Gongzi to assist them? After all, even academician Ma could not entice Jiang Gongzi into his laboratory. Outside, in the office, Jiang fully attempted to call Jiang He, but there was no answer. This was hardly surprising. Jiang had been in a one-sided Cold War with him for several days. His pale fingers tapped the phone screen again, locating Bai Lian's number to inform her that Ming Dongheng would be delayed in picking up Jiang He that evening. Yet, there was still no response. Jiang fully paused, aware that Bai Lian was likely in the library with Jiang He. In the office, Jiang fully halted, signaling to the researchers with a paused gesture, releasing his fluorescent pen from his grasp. The assistant promptly handed him his computer. The underground laboratory, constructed to minimize cosmic radiation interference, was deeply situated, perpetually cold and dim. Jiang fully set the computer on the table without sitting down, propping himself on the surface with one hand while typing with the other. The computer's glow illuminated his face, rendering it even more pale and sharp, and soon, a black skull emblem appeared on the screen. Lines of code materialized beneath his fingertips. The assistant stood 3 steps away, expressionless, observing. Jiang Shao's expertise was vast, yet he understood none of it. Jiang Fuli's icy fingers struck the keys decisively, and a map of Xiangcheng manifested on the computer screen, with a small red dot moving slowly. The assistant could only see Jiang Shao inputting a few lines of code as the map expanded continuously, ultimately focusing on a road. He was tracking the location of Jiang He's watch, as Jiang He frequently vanished without reason due to his personality. Within the Jiang family, even Jiang Shijue could not outsmart the younger Jiang He. Jiang Fuli had dedicated time to crafting a watch for him equipped with a location function. Under normal circumstances, Bai Lian and Jiang He would be studying in the library. However, they now appeared in an unknown location, slowly moving. Jiang fully retrieved the watch's previous movement route, confirming that it had last appeared at the police station. He coldly shut the laptop lid, postponed the meeting until tomorrow, and granted a half-day leave. He gradually stood upright, taking his phone and departing with an air of solemnity. The entire office fell silent in an instant. Someone glanced at the assistant, inquiring about Jiang Shao's demeanor. The assistant adjusted his glasses, offering a profound conjecture. Perhaps someone has provoked the young master. Jiang's family was known to be formidable. He, upon entering, overheard the assistant's remarks and was taken aback. This was common knowledge throughout Jiangjing. They would rather provoke the unflinching Jiang Shijue than dare to challenge Jiang Fuli. Jiang Fuli took the express elevator up, focusing on his phone as he dialed Ming Dongheng. Ming Dongheng was with Director Chun at that moment. When he received Jiang Fuli's call, Director Chun was engaged in conversation, discussing a certain drug that was not widely available. He had heard of miraculous ointment circulating in Heishui Street, which held tremendous allure for the Chun family and various special forces, rivaling the appeal of Wang Yofeng's mineral resources. The other party smiled, apologies, but there is no news from Dr. Bai at the moment. Director Chun observed the other person's demeanor, internally cursing, realizing they were playing hard to get. He vowed not to let Dr. Bai escape his grasp. Ming Dongheng stepped outside, answering the call with respect yet perplexity. Young master, where are you? Jiang Fuli did not wait for the driver, grasping the car keys and responding in a muted tone. However, on the other end, Ming Dongheng felt a jolt of concern. Heishui Street. Wait for me at the police station, Jiang Fuli commanded as he opened the car door, holding the phone in one hand and starting the vehicle with the other. The sunset cast slanted rays through the window, obscuring his sharp features in a hazy glow. With Jiang He's watch last pinpointed there. What? Ming Dongheng's heart sank. His hand trembled slightly. What is it? Director Chun was conversing with someone when he noticed Ming Dongheng abruptly rise, lowering his voice. Regarding Jiang He's situation, Ming Dongheng dared not delay and instructed. You keep an eye on things here. I must head to the police station. Director Chun, reading the urgency on Ming Dongheng's face, did not dare to press further. At the Xiangcheng police headquarters, Ming Dongheng parked with precision. His vehicle caught the attention of onlookers, and quickly, an alert was issued. In the police office, upon receiving the report, the chief stood up, astonished. Director Chen's car? What brings him here? Director Chen's vehicle was assigned in Xiangcheng, and he was known for his low profile. Yet, anyone with connections in Xiangcheng was aware of the car he drove. The chief hastily donned his coat and made his way to the police station entrance. However, instead of Director Chun, he encountered a tall, austere man standing beside the car, holding the keys. Upon seeing the chief emerge, he merely cast a cold glance without uttering a word. Those accompanying Jiang Fuli were certainly not ordinary individuals. The chief did not recognize Ming Dongheng, but it was evident that anyone capable of driving Director Chen's car was no simple entity. He felt a shiver at Ming Dongheng's icy demeanor, unsure how to initiate conversation. Just as the chief was contemplating how to utter his first words, a deep blue sports car with Jiangjing plates roared into view. With a screech, it halted at the police station entrance, emanating a chilling aura under the setting sun. Ming Dongheng recognized it as the vehicle the Jiang family had specially sent to Xiangcheng for Jiang Fuli's daily use. He strode toward the driver's seat, opening the door as soon as the car came to a stop, gesturing for Jiang Fuli to alight. The chief blinked, witnessing a man clad in a black trench coat emerge from the driver's seat. The singular, upright silhouette, dressed in dark attire, reflected a subdued gleam in the sunlight, rendering the police station entrance momentarily silent. Chapter 43. If the matter is not properly addressed, let Shin Yongkuan return to Jiangjing. Jiang Fuli paid no heed to anyone, merely glancing up at the sign at the entrance before striding toward the police station, his trench coat trailing behind him with an air of aloofness. Young master. Ming Dongheng promptly followed suit. Those waiting at the entrance, including the chief, were entirely disregarded, exchanging glances of disbelief. This was likely the first time someone had so brazenly overlooked the chief. Chief, someone murmured. Did these two not recognize the chief? Or were they simply disinterested in acknowledging him? While uncertain, this instant leaned toward the latter. The chief suddenly felt a twinge of unease. Without uttering a word, he followed closely behind. Outside the police station, Xiao Wu scratched his head, glancing back at Mao Kuan. Mao Gu, are we going in or not? Mao Kuan opened the car door, and of course, his sister was still inside. These people truly needed to be shown the severity of his capabilities. Xiao Qi, resting his hand on the steering wheel, sighed and said, Mao Gu, Xiao Wu, please hold off for now. Xiao Qi, have you forgotten how you came to be where you are today? If it weren't for our sister, the three of us would still be gang leaders on Qingshui Street. Mao Kuan shouted loudly. If it weren't for his sister single-handedly eliminating the scorpion, how could he have gained his adoptive father's esteem and shone brightly on Heishui Street? Moreover, had she been even a moment late in dealing with those people, his reputation would have been in tatters. Hold your horses. Your elder brother is a fool. Xiao Qi urged. Let's wait a bit. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm Mao Kuan. The two who just went in are formidable. After considerable persuasion, Xiao Qi finally managed to restrain Mao Kuan. There he squatted across from the police station, pulling out a cigarette and cursing, Fine, I'll wait another half hour. Xiao Wu squatted down beside him. Xiao Qi turned away, unwilling to witness their foolishness. As Jiang Fuli entered the hall, the bustling crowd fell silent. He scanned the room. Ming Dongheng immediately seized a police officer by the collar and inquired, Is there a pair of siblings here? The officer, startled by Ming Dongheng's piercing gaze, stammered, Why, yes, there is. Take us to them, Ming Dongheng commanded, releasing his grip. There weren't many cases today, most being old ones. As for siblings, only Bai Lian and Jiang He were left in the interrogation room. The officer hurriedly led them to find Bai Lian and Jiang He. Xiangcheng was accompanying Bai Lian, fidgeting with her clothes, sitting awkwardly on one side, appearing anxious and restless while frequently checking her phone. Bai Lian was trying to comfort the trembling Jiang He while also reassuring Xiangcheng. When Jiang Fuli stepped through the door, this was the scene that greeted him. The girl slowly stroked Jiang He's back with one hand while propping her chin with the other. Her dark eyes half closed as she gazed out at the shadows of the trees, resembling a white cat disturbed from a tranquil dream. Her mood evidently not pleasant and teetering on the edge of an outburst. Xiangcheng was startled by the sudden entrance of the two and quickly stood up. The pressure from Jiang Fuli was no less formidable than that from the chief. Ming Dongheng, relieved to see that both were unharmed, sighed Miss Bai. I only need the young master. Jiang Yi clutched Bai Lian's skirt tightly. Ming Dongheng could only stand by helplessly. Jiang Fu Li stood a couple of steps away from Bai Lian, glanced at her, then lowered his gaze to Jiang He, who was clinging to Bai Lian, unusually refraining from his usual mockery. He merely asked, did you win? He didn't even inquire whether she had been fighting. Even Xiangcheng felt that she didn't seem like the type to engage in brawls. Bai Lian ziplit, zets? Her gaze drifted towards the window. That's good. Jiang Fu Li nodded, scanning the interrogation room's environment. Upon entering, Bai Lian had sensed that the elderly woman had connections. She had anticipated Mao Kuan would arrive before her patience ran out, but unexpectedly, Jiang Fu Li arrived first. What brings you here? Jiang Fu Li, feeling somewhat displeased, tried to soften his tone. Neither of you answered your phones. Where are they? They were confiscated, Bai Lian replied lazily, resting her legs. Jiang Fu Li cast a cold glance to the side. Ming Dongheng immediately grabbed another person from behind, demanding, where's the phone? The individual, startled, dare not ask anything further and cautiously went to retrieve Bai Lian's phone. When Bai Lian received her phone, she noticed numerous missed calls, 2 from Jiang Fu Li, 5 from Ji Xiaojun, and over 10 from Mao Kuan. She opened WeChat. By Beixin. Sister? By Beixin. Not out yet. By Beixin. I'm here, sister. Don't be impulsive. Bai Lian. 1. She then turned her head to Xiangcheng and asked, where's my uncle? Bai Lian lowered her head again to send a message to Ji Xiaojun. Uncle, it's all good now. Ah, this is my aunt, she said, lifting her head to introduce Xiangcheng to Jiang Fu Li. It was her first time referring to her as aunt. Although Xiangcheng remained tense in the station, she instinctively puffed her chest out. Yes, this is my niece. At that moment, she began to understand Ji Xiaojun somewhat. Ren Wanxian had never called her aunt before. Jiang Fu Li observed Xiangcheng, momentarily taken aback. The usually aloof Jiang master had softened slightly, politely greeting her hello. Xiangcheng, unsure of where to place her hands, was flustered. Oh, and what about the little illiterate's watch? Bai Lian frowned. Why wasn't it brought along? Having investigated the watch's whereabouts, Jiang Fu Li naturally knew its location. He didn't ask, but could guess what had transpired between the two. Ming Dongheng reached out to take Jiang He from Bai Lian. Jiang He weighed around 40 to 50 pounds, not light for a delicate girl. As soon as he extended his hand, he saw Bai Lian effortlessly lift Jiang He. Ming Dongheng was taken aback. Miss Bai, don't you still have a piece of iridium? Jiang Fu Li shot a cold glance at Jiang He, who had buried her face, suppressing his irritation. The chief was still waiting at the interrogation room door. Seeing Jiang Fu Li leading them out, as if to leave, he hastily approached, nervously addressing Xiangcheng. His tone considerably softened compared to before. Please wait a moment. The process isn't complete yet, and you can't leave for now. He dared not speak to Jiang Fu Li, opting instead to approach Xiangcheng, who appeared the most approachable among the group. Jiang Fu Li halted, interrupting the chief with a frosty 3 words. Who are you? I am the chief of this precinct. The chief replied, lowering his head. Jiang Fu Li continued to walk forward. The Jiang master seldom addressed individuals by name. This was not a briefing. It was a notification. Ming Dongheng felt a tightening in his chest and nodded solemnly. Jiang Fu Li did not pause for a moment. He made no record and granted no bail, simply escorting Bai Lian and Jiang He out. No one dared to stop them. As Jiang Fu Li and Bai Lian exited, the remaining personnel in the police station exchanged glances, their minds racing. In Xiangcheng, the names they heard most often were Ren Xian and Chen Gang. Who was Chen Yongkuan? Was he also from the Chen family? The officer who had just spoken looked to the chief, swallowing hard. Chief, are we just letting them go? How will we explain this to the Li family? What more is there to explain? The chief's forehead broke out in a fine sheen of sweat. Quickly informed the Li family to bring the watch over. His fingers trembled. The upper echelons of Xiangcheng were well aware that a lord from Jiangjing had been sent to oversee matters here, and they referred to him as Lord Chun or Chief Chun, while ordinary officers were unaware of his name. However, the chief, having reviewed the files, was acutely aware that the true name of Lord Chun was Chun Yongkuan. The other officers were taken aback and hurriedly contacted the Li family. At the Li family residence, the family doctor was cautiously tending to her neck. Within just 2 hours, the elderly lady's neck was bruised and swollen. A servant knelt on the ground, holding a mirror for her. Lady Li's gaze was filled with shadows. Ever since her daughter married Chen Gang, most people spoke to her in hushed tones, and that girl had the audacity to. She slapped the mirror away. The servant quickly knelt, trembling with lower head. Grandmother, a young boy rushed down from upstairs, holding up a black watch for Lady Li to see. It still needs a password. Hurry and give it to me. My dear grandson. Lady Li quickly scooped him up, gently rubbing the bump on his head. I will have someone bring it to you right away. Just then, her phone rang. It was from the police station. I was just about to contact you. Lady Li straightened up, speaking in a measured tone. Ask that little wretch what the password for the watch is. What do you mean? Lady Li was quite displeased. What do you mean? The chief abruptly snatched the phone. Lady Li, if you want to die, then I want to live. Hurry and find Xiangcheng. If he has any standing before Lord Chen, your Li family may still find a way out today. It suddenly dawned on her. They couldn't possibly think that Chief Chen was merely referred to as Chief Chen, could they? Li Laotai put down her grandson and suddenly stood up, her voice somewhat hoarse. Are you serious? She was not without discernment. Just this afternoon, among those girls, there were hardly any items she found appealing. The bureau chief did not provide further explanation and hung up the phone, clearly overwhelmed. Nai, the password. Li Laotai felt a pang of anxiety. Disregarding her grandson and dialing Chun Gang's number. Heishui Street. Upon receiving Ming Donghong's call, Bureau Chief Chun halted his current tasks, seething with rage. What? Is this a group of inept fools in Xiangcheng? Not to mention the sensitive matters at hand. They have already built layers of protection around this situation. The lackeys helplessly explained that such occurrences were not isolated incidents. He cited 2 examples in succession. Jiang Shao's identity is confidential, fine, but the young master's watch was made by Jiang Shao himself, adorned with the Jiang family emblem. How could they not recognize it? Bureau Chief Chen slammed the car, door shut, anger radiating from his brows. That watch is unique to Jiang Shao and the entire Jiangjing. They truly have discerning eyes. His fury was not solely due to their offense against Jiang Fuli, but also stemmed from the pervasive corruption permeating the hierarchy. He had been relegated to this position where everything seemed tranquil. Even the Heishui Street area had been devoid of major incidents. Little did he know, this facade of peace was merely superficial, a performance orchestrated by Xiangcheng. Had it not been for today's events, he would remain oblivious to the underlying chaos that plagued Xiangcheng. The driver, glancing in the rearview mirror, attempted to placate Bureau Chief Chen. You know, Jiang Shao and the young master have very secretive identities. It's quite unreasonable to expect the people of Xiangcheng to recognize them at first glance. However, there was truth in Chen's words. Jiang He's watch was indeed rare, the only one of its kind in Jiangjing. It was no wonder that possessing such a treasure could bring about trouble. They had an eye for quality, and unfortunately, it had led them to Jiang He, the subordinate. Watching Chun's dark expression in the rearview mirror, secretly wiped the sweat from his brow, uncertain of how to bear the brunt of Chen's wrath. Is it alright if we just leave like this? Xiangcheng followed them out of the police station, still feeling surreal. The setting sun had dwindled to a mere half. Its vibrant red hues almost gentle on the eyes, yet Xiangcheng felt disoriented. Is this really how we're leaving? Notorious, riche. Noticing Jiang Fuli's respect towards Xiangcheng, he lowered his stance, glancing coldly behind before stating, Rest assured, they will not dare approach you again. That's a relief. Xiangcheng exhaled. As Bai Lian emerged, she spotted 2 figures squatting across the way, Xiaoqi standing expressionless beside them, gazing skyward. The sunset illuminated her features distinctly. Clad in a simple huchuan, she appeared more vibrant than the evening glow itself. Jiang fully glanced at her, and then extended his hand to take Jiang He. The slender fingers that wrapped around Jiang He's arm were delicate and pale, making it hard to believe such hands could conjure images of galloping horses. As he took Jiang He inadvertently brushed against that cool white skin. The touch was fleeting, not as cold as his palm. Jiang He clutched Bai Lian's sleeve tightly, refusing to let go. Jiang fully observed his tightly shut eyes with indifference. Jiang Xiaoniao. Bai Lian tugged at her sleeve and softly comforted. Sister has matters to attend to. You must let go for now. I will come to see you tomorrow morning. Jiang He's long eyelashes fluttered, and his fingers loosened. No need. Bai Lian languidly smoothed her sleeves and skirt. Once Ming Donghang drove away, the 3 figures across the street hesitantly approached. Sister, MHM. Bai Lian stood against the sunset, lazily introducing, This is my aunt. The trio exclaimed loudly, Hello, aunt. I'm Xiao Mao. Xiangcheng was taken aback. The yellow-haired Mao Cohen seemed less than trustworthy, yet compared to Ming Donghang, he appeared utterly normal. Xiangcheng felt a sense of relief. Xiao Mao, are you all friends of Bai Lian? Indeed. Mao Kuan scratched his head awkwardly. Not far away, Ji Mulan confronted Ji Xiaojun, frowning. What tone is that? Yi Xiaoyun halted, reprimanding her. This has nothing to do with you. Whether it concerns me or not, I am well aware, Ji Mulan interrupted. Bai Lian has caused enough trouble over the years. You should find me more useful than Bai Qiming's words. Do you have a new family now? Ji Xiaojun suddenly asked. Ji Mulan fell silent. You are no longer the headstrong 19 or 20-year-old. Father is aging. Do not act in ways you will regret. His expression was grave. As her only brother, he often found himself caught between Ji Mulan and Ji Heng, yet this time, leaving Bai Lian alone at the Bai family home deeply disappointed Ji Xiaojun. Ji Xiaojun had always had Ji Mulan's phone number, but had never contacted her. Today marked his first attempt, motivated by Bai Lian. He tucked his phone away and approached Bai Lian and Xiangcheng. His demeanor considerably softened. Upon seeing the trio of Mao Kuan beside Bai Lian, he paused, his gaze lingering on Xiao Qi's face. Hello, Uncle Ji, the trio greeted politely. Like Ji Heng, he was not one for many words. Xiangcheng, however, was quite chatty, insisting that Mao Kuan and the others join them for dinner. We wouldn't want to intrude. Aunt, Mao Kuan said, scratching his head. My godfather needs me for something. Xiangcheng watched the three depart with a tinge of regret. She had a favorable impression of them, especially of Xiao Qi. As for what transpired at the police station, Ji Xiaojun did not inquire about it with Bai Lian, instead remaining silent, preoccupied with thoughts of Ji Mulan. Today marked Bai Lian's second visit to Ji Xiaojun's home, yet this time, her mindset was entirely different from the last. Xiangcheng and Ji Xiaojun busied themselves in the kitchen. The living room was adorned with numerous trophies and photographs on the coffee table. Bai Lian's gaze fell upon a particular photograph in the center, depicting a middle-aged Ji Xiaojun alongside a girl dressed in black, holding a trophy. Her petite frame radiating a bright, innocent smile. She felt that the girl looked familiar. These are all students he has taught, Ji Heng noted, following her gaze toward the photograph. Taking a deep puff from his cigarette, his voice became muffled. Everyone has been accepted into Bai Yi, except for Xiangcheng. The Beicheng Art University is renowned as the finest art school among the 4 major cities. After years of teaching, Ji Xiaojun could be said to have a plethora of accomplished students. Ji Heng's gaze grew distant, and he did not continue. Xiangcheng. Bai Lian leaned against the sofa, adopting a nonchalant posture, her eyes slightly squinted. I have not heard that name before. Dinner is ready. What are you two doing over there? Xiangcheng emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of dishes, interrupting Bai Lian and Ji Heng's conversation. Hurry and prepare for dinner. You don't need to help. Xiangcheng ushered her out. Let your uncle serve. He has tough-skinned and can manage. Just as Ji Xiaojun lifted the soup, the doorbell rang. Xiangcheng paused, feeling a bit reserved around the Ren family. Bai Lian, go answer the door. It should be your little uncle. Bai Lian went to open the door, finding only Ji Xiaorong standing there. This was quite normal. During the Ji family banquet, it was unlikely anyone else from the Ren family would attend. Ren Wanxian had only visited Ji Heng's place a handful of times. She could count them on one hand. Should Tiwi tell your brother about Bai Lian? Xiangcheng caught Ji Xiaojun in the kitchen, her gaze fixed on the living room as she spoke in a hushed tone. Ji Xiaojun shook his head, his voice cold and detached. If Bai Lian says it's fine, then we needn't worry. The Ren family is not someone we can associate with. Xiangcheng recognized Ji Xiaojun's sensitivity towards the Ren family. I don't care about that, she scoffed. At dinner, there were only 3 people present, Ren Wanxian, Ren Qian, and Ren Jiawei. Today, however, Ren Wanxian exhibited a remarkable demeanor, devoid of any signs of anger. Teacher Qiu serves as Ren Wanxuan's calligraphy instructor. The decision to appoint her as Ren Wanxuan's mentor came at a considerable expense to Ren Qian and Ren Jiawei. Ren Wanxian nodded, affirming that she should arrive in Xiangcheng by evening. I will inquire when Teacher Qiu is available for a visit, Ren Qian stated solemnly, adding, I will notify Master Chen at that time. The entire Ren family understood the gravity of the matter. As they conversed, Ren Qian had yet to see Ji Xiaorong, and he turned to Ren Jiawei, asking, where's Xiaorong? Ren Jiawei, pulling out a tissue to methodically wipe her hands, replied, he has gone to the Ji family for dinner. There is no need to wait for him today. To the Ji family for dinner? Ren Qian had no objections regarding Ji Xiaorong's visit, but found the timing peculiar. It was rather unfortunate that Ji Xiaorong chose this moment to dine with the Ji family, especially after the incident with Bai Lian, prompting Ren Xian to ponder further. Across the room, Ren Wanxian also glanced up at Ren Xian. After finishing their meal, Ren Xian held a teacup, intending to discuss matters concerning Teacher Qiu and Master Chun with Ren Jiawei. It concerns Ji Xiaorong. Ren Xian paused, casting a glance outside before abruptly placing the teacup down and ascending the stairs. Jiawei, I feel a bit fatigued. If Xiaorong has matters to discuss, let him come find me tomorrow. With that, he vanished at the stairway. Ren Jiawei observed Ren Xian's retreating figure in surprise. Wait a moment, Ren Jiawei mused, tapping her chin thoughtfully. Suddenly sitting upright, she queried, has something occurred with the Ji family? Or have you recently provoked my father? Hearing this, Ren Jiawei relaxed slightly. Ji Xiaorong, noticing her diverted attention, then sent a WeChat message to Ji Xiaojun. The following day, Ren Xian awoke significantly later than usual. Ji Xiaorong had spent the night at the old residence with Ren Jiawei. It was only when a servant informed Ren Xian of Xiangcheng's unexpected visit that he made his way downstairs. Upon descending, he spotted Xiangcheng waiting in the hall. Recalling the incident involving Bai Lian, he initiated the conversation. Rest assured, regardless of what transpires, I will stand by your side. Uncle Chun, Ren Wanxian, emerged with her school bag in hand. Xiangcheng managed a faint smile, lacking the inclination to engage in banter with Ren Wanxian, and turned his attention to Ren Xian, stating, Old Ren, you are the only one who can assist me in this matter. Could you help me get in touch with Bai Lian? Ren Wanxian paused mid-action, slowly changing her shoes. Upon hearing Xiangcheng's request, her hand froze. Ren Xian felt a jolt of apprehension, sensing that the situation was not as he had imagined. What do you need Bai Lian for? Chapter 45. The new champion of the fighting arena, the Guzheng teacher. Xiangcheng gripped his cup. In just one night, Xiangcheng had undergone a dramatic upheaval. It seems you have yet to receive the news, he remarked, looking at Ren Xian. The Li family stirred trouble yesterday and has been sealed off. A contingent from Xiangcheng arrived in Jiangjing overnight. The only connection I could ascertain is that this matter involves Bai Lian and Master Chun. Fortunately, his usual meticulous handling of affairs had led to someone revealing that one of the parties involved was Bai Lian. Thus, he sought out the Ren family. He recalled that Bai Lian was Ji Xiaorong's niece. Ren Wanxian, kneeling to tie her shoelaces, suddenly halted. She is related to Master Chun? Ren Xian was equally taken aback. He had never considered the Ji family significant. How could they possibly be connected to Master Chun? Ren Wanxian stood up, gripping her school bag tightly, and suddenly remarked, it could be because she performed by Yi Xing at the school celebration. Both Ren Xian and Xiangcheng turned to her. Bai Lian has studied Guzheng, Ren Wanxian said, lowering her gaze, her thoughts in turmoil. That day at the school celebration, she deliberately played by Yi Xing. Everyone knows that the Chun family enjoys that piece. It must be related to that. After speaking, she took her school bag and headed to school. Behind her, Ren Xian regained his composure, reflecting if that is the case. It makes sense why the Ji family would have ties to Master Chen. Suddenly, Ren Xian realized that Bai Lian might be perfectly fine, not only unharmed, but potentially earning Master Chen's admiration. He hastily pulled out his phone to call Ji Xiaorong. But the call did not connect. Sitting on the sofa, he felt a rare sense of regret. Had the Ji family not intended to seek his assistance at all? Did Ji Xiaorong sense his actions last night? As you can see, I cannot reach Bai Lian either. Ren Xian sighed, looking at Xiangcheng. Regarding the Li family's issue, I advise you to refrain from getting involved. It was merely a facade, and now that Master Chun has discovered it, you should distance yourself as quickly as possible. As for Bai Lian, Ren Xian then contacted Ren Jiawei's assistant. After a brief exchange, he hung up the phone, observing Xiangcheng, who seemed to be searching for a Guzheng teacher for Bai Lian. Meanwhile, at Jiang Fuli's side, Director Chun had been waiting downstairs since dawn. When Jiang Fuli appeared in a black shirt, he promptly stood up, respectfully handing over Jiang He's watch, visibly ashamed. Young Master Jiang, the Li family and Xiangcheng have already arranged everything. A complete overhaul is underway. Jiang Fuli remained in place, his cold gaze sweeping over him like a storm brewing over a dark sea. Director Chun trembled, just as he was on the verge of tears. A languid voice came from behind. Where is Jiang He? Bai Lian strolled in leisurely, clad in the simplest of school uniforms, her long hair gathered behind her, backlit by the rising sun, holding a string of red Chinese knots in her fair hands. I'll go take a look. Bai Lian set down her bag, having promised Jiang she would visit him yesterday. Jiang fully escorted Bai Lian upstairs to see Jiang. Jiang, having been startled the previous day, had taken a sedative and slept soundly through the night. Now, he was awake, seated at a small table, quietly painting with a brush. Bai Lian approached him quietly. Jiang was painting the city tower of Xiangcheng, which also happened to be her profile picture. The lines here are incorrect. Bai Lian observed for a moment before bending down to grasp his hand, casually enhancing a few strokes. The city tower is depicted in a state of disrepair. Holding Jiang's hand, she infused the painting with a touch of soul. Jiang fully did not draw near, instead leaning against the doorway, intently watching her teach Jiang how to paint. As the morning sun had yet to fully rise, rays of light filtered through Jiang's small window, casting a serene glow on the girl's delicate profile, enlivening the room. Once the painting was complete, Jiang gazed at the vibrant masterpiece, looking up at Bai Lian with awe, his mouth slightly agape, his round eyes filled with admiration. He approached, bending slightly to take a closer look. Afterward, the typically taciturn Jiang Gongzi fell silent, beginning to grasp why his teacher had once tremulously suggested he lacked talent in drawing. Bai Lian leisurely set down her brush, propping herself against Jiang's desk, tilting her head to appraise the completed work before commenting. Jiang Xianyao, given your skill, is your teacher still alive? Although only 7 years old, Jiang had already won awards. Isn't she here to see him? As Bai Lian mentioned this, she suddenly recalled the cat in Jiang Fuli's notebook. Tilting her head, she asked, Jiang teacher you? Jiang Fuli suddenly straightened, glancing at the time on his phone. Maintaining an impassive expression, his tone calm and composed, exuding an air of aloofness. You're going to be late for class. I'll take you to school. At this hour, taking the bus would undoubtedly result in tardiness. Bai Lian shot him a glance, but did not refuse. All right. Yet, as they descended the stairs, she lingered behind Jiang Fuli and remarked, Jiang teacher, your cat hardly resembles a cat, but everything else is quite commendable. Jiang Fuli picked up his keys, letting out a soft sigh, knowing well that the notebook would bring nothing but trouble. Downstairs, Director Chun stood beside Ming Donghang, both attempting to act as if they had heard nothing when Jiang Fuli cast a cold glance their way. Once the two departed, Director Chun, having narrowly escaped calamity, finally exhaled in relief. He sat on the sofa, poured himself a glass of cold tea, and then turned to Ming Donghang, stating, Miss Bai is my lifesaver. I cannot do without her. Ming Donghang crossed his arms, regarding him with a frigid gaze, making it difficult to express dissent. At that moment, Director Chen recalled something and looked towards Ming Donghang, saying, You are aware of the new champion at the Heishui Street Fighting Arena, right? It is a place of legends. The Muay Thai champion Tongpa rose to fame there, captivating the world. All major factions are paying close attention. Ming Donghang shook his head, indicating that he had not been following this matter as he had recently sought his master. The individual in question had not used his real name, but a code name. Director Chun drummed his fingers on the sofa, noting that within a mere week, this fighter had risen from the last position to the top 10. Ming Donghang was taken aback. Both the Ming and Chun families revered martial prowess, and those who accompanied Jiang Fulai were certainly not weaklings. The fighting arena gathered masters from around the globe, including champions like Tongpa, making the top 10 an arduous feat. What was this code name? There were only a limited number of fighters capable of such an ascent. Ming Donghang mentally counted the individuals with such strength. The code name was rather peculiar. Director Chen set down his teacup and gazed at Ming Donghang, revealing that the code name was by Bai Xin and that Chun Jingyu might come looking for him. Ming Donghang silently repeated the name by Bai Xin. What a cool name it was. Bai Lian sat in the front passenger seat, lowering the window and lazily resting her elbow on it, her gaze fixed on the scenery rushing by outside. Each car ride felt as novel to her as the first time. You still haven't tackled that problem? At a red light, Jiang Fulai halted the car, having glanced at his phone that morning to find someone had scored a 0, currently in last place. Bai Lian leaned back against her seat, supporting her chin with her palm. It's tough, Teacher Jiang. Isn't a score of 0 rather embarrassing for you? Within the test, there were both biology and chemistry questions. Unfortunately, her first question this month happened to be chemistry. Damn it. With the light turning green, Jiang Fulai turned to her, explaining earnestly, they do not dare. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Exiled. Jiang Fulai parked the car, and Bai Lian waved goodbye before blending into the sea of students. It was peak school hours. Jiang did not drive off immediately, but watched Bai Lian's retreating figure, noticing her popularity at school, especially after the weekend school celebration. Just as she entered the crowd, a chorus of excited gasps erupted from a group of students. Jiang remained in the car, his demeanor icy as he observed the students, exuding a chilling aura akin to a sharpened blade. Upon reaching class 15, Bai Lian found that class had not yet commenced. Has Yang Lin not arrived? Bai Lian placed her backpack down, glancing at Yang Lin's empty seat, and tapped on the desk of Ning Xiao behind her. Lu Xiaohan and Zhang Xiais had come in late. Yet, Yang Lin typically arrived at school by 6. Ning Xiao looked up. She hasn't come. This is not the first time. Bai Lian began to take out her books, her brow furrowing. She decided to visit the office to inquire with Lu Lingxi about Yang Lin's absence. Upon hearing that Yang Lin had not come, Lu Lingxi also frowned slightly. It's nothing. Focus on your class. It was evident that Lu Lingxi knew more than she let on, but refrained from discussing it, instead asking Bai Lian about yesterday's events. Bai Lian shared what she could. In Xiangcheng, there was an abundance of Guzheng teachers, yet only one was truly renowned. Teacher Yu. Ji Xiaorong had taken to heart the matters discussed with Ren Jiawei, especially as they pertained to Bai Lian. It's my fault. Ren Jiawei thought back to their first unpleasant encounter, feeling a headache coming on. At that time, the secretary had described Bai Lian as being akin to Xiangcheng, which had resulted in her unwelcoming demeanor. I will seek out this Guzheng teacher. However, Ren Jiawei was also perplexed. Although the Guzheng was not as valuable as the piano, studying it still required a certain family background and artistic cultivation. She had not anticipated that Bai Lian would play the Guzheng. Ji Xiaorong knew little about Ji Mulan and Bai Lian, but his father had mentioned her fondness for the Guzheng. As for performances, no one had witnessed them apart from Ji Hong. Even Ji Hong had stated as much. Bring Eng to Wanhe building at noon, Ren Jiawei declared, donning sunglasses and grabbing her car keys to find Teacher Yu. I will wait for you and Teacher Yu there. Ji Xiaorong did not have the chance to say a word before Ren Jiawei pressed the accelerator and sped away. He could only take out his phone and send Bai Lian a message. At noon, Ji Xiaorong awaited Bai Lian at the school gate. Dad, Ren Wanxian spotted Ji Xiaorong from afar. Seeing Ren Wanxian, Ji Xiaorong slowed down, contemplating for a moment, realizing he could not keep this from Ren Wanxian, and explained, I am taking Eng to meet the Guzheng teacher. Ren Wanxuan's nails dug into her palm as she raised her head, seemingly indifferent. Bai Lian arrived promptly. Ren Wanxian watched Ji Xiaorong lead Bai Lian away, her eyes filled with a sharp intensity. A Guzheng teacher? Bai Lian pressed her fingers against her vocabulary book, calmly following Ji Xiaorong, momentarily tilting her head. She had thought yesterday's jest by Ji Xiaojun and Ji Hong was merely a joke. Were they serious? Bai Lian opened her mouth, intending to decline, but seeing Ji Xiaorong's eager demeanor, she touched her nose and followed along. That teacher is Teacher Yu, the finest Guzheng instructor in Xiangcheng, but he rarely takes in students, Ji Xiaorong explained as they walked, pushing open the door to a private room. Inside, Ren Jiawei was engaged in conversation with Teacher Yu. Upon noticing Bai Lian's entrance, Ren Jiawei stood up, introducing her to Teacher Yu with a respectful demeanor. This is the student I wish to introduce to you, Bai Lian. Teacher Yu, over 50 with slightly graying hair and murky black eyes, held a teacup, discreetly assessing Bai Lian. Her fingers were slender and fair, devoid of calluses. Anyone who had studied the Guzheng would invariably develop calluses. The absence of them suggested a complete novice. I have heard from Director Ren that you wish to learn the Guzheng, Teacher Yu remarked, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Bai Lian. Why do you wish to learn? Bai Lian hesitated for a moment, but always maintained politeness towards teachers. After considering, she replied honestly, because my mother wants me to learn. Just because of that. Teacher Yu's brow furrowed further, observing Bai Lian's sincerity, his expression darkening. Then, tell me, how many major schools of Guzheng exist today? Are there still schools of Guzheng? Bai Lian raised an eyebrow. At that time, there had been only one school. Had her seniors branched out? Teacher Yu recognized her confusion. Anyone with even a superficial knowledge of Guzheng would be aware of the 9 major schools. Rising from the table, he stated, if you know nothing, how do you intend to learn the Guzheng? This art is sacred. It is not meant for ostentation. I am sorry, Director Ren, but I cannot accept this student. Upon opening the door, he was startled to see Ren Wanxian standing outside. Instinctively, she glanced at Bai Lian within the room before whispering, Dad, Ji Xiaorong suddenly remembered something and pulled out his phone, playing a video. Wait, teacher you. I have a recording of Ang's Guzheng performance. Please take a look first. Frustration surged within him as he pondered for 5 minutes over a title, thinking they would not believe that Lian had only one teacher. Chapter 46. Truly. I do not need a Guzheng teacher, Wang Yufeng. This video was sent by Ji Heng to Ji Xiaorong. Last night, their family had a rare dinner together to discuss matters, and Ji Xiaojun was aware that Bai Lian had studied the Guzheng for a year at the Bai family. Bai Lian had been memorizing vocabulary, multitasking, and had overheard the conversation, not realizing that the very next day, Ji Xiaorong would make arrangements. Ji Heng had heard they found Xiangcheng's best teacher and even sent the video to Ji Xiaorong. Mr. Ji, teacher you regarded Ji Xiaojun. The Guzheng embodies the collision of emotions and soul. Its existence is not to showcase one's self or seek attention. Those who approach learning with ulterior motives will never reach the pinnacle. I am sorry. I do not wish to hear. He had no intention to listen, directly bypassing the stunned Ran Wanxian to leave. Teacher you, I respect your viewpoint, but I do not agree, Bai Lian said slowly as she turned around. She did not defend her years of experience with the Guzheng, nor did she explain her lack of understanding regarding the various schools of Guzheng. Instead, she merely met his gaze. The thousands of years of evolution, inheritance, and promotion of the Guzheng are of utmost importance. However, the world is characterized by diversity. Therein lies the allure of civilization and heritage. While we may cherish the Guzheng, there are countless other pursuits we can also embrace. Humans have basic needs. Have you ever set aside everything to truly understand them? Why dismiss their existence? Teacher you paused momentarily, casting a calm glance at Bai Lian. A successful artist should adopt a position of humility, for the reverence for art is the essence of one's journey. Life is a path of cultivation. I can assure you, you will never attain success. Originally, he had come with anticipation, only to leave in disappointment. He did not harbor the extravagant hope of encountering a student as exceptionally talented and devoted to the Guzheng as Master Jian's. He only desired a student with a spark of talent and a willingness to strive, rather than one tainted by utilitarian motives, who had lost their original intention and had scarcely touched the Guzheng. Historically, Xiangcheng has produced renowned Guzheng masters, and Teacher Yu is among the most illustrious. Even Ren Wanxian had heard of him. Ren Wanxian approached, eager to discover which esteemed teacher Ji Xiaorong and Ren Jiawei had arranged for Bai Lian. Upon learning it was Teacher Yu, she felt a pang of jealousy. Yet this teacher did not recognize Bai Lian's talent as others did, nor did he believe she would ever succeed. The bitterness that had just surfaced suddenly dissipated. The praise for Bai Lian that had accumulated in her heart from the school forum now seemed to vanish entirely. She lowered her head, suppressing the urge to smile. Dad, I came to tell you there's a parent-teacher meeting this week. Since you have other commitments, I'll take my leave. After uttering these words, she forced herself to suppress her emotions before departing. Artists, Ren Jiawei scoffed, arms crossed, unable to restrain herself from saying to Bai Lian, "This you fellow is just like your grandfather, all high-mindedness and bad temper. Don't pay him any heed. Look at your grandfather, always pursuing art and tradition. What has that brought him? He wouldn't dare to perform publicly without receiving a penny." Enough, Ji Xiaorong said, looking at Ren Jiawei with a headache. Don't say that again, or you'll be ridiculed. Ren Jiawei was unfazed. She was, after all, a person of the mundane world. To her, all forms of art were the same. Every art student was merely burning money. Bai Lian kept her gaze lowered, multitasking as she listened to Ren Jiawei's words while memorizing vocabulary, occasionally nodding. She sat with proper posture, her slightly disheveled hair softly framing her face. Quiet and earnest, Bai Lian rested her wrist on the table, leisurely tracing a word. After pondering for a few seconds, she earnestly addressed the two. Thank you for your efforts on my behalf, but I truly do not need a Guzheng teacher. My current teacher has imparted all that is necessary. The rest depends on my own understanding. Understood, understood. Ren Jiawei waved dismissively, unsure if she had truly absorbed the message. Let us eat. Her mind was solely occupied with thoughts of the Guzheng. She pulled out her notebook and sketched a miniature Guzheng. Bai Lian couldn't help but flip to the page with the black cat, raising an eyebrow. Wondering if Teacher Yu would dare to criticize Jiang Gongzi's drawing as overly simplistic and clumsy. Lu Xiaohan shrugged. After more than a year in the same class, Lu Xiaohan had little knowledge of Yang Lin. Yang Lin rarely spoke to anyone, even more introverted than Ning Xiao. The only understanding she had was through Bai Lian, knowing that Yang Lin came from a difficult family and worked part-time, but not much else. Bai Lian uncapped her pen and glanced over at Yang Lin's desk. She contemplated asking Lu Lingxi about her tomorrow. Holding her pen, she did not immediately begin her homework. Instead, she recalled something, lowering her gaze to draw a line on a blank page and gently pushed aside the wet ink with her fingertip, quickly completing the drawing. After a glance, she opened her phone, took a photo, and sent it to Jiang Fuli. Jiang Fuli, currently reviewing results, casually opened the WeChat message, revealing a black and white cat, lying low to the ground, lazily dozing with its tail curled up, revealing its fluffy fur. Jiang Fuli fell silent, having just typed that the drawing was excellent. Before he could send it, Bai Lian's message arrived again. Wonderful, is the cat you drew earlier. The contrast was stark. Jiang Fuli stared at the words he had typed, deleting them one by one. He opened the image of the lazy black cat once more, then placed his phone on the table, occasionally glancing at it. Such a beautiful ink-washed painting. Nearby, He-Wan, who was handing Jiang Fuli a lab report, caught sight of the phone, still displaying the unfinished message. He expressed his surprise. Jiang Fuli's pale fingers took the report, glancing at He-Wan with a mild tone. This was drawn with a black pen. Really? He-Wan scrutinized it again and realized it was indeed not an ink-wash painting, becoming even more astonished. Thus, throughout the afternoon, all the group members who approached Jiang Fuli learned that Jiang Gongzi had received a beautiful ink drawing executed with a black pen. Bai Lian's casual sketch had captivated a group of engineering students in the lab. That evening, after school, Bai Lian did not go to the library but headed straight to see Jiang He. He had sent her a dozen commas throughout the afternoon. When she arrived, Jiang He was using a tablet to send a message to someone. He, can you tell the teacher who added those few strokes to the painting? Jiang He asked. It can't be Jiang Xiao, nor can it be Mr. Ming. As he received a flurry of guesses, he heard a knock at the door. Quickly tossing the tablet aside and getting up to open it, Bai Lian crouched at the door, leisurely pulling out a piece of paper from her pocket and handing it to Jiang He. He opened it to find a drawing of a cat lying on the ground. His eyes widened in surprise. Study well, Bai Lian said, rising. She recalled Jiang Fuli's words, opened the monthly question bank, and the previous chemistry problems popped up. She glanced at it, quickly took a screenshot, and sent it over. Jiang He had been playing with a Rubik's Cube beside her. Bai Lian finished a set of questions and told Jiang she would visit him again tomorrow before heading downstairs. Downstairs, Chen Zhu was speaking with Ming Dongheng. Wang Youfeng's leg injury had indeed flared up again, and Chen Zhu had received this information from the black market. He then complained to Ming Dongheng. Today he didn't repair the door. He wanted to fix the floor tiles. Once was believable. After all, Chun Beixian had genuinely helped an elderly lady. But time and again, Chen Zhu began to suspect that Wang Youfeng had ulterior motives. Ming Dongheng, who had just stood up, fixed a cool gaze on Chen Zhu. Bai Lian knew that Chen Zhu often frequented Heishui Street. She raised her eyes politely, nodding toward Chen Zhu. Thank you. Chen Zhu was pleasantly surprised. And even the coldly scrutinizing Ming Dongheng did not mind. Miss Bai, my car is right outside. Mr. Ming, Chen Zhu said, taking the keys. Then I shall take Miss Bai away. The two departed. Ming Dongheng stood outside the large iron gate, watching Chen Zhu's car drive away. Bai Lian preferred to take the bus rather than let him pick her up. Ming Dongheng pondered for half an hour, still unable to understand why. At Qingshui Street, Bai Lian asked Chen Zhu to stop at the entrance. As she stepped out, she spotted an elderly man leaning against the wall, squinting as he took out his phone, seemingly about to make a call. Recognizing him as the man who had fallen on the roadside last time, Bai Lian adjusted her backpack, put away her phone, and helped him, asking, "Where do you live?" The sky was growing dim. The old man squinted, his murky gaze resting on the young girl before him. Her face was pale, her features delicate, dressed neatly in the school uniform of the first high school, clean and tidy. Little girl, he recognized Bai Lian and smiled instantly. It's you. As one ages, minor ailments often afflict the legs and feet. The elderly lady hesitated, wondering if she might trouble you. I am currently on the phone. Requested my grandson to come pick me up. It is nothing to worry about. Upon learning that the old lady resided nearby, Bai Lian gently assisted her forward. Director Chan gradually steered the car towards Heishui Street. Through the rearview mirror, he observed Bai Lian supporting an elderly woman and couldn't help but marvel at how commendable Miss Bai truly was. However, as he gazed into the mirror, he found the old woman somewhat familiar. Before he could place her, The two turned a corner and vanished from view. In less than 10 minutes, Bai Lian discovered that this elderly woman was Wang Nai Nai, whose family had lived on Qing Shui Street for generations. Look. Wang Nai Nai pointed at a small courtyard ahead, smiling. That is my home. Come in for a glass of water. She patted the back of Bai Lian's hand. As they reached the entrance, a man in his 30s, with a slight stubble and bare shoulders revealing a blue tiger tattoo on his chest, heard their approach. Holding a shovel in one hand and a cigarette in his mouth, he opened the partially ajar door, saying, "Godmother, I was just going to get—" His words trailed off upon seeing the girl supporting Wang Nai Nai. Chapter 47. Dean Jian's apprenticeship invitation. Bai Lian regarded him, her gaze inadvertently meeting his bare arms, prompting her to lift her eyes towards the sky. Xiao Wang, quickly put on a shirt. Wang Nai Nai mistakenly interpreted her expression as concern and scolded him gently before reassuring Bai Lian. Do not be afraid. Xiao Wang's tattoo may look fierce, but he is quite honest. Wang Yufeng silently reached for a jacket hanging nearby and put on. Bai Lian recognized him as the person she had rescued in the alley, maintaining her composure as she assisted Wang Nai Nai into the main room. Upon entering, she noticed 3 altars set up in the room, with a dried sunflower placed before the central altar. Classmate. Wang Yufeng neatly donned his jacket and poured a glass of water for Bai Lian and Wang Nai Nai, smiling as he offered, "Have some water." By this time, the sky had darkened. Wang Nai Nai emerged with her cane, observing Wang Yufeng filling the courtyard with soil. Xiao Wang, is unsafe after dark. Please escort classmate Bai Lian home. Wang Yufeng glanced at Wang Nai Nai, hesitating to speak. He turned to Bai Lian, who stood there with her backpack, her pale fingers tapping on her phone to study vocabulary. A wooden hairpin was slanted in her hair, her school uniform immaculate, casting him a lazy glance. She raised an eyebrow, conveying a look of challenge, as if to say, "Do you dare to look again?" Thus, one might wonder if she truly needed his escort. Silently setting down the shovel, he accompanied Bai Lian out. Both shared an unspoken understanding, refraining from conversation in front of Wang Nai Nai. Once outside, Wang Yufeng finally broke the silence. "Do you live here too?" "I've never heard of you before." "I just moved in," Bai Lian replied, leisurely eliminating a word from her vocabulary list. No wonder, Wang Yufeng nodded, pondering the emergence of such a formidable individual on Qing Shui Street. "I do not frequently visit my godmother's house. Let us exchange contact information. Should my godmother require assistance in the future, you can reach me directly." Wang Yufeng pulled out his phone, speaking earnestly. Bai Lian shot him a glance, but this time did not refuse. At the alley's entrance, a black car awaited him. The man standing by the car lowered his head, expressing remorse. We could not locate him. Wang Yufeng's cold, piercing gaze fell, the darkness enveloping his entire face as he regarded the black-clad henchman, slowly articulating, "You cannot even manage a single doctor. You truly disappoint me." Simultaneously, a weary Xiangcheng emerged from the detention center. Chenju was waiting outside and immediately approached, inquiring, "How did it go?" Xiangcheng pressed his fingers to his temples as he entered the car, heading to Ren's residence. At Ren's home, Ren Xian had been anticipating Xiangcheng's arrival. "I have deduced a hint," Xiangcheng began, seated on the sofa. "The deeper issue lies in their deception. The Li family inadvertently found themselves caught in the crossfire." Serving as a warning, a new official often seeks to establish authority. Although Elder Chun does not require such displays, he will not allow others to tread upon him. The restructuring of Xiangcheng is an inevitability. Ren Xian, holding a teacup, appeared at a loss. I inquired on Elder Chen's behalf, but even under the name of Xian's master, we could not secure his attention. Presently, the Li family had become inconsequential. Ren Xian tapped his fingers on the table. "I spoke with the principal. Indeed, after Bai Lian's performance, Elder Chen sought her out." "What?" Xiangcheng was taken aback, realizing her gouging skills must be exceptional. Chenju, seated nearby, glanced at Ren Xian in surprise, not understanding the gouging but sensing the emotions conveyed. He had been waiting for Ren Wanxian, unaware that Elder Chen ultimately sought Bai Lian. Ren Wanxian had remained silent until Xiangcheng and the others shifted the conversation to Bai Lian. She finally spoke softly. "My mother helped her seek Teacher Yu, offering a substantial amount. Yet Teacher Yu refused to accept her." "Teacher Yu?" Both Ren Xian and Xiangcheng were astonished. Recognizing the name, they were familiar with Teacher Yu, and Ren Xian pondered. Noting that Teacher Yu was indeed talented and had once proclaimed his intent to take on a gifted disciple, it was not surprising that he would refuse Bai Lian. Rin Wanxian lowered her gaze, feeling that her smile had been inappropriate, and added coolly, "She has no knowledge of the Guzheng, not even distinguishing between schools. She merely played by Yixing after hearing the school say Elder Qin was present. Otherwise, teacher, you would not have chastised her for seeking attention, nearly infuriating him." Chenju, observing Rin Wanxian, suddenly interjected, Bai Lian did not seek to gain an advantage. She had no intention of performing the Guzheng initially. Rin Wanchuan's smile faltered, and she looked at Chenju in disbelief. "You, Rin Wanxian," she bit her lip, confused as to why Chenju, who had always stood by her, suddenly turned against her. Xiangcheng did not anticipate Chen Wei's involvement, his expression growing stern. "Wanxian," Rin Xian scolded her loudly, fixing his gaze upon her. "You will accompany me to apologize to Bai Lian tomorrow." Rin Wanxian opened her mouth. Beside Rin Xian, the secretary discreetly shook his head at her. Taking a deep breath, she restrained herself, her nails nearly embedding into her palm. Bowing her head, "I understand, grandfather." Jiang He had regained much of his composure, playing with building blocks on the carpet in the spacious, empty house, the only sound being the gentle clattering of the blocks, creating a serene atmosphere. Jiang Fulai lowered his gaze, methodically unfastening the buttons of his coat while opening the chemistry question Bai Lian had sent him. After a brief glance, he hung the black trench coat neatly. As he passed by Jiang He paused. Jiang He, sitting cross-legged by the blocks, was focused on arranging them. A piece of white paper at his feet, depicting a lazily sprawled cat. Jiang Fulai crouched down, elegantly pinching the paper between his long, pale fingers. Suddenly, Jiang He looked up at Jiang Fulai. Rising, Jiang Fulai appeared utterly unwearied despite having had little rest, his noble demeanor and innate elegance evident. In front of Jiang He slowly folded the paper and tucked it into his pocket. Jiang He stood up. Jiang Fulai, in good spirits, cast him a glance, speaking with gentlemanly grace. "It is past 1. If you do not sleep soon, you might not be as tall as your sister Bai." Meanwhile, he observed everything happening around him. Jiang He gazed at Jiang Fulai as he ascended the stairs, then lowered his head, fiddling with his recovered watch, pressing to reveal the image of an ancient city tower. A student, having just finished a shower and preparing for bed, received a flurry of notifications that showed no signs of abating. Bai Lian set down the hairdryer, glancing at the frantic Jiang He, and reached for another person's WeChat, promptly sending a video invitation while holding a vocabulary book. She never wasted a moment. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Fulai, having just entered the study to retrieve paper and pen, paused at the video invitation, adjusting his angle before extending a finger to tap the green button. "Ah, Jiang He, please hand him the phone." On the other end, a girl leaned against the window, her gaze lowered as she memorized vocabulary. She lazily uttered a single phrase. Bai Lian involuntarily lifted her head. Having just finished bathing, she languidly leaned against the window, clad in a snowy white silk nightgown. Her half-damp ink-black hair, unlike usual, cascaded down her back and onto the windowsill. With the banyan tree in the courtyard behind her and the luminous moonlight above, illuminating her silhouette in a dazzling manner. The faint blush at the corners of her eyes was strikingly exquisite. With her long hair flowing freely, Jiang Fulai mused that the wooden hairpin was quite nice and thought to send a few more. Bai Lian continued to recite a word, her demeanor rather languid, questioning what he was so worked up about. A reprimand was indeed in order. Jiang Fulai slipped his hand into his pocket, quickening his pace slightly. Upon returning downstairs, he lowered his gaze and handed the phone to Jiang He, who was fiddling with his watch. Shadows loomed above him, akin to a chilling presence. Jiang He didn't even need to look up to know who it was. He ignored the other party. Jiang Xiaonyao. On the phone, Bai Lian lazily remarked, "Why don't you send me another comma?" Jiang He's small finger hesitated in midair. He raised his head, his round eyes meeting Bai Lian's dark, almond-shaped ones. Jiang Fulai glanced at him indifferently, advising him to take the phone and head upstairs to sleep. Jiang He took the phone and went upstairs. Jiang Fulai coldly watched as Jiang He carried the phone into a small room before heading off to bathe. By the time everything was tidied up, it was already past 2. He gently pushed open Jiang He's room door. Jiang He was already asleep, the phone resting face down on his chest, the only sound being his soft breaths. Jiang Fulai tucked the blanket that Jiang He had kicked off back over him and turned off the light. He then quietly picked up the phone and exited the room. After closing the door, he casually grabbed the remote control and drew the curtains. Suddenly, a languid voice from the phone in his pocket yawned. "You can last longer than I can." He paused, glancing down to illuminate the screen. Bai Lian chuckled lazily from the other end. "I'm going to sleep now." The video call ended. Jiang Fulai belatedly realized that someone had been there all along. The following day, Bai Lian woke up slightly later than usual. It was the first time Ji Heng hadn't woken her up, and he felt a bit out of sorts. Bai Lian sent Jiang he a period and went directly to school, having no time to take a detour to see him. Today, Yang Lin was still absent from class. Bai Lian slowly took out the books and assignments from her backpack, beginning to ponder. Outside the door, Ren Wanxian suddenly appeared. The student from the crown class, still Ren Wanxian. The students from class 15 fell silent. Ren Wanxian did not glance at anyone, but merely looked at Bai Lian and said, "Bai Lian, the principal wants to see you in his office." After speaking, she left directly. Once she was gone, Zhang Xi's looked at Bai Lian in surprise. "It was Ren Wanxian who notified you? What did you get to know her?" The others in class 15 were also curious. Bai Lian packed her backpack, merely raising an eyebrow. Lu Xiaoan watched Bai Lian and suddenly recalled the incident during the last school celebration, leaning back slightly. "Lian, let us leave the school celebration matter as it is. We can't provoke Ren Wanxian and Chen Wei, especially Ren Wanxian." I heard she glanced around and lowered her voice. Her grandfather is the one with the surname Run in Xiangcheng. These rumors were circulating in the school, yet students hardly doubted them. Indeed, Zhang Xi's frowned. Even Chen Wei doesn't dare to provoke her. "If you blame me for this, just don't say anything when you go to the principal's office, or you might upset her." "All right," Bai Lian replied slowly as she stood up. "I know my limits." She was aware of where the principal's office was located. In the principal's office, he was seated at the conference table, wearing a smile. Upon seeing Bai Lian approach, he stood up and introduced her one by one. "This is Mr. Run, and this is his secretary, and you also know this one. She is Run Wanxian." Ren Xian looked at the principal, quite astonished. He hadn't expected that no one at the school knew about Bai Lian's connection to the Ren family. "Hey, Qian smiled. Bai Lian is the niece of my son-in-law. Principal, you don't need to introduce her." Beside Ren Xian, Ren Wanxian cast him a glance, pursing her lips. Upon hearing that Bai Lian was a relative of the Ren family, the principal was also quite surprised, but it was fleeting. He guessed that Ren Xian had matters to discuss with Bai Lian and left the office for them, saying, "You two talk." Bai Lian unbuttoned her school uniform. Holding her phone, her eyes half-lidded as she leisurely watched the principal leave. She then pulled out a chair and casually sat across from Ren Xian, one hand resting on the table while the other placed her phone down, leaning back slightly. "What is the matter?" The secretary beside Ren Xian scrutinized Bai Lian's demeanor, frowning. "Wanxian." Ren Xian turned his head, speaking sternly. Bai Lian, with her nearly pale fingers, crossed out one word and began to memorize another. Upon hearing Ren Wanxian speak, Bai Lian merely raised her gaze slightly. Ren Xian met her seemingly smiling eyes, which, despite being exceptionally beautiful and non-threatening, appeared particularly cold at this moment. "Bai Lian," Ren Xian continued, "acting as a mediator, I heard from your uncle that you are learning the Guzheng. I have a Guzheng teacher in Xiangcheng who is quite renowned. If you mention my name, you can study under him." As he spoke, he pushed a business card towards Bai Lian, smiling casually. "Perhaps in the future, he might recommend you to Jiangjing for further studies." For the people of Xiangcheng, Jiangjing was undoubtedly an insurmountable mountain. Even Ren Qian himself held a sense of reverence for Jiangjing. The opportunity to study in Jiangjing was nothing short of a pipe dream for someone who had lived in the lower strata of Xiangcheng all their life. "I hope you can forgive Wanxian for her actions and that we can make peace from now on." Ren Qian did not believe that Bai Lian would refuse. Leveraging emotional appeal wrapped in a sweet coating. "Forgive?" Bai Lian pressed her finger against the word book, glancing at the business card before responding with a smile. "That seems unlikely." Ren Qian was taken aback. He expected that even with the mention of Ji Xiaorong and the opportunity in Jiangjing, Bai Lian would still refuse. Bai Lian picked up a tea that had been poured for her and raised her cup towards Ren Qian. "I have class, goodbye." Unhurriedly, she stood up, taking her word book and preparing to leave. Miss Bai, the secretary behind Ren Qian, stepped forward appropriately. "I know Mr. Run is helping you find Teacher Yu, but you may not know that Teacher Yu does not accept just anyone. He only takes diligent and talented students. Trust me, this is the best teacher our old gentleman could find for you. I think you should not entertain any unrealistic thoughts." He was polite, yet each word conveyed the message that Bai Lian's aspirations were lofty and her life fragile. Ren Wanxian watched Bai Lian with a cold smile. Enough. Ren Xian sternly reprimanded the secretary, effortlessly playing the roles of the good cop and bad cop. He sighed towards Bai Lian, but what he said is not incorrect. Teacher, you only accepts talented students who can perform at the concert level. Money cannot sway him. As a businessman, Jiao Wei has limited channels. Believe me, this is the best teacher I can find for you. It was a classic tactic of Ren Xian to offer a slap, followed by a sweet date. The best teacher you can find? Bai Lian paused, gripping her phone tightly, slightly bending over to pick up the business card from a table. However, Ren Xian assumed she was in agreement. Just as he was about to smile and say they were now family, Bai Lian interjected, I do not care about the invitation from Dean Jian, let alone this teacher, sure. Do you think I would care? She flicked the card slightly, and it fluttered down to the ground. Chapter 48. How is the teacher from Xiangcheng? Bai Lian slightly raised her face, the sun casting a slanting light on her profile. As cold as jade, she nodded slightly to the three of them before turning and walking out of the office. This was not a matter of pride. She truly did not care for that business card. Ren Xian was always adept at psychological manipulation. His every move was aimed at ensuring his own advantage, blocking and suppressing. This was his principle of survival. In this reshuffling of Xiangcheng, he inevitably finds himself affected. His misjudgment regarding Bai Lian's ability to play the Guzheng or her connection to Bai Yixing caught him off guard. However, Ren Xian is not without means for redemption. Currently, Ren Jiaowei is diligently searching for a Guzheng teacher for Bai Lian, whom Ren Xian perceives is eager to seize this opportunity to leave a better impression before Master Chen. Thus, he endeavored to locate a renowned Guzheng instructor in Xiangcheng, only to be taken aback by Bai Lian's reaction. Even Ren Wanxian was greatly astonished. Which Jian? Never mind. Ren Xian stood up, his gaze heavy. If she finds him unworthy, then let her seek a better teacher. After all, she is a member of the Ji family, and it is only fitting she encounter setbacks. Lacking vision, she sets her sights too high while achieving little. Ren Wanxian apologized, and he produced his business card. In the realm of adulthood, there are no eternal adversaries. Mutual disdain accompanies mutual admiration, a fade of hypocrisy that one must adapt to in order to navigate the rules of society. Individuals like Bai Lian are not unfamiliar to Ren Xian. Yet, even the hardest bones will eventually be worn down by the world, inch by inch. She possesses talent and intelligence, but her rigidity is her downfall. Initially frustrated, upon hearing Ren Xian's words, Ren Wanxuan's eyes sparkled with joy. She quickly lowered her head, fearful of being noticed. Yet even teacher, you would not accept her. Where else in Xiangcheng could one find a better teacher? As for Dean Jian, neither Ren Xian, Ren Wanxian, nor the Secretary General had ever heard of him. Their understanding of the Guzheng is limited, and the highest aspirations of their circle merely extend to imagining the North City. They would never conceive that the person they look down upon could possess a teaching letter from Dean Jian, who is not from the four great cities, but rather a master from Jiangjing. He serves as the cultural ambassador for Xiangcheng, hailing from humble beginnings, and has achieved profound mastery in calligraphy, making him an exemplary speaker. Ren Wanxian is the close disciple of Mr. Qiu, a fact not shrouded in secrecy. I will inquire with my teacher, Ren Wanxian stated. Thank you, Ren classmate. The principal expressed with delight. Ren Wanxian is significantly easier to manage than Bai Lian and her peers. Furthermore, next week there will be a tourism promotion event in our city, attended by journalists. Please come to school on Saturday to follow the procedures. The class is about to commence. Bai Lian pulled out her textbook and shook her head, her gaze drifting to the backpack beside her, causing her hand to pause. In the office, Lu Lingxi reached out to move aside Yang Lin's hair to check for any injuries on her forehead, but Yang Lin stepped back. Teacher. Yang Lin's voice was consistently soft, her eyes calm, almost devoid of emotion. Yet she seemed to have erected a formidable wall, isolating everyone outside. Lu Lingxi's eyes became a touch red, suggesting she stay at the teacher's home. Yang Lin shook her head, asserting he would find her. With long hair nearly concealing her eyes, the youthful vigor typically associated with her age now appeared stagnant. Yang Lin, Lu Lingxi wished to pat her head but refrained, urging her to excel in Xiangcheng. Listening to Lu Lingxi's words, Yang Lin momentarily lost focus. She turned and exited the office, leaving Lu Lingxi watching her limping figure. The class bell rang, providing Yang Lin with a sense of relief. The rest of the class had grown accustomed to her presence, and with Yang Lin being sufficiently inconspicuous, few noticed her. She retrieved her exam paper and pen. Bai Lian noticed the bruises on her wrist and frowned. She pulled out her phone and messaged Mao Cohen, requesting a box of medicated plaster, sending her school location. Bai Lian glanced at her phone as Jiang. He sent her 2 messages. Jiang, he was no longer the comma prince today. Bai Lian responded. Illiterate, cat. The little illiterate struggled and frustratedly typed. My brother won't give it to me, cat? Bai Lian rested one hand on the table, crossing her legs while connecting the 2 sentences, her delicate hair brushing against her brows, her long, fair fingers tapping on the screen. Bai Lian typed, Wait for me after school. I'll draw you another one. She pulled out another sheet of paper and began to sketch anew. At noon, after finishing her meal, Bai Lian went outside the school gate to wait for Mao Cohen. However, this time, it was not Mao Cohen who arrived, but Xiao Wu and a woman clad in black. She wore a fitted leather outfit with a denim jacket over it, standing at the school gate, her face illuminated by the sunlight. Xiao Wu crouched nearby, smoking. I told you, I can handle this alone. You guide Xiaoqi's design. Xiao Wu attempted to defend himself, catching sight of Bai Lian as she emerged. He quickly stood. Sister. Bai Lian approached, clad in her school uniform, walking toward them against the light. Xiao Wu had a somewhat rebellious appearance, his hair dyed with a streak of red, and the gatekeeper had been watching them for quite some time. Now, seeing the seemingly studious Bai Lian approaching, the gatekeeper wished he could keep his eyes on Xiao Wu alone. Xiao Wu remarked, quite absurd. This is the medicine. He handed Bai Lian a box of ointment, then turned to Xiangcheng, stating, This is Xiangcheng, whom you encountered last time on Heishui Street. She is working with Xiaoqi on the design. Xiangcheng glanced at Xiao Wu, her English pronunciation impeccable, before turning to Bai Lian, saying, Once we finalize things, we will show you. All right, Bai Lian accepted the round, dark green medicine box, casually nodding, to show it to me when it's ready. Xiangcheng stared at her, momentarily taken aback. What? Bai Lian shoved the medicine box into her pocket, lazily glancing at her, arching an eyebrow. Her jet-black pupils, clear and deep, regarded her with an expression no different from that of others. It's nothing. Xiangcheng shook her head. After that night, she began following Mao Xiao, who did not require her to perform any other tasks. Upon discovering she had attended school, he had her assist Xiaoqi. She initially thought Bai Lian would distrust or disdain her. Bai Lian blinked, her long lashes casting shadows. No, not at all. In the distance, Xiao Wu exclaimed, No? Does this damned gatekeeper think he is invisible? Yang Lin had remained seated without emerging. She had eaten only a piece of bread for lunch, which Bai Lian had seen at the milk tea shop. Bai Lian noisily dragged a chair and sat down, then pulled out the box of ointment, twisting off the lid. Yang Lin had been focused on writing her exam paper, having missed school the previous day and left many assignments unfinished. Just as she wrote a single character, her left hand was suddenly grasped by someone. Startled, Yang Lin looked up to see Bai Lian with her eyes lowered, holding her wrist with one hand while the other, dipped in brown ointment, methodically pressed against her injured arm. You, Yang Lin began. Bai Lian slowly lifted her gaze, a subtle smile gracing one side of her lips. But her eyes held no warmth. Don't speak. I am merely applying the ointment. She spoke with a nonchalant air. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled, transforming her originally charming visage into an enchanting allure that seemed to emerge from a sea of bones. Yang Lin whispered at, the bruise on her arm, a day old, appeared ghastly, and Bai Lian's pressure was neither too strong nor too light, almost soothing. Yang Lin was evidently accustomed to such occurrences, her body immune to this kind of pain. Yet, at this moment, she felt a subtle ache where the ointment was applied. After applying the visible ointment on Yang Lin's arm, Bai Lian took a tissue and slowly wiped her fingers clean before securing the lid. With everything in order, she handed the medicine box to Yang Lin, speaking softly. Yang Lin gazed at Bai Lian, her eyes fixated on her, asking, What is this? Bai Lian tilted her head, her legs crossed, tapping the green medicine box in Yang Lin's hand with her index finger, flashing her mischievous smile. See, it's a product without any branding. If you apply it for another couple of days, you can go meet the king of hell. Yang Lin paused for a moment, then seemed to quietly explain, I accidentally rolled down the stairs. Be careful next time. Bai Lian lowered her gaze, pulling out a book. The calmness in her tone left one uncertain whether to believe her or not. The laboratory, located on the 3rd floor of the comprehensive building, was seldom occupied, perpetually cold and gloomy. The teacher held the key and opened the door, entering a high school chemistry laboratory that appeared to be little more than a mere display, seldom utilized, with an array of equipment scattered about. Bai Lian followed the others inside and cast a glance around. Nearby, a glass cabinet displayed various chemical substances in glass bottles, most of which were unfamiliar to her. Working in pairs, the chemistry teacher donned gloves, retrieved a beaker, and gradually poured in dilute sulfuric acid, followed by copper sulfate. The transparent solution unexpectedly transformed into a vibrant green. After observing Bai Lian, the teacher leisurely added aluminum foil and ignited it, producing a mesmerizing blue flame that danced spectacularly. Everyone was captivated by the enchanting spectacle, and the chemistry teacher was quite pleased with their reactions. Leaning on a lectern, he fixed his gaze on Bai Lian, remarking, "Dear students, if you engage earnestly with your studies, chemistry can be a most intriguing subject, far simpler than physics or mathematics." Beside him, Lu Xiaohan buried her head, nearly bursting with laughter. Zhang Xiai's raised his hand, saying, "Teacher, you needn't say that." Others who had been suppressing their laughter finally succumbed. It was well known that Bai Lian excelled in physics, scoring full marks, yet now she was engrossed in biology, hardly sparing a glance for chemistry. The chemistry teacher found himself at a loss with this group of students. He taught several classes, but the atmosphere in Class 15 was undoubtedly the most vibrant. Of course, we all understand that learning knows no bounds of status. Seizing the opportunity while the teacher lectured, Zhang Xiai's lowered his voice to Bai Lian, saying, "Has Lu Mom mentioned that we should come to school on Saturday to record material? She said we must go if we want to look good." Bai Lian, propping her chin lazily, watched the chemistry teacher's demonstration and calmly responded, "Are you going?" Zhang Xiai scratched his head. He exclaimed, "Oh," while Lu Xiaohan perked up, "Are we finally being noticed in Xiangcheng? Are they planning to promote tourism here?" Ning Xiao interjected coolly, "Don't get too excited. This isn't the first time." The previous attempts yielded no results. Zhang Xiai's and Lu Xiaohan exchanged glances at Ning Xiao, feeling that the academic prodigy was quite the buzzkill. Yet they dared not voice their thoughts. Soon, the school day ended. The laboratory emptied swiftly, but Bai Lian lingered, her curiosity piqued by the chemistry teacher's earlier antics. She requested the equipment from him to conduct her own experiment. The chemistry teacher, thrilled, left the laboratory to her, saying, "Feel free to use it. If you have any questions, just ask me." He hummed a tune as he exited. Zhang Xiai's and Lu Xiaohan remained behind, assisting Bai Lian in tidying up. After 2 days of seclusion, Jiang finally ventured out today. He squatted beside a milk tea shop, clutching his little cabbage, gazing towards the entrance of the first high school. Nearby, Jiang fully stood with his head slightly bowed, his overcoat reaching his knees, one hand tucked in his pocket, appearing indifferent. The other hand held a phone, which he was currently scrolling through. His tall figure exuded an air of innate elegance and aloofness, the sunlight filtering through the trees, casting a delicate sheen upon him. The usually bustling milk tea shop was eerily filled with people who stood hesitantly across the street, unsure whether to approach. Those brave enough to enter hurried past him. When Bai Lian and her companions arrived, they witnessed a middle-aged man dash into the shop, his head down. Sensing their presence, Jiang fully lifted his gaze. Perhaps finding Jiang bothersome, he narrowed his eyes, his lips pressed into a thin line, his cold gaze sweeping over Lu Xiaohan and Zhang Xiai's. Zhang Xiai's extended his drink towards Bai Lian, and sensing the scrutiny, he paused in his tracks. Indeed, Zhang Xiai's generally disliked listening to his desk mates, as he often found himself unable to comprehend their conversations, which made him feel like a fool in Lu Xiaohan's eyes. However, the figure before him, who required no words, merely a glance, made him feel even more foolish. "Ah," Zhang Xiai's thought, looking at Lu Xiaohan and Bai Lian, his expression neutral, "I'm going to play basketball." He quickly fled the scene. Lu Xiaohan, mustering her courage, greeted Jiang little bird. Jiang kept his head buried in his knees, sulking in silence. Bai Lian held the drink Zhang Xiai's had given her in one hand and produced a neatly folded piece of paper from her pocket, offering it to Jiang. Slowly, he raised his head and accepted it. Jiang carefully unfolded the paper, revealing not a cat but an elegant crane, delicately lifting its slender legs. Wings half spread as if poised to soar into the sky. Jiang's eyes widened in awe. Even Lu Xiaohan, who usually hesitated to speak, remarked, "Your drawing is incredibly lifelike." Bai Lian handed the paper to Jiang, suddenly recalling a moment when someone had snatched something from a child. She looked up, about to say something to Jiang Fuli when her phone vibrated twice in her pocket. Glancing down, she saw an unfamiliar number. With a languid demeanor, she pressed the green call button, answering, "Hello." On the other end, the caller seemed taken aback by her nonchalance, falling silent. The only sound being a faint breath transmitted through the line. Bai Lian remained equally silent. The two parties locked in a wordless standoff. After a prolonged pause, a woman's voice finally broke through. "I will arrive in Xiangcheng tomorrow." Bai Lian's mood was far from cheerful today. Raising an eyebrow, she coldly replied, "Who are you?" The woman on the other end, unable to contain her frustration, responded sharply, "You're asking who I am? Have you become so muddled that you can't even recognize your own mother's voice?" "Oh," Bai Lian maintained her indifferent facade. "Is there anything else?" On the highway, Mulan abruptly ended the call. Beside her, a refined man glancing at her remarked, "You must give the child some patience. I just hope she doesn't cause any trouble." Mulan replied, pressing her forehead in exasperation, "She is currently living with my father, who is quite difficult." As he said this, Mulan lightly tapped her phone, contemplating that if Bai Lian could go to Jiangjing, it would undoubtedly be beneficial for her development. Yes, she was in her senior year like Yu, who was clever, but Bai Lian and she were two different types. "You don't understand. Her father has cast her out," Mulan sighed. The man, having been surrounded by exceptionally gifted individuals throughout his life, could sense Mulan's emotional turmoil. He tactfully refrained from pressing the matter further, offering a reassuring smile. "Grades do not define everything. Every child has their unique strengths, and, as parents, we must accept all aspects of our children's achievements." Mulan smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. It was not merely about grades. She had forcibly enrolled Bai Lian in the best science class, only to have her returned after a day of study. Poor academic performance aside, what of her other attributes? Mulan had gone to great lengths to obtain an apprenticeship from Master Jian, hoping that Bai Lian would diligently practice the guzheng. Instead, Bai Lian had taken to sleeping during class, causing the guzheng teacher to refuse to return to the Bai household. Mulan, who had excelled from a young age, found it utterly unacceptable that her child could be so mediocre, especially in contrast to Bai Qiming's two illegitimate sons, who were remarkably accomplished. "Once I have completed my affairs in Xiangcheng, I shall take her to Jiangjing." The man closed the documents and comforted Mulan, assuring her that he would find her an international private school, and everything would be all right. Naturally, neither of them considered that Bai Lian would refuse to accompany them to Jiangjing. Not even Mulan had contemplated this. Even before reaching Xiangcheng, they had already begun planning Bai Lian's future in Jiangjing. Meanwhile, Bai Lian hung up the phone, showing no sign of disturbance at Mulan's call. According to the original memories, her relationship with Mulan was rather tenuous. "Aren't you busy?" Bai Lian glanced at Jiang Fuli, who coldly eyed Jiang He, and couldn't help but smile. "Leave Jiang He with me. I will have Xiaoming pick him up later." She instructed Lu Xiaohan to take Jiang He to the milk tea shop. Lu Xiaohan hurriedly led Jiang He inside. Jiang Fuli stood with one hand in his pocket, his eyelashes cast down, exuding an icy demeanor. Bai Lian observed him lingering and met his steady gaze. "Is there something else?" "Not really," Jiang Fuli replied casually. "I'm just a bit thirsty." "Huh?" Bai Lian raised the bottle of cola Jiangxi eyes had given her, but soon realized it did not quite match his overall aura. "This is all I have." "That will suffice," Jiang Fuli replied politely as he took the cola from Bai Lian's hand, his pale fingers gripping the bottle's neck, his eyes half closed. "Thank you." Bai Lian watched him take the cola and depart, the aloof and regal Jiang Gongzi holding a bottle of cola. Upon reaching the laboratory, many cast curious glances at the cola he held. There, he would encountered less reprimand than usual. While he was reporting the task to his group members, he couldn't help but stare at the cola on the table. Jiang Fuli adjusted his glasses slowly, his phoenix eyes narrowing slightly, calm and detached. "Do you want it?" Hewen quickly averted his gaze, wishing to draw a clear line between himself and the cola. Who would dare take something from Jiang Gongzi? He stepped back 3 paces. "No, Jiang Xiao, I have never drunk cola." Hewen felt a bit like crying. However, Jiang Fuli glanced at him and casually leaned forward, offering the cola to Hewen, his tousled hair falling slightly. "You want it." This time, Jiang Gongzi's statement was not a question, but a declaration. "Huh?" Hewen, somewhat bewildered, accepted the cola. He hurriedly shook his head and left the office, clutching the cola in a state of confusion. Jiangfu Li then leisurely opened his computer to check the progress of the experiment. What a cola! It is so unhealthy, he thought coldly. The following day was Saturday. Bai Lian rose early, first taking her backpack to the library and asking Jiang he to watch over it with Ning Xiao and Tang Ming. She went to school first. Today, there was a rehearsal for the Xiangcheng promotional video. Zhang Xiais lived nearby and yawned as he arrived at the recording classroom simultaneously with Bai Lian. By the time they arrived, the filming staff had already gathered. Apart from Bai Lian and Zhang Xiais, there were also Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhua. Xiangcheng was well known for its ancient capital and the inscriptions left by Xiangjuan on the city walls, with Liangti and Guzheng being particularly popular. To attract investors, it was essential to showcase the charm of Xiangcheng, and the recording team positioned themselves to capture Ren Wanxian from her best angle. When they saw Bai Lian and Zhang Xiais enter, Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhua were momentarily taken aback, not expecting to see each other there. The staff brightened at the sight of Bai Lian, who was dressed in a long, ankle-length white dress, intricately embroidered with orchids at the hem and cuffs, cinched loosely at the waist with a pale green belt that accentuated her slender figure. The simplicity of her attire was complemented by no other accessories. The hem swayed gently with her stride, reminiscent of the misty watercolor paintings of Xiangcheng. A stunning pair of handsome and beautiful individuals, a female staff member whispered, glancing at the planning document. The two who just arrived are even more striking. What content are they going to film? Nothing specific. They will read some poetry from the city tower. The main focus is their looks, you know? Is that so? Then they're merely background props? The staff member expressed her surprise. The emphasis is not on them. It's primarily on teacher Chio's apprentices. They will shoot the characters first. Their looks suffice. They are living advertisements. Bai Lian and Zhang Xiais are here. You two wait a moment and sit to the side, the principal smiled, gesturing to Bai Lian and Zhang Xiais. Let them finish filming these two students first. Bai Lian was prepared to learn at any time and place. She nodded, found a spot, and leisurely began to memorize vocabulary on her phone. Zhang Xiais leaned against the wall, feeling a bit bored as he watched Bai Lian study, prompting him to scratch his nose and observe Chen Zhua and Ren Wanxuan's filming. Ren Wanxian repeatedly wrote Liangdi. Rumors about Ren Wanxuan's calligraphy circulated throughout the school. Zhang Xiais, not particularly knowledgeable about calligraphy, would occasionally see Ren Wanxuan's work on bulletin boards and could only compliment it as cool. Today, however, it was his first time witnessing Ren Wanxian wielding a brush to write large characters, and they were still quite flamboyant and expressive. He glanced over and thought it looked quite good. However, this statement was not entirely accurate. Bai Lian's guanga style was consistently precise and elegant, especially considering her excellent wrist strength. Even within the stringent confines of guanga, she had managed to infuse her unique style. Compared to Ren Wanxuan's Liangdi, which lacked refinement, Bai Lian's guanga had reached a level of consummate mastery. For over a month, Class 15 had been tormented by Bai Lian's handwriting, particularly Zhang Xiais. Most teachers, after viewing Bai Lian's work, began to scrutinize the others more harshly. Bai Lian casually jotted down vocabulary, overhearing, and without looking up, remarked, "Is this your excuse for writing like a dog?" Zhang Xiais looked up at the sky, pondering why he was even speaking to Bai Lian. He decided to approach the principal. "Don't you think Bai Lian's calligraphy is good?" Zhang Xiais was well-liked at school due to his handsome looks and active participation in various activities, maintaining good relations with the principal and teachers. Why not let Bai Lian give it a try? The principal stood just a few paces away from Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhua, and they both overheard Zhang Xiai's words. Bai Lian can write large characters? She regarded him with a hint of curiosity. The principal, hearing such praise for Bai Lian's writing for the first time, looked at Zhang Xiais in surprise. Really? Why has no one mentioned this before? Chen Zhua glanced at Zhang Xiais. He had seen Bai Lian's work. Bai Lian writes in guanga. Guanga? The contemplative expression vanished from Ren Wanxuan's face, replaced by a smirk. Bai Lian practiced what the calligraphy community looked down upon as guanga. Zhang Xiais continued to promote Bai Lian's guanga to the principal. Bai Lian's writing surpasses that of the students in Class 8. Principal, you must not be biased. As Ren Wanxian finished a character, the photographer collected her work and presented her with a new sheet. She recalled Bai Lian mentioning that her family's Liangdi was nothing special. It seemed true that birds of a feather flocked together. She had no desire to engage with Zhang Xi's, considering that he had never studied calligraphy and attempting to explain it to him would be akin to casting pearls before swine. However, since he was elevating Bai Lian, she felt compelled to counter that her writing was inferior to Bai Lian's guanga. She shot a glance at Bai Lian before saying, Zhang Xi's, do you know that guanga is often scorned in the calligraphy community? It lacks artistic merit and is unworthy of being called calligraphy. Are you comparing guanga to Maoyangdi? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Zhang Xi's already had a disdain for Ren Wanxian. Had it not been for Bai Lian playing the Guzheng last time, she would have made a fool of herself. Today, he intentionally targeted Ren Wanxian, and upon hearing her words, he mockingly responded, then you calligraphers ought to clean your eyes. Your writing is inherently inferior to our Lianjie's guanga. He glanced at the large characters set aside and, with his hands in his pockets, mouthed to Ren Wanxian. Trash, far from it. Ren Wanxian, anger causing her hands to tremble, yet maintaining her composure, could not utter words akin to Zhang Xi's. Principal, if he believes my Liang tea is lacking, then find someone more capable to write it. She had always been headstrong, slamming the brush down with a decisive thud, feigning the intention to leave, abandoning everyone in the classroom. I find the guanga tea truly exquisite. Many argue it lacks artistry, and few can master it. Chapter 50. By Xiangcheng, the reunion of mother and daughter. The staff manipulating the equipment were taken aback, exchanging astonished glances. Ren Wanxian had already abandoned the crowd, leaving the classroom. The sole descendant of the Ren family, she was exceedingly willful even before Ren Xian, throwing tantrums at the slightest displeasure, and here, she would not temper her demeanor. Hey, classmates. The principal, caught off guard, called out twice but failed to halt her departure. Instead, she quickened her pace. Principal, what shall we do now? The photographer awkwardly closed the camera's cover, glancing at the principal. Chunju rose from his seat, casting a cold glance at Zhang Xi's. If you do not understand, refrain from speaking recklessly. He then nodded to the principal. I will check on her. Once Chunju departed, the principal turned a perplexed gaze towards Zhang Xi's. Must you always provoke her? Am I not allowed to speak the truth? Zhang Xi's rubbed his nose. The tension between Class 8 and the regular classes had not arisen overnight, due to the incident involving the long sword. He had not played basketball with the Class 8 captain recently. Very well, I shall handle this matter. You both cooperate with the photographer. The principal sighed, glancing at Zhang Xi's, feeling both headache and helplessness. No worries, I will engage in dialogue with her. He was aware of the ongoing conflict between Class 8 and the regular classes. He had assigned Teacher Li to Class 8 in hopes of alleviating their tensions with other classes, but the results had been minimal. The upcoming cultural and tourism promotion for Xiangcheng was vital. Missing anyone would be detrimental, especially Ren Wanxian. At that moment, all three departed, leaving Zhang Xi's to gaze at Bai Lian. Classmates, the photographer promptly interjected, attempting to dispel the awkwardness. Let us move downstairs to photograph the millennial stone tablet of the school. Over here. The Ren family's vehicle was parked near the school gate. Ignoring Chunju and the principal's comments, Ren Wanxian climbed into the car, heading to her teacher's residence. Her teacher, Qiu Laoshi, was well known to the driver. Qiu Laoshi lived in a somewhat secluded area within the city, yet in a standalone building. Upon her arrival, Qiu Laoshi was conversing with officials from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. This is Wanxian, as you know, my student from later years, Qiu Laoshi. Around 60 years old with graying hair, smiled at the officials, praising her talent. The minister from the bureau, unfamiliar with the Ren family, had never heard of Ren Wanxian and merely offered a perfunctory compliment. The conversation soon shifted to Qiu Laoshi's grandson. As expected, young heroes emerge in their youth. Is Boqing aiming for the Lanting Award this year? The Lanting Award is held every 3 years, and Qiu Boqing had received a nomination 6 years prior, creating quite a stir in the calligraphy community. Many speculated whether he would participate this year. We shall see, Qiu Laoshi chuckled, pride evident on his face. Ren Wanxian observed how the conversation swiftly turned to Qiu Boqing. Standing beside her teacher, she lowered her head, momentarily distorting her smile. Once everyone had departed, Qiu Laoshi turned to Ren Wanxian, setting down his teacup. His expression was calm, yet his eyes were piercingly sharp. I heard from your grandfather that you have made progress in your calligraphy recently. Come, show me a few strokes. They moved to the study, where Ren Wanxian took up a wolf hair brush. With earnest concentration, she inscribed the character Yong. The strokes were precise, revealing her considerable skill, particularly for a girl whose wrist strength is naturally limited. In the realm of calligraphy, she was indeed a prodigy. "Teacher, may I participate in this year's Lanting Award?" Ren Wanxian inquired after placing the brush down. Xiao Laosher scrutinized the character she had just written. "You're still too young. Your senior was far steadier at your age. Be patient and wait a little longer." "All right," Ren Wanxian replied, her demeanor obedient. She exhibited her willfulness only before Ren Qian and at school, but in front of Xiao Laosher, she dared not. Yet, concealed within her gaze was a hint of bitterness. "Senior brother, are you not at school today?" Xiao Laosher reached for a copybook, casually inquiring about her day. Ren Wanxian pouted, sharing only part of her story. "What style is that girl learning?" Xiao Laosher asked in surprise, as the calligraphy world is predominantly male, and Ren Wanxian was one of the few gifted females he had encountered. "I did not expect there to be another at Xiangcheng No. 1 High School." "Guangati," Ren Wanxian replied. "Guangati?" Xiao Laosher, upon hearing this, ceased further inquiries. Noticing that her teacher had a meeting to attend, Ren Wanxian took out her phone and messaged, "Senior brother, teacher does not allow me to participate in the Lanting Award this year. Could you perhaps persuade him?" "But you also participated at 18, came the reply. Pei Vang Sui post-lips. Her abilities were clearly on par with Xiao Buqing's, yet he had been actively promoted by his team after receiving a nomination at 18. Xiao Buqing had been recommended by Xiao Laosher to participate, while she was met with repeated postponements. "Wait a little longer," which translated to 3 years hence. She messaged Ren Qian, "Teacher refuses to recommend my work this year. Is he truly so fearful that I might overshadow my senior brother's record as the youngest nominee for the Lanting Award?" Meanwhile, Bai Lian stood expressionless, complying with the photographer's requests. "Classmate, could you please display some emotion?" the photographer urged, aiming the camera at Bai Lian with a tone of frustration. "You possess the only ink left by Xiangjuan in Xiangcheng. How can you remain so impassive?" Zhang Xi's, standing nearby, felt compelled to intervene. "Sister." He could no longer contain himself, pointing at the inscription on the stone tablet. "Do you not see any expression in this writing?" This was her final stand, inscribed with a long spear upon the stone. "How can you remain unmoved?" Bai Lian glanced coolly at Zhang Xi's. "Try speaking to me in that tone again." Zhang Xi's fell silent, looking towards the photographer, shrugging his shoulders, conveying his inability to assist. A shooting assistant approached, gently explaining to Bai Lian, this was the last inscription left by her during her lifetime. Imagine, in her final battle, she led the young soldiers to retreat while the elderly elite warriors faced death alongside her. Consider the weight of that sentiment. Bai Lian turned her head, gazing at the towering stone just a few steps away. This stone stood at the very center of Xiangcheng No. 1 High School. She recognized it, yet this was her first time viewing it since arriving at the school. The stone, towering and weathered by time, bore the deepened inscriptions made by a long spear, revealing a single line: "Drink deeply and fight fiercely, one person and one arrow charge into the netherworld." Each character was inscribed with fervor, the strokes bold and wild, exuding a palpable aura of battle. The sunlight's reflection suggested that, in the next moment, it could burst forth. Bai Lian tilted her head, for the first time truly acknowledging these words. The sunlight was glaring, and the girl quietly observed the monumental stone, its cold gleam casting her figure in a hazy light, faintly revealing her graceful form. In that instant, it felt as though she traversed through millennia, stepping into the historical river of ages past, overcoming countless perils to witness this magnificent tableau. "Got it." The assistant eagerly glanced at the photographer. The photographer had already seized the opportunity, capturing the moment. Indeed, it was perfect. This scene was so splendid that it required no editing for promotional material. 2 students, quite impressive, the photographer repeatedly gazed at the scene he had captured, then lifted his head with a smile in his eyes. The sense of the lens is truly remarkable. With their attributes, both would excel in the entertainment industry, particularly the girl, whose fleeting emotion was simply extraordinary. After the photo shoot, Bai Lian and Zhang Xi's exited the school gate. It was Saturday, and the bubble tea shop was still bustling with patrons. As they stepped out, Yang Lin emerged from the tea shop, her hand barely showing any scars. Zhang Xi's greeted Yang Lin, who glanced at him without uttering a word. Zhang Xi's was accustomed to this silence. Yang Lin lived in a tube-shaped building. She ascended the long, dark staircase, littered with an unsightly mess of garbage. Even in this weather, flies buzzed about. Her home was on the 4th floor, with numerous households occupying the first. Yang Lin nodded, her dark eyes revealing no emotion. An elderly person sighed and handed her a bun. He seems sober today. Oh, you'll understand when you grow up. Yang Lin shook her head, refusing the bun, remaining silent as she retrieved her keys and quietly unlocked the door. She had grown numb to such remarks. How old was deemed truly grown? Since the age of 5, she had longed for maturity. Now at 18, was she considered grown? She was uncertain. Upon opening the door, the loud noise of the television assaulted her ears, and the small living room was filled with smoke. A disheveled, middle-aged man sat on the sofa, surrounded by fried chicken and several cans, with chicken bones littering the floor. He must have won some money. He glanced at Yang Lin, then staggered to his feet, his slightly long hair matted together as he fumbled for some change. Xiao, I'm sorry. I drank too much the other day. Did you eat? Yang Lin ignored him until she noticed her room's lock had been tampered with. Startled, she rushed to open the door, finding her room in disarray. She slammed the door shut and secured the lock. Crawling under the bed, she retrieved a locked iron box. The lock was intact. She sighed in relief, then collapsed onto the floor, breathing heavily. After a while, she pulled out her earnings from today, neatly placing them in the iron box. Only then did she slowly tidy up her room, taking out a vibrant lily and placing it in a plastic bottle on the windowsill. Yang Lin sat on her bed, gazing at the solitary lily. Its gently flared petals were as pure as snow, a pristine white elegance, the only bright color in the room. After a while, she retrieved a jar of green ointment from her backpack, applying it to her arms, legs, and abdomen. The brown ointment slowly spread over her bruises, a faint ache lingering. Meanwhile, a car slowly entered Xiangcheng. Ji Mulan stared expressionlessly at the unchanging street ahead, feeling uninspired. There were rumors of tourism development here. The man smiled at Ji Mulan, explaining that he was assessing the feasibility of opening a hotel. Upon hearing this, Ji Mulan straightened. She regarded the man, aware of his keen sense for news. His statement implied an 80% likelihood of tourism flourishing in Xiangcheng. The largest hotel was situated in the city center, a 26-story structure. When will you introduce me to your father and your daughter? We must live together in the future. He pressed the elevator button, tilting his head to inquire. As for my father, let that be. He surely won't see me, Ji Mulan replied coolly. Pausing to mention Bai Lian, she hesitated. She had faced hardships in the past 2 years and hoped this time she would realize the importance of diligent effort, without imposing excessive pressure on her child. The elevator doors opened and the man stepped in, pressing the floor button. Ji Mulan, with her exquisite makeup and graceful demeanor, listened to his words, a slight smile tugging at her lips, though she remained silent. His son was exceptionally talented, naturally able to say such things with ease. Had their roles been reversed, he might not have remained as composed. Exiting the elevator, Ji Mulan calmly dialed a number. Bai Lian was still in the library, engaged in writing a biology exam, when she received Ji Xiaojuan's call. Biology was considerably simpler than physics. Even Ji Heng could solve a few questions from the senior year paper. He called me yesterday, Bai Lian said. Yes, Ji Xiaojun nodded. Let's go meet her later. We need to talk properly. Jiang He, holding his head, stared wide-eyed at Bai Lian. I'll wait for you. Bai Lian replied, all right. She waited for Ming Dongheng to arrive from Heishui Street before heading to Wan Tower. At Wan Tower, Ji Xiaojun chose not to enter immediately, sitting on the steps outside, smoking while waiting for Bai Lian, his brow furrowed. Uncle, Bai Lian observed him for a moment before standing before him, raising an eyebrow. Why don't you go in? Ji Xiaojun extinguished his cigarette, looking at Bai Lian, hesitating to speak. His silence did not deter Bai Lian, who stood calmly before him, reciting vocabulary as she waited, unhurried. There is something I need to tell you in advance. Hold on for a moment, Ji Xiaojun said, gazing at Bai Lian. After a lengthy pause, he stood up, brushing off his sleeves, then deliberated before speaking. Your mother brought a man with her. Bai Lian was somewhat taken aback. After about 10 seconds, she grasped Ji Xiaojuan's meaning and smiled lazily. That's wonderful. This is the modern era. Women can divorce freely, unbound by societal constraints. Bai Lian felt happy for her. Ji Xiaojun had hesitated for so long, fearing Bai Lian would feel upset. He had envisioned a myriad of reactions from her, but this was the last he expected. All right, You've truly grown up, he sighed, lowering his gaze to pat Bai Lian's shoulder. Come, let us go in together. Inside the private room, Ji Mulan sat beside man. Relax, the man smiled, reassuring Ji Mulan, I've already arranged everything. It will be fine. Following Ji Mulan's request, he had found a school for her daughter. However, he was somewhat concerned. He did not recommend Ji Mulan's daughter attend that school. International schools typically enroll students from a young age, leading to intense competition, and Ji Mulan mentioned that her daughter focused on humanities with less than stellar grades. The pressure of entering the school could be overwhelming, with a significant gap in capabilities, making it easy for her to feel disheartened. Just then, the voice of a waiter announced the arrival of her daughter as the door opened. Ji Mulan and the man both looked up towards the entrance. Chapter 51. Young Master Jiang comes to the rescue. Ji Xiaojun entered with Bai Lian. Ji Mulan had not seen Bai Lian for over 2 years, and upon this reunion, she felt a sense of disorientation. Bai Lian, dressed in a flowing white gown with a green belt gently cinching her waist, entered gracefully, a phone in hand, exuding a relaxed demeanor. The room's lights illuminated her, and as she glanced over, her dark eyes resembled ink, reflecting a myriad of stars. The man was taken aback. Based on Ji Mulan's description, he had assumed her daughter was a rebellious girl, yet she appeared serene. Ji Xiaojun, who he thought might feel shy growing up in Xiangcheng, surprised him with his poise. The man stood, astonished yet courteous, greeting Ji Xiaojun. He wore glasses, his features well-defined, indicative of excellent self-care. His physique showing no signs of middle age. Hello, I am Su In, acquainted with Mulan during a maritime exhibition. Cultured, distinguished, and gracious, he radiated an air of refinement, contrasting sharply with Ren Jia's abrasive demeanor. Ji Xiaojun assessed Su In, his expression noticeably softening from earlier as he shook Su In's hand, stating, I am her brother. Yi Xiaoyun. They took their seats. Bai Lian silently observed Ji Mulan. Why are you constantly on your phone? Ji Mulan remarked, her dress impeccably tailored, a shawl draped over her shoulders, her beautifully shaped eyes narrowed. She watched Bai Lian fiddling with her phone, her gaze heavy. Bai Lian was momentarily taken aback. She lifted her gaze to Ji Mulan and put away her phone. Ji Mulan and Ji Xiaojun looked up. This was not a discussion, but a notification. Before Ji Xiaojun could utter a word, Bai Lian lowered her brow and spoke slowly, I won't go. Ji Mulan was on the verge of anger. Glancing at Su In, fearful he might find amusement in the situation, she abruptly stood up, glaring at Bai Lian. Come with me outside for a moment. Bai Lian raised her head, her long, strong fingers pressing against the table as she stood. Ji Xiaojun intended to follow, but hesitated upon meeting Bai Lian's gaze, realizing she did not want him to join. Opposite them, Su In chuckled and said, Mr. Ji, let them converse. You can share stories about Mulan's childhood with me. After a moment's hesitation, Ji Xiaojun refrained from pursuing them. Ji Mulan had already informed him that Su In was from Jiangjing. He also understood that Bai Lian would have better prospects in Xiangcheng. In the corridor, Ji Mulan elegantly clicked her heels, barely taller than Bai Lian. Do you know how much effort I expended to secure your place in that school? Your uncle mentioned you've been more obedient lately. You mustn't act so unruly anymore. The rules of the Su family are far stricter than those of the Bai family, so listen carefully. After 2 years, facing Bai Lian once more, Ji Mulan felt a lingering vexation. The Bai family expelling Bai Lian was akin to a slap on her face. She could not swallow her indignation. Am I merely an object to you? Bai Lian extinguished her phone and spoke. She regarded Ji Mulan with her dark, deep apricot eyes, devoid of any other emotion. What do you mean? Ji Mulan's chest heaved. Am I not acting in your best interest? Look at all I have sacrificed for you. I hired the finest tutors and ensured you were in the best classes. Bai Lian listened quietly, perceiving little of Ji Mulan's words. Ji Mulan was momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining her composure, frowning. You will receive the best education by staying with the Bai family. I'm doing this for your sake. It doesn't seem matter anymore. My household registration is with my grandfather now, so you need not concern yourself with my future, Bai Lian replied, politely nodding to Ji Mulan before taking a few steps, only to pause again. After sending a message to Ji Xiaojun, she departed from Wanhee. She felt little affection for Ji Mulan, yet memories began to burn her emotions bit by bit. Upon exiting Wanhee, she crouched down, quietly gazing at the moon, her dark eyes reflecting its cold light. She wrapped her arms around her knees and after a while retrieved her phone. On it was a photo she had secretly taken at the dining table. It was of Ji Mulan. She looked at the image, gently tracing the face on the screen with her fingertips before softly whispering, "Mother." Ji Mulan resembled her mother greatly. As the vehicle traversed the street, he caught sight of Bai Lian's white figure crouched by the roadside. "Stop the car." He suddenly sat up. The car came to a gradual halt. Jiang Fuli, on the opposite side, watched Bai Lian through the window, separated by a myriad of lights and a vast river. Observing her, as if it were their first encounter, she gazed at the moon, and he quietly watched her. Dressed in simple white, she crouched with her back to the streetlight. The snow-colored hem of her dress trailing on the ground, blooming like orchids. Although her expression was blank, she stared intently at a single spot. Jiang Fuli felt she was somehow fragmented, shattered into countless pieces scattered about. Jiang he also spotted Bai Lian and climbed down from his seat, ready to exit the car, but was coldly restrained by Jiang Fuli by the nape of his neck. Jiang he widened his eyes in protest. Upon exiting, he slammed the car door shut. "Isn't there a police officer to handle this?" Ming Dongheng, in the driver's seat, glanced in the rearview mirror, indicating his inability to assist. Jiang Fuli approached Bai Lian, typically so vigilant, yet he felt no awareness of his proximity to her. He crouched across from her, following her gaze to the full moon. After observing for a moment, Jiang Fuli commented, "Did you calculate that this angle offers the brightest view of the moon?" Even in a crouched position, his posture exuded elegance. "I used to enjoy sitting in the last row during class," he continued, his gaze fixed on her. "There's a rumor on the school forum that this spot offered the best listening efficiency because I had calculated it. But in reality, the professor said he was afraid to speak if I sat in front, so he kindly requested Dean Ma to let me sit as far back as possible." Bai Lian felt a smile tugging at her lips, resting her chin on her arm. She could easily envision the professor being too intimidated to speak with him, resorting to asking others to convey messages. "You came out early. Have you eaten?" Jiang Fuli observed her expression before standing up. Bai Lian shook her head, which was expected. Noticing her languid demeanor, Jiang Fuli extended his hand, lowering his gaze. "Come, I will take you to dine somewhere extraordinary." Bai Lian tilted her head back slightly, her gaze lingering on his long, graceful hand. In the air, a faint scent of silver Dan grass wafted, while the traffic flowed endlessly, illuminated by countless lights behind them. She reached out and grasped a fragment of warmth from Xiangcheng. Jiang Fuli took Bai Lian to dine, not at Wani Lu, but at a private residence nestled in an alley. When Ming Dongheng knocked on the door, a person inside cursed as he brandished a kitchen knife. "Why are you knocking? Do you need me to knock you one?" With a creak, the door opened. The man's gaze fell upon the tall figure in an ink-colored trench coat behind Ming Dongheng, who raised his eyes slightly, his pale gaze as cold as a spring. The man's mouth, which had been like a machine gun, instantly fell silent. He warmly opened the door, smiling politely, stepping aside to let the group enter. Upon locking eyes with Bai Lian, he could not help but widen his eyes, then reached out to tightly grasp the hem of Ming Dongheng's coat, silently inquiring, "Why is there a girl here?" Ming Dongheng looked at him in surprise. "Lawyer Qi, why are you grabbing me?" Qi Yundai raised his chin, casting a sidelong glance at Bai Lian, signaling with his eyes, nearly frantic. Ming Dongheng frowned. "Does your eye hurt?" Qi Yundai dismissed his hand and expressionlessly turned to shut the door, heading to the kitchen with a knife. At Wani Lu, Ji Mulan was not surprised by Ji Mulan's assertive and controlling nature. Although Bai Lian was obedient, she had her own thoughts, such as waiting by Ji Heng's bedside every day. "Brother, can you persuade her?" Ji Mulan calmly addressed Ji Xiaojun. "I must take her away." Ji Xiaojun remained silent. Ji Mulan turned her gaze toward Su An, who offered her an assuring look before casually dropping bait. "Mr. Ji, you know that the private schools in Jiangjing have exceptional faculty and connections abroad. The humanities diplomats are cultivated there. Her studies there will undoubtedly surpass any other place. A diplomat is a position that seems unattainable for Xiangcheng." Ji Xiaojun shook his head. She wished to complete her high school education in Xiangcheng. This was precisely what Bai Lian had recently conveyed to Ji Xiaojun's sister. Ji Mulan frowned, slamming her chopsticks down. "You don't want to leave here, yet you wish for her to remain in this place for life? Transfer?" Ji Mulan's brows knitted tightly. "She's already in her senior year. Still transferring?" She glanced at Su-in, and due to his presence, she restrained herself from mentioning how Bai Lian had been sent to the arts class after being dismissed from the science class in her first year. Su-in's son was a third-year student at Jiangjing University, currently applying for graduate studies. To bring this up in front of Su-in was beyond her capability. Could you refrain from complicating matters? Ji Mulan poured herself a glass of cold water, believing that only through hardship would she learn to strive. You have no idea. She can fall asleep while practicing the guzheng, driving her teacher away in frustration. If she isn't properly disciplined, allowing her to do as she pleases, how will she navigate society in the future? Children inherently possess a spirit of rebellion, yet Su-in did not anticipate Bai Lian's defiance to be so pronounced. Concerned that the two siblings might quarrel, he sought to placate Ji Mulan, suggesting that pursuing science could be a viable path for the child. Despite his own uncertainty regarding the future, he suppressed his irritation, rising from the table and asserting, Ji Mulan, it is one thing to leave her in the Bai household, but it is quite another to impose your own aspirations upon her. Neither my father nor I expect her to gain admission to Bai Lian University or achieve any remarkable grades. If she wishes to study science, let her pursue it. What harm is there in that? Furthermore, Lian has only studied the guzheng for a year, yet plays it remarkably well. What more do you desire from her? Chapter 52. The mediocre Xiao Lian. Grandfather calls Xiangcheng. She can play the guzheng? Ji Mulan slammed the glass onto the table, incredulous. Are you jesting? You do not know Bai Lian's academic progress? During the school's anniversary celebration, she performed, and Ji Xiaojun, observing Ji Mulan's expression, discerned that she was not feigning ignorance. You truly do not know? Ji Mulan fixed her gaze upon Ji Xiaojun for a prolonged moment before shaking her head. With a parent-teacher meeting scheduled for tomorrow, Ji Xiaojun's expression softened slightly. Let us leave the matter of Jiangjing for now. If she wishes to study science, so be it. If necessary, she can always switch back to the humanities next year. Ji Xiaojun and Ji Heng were indifferent to such matters. When Su-in first learned of Bai Lian's proficiency in the guzheng, he was taken aback. He was sensitive to her musical abilities, pondering how she could have excelled after merely 1 year of study. Ji Mulan gazed out the window, surprised that she had indeed mastered it in just 1 year. Su-in, having limited knowledge of the guzheng, speculated that her skills could not be overly refined after only 1 year of practice. Ji Xiaojun's compliment regarding her performance may have stemmed from a lack of exposure to truly exquisite music. Su-in felt a pang of regret, thinking that if she had talent, she should have started earlier. Perhaps she could have even joined the Chen family. He halted mid-sentence, realizing that further explanation might not resonate with her. He also took a moment to call Bai Lian. Su-in's assistant arrived to escort them. What? Mrs. Ji's daughter is unwilling to transfer? The assistant, initially there to assist Bai Lian with her transfer of residency and school records, was taken aback by this revelation. Isn't it common knowledge that one must choose between Xiangcheng and Jiangjing? Su-in nodded at the assistant. Ji Xiaojun exhibited cultured speech, yet his perspective seemed somewhat limited. The opportunity to develop in Xiangcheng was unattainable for most. He and Ji Mulan had planned to marry in the coming year, with Bai Lian as his adopted daughter. For the Su family, adding one more person was negligible, and losing one would not matter. His intention was to marry Ji Mulan, and her daughter was inconsequential in that regard. Did he honestly expect Ji Mulan's daughter to aid him in gaining favor with the family? Mulan, Su-in sighed as he sat in the back seat. Your brother is correct. Sometimes one must learn to accept the mediocrity of their children. The assistant, overhearing their conversation, began to grasp the situation at hand. Su-in, in Ji Mulan's presence, had openly stated mediocrity. What level of ordinariness did that imply? Once their discussion concluded, the assistant reported, I have confirmed that Mr. Chen is indeed in Xiangcheng. Really? Su-in straightened, deeming this matter to be settled. Just as he had previously been unaware of the reasons behind Su-in's confidence in Xiangcheng's potential for development. He had once believed the Bai family in Beicheng to be a pinnacle of affluence. Yet, as he ascended, he realized how limited his previous viewpoint had been. Meanwhile, Bai Lian found herself in a different scenario. Ming Dongheng entered the kitchen to assist Qi Yundai with the meal, but was promptly ejected with a cold glare after approximately 3 minutes. As a lawyer, Jiang Fu Li surveyed the hall with a detached demeanor, introducing himself in a manner that lacked warmth. His culinary skills, it seemed, were commendable, After Ming Dong, Hang exited. He prepared tea for Bai Lian, but upon inspecting the tea leaves, he sensed something amiss and glanced toward the kitchen. He then remarked to Bai Lian, "Last month, I was involved in an economic case. I was anxious about the cake at home, feeling that I had secured the upper hand, so I left 10 minutes early. This resulted in a portion of our funds being lost." Jiang Shiju was too timid to confront Jiang Fu Li directly and merely relayed the information through others. Jiang Fu Li had unleashed a significant outburst, chastising the entire Jiang family and suspending Qi and Dai, instructing him to focus on cake making in Xiangcheng. Ming Dong Hang placed the teacups for Bai Lian and Jiang Fu Li on the table. Startled, he exclaimed, "Young master, you are so quiet that I cannot see you without bending down." Jiang, he was rather diminutive, appearing even shorter beside Bai Lian and even more so in the presence of Ming Dong Hang. Jiang, he could have sworn that Jiang Fu Li not only cast him a glance, but also smirked. Silently, he crept closer to Bai Lian, avoiding eye contact with Jiang Fu Li and Ming Dong Hang. Bai Lian was quietly engaged in her English reading when a message notification appeared on her phone, sent by Mao Kuan. "Mao Kuan, sister, Xiangcheng and the others have completed the logo design. Take a look." Bai Lian opened the message to find a thoughtfully crafted logo depicting a horizontally positioned gourd shape, pierced through the waist by a silver needle. The needle's tip adorned with 2 small leaves, all presented in a gentle green hue. It conveyed a sense of renewal, healing, and artistry. Bai Lian rarely gave compliments, but she remarked, "Very good." Mao Kuan, brimming with excitement, replied, "Right? Did you know that Xuechun has studied painting before?" He continued, "And Xiaoqi, although he hasn't studied, is quite talented." Yet, as he spoke, a hint of melancholy crept in, feeling overshadowed by their talents. After finishing their meal, Ming Dong Hang drove to Qing Shui Street. Bai Lian refrained from messaging Ji Heng, who had not responded to her today. Jiang Fu Li exited the vehicle and walked alongside her into the alley. "I can manage on my own," Bai Lian said, gazing into the darkened passage. Jiang Fu Li, with one hand in his coat pocket, merely glanced at her without uttering a word, his silhouette cast in shadow by the street lamp behind him. She had traversed even the darkest paths before, as if in this world she had never been alone. "Have you ever been to the snow-capped mountains?" Jiang Fu Li inquired, his voice cool, yet not entirely unapproachable. Bai Lian shook her head. Under the moonlight, his sharply defined features softened into a gentle elegance. "At over 6,000 meters. I used to retreat there for extended periods when feeling low. The sunlight illuminates the mountains, clouds swirl, and mist rises, purifying everything. I hope to take you there someday." They approached Ji Heng's residence. Bai Lian halted, her white gown shimmering like fresh snow under the moonlight, her smile languid. "All right." She waved her hand to indicate that she had arrived. Jiang Fu Li stood still, his stature commanding, silent yet evidently in good spirits. Once Bai Lian retrieved her keys and unlocked the gate, he turned and vanished into the night. The courtyard was shrouded in darkness, enveloped in a faint mist. She secured the door and casually flicked on the courtyard lights. Instantly, the once dark area brightened. Ji Heng remained in his previous stance, holding a cigarette, gazing at Bai Lian with surprise. His mouth opened, but no words emerged. "What is it?" Bai Lian placed her book down, arching an eyebrow. Ji Heng was momentarily taken aback before standing upright again. "Why?" "Because I am not going to Jiangjing," Bai Lian's voice floated lazily from the window. Although Ji Heng was reluctant to see Bai Lian depart, he understood that children must eventually spread their wings and leave home. In a few days, he would come to terms with it, for even he recognized that Jiangjing offered far greater opportunities than their current location. Ji Heng, still holding the cigarette, took a couple of steps forward, intending to explain himself to Bai Lian. In response, she leisurely picked up her biology book. "Grandfather, I see you are not tired yet. Let's discuss the process of replication." Ji Heng abruptly halted, retreating a couple of steps, his expression composed. "Forget it. Jiangjing is not that great." Behind him, Bai Lian leaned against the window, arms crossed, raising an eyebrow. It was Sunday, the day of the parent-teacher meeting. The parent-teacher meeting was scheduled for 9 o'clock. Bai Lian arrived early at the library to read, while Ji Heng only descended from the bus station at 9:30. He joined Bai Lian to head to school together. This gentleman was Director Chun, who had come to seek out Ming Donghang. Upon noticing Bai Lian waiting at the bus stop, he decided to join her. When he saw Ji Heng, Director Chun was taken aback. Bai Lian stood upright and casually introduced the two. "This is my grandfather, his surname is G. Director Chun promptly greeted him. Mr. G, it's a pleasure to meet you. You can call me Xiangcheng. Hello, you must be Bai Lian's friend. Ji-hung nodded, holding an empty cigarette holder. Director Chun chuckled and offered him a packet of tobacco. Give it a try. Ji-hung glanced at Bai Lian, who raised her head and silently urged him, just take it. Thank you. Ji-hung's demeanor softened considerably in front of Director Chun. Chen's eyes lit up as he stood still, watching Bai Lian and Ji-hung depart. He rubbed his hands together and pulled out his phone to have someone fetch him some tobacco. As it was Ji-hung's first time attending a parent-teacher meeting, he had deliberately worn his long gown from last time, appearing both elegant and dignified as he took a seat in Bai Lian's place. He felt somewhat out of place. Is this all right? Ji-hung whispered. Students are not allowed here during the meeting. Bai Lian stood by the aisle, reassuring him, it's fine, you look cool. Ji-hung finally relaxed. Once Bai Lian saw that he had acclimated, she stepped outside. Heaven knows it was her first time attending something like this as well. As she reached the doorway, Bai Lian glanced at the empty seat beside her, which remained unoccupied, seemingly today as well. Behind her, Zhang Xiais entered, looking up at his mother. Physics 37. Why should I attend the parent meeting for you? Zhang's mother twisted his ear. Wouldn't I feel embarrassed? Zhang Xiais bent over, loudly protesting, Mom, I told you I scored 39, not 37. Don't listen to that physics teacher's nonsense. So, those 2 points are crucial for you? Will they take you to the sky? Zhang's mother scoffed. You're right, Zhang Xiais replied. With a dark expression, Zhang's mother harbored resentment towards attending the meeting for him. Upon seeing Bai Lian, she softened slightly by classmate your physics. Zhang Xiais, alarmed, quickly shoved his mother inside and shut the door with a bang. Clean and decisive. You must bless me to score 50 next time, right? He clasped his hands toward Bai Lian. Just 50? Even your dreams lack ambition, she retorted. Lu Lingxi approached with a stack of papers, distributing each student's grades to their parents and beginning to discuss important matters for senior students, including their physical and mental well-being. Ji-hung received Bai Lian's grades and ranking, appearing slightly surprised. He had previously learned about the college entrance examination, which was scored out of 750. Bai Lian, with a mix of arts and sciences, scored over 400. This was quite commendable. As Lu Lingxi continued her lengthy discourse, Ji-hung listened attentively, taking notes. By the end of the meeting, it was already past 10 o'clock. Disliking crowds, Ji-hung waited until most of the class had dispersed before slowly making his way downstairs, where Bai Lian was waiting for him at the cake shop. His long gown distinguished him amidst the crowd, and the secretary at the bottom of the stairs immediately spotted Ji-hung. His gaze briefly flicked over Ji-hung's report card. 450. He smirked. Ren Xian was busy today and could not attend Ren Wanxian's parent meeting, while Ren Jiawei was also preoccupied. Moreover, Ren Wanxian did not want Ji Xiaorong to come, as it was usually the secretary who attended. There was a mutual disdain between him and the Ji family. When the principal heard the secretary had arrived, he hurried over with several leaders to greet him. He was a figure second only to Ren Xian. The secretary nodded slightly at them. Naturally, the principal approached the secretary for a reason, smiling as he directly addressed the matter. Yesterday, Ren had a minor conflict with a student from class 15. It was merely a small squabble among students, and we hope Ren can show magnanimity in return to continue filming tomorrow. The secretary had already been informed of this incident by Ren Wanxian. He merely glanced at the principal and others as he walked forward, scoffing, Principal, do you truly believe it was merely a small squabble? The principal was momentarily taken aback. Class 8 students enjoyed better living conditions, having a small cafeteria, which is a result of their forebears' efforts. The secretary looked at the principal with a smile. As for how other students fare, that is a matter for their ancestors. Do you understand, principal? The secretary's remarks were veiled yet pointed. Are you suggesting that other classes are envious of class 8 and deliberately targeting them? The principal pursed his lips, hesitating to respond immediately. The young lady is accompanied by her senior. The secretary remarked casually, you must have heard of her senior, who is likely to assist our young lady in submitting her work for the Lanting Award this year. Everyone present was visibly astonished. There is potential. The principal and others brightened at the prospect. Have the students from class 15 apologize in person to our young lady, and she will continue her writing. The secretary stated slowly, yet his tone was commanding. Chapter 53. Refusal to enter Jiangjing. Who does not know the Liangdi? After saying this, the principal and others exchanged glances. One person suddenly suggested, I'll go find Teacher Lu. let Zhang Xi's and the others apologize to Ren Wanxian. The principal sighed, not opposing the idea. Yesterday's incident was indeed Zhang Xi's fault. Although it seemed excessive for the students from class 15 to apologize, the principal had to consider the bigger picture. This scene could only be captured by Ren Wanxian. The secretary essentially represented Ren Qian, and this was not merely the secretary's stance, but Ren Qian's. The group of students from class 15, while spirited and amiable, would be foolish to offend Ren Qian over such a trivial matter, risking the filming of the video, which was truly not worth the loss. Outside, at the milk tea shop, Bai Lian was solving problems while waiting for Jihang to come out. The shop was still bustling with customers. Qi Yundai, expressionless after finishing his morning shift, removed his chef's hat and coldly prepared to leave. The kitchen staff dared not speak to him. However, upon seeing Bai Lian seated outside, he made a sharp turn of 180 degrees. "Miss Bai, what are you doing here?" Qi Yundai sat down across from her, clearly surprised. Bai Lian wore a sky-blue long-sleeve shirt with black buttons, one hand holding a black pen while lazily pressing down on her notebook, writing problems. Calmly, she raised an eyebrow. Master Qi because he cooked delicious food. Bai Lian held him in high regard. "Just call me Xiao Qi." Qi Yundai took a seat opposite her, his previously stern demeanor softening as he began to complain. "I've been making cakes for over half a month now." He truly missed his casework and was nearly forgetting his original occupation. Qi Yundai, in his 40s and slightly older than Director Chun, had a face Bai Lian could not quite place. "But don't you like it?" Bai Lian listened attentively, her fingers writing down a neat line of text. Qi Yundai sighed. No, that was in the past. He was paying for his once youthful recklessness. When Jihang arrived to find Bai Lian, he saw Qi Yundai chattering away in front of her. As a stranger approached, Qi Yundai immediately cooled his expression, reverting to his usual impassiveness. Bai Lian introduced Jihang to him. Qi Yundai stood up, displaying elegance. "Mr. Ji, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Xiao Qi, the cake master here." Another stranger. Following Bai Lian, Jihang felt as if he had met everyone in the world over the past month. "Hello." Xiao Qi, Jihang greeted politely, holding a cigarette holder, though not particularly warmly. Qi Yundai only confided in familiar faces. He had heard Bai Lian praise his cooking last night, and since Jiang Fu treated him with more kindness, he had unilaterally categorized Bai Lian as one of his allies. In front of Bai Lian, he could complain, but before others, he remained a cold, unfeeling cake-making machine. He placed a bag of cake into Jihang's hands. Before Jihang could react, he greeted Bai Lian and turned to leave. It was Jihang's first time receiving such a small cake. He lifted his head and instinctively glanced at Bai Lian. Bai Lian, with her long legs crossed, leisurely completed a problem while resting her chin on one hand, smiling lazily at Jihang. "The cake is delicious. I will see your mother later." Jihang did not sit down. He stood before Bai Lian with a cigarette holder in hand, his murky eyes deep and profound. "Are you coming with me?" Jihang decided to accept Ji Mulan's invitation. 2 years ago, he would never have considered meeting Ji Mulan. However, now, simply due to Bai Lian, he was willing to see her, especially since Ji Xiaojun had mentioned that the person Ji Mulan was seeking this time had a better character than Bai Qiming. He resolved to see for himself. "No," Bai Lian replied, her wrist resting on the table, her other hand casually capping her pen, speaking lightly as if the matter were inconsequential. Jihang nodded. "All right." They went to a small restaurant by the school. She crossed her legs and, with her long, fair fingers, pulled out the menu hidden under her teacup, casually asking Jianghe, "Is there anything you don't eat?" This was not their first meal together, but it was the first time she was ordering for him. Jianghe slowly looked at Bai Lian. Unaware of the severity of the situation, she merely squinted slightly. Jianghe lowered his head and began listing what he did not eat. "I don't eat celery, potatoes, carrots, lotus root, cucumbers, asparagus, soybeans, or asparagus." A strand of black hair fell beside Bai Lian's forehead as she held a pencil, her dark eyes reflecting a hint of self-doubt. "Huh?" Jianghe quietly added the last one, Gongkai. Although he only mentioned it once, he had recounted a long list of items. Bai Lian remembered them all. With a smile that was almost teasing, she looked at Jianghe and then, avoiding those dishes, casually ordered a few others. After placing the order, she took out her phone, wanted to vent to someone. "Bai Tong Shui. Is it possible for this world to have so many dishes?" Jiang Fu was still busy at this moment. A team member placed his lunch beside him, which he carelessly set aside. Once he finished, he pressed his fingers to his temples and removed his glasses. He coldly glanced at several team members, his expression frosty, like sunlight reflecting off snow. Have you all lost your minds? He led the apologies. I'm sorry. Don't ask, just apologize. Are you apologizing to me? To Euler? If I had known you would treat his formula this way, I would have preferred to take it down to the king of hell myself. Jiangjing was frigid. Hiwei's head hung low, almost touching the ground. Today, the esteemed math prince found his reputation tarnished in a laboratory. Jiang Li lowered his head and closed the document. He glanced at his phone screen and took a deep breath. Don't be angry. At least Hiwei is a decent person. Let's go. The group meeting starts at 2. He raised his head, his tone noticeably calmer. Hiwei and the others fled the scene. As soon as they exited the office, Hiwei was grabbed by the neck. Did you not say to write it this way? I took your word for it and didn't check. You have betrayed our trust. No one cares about our life-saving benefactor. In the office, teacher Jiang asked, what dishes? Didn't you just eat? Bai Tong Shui sent a picture. What a pity. So many dishes didn't grow into the forms that Jiang Xiaonyao likes. Jiang Li opened the picture Bai Lian sent, which showed the 2 dishes she had ordered. Don't mind him. He's just picky. That's why he remains so short. He then opened Jiang He's WeChat. Jiang Li this side. Ji Heng also met with Ji Mulan. While Ji Mulan was assertive with others, she appeared more subdued in front of Ji Heng. The two had not sat down for a proper conversation in nearly 20 years. This was the first time Ji Mulan sat across from Ji Heng. As one ages, the process accelerates. In Ji Mulan's memory, Ji Heng was still a middle-aged man with little gray hair. Now, seated across from her, Ji Heng's face was lined with creases, and his gaze lacked its former luster. Particularly, his hair had turned almost entirely white. Ji Mulan felt a pang in her heart. After so many years apart, the father and daughter now sat in silence. After 20 years, Ji Heng's demeanor had become much more composed. He set down the cigarette holder and the cake. Turning to Su In, you two are getting married at the end of the year? Yes, Su In replied earnestly while holding Ji Mulan's hand. Rest assured, I will take good care of her. The elderly have a keen eye for people, and Ji Heng was no exception. He could instantly discern that Su In was indeed different from Bai Qiming. He considered the disparity in their family backgrounds. One could see the difference. Jiangjing's people, even the most modest families, could not be compared to theirs. Su In remained silent for a moment. His mother was indeed unwilling. Life is shared between 2 people. After some thought, Su In stated earnestly, I don't live with my parents either, so she won't feel pressure being with me. Ji Heng chose not to respond. The atmosphere fell into silence once more. Su In changed the subject. Glancing at the cake Ji Heng had placed on the table. This is the cake you bought for Alien, right? It's beautiful. Ji Heng cast a glance at the cake, his tone softening as he talked about Bai Lian, slowly opening his tobacco pouch. No, it was given to me by our friend Xiaoqi. The tobacco was from Xiangcheng. Xiaoqi, Xiangcheng. Su In nodded, uninterested in who they were, as long as the atmosphere remained pleasant. Alien scored 450 in her monthly exam. Ji Heng began slowly. She switched from literature to science. The teacher said she is very talented. You don't need to worry about this matter. 450? Su In nodded, remaining silent. He was surrounded by too many geniuses. A score of 450 made it seem insincere for him to offer praise. However, the elderly man appeared delighted, so he refrained from saying anything further. I'll go check why the dishes haven't arrived yet, Su In said with a smile, leaving the private room to the father and daughter. After he left, Ji Mulan, gripping her bag, finally spoke in a hushed voice, Dad. Ji Heng lowered his head, carefully folding the report card and placing it in his pocket. Is Su In's family better off than the Bai family? Though it was a question, he already knew the answer. She regained her sharp and capable demeanor. Yes. His family has many connections, which is why I want to bring Alien. Let Alien stay in Xiangcheng. Ji Heng lit his tobacco and took a rough drag, the smoke obscuring his face. Dad, you... Ji Mulan began, but Ji Heng raised a hand to interrupt her. You said Su In's family is well off. He is surrounded by capable individuals. What kind of life will our Alien have there? There is a barrier between Xiangcheng and Jiangjing. Ji Mulan was momentarily taken aback. Moreover, Ji Heng sighed. His family likely does not approve of your marriage, right? If you take Alien over there, to what extent will you both be dependent on others? At this, Ji Mulan fell silent completely. The Su family actually supports many people. Taking care of one person is no issue for them. But the individuals they support are all exceptionally talented. In the eyes of old Madame Su, Bai Lian might not even be as important as her dogs. Did she truly wish to subject Bai Lian to such a life? Then I will marry Su En. Ji Mulan opened her mouth. Ji Hung lowered his head and took another drag of his cigarette. We will go. Okay, good. Ji Mulan could not help but feel excited. For the first time, she spoke calmly with Ji Hung, and he was willing to attend her wedding. I will have someone come and pick you up. Let's talk about it later. Ji Hung shook his head. The three of them finished their meal in a calm manner. Find out what Chunyi has been fond of lately. Su En instructed his assistant, send my invitation. On Monday, as he passed by the office, Lu Lingxi had not yet left. She was arguing with the principal. You must be joking. You want Zhang Xi's to apologize to her? Let me ask you, what did he say wrong? I haven't even discussed the matter of how Run Wanxian, Chun Zhu, and Chun Wei deceived our class leader Jian. The principal helplessly tried to appease Lu Lingxi, emphasizing the importance of the larger picture. Aren't you going to complete the task assigned to me by the Cultural and Tourism Bureau? This matter was not decided by Run. It was determined by Run Lao and his secretary. An apology was all that was required. He had not anticipated such a strong reaction from LLNGX. LLNGX understood that expressing anger towards the principal would be futile. After a moment of silence, she dialed the Secretary General. The phone was answered after just 2 rings. LLNGX courteously recounted the entire situation, emphasizing the significance of Xiangcheng, and concluded with, publicizing this matter will not harm our Ntingxu. In the future, our Ntingxu will also serve as a representative for Xiangcheng. The Secretary General was well aware of this, especially since he possessed more information than the school. This initiative had originated from Mr. Chen. Throughout the conversation, the Secretary General had never intended for our NW to withdraw, yet maintained a calm demeanor, saying, do you think the RN family would care about this? LLNGX pressed her fingers to her temples. This is also a requirement from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. You would won't embarrass them, would you? On the other end of the line, the Secretary General glanced at her in the conference room and smiled. What does the Cultural and Tourism Bureau's inquiry have to do with our young lady? Unless an apology is forthcoming, we cannot ensure her cooperation. He hung up the phone with a decisive click. In the office, the principal looked at LLNGX with a sense of helplessness and sighed. Should we have SHZ apologize instead? Outside the door, Bai Lian listened intently, dressed in a white shirt and casually holding her school uniform jacket. Her dark eyes narrowed slightly, a stray lock of hair lazily falling across her brow. She raised her hand and inquired, must it be her? Both the principal and LLNGX were taken aback. Bai Lian observed them, tilting her head slightly. Is it sufficient to have someone who can write LNGT? Chapter 54, DSH. The true strength of Bai Lian, the recent cultural and tourism planning for Xiangcheng, garnered significant attention from all levels. From our Chen and his peers down to the children, all cooperating to maintain the city's civilized appearance. Xiangcheng has a long-standing tradition, with the stone in the center of the campus being its most prominent feature. When the Cultural and Tourism Bureau issued this directive to Xiangcheng, the principal adopted a fully combative stance. He even endeavored to persuade LLNGX with both emotional and rational appeals, advocating for Bai Lian. At this juncture, our N's unilateral declaration of disinterest in recording left the principal genuinely alarmed. For him, LLNGX was being overly serious about the need for an apology. The importance of LNGT was paramount. The principal held a very favorable impression of Bai Lian, who diligently studied everywhere. Unlike others, the principal was acutely aware of her physics grades being a point of interest for Jiangjing, yet only her NW excelled in their school. The historical and cultural richness of Xiangcheng, particularly that of the Bai family, was profound. The Daoying dynasty's most glorious chapter resembled a dazzling firework, brilliant yet fleeting, only blooming in Xiangcheng. The stone at Xiangcheng represented NGT, and the cultural presentation must inevitably reflect that form. Furthermore, Mr. Chen also prioritized NGT, making our NW the only suitable choice. The RN family held the principal's vulnerabilities tightly in their grasp. Bai Lian's gaze was not focused on them. Her dark eyes seemed fixed on some point in the void. In that case, I could give it a try. Try what? LLNGX instinctively interjected, You and Xiangcheng SHZ need not concern yourselves with this matter. Mid-sentence, LLNGX suddenly realized what Bai Lian was implying. She scrutinized Bai Lian, observing how the girl meticulously buttoned her pristine white shirt from the bottom up, with the cuffs and collar embroidered with Vern bamboo. Her black pupils reflecting the fragmented sunlight outside, quiet yet serene. You can write Lian GT? Indeed, Bai Lian nodded. LLNGX was aware of Bai Lian's foundational skills in Guing Ti, which, while commendable, was rather restrictive concerning the development of other styles. However, she had never been one to discourage her students, always providing them with opportunities. Shall we let Bai Tinks give a try? LLNGX suggested to the principal. Calligraphy is not something one can master overnight. It requires not only early cultivation, but also considerable wrist strength. As the principal knew, calligraphers endure hardships in practicing suspended wrists that rival those faced in a Shaolin temple. Thus, few can persist long enough to succeed. The calligraphy to be featured in the promotional video cannot be the work of just anyone. It must be of a caliber worthy of presentation. Only our NW in the entire school had practiced it well, yet directly stating this to Bai Lian might dampen her confidence. The principal scrutinized Bai Lian for a moment before speaking. Please write a few characters for me to see. He had not prepared any writing materials, so he randomly found a piece of white paper in the office and borrowed a black pen from LLNGX's desk, handing it to Bai Lian to write with. Bai Lian was unperturbed by the choice of pen or paper, nor by her surroundings. She set aside her jacket, spread the blank A4 paper across the desk, and with her long, strong fingers grasping the black pen, she inscribed 4 characters. Meanwhile, the principal and LLNGX continued to debate the possibility of having Xiangcheng SHZ apologize. Bai Lian set down the pen, retrieved her school uniform, and raised her gaze towards LLNGX and the principal, politely stating, "Teacher, I have finished." So soon? The principal was somewhat taken aback. After all, he was accustomed to watching our NW write, which typically required extensive preparation and meticulousness, often resulting in multiple drafts if not executed well. Bai Lian had taken less than a minute. After Bai Lian departed, the principal continued, setting aside the matter of Xiangcheng. It would be quite normal for Xiangcheng SHZ to apologize. In life, one must learn to navigate relationships. As for Bai Lian's writing, the principal had not seen it, primarily because he doubted she could write Lian GT. Why must we disregard Xiangcheng? And NG scoffed. I haven't even sought them out for trouble, and you're the first to dismiss it. Observing the paper that Bai Lian had casually left on the desk, she picked it up to examine it. Why is your perspective so narrow? The principal attempted to persuade her further. He approached to take a look, and upon doing so, his previously conflicted expression transformed into one of astonishment. The paper bore only 4 characters, LMNDG, the phrase she had used to introduce herself for the first time. What experiences must one have to write with such grandeur? During Mr. Chng's last visit, he had expressed dissatisfaction with our NW's calligraphy. At that time, the principal had not understood. Now, he began to grasp why Mr. Chng had overlooked our NW's writing. He had witnessed something far better. Our NW's work indeed lacked the rigorous practice of authentic experience. Elash, the principal murmured as he took the paper from her hands. I believe you were correct. This apology may not be absolutely necessary. I will contact the photographer immediately. With that, he stuffed the paper into his pocket and hurriedly departed. Behind him, LLNGX wondered, did she just see it? During homeroom, LLNGX entered the classroom with her lesson plan and notebook, her gaze landing on Bai Lian, who had properly donned her school uniform and was focused on completing a test, resembling a quiet and beautiful cat, exuding an air of mystery. She appeared as if a prisoner striving to break free from the fog and constraints. LLNGX could almost perceive every student in the class. Yet Bai Lian remained the only enigma. She was diligent and studious, more so than anyone else in the class. Yet at times she seemed to exist apart from the world, quietly observing everything with the perspective of a bystander. With the monthly exam approaching next week, LLNGX placed her notebook on the desk, disregarding the wails of some students, declaring, half of the semester has already passed. It's time to buckle down. I'm talking about you. Xiangcheng. Xiangcheng had not anticipated that even with his head buried in his desk, LLNGX would call him out, leaving him no choice but to nod in frustration. After concluding the class meeting, LLNGX called Bai Lian aside to inform her about the filming schedule for the following noon. Bai Lian nodded slightly upon hearing this, indicating that as long as she could rightly NGT, the choice of individual was not fixed. Xiangcheng lived by the creed that whatever blocked his path was something he would abandon. He had no grand ambitions, not even certain what he would do in the future. Mid-sentence, he noticed Bai Lian and, unable to help himself, rubbed his nose. Do you think I'm quite unambitious? Bai Lian picked up her pen and glanced at him, asking, why would you think that? Life presents many paths. Just choose what you love, and you are quite impressive as well. Most individuals harbor a sense of guilt regarding their leisure and relaxation, reflecting upon the perceived squandering of time. However, not every endeavor necessitates profound significance, a notion deftly embraced by Zhang Xiais, who revels in the sheer joy of existence. Is it truly so? With his leg crossed and a grin adorning his face, Zhang Xiais lowered his voice and confided to Bai Lian, I envision a future post-graduation, joining a production with Yan Lu as an extra. Bai Lian took a considerable time to ascertain the meaning of extra from her memories, realizing that Zhang Xiai's grandest aspiration was merely to be an extra. You might as well aspire to be a director. After school that afternoon, Bai Lian received a message from Mao Cohen. The emblem for the Nei Gu Ban Gao had been unveiled. The utilization of traditional Chinese medicine was scarce. However, upon its introduction in the fighting arena, it swiftly captivated the entirety of Heishui Street, circulating among mercenaries. Bai Beixin, sister, there's a Western doctor seeking you. Bai Beixin, he is a foreigner. Bai Beixin, he is quite intrigued by traditional Chinese medicine. Initially indifferent, Bai Lian raised an eyebrow at the mention of curiosity about traditional Chinese medicine. Bai Lian, one Bai Beixin, received. Bai Beixin, do you have any? 2 seconds later, Bai Beixin, I understand. 5 minutes later, Bai Lian received a friend request on WeChat, and upon glancing at the profile picture, she found it belonged to an aged man with white hair and blue eyes. Adding as a friend, over the past month, Bai Lian had memorized numerous English words, enabling her to comprehend and engage in simple English conversations. Bai Lian, thank you. The two exchanged a few words, with the man speaking English while she typed in Chinese. And although he could understand her spoken words, her responses required translation. This Lance, from his perceptive observations, inferred that she possessed a command of English. He began to inquire. Bai Lian, not aloud. Closing her phone, she maintained an air of calm. While she indeed possessed some proficiency in foreign languages, primarily for understanding and research purposes, her spoken and written communication remained rooted in Chinese. If one could not comprehend, it was of no concern to her. Yang Lin appeared significantly improved today. The bruises on her arms had vanished, and she accompanied Bai Lian to a milk tea shop where she took up a part-time position. Jiang He awaited Bai Lian at the entrance of the shop. Ming Dongheng did not accompany Jiang He. Instead, he was joined by Director Chun. As Director Chun conversed on the phone, upon noticing Bai Lian, he relayed a brief comment before lowering his phone, his expression still clouded with worry. Jiang He rose and approached Bai Lian, tugging at her clothing. Bai Lian, reluctant to engage much with Director Chun, nonetheless set down her backpack and lazily inquired, encountering some troubles? Director Chun, caught off guard, began to confide in her. I'm not engaged in promoting cultural tourism in Xiangcheng, and numerous artifacts require restoration. Yesterday, the laborers clashed with the police, and the incident has escalated online, attracting significant media attention. This situation adversely impacts Xiangcheng's reputation. On one hand, they claim that impoverished regions breed miscreants. On the other, they accuse the local police of corruption. The matter is exceedingly sensitive. Director Chen contemplated whether to suppress the news entirely to prevent journalists from conducting interviews. Of course, at that moment, he merely sought an outlet for his frustrations, not expecting Bai Lian to provide guidance. As Bai Lian strolled towards the library, she listened quietly until she turned to Director Chun, stating, It is best not to suppress this matter. What? Director Chun looked at Bai Lian in astonishment as she regarded him with her misty, almond-shaped eyes. Suppression is not the solution. As a manager, your goal should not be to silence the masses. For ordinary individuals, survival is paramount. Openly conducting an investigation is the most transparent approach. She methodically expounded to Director Chun. Finally, she extended a pale finger, lightly tapping on his heart, and with a languid smile, added, "There are no fixed laws. You represent authority and credibility. Do not allow yourself to lose your voice in this matter." Director Chen seldom shared such concerns with anyone. Ming Dongheng comprehended nothing, while Jiang Fuli lacked the time to engage in conversation. He never anticipated hearing such insights from a high school senior, as if a veil had been lifted. "I understand." Director Chun regained his composure, now gazing at Bai Lian with newfound respect. "Thank you, Bai Xiaojie." This address carried more reverence than any prior acknowledgement. The library was just a short walk from the school. Bai Lian had taken the opportunity to converse with Director Chun along the way. They exchanged a myriad of thoughts until they reached the Xiangcheng library, where Director Chun respectfully watched Bai Lian enter. This marked the first casual discussion he had had with her, leaving him in astonishment. Her strategic insights were enlightening. Were it not for the undeniable truth that Bai Lian was indeed a high school student, he might have wondered if she had previously held a position of authority. How else could she possess such acumen in matters of governance? Once Bai Lian entered the library, Director Chen pulled out his phone and contacted his subordinate. "Have you found any quality tobacco yet? Expedite the process." After issuing his instructions, Director Chen reopened the chat with Ming Dongheng. He sensed that a promising path lay before him. "Chen Yongquan, Mr. Ming, where Bai Xiaojie's culinary preferences?" "Chen Yongquan, what hobbies does she have?" "Chen Yongquan, besides the guzheng, what else does she enjoy?" Ming Dongheng replied with 2 words, "Wishing to die?" Director Chun, still fervently typing. "Damn it, this person is sharp when he shouldn't be and dull when he should be. I'm done. Never mind, I'll focus on Mr. G for now." Naturally, Director Chun remained oblivious to the fact that Bai Lian's mentor was Liang Zun, a venerable master, the greatest minister in history, teaching the art of emperorship and the principles of governance. One of his students ascended to the throne. How far could the other stray? Chapter 55. Lan Jinghua, Ren Tongxue. You should also take a look at Bai Tongxue, Ren's household. The secretary nodded. Recently, Chun Ye's subordinates had been fervently searching for various types of tobacco, and he had heard some whispers regarding it. Others appeared peaceful on the surface, but no one knew how much had been secretly extracted. Xiangcheng was not a significant producer of tobacco. They were scouring the nation for rare varieties to serve as an entry point to Chunyi. Once Ren Xian ascended to the upper floors, the secretary turned to Ren Wanxian. "Miss, did the individuals from class 15 apologize to you today?" "No." Ren Wanxian shook her head, feeling a sense of unease. "The principal hasn't sought me out. Surely nothing is amiss? Even if the class 15 individuals did not come, the principal should have visited." However, Ren Wanxian waited all afternoon without a word from anyone, prompting her to leave the matter to the secretary. What could possibly go wrong? The secretary held great confidence in Ren Wanxuan's abilities. Is there anyone else who could assist them in producing this promotion? Besides you, can they find a second person? Listening to the secretary's reassuring words, Ren Wanxian felt a wave of calm wash over her. You simply need to remain patient and observe who falters first. Strength is paramount. The secretary chuckled. Just wait. Tomorrow they will be seeking your help. In the library, as Bai Lian settled down with Jiang, she received a message from an unlisted mobile number. "Let us find a place to talk tomorrow." With no signature attached, Bai Lian recognized it as Ji Mulan. Nearby, Suan was engaged in a video conference with the administrative director, his brows furrowed. "You have no tobacco channels? Keep searching. Chun Yi is in Xiangcheng, and this is a rare opportunity. In Jiangjing, they wouldn't even have a chance to meet him." Ji Mulan found it challenging to comprehend these figures, feeling a significant divide between her and Suan. As Ji Heng mentioned, bringing Bai Lian along might not be beneficial. She quietly listened, not wishing to intrude. Once Suan terminated the video call, he glanced at Ji Mulan. "Has she agreed to meet you?" "Not yet." Ji Mulan nodded, then shook her head. "I'll go find her directly tomorrow." Suan was indifferent towards Bai Lian. He was solely concerned about the refusal of his invitation. Bai Lian was engrossed in her studies of the Jiangjing University preparatory camp in the library, grappling with her chemistry. Once reluctant to tackle the questions above, Bai Lian fortuitously discovered that in the Jiangjing University preparatory camp, one could skip questions they found challenging. Today, Bai Lian engaged with a physics problem and a mathematical conundrum. As Jiang Fu Li ascended the stairs, he noticed someone fervently working on the Jiangjing University preparatory camp exercises, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Bai Lian, with one hand pressing down on the paper and the other holding a pen, was deep in thought on a particular problem. Clad in a pristine white top and slightly leaning over the desk, her profile shimmered under the library lights, exuding an air of elegance and beauty that was undeniably captivating. Although she approached her assignments with seriousness, today she seemed somewhat languid and unhurried. What could it be? Bai Lian shifted her position, propping her chin on her hand, lazily lifting her gaze to find Jiang Fu Li holding a glass vial. Within it, a pale blue liquid encapsulated deep blue crystalline formations resembling snowflakes. Bai Lian was swiftly drawn to the enchanting hue of the vial. The library was sparsely populated. Jiang Fu Li settled across from her, reclining slightly in his chair, and pushed the vial toward her in a somewhat nonchalant manner, stating, "Blue crystal vase." Bai Lian accepted it, placing it under the light to observe the crystalline blue blossoms. Composed of glycine and basic copper carbonate, Jiang Fu Li's light-colored eyes, usually aloof, appeared more tender in the soft glow of the library. "Do you know this blue has a name?" he inquired. Bai Lian continued to examine the blue crystals, gathering from Jiang Fu Li's words that they were crafted through chemical means. "Cobalt blue," he replied softly. Bai Lian nodded, silently repeating the name in her mind. As they conversed, Jiang Fu Li noticed the questions Bai Lian was tackling and straightened slightly, casually asking, "Are you starting to tackle the problems?" He had always assumed she was disinterested in them. Later, he learned that her performance in chemistry and biology was slightly lacking, yet she did not seem to study chemistry. Yes, Bai Lian glanced at her phone and smiled. "It seems I can skip chemistry." With an air of casual confidence, Jiang Fu Li remarked, "That's good." Jiang He sat beside Bai Lian, flipping through a large dictionary with an impassive expression. During the winter break, Xiangcheng will have a regional training session, Jiang Fu Li mentioned, reaching for Bai Lian's phone and flipping through it briefly. It could be quite beneficial for chemistry. This was the first time Bai Lian had heard about such training, and she pondered it thoughtfully. At 9 o'clock, the library closed. Jiang Fu Li observed Bai Lian packing her bag, his phoenix eyes narrowing slightly as he pondered. "Qi Yundai made a lot of delicious food today." Qi Yundai was the finest chef Bai Lian had ever encountered. "Jiheng has been feeling anxious these past few days. Has your grandfather not eaten yet?" Jiang Fu Li inquired, looking at her. Upon finishing his sentence, the bus arrived, and Bai Lian boarded promptly with her bag. Jiang Fu Li, expressionless, watched the bus sway away, leaving him with only its rear view. Nearby, Jiang He squatted on the ground, silently glancing up at Jiang Fu Li. Jiang Fu Li looked down at him from above, sneering, "Are you squatting down to avoid being found by others?" The following day, Tuesday, Bai Lian skipped lunch to reshoot a promotional video. The same photographer from before recognized her with surprise. "I didn't know Bai Tong Xue could do Liandi." Before Bai Lian could respond, the principal, brimming with excitement, gazed at her intently and explained to the photographer, "Indeed, and Bai Tong Xue writes Liandi exceptionally well." Today, they needed to reshoot the scenes of her writing large characters. Bai Lian removed her school uniform jacket, revealing a pale, white top underneath, and picked up a wolf hairbrush. She prepared to write on the easel. The photographer, with a gentle voice, stated that since she was a recommended newcomer by the principal, they would naturally cooperate. Bai Lian stood before the easel, one hand pressing down the rice paper while the other held the brush, her gaze lowered. Her hair was loosely secured with a wooden hairpin. Sunlight filtered through the trees and the glass windows, casting dappled shadows over her, enveloping her in a hazy, mysterious aura. Despite lacking the elaborate movements of Ren Wanxian, the atmosphere compelled everyone present to breathe softly. She emanated an inexplicable charm that intertwined with the very essence of Xiangcheng. The clash of ancient and modern sensibilities was strikingly evident. After a prolonged silence, Bai Lian lifted her head, asking in surprise, "Can we begin?" The photographer activated the camera. Bai Lian then poised her wrist, inscribing a line of text, drinking deeply and recklessly, "One person, one arrow, charging into Fengdu." This was the same line she had attempted repeatedly to write on a stone at Yizhong, and it was the very phrase that Ren Wanxian had struggled to capture. Bai Lian wrote with fluidity and vigor, her strokes powerful and spirited. Yesterday, when she used black ink to write for the principal, she felt an overwhelming force. let alone today, when she wielded her most familiar wolf hairbrush. At first glance, one could sense the fierce and audacious spirit emanating from each character. This line of text vividly conjured images of gallant battles, such as the allure of calligraphy, such as the resonance that the Chinese people feel, ignited by a single line of script stirring their blood. After finishing, Bai Lian scrutinized the line for a moment, clearly dissatisfied, and turned her head toward the photographer. I want to do it again. As this was for promotion, there was no need for perfection. She had not removed the wristband. Her wrist strength had yet to reach its peak. Just as Bai Lian was about to take the inkstone to crumple the paper, the principal hurriedly intervened, snatching the paper from her hands. Redo what? This is beautifully written. Why would you want to start over? He may not understand the intricacies of fonts, but he could feel the impact of Bai Lian's writing. When they filmed Ren Wanxian previously, he recognized that calligraphers also needed the right state of mind. When in good spirits, their writing flourished. Without it, as with Ren Wanxian, they could never be satisfied with their work. If Bai Lian's exquisite writing were destroyed, how could she replicate such brilliance? He was evidently anxious that Bai Lian might crumple the paper. Bai Lian opened her mouth, eager to explain, but was abruptly pushed outside by the photographer. She stared, somewhat speechless, at the closed door. Principal, my school uniform. The door opened slightly, and her uniform was tossed out. Bai Lian caught it and stood for a moment, contemplating the door, before slowly making her way to the cafeteria. Since the filming was swift, most students had yet to finish their meals. Upon entering the cafeteria, Lu Xiaoan waved at her. Over here. Lu Xiaoan served Bai Lian her meal. On her way, she happened to encounter a group from Class 8. Ren Wanxian and Chunju had just finished eating, and while their impressions of each other were not particularly favorable, they maintained a facade of peace. Ren Wanxian fixed her gaze intently on Zhang Xi's. Zhang Xi's felt a chill run down his spine and exclaimed exaggeratedly, Lian Jia, let's go. There are bad vibes here, he dramatically stated, leaving with the students of Class 15. Behind them, Ren Wanchuan's expression darkened further. She had expected Zhang Xi's to apologize, yet he departed so abruptly. Beside her, Chunju recalled the previous incident and pondered how it had been resolved. Uncertain, Ren Wanxian felt a sense of unease. She was aware that filming was scheduled for noon, yet neither Zhang Xi's nor the principal had sought her out. I will find the principal, she decided. This entire situation reeked of the bizarre. The secretary had advised her to remain patient, as the principal and the students from Class 15 would eventually come to her. Initially, she had been quite confident, not paying it much mind. But as time passed without an appearance from anyone to offer an apology, Ren Wanxian began to panic. She went to the principal's office, only to find that he was not present. After waiting 10 minutes with her patience wearing thin, he finally arrived. Ren Tongxue, the principal exclaimed, surprised to see her. Then, quickly comprehending the situation, he smiled but did not speak directly. Please take a seat. Once Ren Wanxian was seated, the principal poured himself a cup of tea. Leisurely beginning, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Ren Tongxue, observing the principal's calm demeanor. Ren Wanxian sensed that matters were not as she and the secretary had imagined. Principal, Ren Wanchuan's demeanor has always been impeccable. She is quite courteous. Regarding the matter of cultural tourism promotion, do not take to heart what my grandfather's secretary has said. This is merely to provide a way out. The principal smiled, his tone gentle. So you have forgiven Zhang Xi's? We are all classmates. The principal nodded, affirming that is splendid. No further words were exchanged. Ren Wanxian awaited the principal to take the conversation further, but after his remark, he fell into silence. Noticing that Ren Wanxian had not departed, the principal inquired with surprise, is there anything else, student Ren? She bit her lip, looking at the principal, and with a hint of humiliation, she spoke. I will participate in the filming of the promotional video. Promotional video? The principal lifted his gaze from the computer and chuckled lightly. Oh, I forgot to mention. Bai Lian has already finished filming. In an instant, the humiliation on Ren Wanchuan's face transformed into shock. Her heart skipped a beat. What? The principal continued calmly, beckoning her. You didn't know? My classmate is also quite skilled. I am currently reviewing her video. Student Ren, you should come take a look. Chapter 56, Zhongshu Xie. A toast with Xiao, Chun Ren Wanxian suppressed her fear and approached the principal to look over. At first glance, she grasped the essence of what Xiao Xuezhing often referred to as muscle and bone. What do you think? My classmate writes exceptionally well, The principal remarked, legs crossed, unable to restrain his enthusiasm. Is this not what teacher Chiu refers to as being in the zone? Nowadays, when people write, they often emulate the methods of ancient scholars. Most will gaze upon authentic works to infer the state of mind of those who penned them in antiquity. He believed that Bai Lian had reached a moment of enlightenment, entering a state that left the audience oblivious. She could not fathom that someone she had never considered, Bai Lian, could surpass her in every aspect. The training class was one thing, but calligraphy was her pride, long cherished by the Ren family in Xiangcheng No. 1 High School. She had even regarded Qiu Buqing, nominated for the Lanting Prize, with disdain. How could she possibly concede that Bai Lian could match her? It was merely a fleeting moment of inspiration. She retrieved her phone and called the Secretary General. What's the matter? The Secretary General was with Ren Xian. Miss, are you filming? Ren Wanxian heard Ren Xian's voice on the other end. Her fingers tightened around the phone as she lowered her gaze and replied, It's nothing. She abruptly hung up. This matter must not reach Ren Xian. Holding her phone, she stood still for a while before messaging Qiu Buqing. Senior brother, have you discussed the Lanting Prize with the teacher? Meanwhile, at the Qiu residence. In the hall, Qiu Xiuezheng was engaged in discussions with officials from the Cultural Tourism Bureau. Qiu Buqing stood to the side, waiting for them to conclude. Is it truly impossible for Xiangcheng to establish a calligraphy association? The Cultural Tourism Bureau looked at Qiu Xiuezheng with a hint of regret. So many remote places have calligraphy associations. Surely, Xiangcheng is not lacking in merit? The number of calligraphers nationwide is countless. Aside from the Zhongshu Xie, every little locality has its own calligraphy association, yet Xiangcheng remains without one. The Cultural Tourism Bureau had submitted 3 applications, all of which were denied. We are still a bit short, sighed Qiu Xiuezheng. Unless we obtain the Lanting Prize, Xiangcheng's reputation will soar, and we might have a chance. Securing the Lanting Prize would pave the way for a bright future. The Zhongshu Xie, and even certain families from Jiangjing, would extend olive branches, making it much simpler to apply for a calligraphy association. However, whether Qiu Buqing could secure the Lanting Prize this year remained uncertain. I believe that teacher Qiu will surely succeed. The Cultural Tourism Bureau officials looked at Qiu Buqing with hope. Qiu Buqing remained silent. After the officials departed, Qiu Buqing turned to Qiu Xiuezheng, perplexed. Grandfather, why did you not recommend my junior sister's work for the Lanting Prize? She is currently too unfocused. It is not the right time. Qiu Xiuezheng shook his head. Qiu Buqing, however, disagreed. You should know that girls naturally lack physical strength. She has done remarkably well to reach this level. Are your expectations of her too stringent? If we were to discuss this, have you heard of Su Yajun from Jiangjing? Qiu Xiuezheng asked, invited to join the Zhongshu Xie at the age of 18. She is also a girl. How is her strength so formidable? Upon hearing this name, Qiu Buqing fell silent. How can you compare? You don't know who her teacher is, don't you? Comparing her to Ren Wanxian is simply unfair. He fundamentally disagreed with Qiu Xiuezheng's perspective. Qiu Xiuezheng shook his head. Qiu Buqing had grown up alongside Ren Wanxian and admired her talents immensely. In the afternoon, as classes ended, Lu Xiaoan walked alongside Bai Lian and a group of others. Tomorrow, for teacher Qiu's lecture, I want to see if Su Qian can get us a couple of tickets. Are you all going? Zhang Xi's casually spun a basketball. Let me be, he said. Who? Bai Lian leisurely put on her headphones. Lu Xiaoan glanced at Bai Lian. Nearby, Ning Xiao softly spoke. Teacher Qiu is a renowned calligrapher in Xiangcheng. Even Ning Xiao, typically standoffish, was aware of this. Oh, I'm not going, Bai Lian replied lazily. After saying this, she looked back at Bai Lian, who remained indifferent. Lu Xiaohan, standing beside her, even heard Bai Lian quietly reciting a vocabulary word. Very clever. All right then. Lu Xiaohan glanced at Yang Lin, who was lagging behind. Yang Lin would surely not attend. Next to No. 1 High School. A black car idled at a distance across the street. Jiang sat in the back seat, resting his head against the window, gazing towards the school gate. In front of him, Jiang fully lowered his gaze, perusing the computer screen. His cold, stern face exuded an increasing chill. Ming Dongheng sat in the driver's seat, itching to get out. Yet, his phone buzzed again in his pocket. Ming Dongheng dared not check the rearview mirror, hastily retrieving his phone. It was Jiang Shijue. What are you doing? He whispered cautiously as he stepped out of the car, lowering his voice. Do you not know Jiang Xiao is reviewing the documents sent by the Gao family? The Gao family was an absolute, untouchable boundary for Jiang Fuli. On the other end, Jiang Shijue paid no mind to Ming Dongheng's treatment, simply stating, "The Zhongshu Xie has extended an invitation, hoping that our Jiang Huang can provide a piece of calligraphy. I've conveyed the message. Remember to find time to speak with him." With that, Jiang Shijue hung up, ignoring Ming Dongheng's angry protests. His dismissal was quite smooth. Ming Dongheng's face darkened. Jiang Shijue dared to speak, but he did not. He typed furiously in their group chat, "Is the Zhongshu Xie out of their minds? Well, have they ever seen Jiang fully practice calligraphy? Yet they still dare to make such requests." Inside the car, Jiang fully pressed his temples, preparing to call the Gao family, but upon glancing up, he noticed a woman beside a white car at a distance. In her 30s, dressed in a beige trench coat, adorned with a purple silk ribbon around her neck, and wearing high heels, she exuded an air of high fashion. Jiang fully scrutinized her face for a while before turning to Jiang He. "That night, who did your sister say she was dining with?" Jiang He, leaning against the window, ignored him. Jiang fully called his full name coldly. At such moments, Jiang fully was genuinely on the verge of anger. Jiang He, fearing his ire, quietly replied, "Her mother." Jiang Fuli's pale fingers gently tapped the phone screen as he gazed out the window, contemplating for about 5 seconds before dialing Bai Lian's number. "I'm coming out soon." Bai Lian's voice was somewhat surprised. Jiang Fuli, remarkably nonchalant, replied, "Go to the back door. Jiang Xiaonyao is having a moment. It's crowded at the front. We'll wait for you at the back." Bai Lian was aware of Jiang He's condition and did not doubt him. All right. The black business car slowly entered the back door of number 1 high school. Jiang Fuli's vehicle was configured by Jiangjing, yet its license plate was local to Xiangcheng, making it inconspicuous for daily travel. At the school gate, Su En, seated in the driver's seat of the white car, observed the black car with a hint of surprise. Ji Mulan was attempting to call Bai Lian, but no one answered. She began to suspect that Bai Lian had blocked her. She said something to Su En, only to find that Su En was lost in thought, gazing at a particular spot. "What's wrong?" Ji Mulan inquired, following his line of sight, but seeing nothing unusual. A sense of doubt lingered in her mind. The vehicle she observed from afar in Jiangjing resembled one with a bulletproof structure, yet she had not seen the occupants. It was surprising to discover a similar vehicle in Xiangcheng. At the back gate of the school, Bai Lian had already arrived. The autumn air had settled in, and she tightly pulled her uniform jacket around her as the sun began its descent, casting a warm, reddish hue. Standing by the roadside in her school attire, her fingers gripping her phone were pale and cold, evoking the essence of a delicate ink wash painting in early autumn. Ming Dongheng quietly parked beside her, and the rear door opened automatically. Bai Lian stood still, observing Jiang He, who was slumped against the back of the seat. She smiled, as if the figure within the painting had come to life. "Why are you so weak?" she teased, climbing into the car and pinching Jiang He's cheek. Jiang He pursed his lips and looked up, while Jiang Fuli cast a warning glance at Jiang He, his long fingers tapping lightly on his laptop. Today, Ming Dongheng seemed intent on visiting the fighting arena to observe a new championship, and Jiang Fuli had given him a day off. Jiang Fuli, who was busy with matters concerning the Jiang family during the day, had to visit the research institute at night, while Jiang He was determined to find Bai Lian. At the intersection of Qingshui Street, Bai Lian and Jiang He exited the car. "Goodbye, Jiang," he said. Jiang Fuli's gaze drifted over Jiang He before he addressed Bai Lian. "If he needs anything, call me." After all, Jiang He was not a typical child. Once Jiang Fuli departed, Bai Lian led Jiang He down the alley. The long and winding alley was bustling with workers installing streetlights, which surprised Bai Lian, though she paid it little mind. Upon reaching Ji Heng's courtyard, she noticed the door ajar, accompanied by Ji Heng's cheerful laughter. "Xiangcheng, you must have dinner here tonight. I will cook." As she opened the courtyard door, she saw Ji Heng sitting at the stone table, holding a smoking pipe, squinting as he deeply inhaled. "You know, this tobacco, though unbranded, is stronger than what I use to smoke," he remarked, releasing a thin stream of smoke. On the stone table lay a small bag of tobacco, haphazardly placed in a plastic bag. Ji Heng paused, his smoking pace slightly slowing. He pointed with his pipe toward a room beside Bai Lian. "That was Xiao Jun's old room. I tidied it up this afternoon. Please check if anything is missing." During their conversation, Director Chen remained silent until Ji Heng asked, "Do you have any dietary restrictions?" Director Chen hesitated to trouble Ji Heng into cooking for him, contemplating bringing the cake maker instead. Ji Heng's old mobile phone rang, revealing Ji Mulan on the other end. I've been waiting at the school gate for her, but she hasn't shown up. Is she skipping class? Ji Mulan's tone was icy, clearly irritated. Naturally, she was referring to Bai Lian. I haven't seen her. Ji Mulan's voice rose in pitch. She wanted to say more, but recalled her earlier conversation with Ji Hung and added, I've been waiting for her. Forget it. Su-in just acquired a hotel and is celebrating tonight. You two should come out, and Su-in and I will wait for you. No, Ji Hung replied calmly. I plan to have a couple of drinks with Xiangcheng tonight. If you want, you can join us. With that, he hung up. On the other end, Ji Mulan's expression darkened. She could not comprehend why she had gone to such lengths to create an opportunity for Bai Lian to meet Su-in. Was Bai Lian truly so oblivious? Or was Ji Hung equally so? Ji Mulan would never take Su-in to a place like Qingshui Street. Su-in nodded slightly. He had no desire to drink with Ji Hung and his friends. On Wednesday, Xiangcheng delivered a speech at the Grand Auditorium of Xiangcheng No. 1 High School. Under the watchful gaze of numerous students, the principal personally welcomed him, and even 2 reporters were present. Mr. Qiu, please have a seat, the principal said, leading Xiangcheng to the reception room and pouring him tea. Thank you for your concern for our senior students. He was a prominent figure in Xiangcheng, a fact well understood by the principal, who knew the local sentiment ran deep, especially among the older generation. As the principal organized various items on the conference table, he wondered if any of the school's top students this year might have the opportunity to soar. Just then, a piece of paper floated to the floor. As he was about to take a sip, he noticed it and casually glanced at it, immediately recognizing the 4 characters written on it, which caused him to pause. With a sharp clatter, he set down the teacup and picked up the paper. Who wrote this? Chapter 57. President, Teacher. Lianjia plans to cause trouble. The principal was still arranging the documents when he heard the noise and quickly set down the book, stepping forward. Seeing Xiangcheng staring intently at the paper, he looked down and smiled. This is written by our student Bai. It is certainly not inferior to Ren's work. Would you agree? The principal knew that Ren Wanxian was Xiangcheng's prize student, hence he did not exaggerate Bai Lian's talents. However, Xiangcheng shook his head. No, such calligraphy, not to mention Wanxian, even my grandson, may not match it. While the principal could not discern the depth of the writing, Xiangcheng understood all too well. Outsiders might not grasp the significance of, which implies the ink penetrates the paper deeply, with the writer skillfully controlling the weight and flow of the strokes. He instinctively thought such mastery ought to be exhibited by a male writer. Remembering the principal mentioning that the student was in the final year, he pondered, how old could this student be? Who is their teacher? How can there be such hidden talent in Xiangcheng? Xiangcheng quickly inquired, which student is it? I wish to meet them. The principal, surprised by Xiangcheng's high regard for Bai Lian, replied, you are about to deliver your speech. After it, I will arrange for you to meet. If luck permits, you might even see Bai Lian in the auditorium. All right, Xiangcheng acknowledged, realizing he was being too hasty. He reiterated, please ensure we meet afterward. The principal, puzzled by Xiangcheng's urgency, nevertheless made arrangements and stepped out to call Lu Lingxi. Xiangcheng took out his phone and messaged the director of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. I believe there may be hope for Xiangcheng's application for the Writers Association in the future. The recipient clearly had a special concern for Xiangcheng, as a call was made to the bureau director within seconds of receiving the message. At noon, Bai Lian had scarcely finished her class when she received a call from Xiangcheng. Alien, Xiangcheng's voice was somewhat soft. Your mother suddenly invited me to lunch and asked me to call you to join us at Wana Building. However, Xiangcheng had not agreed immediately, thinking that Bai Lian's relationship with Ji Mulan might not be good. Thus, she first discreetly confirmed with Bai Lian. The food here is quite good, Xiangcheng pondered. Will you come? Upon hearing Ji Mulan's name, Bai Lian fell into a daze. Alien, Xiangcheng, realizing there was no response, continued to speak. Bai Lian's arm rested on the balcony as she gazed down below. Over the past 2 days, her emotions had gradually stabilized, and her eyes darkened. I'll be there shortly. Xiangcheng was seated on the toilet when she hung up the phone. After washing her hands, she made her way to the private room. Inside, only Ji Mulan was present, as Su-in had not yet arrived. Ji Mulan was engrossed in her phone, ignoring Xiangcheng. Xiangcheng hesitated, sitting across from her. Su-in arrived a few minutes before Bai Lian. His presence was more commanding than Ren Jiao's, causing Xiangcheng to feel awkward and unsure of where to place her hands and feet. She had intended to flatter Su In, but found herself at a loss for words, regretting her decision to come. She had only wanted to sample the food that she had never tried before, having heard Ji Mulan mention dining at one building. This is my sister-in-law, introduced Xiangcheng with a certain coldness, as she had always held a dismissive attitude towards her. Su In, however, was exceedingly polite. Xiangcheng could only nod stiffly, finally realizing that this gathering was not suitable for her. Fortunately, the sound of the doorbell provided her with a reprieve. She quickly rose to her feet as Bai Lian entered from outside, glancing at the individuals seated within before pulling out the chair next to Xiangcheng and casually taking a seat, reclining lazily. Her school uniform jacket was left unbuttoned, and her long eyelashes cast a shadow over her dark pupils, creating a veil of mystery over her gaze. She offered a brief greeting to Xiangcheng, while extending little courtesy to the others present. Seated across from her, Ji Mulan observed Bai Lian's rebellious demeanor with exasperation, questioning if she was going to acknowledge anyone. "This is your Uncle Su," she finally prompted. Bai Lian lifted her head, quietly scrutinizing Ji Mulan. The latter possessed a strikingly beautiful face, yet her expression exuded nobility and dominance, with eyes devoid of warmth, a stark contrast to what Bai Lian remembered. This led her to recall Jiang Fu Li's mention of Klein blue, the color of one's pupils after death. Was that the hue her mother's eyes had taken when she passed? Children often ponder such thoughts, yet Su In was unperturbed, merely smiling at Bai Lian. "Even if you don't wish to join the Su family, I will always be your Uncle Su." Su In excelled at negotiation, effortlessly shifting the atmosphere with a few words. Xiangcheng relaxed instantly, signaling to Bai Lian that this stepfather was quite agreeable. However, Bai Lian did not return her gaze. Yi Mulan, observing Su In's demeanor, understood that he held a favorable impression of Bai Lian. As long as Bai Lian did not act foolishly, her appearance could be quite deceptive. Although Ji Mulan could not bring Bai Lian to the Su household, she would do her utmost to facilitate Bai Lian's interaction with Su In. "Your grandfather has spoken to you, hasn't he?" Su In mused after a moment's pause. "I will be marrying your mother at the end of the year." Bai Lian replied indifferently, offering her congratulations. "Y Mulan's expression softened considerably." Su In, momentarily taken aback, intended to continue speaking when his phone, which had been set aside, hung. He glanced at it and immediately answered, "Hello." His tone was serious and respectful, indicating that the caller was certainly someone of significance. "Yes, I am in Xiangcheng, preparing to acquire a project." The voice on the other end of the line elicited a gasp of surprise from Su In, who quickly stood up, a hint of excitement in his demeanor. "What? All right, I understand. I will ensure everything is in order." He waited for the caller to hang up before doing so himself. Ji Mulan had never seen Su In speak with such gravity and was taken aback. Pausing to inquire who was on the phone, Ji Mulan was acutely aware that the Su family members he referred to as Su Butler and Miss Su were not those she was familiar with. "Miss Su?" she asked, her tone slightly inquisitive. "It is Miss Su Yajun," Su In explained to the others at the table, expressing a blend of admiration and envy. She was reserved by the Chinese Calligraphy Association at the age of 18, and her teacher is the president of the association. Su Yajun's father and he had been classmates, growing up together, but alas, while Su Yajun soared to great heights, he remained stagnant. As he spoke, Su In sighed, wishing that his son's application to the laboratory would proceed more smoothly this year. "Do you not understand the significance of the Chinese Calligraphy Association in Jiangjing?" Su In started to elaborate, but upon noticing Xiangcheng's blank expression, along with Ji Mulan's silence, who had only recently arrived in Jiangjing, he ceased his explanation. It was evident that they were unfamiliar with the situation in Jiangjing, let alone the details concerning Su Yajun and the Chinese Calligraphy Association. "Enough of that." Su In shook his head with a smile. "Just know that this Miss Su is quite important." With that, he resumed his meal, and Ji Mulan found little enjoyment in her own meal as she paid the bill and exited. Upon witnessing Bai Lian patiently waiting for Xiangcheng, Ji Mulan suddenly halted her steps. "Once I established myself in the Su family, I made it clear last time. I am now on the same household registration as your grandfather," Bai Lian stated, slowly zipping up her jacket. When she raised her head again, her almond-shaped eyes had regained their calmness. "Do not mention this matter again. I can never leave with you." Bai Lian was not the true original owner of this identity. She was unaware of Ji Mulan's thoughts, but even if Ji Mulan were genuinely reflecting and seeking atonement, She could never replace the original owner's capacity to forgive the Bai family and Jimu Lan. The wounds inflicted had already taken their toll. The original owner had perished alone in that lake. Bai Lian could never forgive anyone on her behalf. Jimu Lan stood frozen in place as Bai Lian inclined her head slightly, departing with Xiangcheng. Once inside the elevator, Xiangcheng dared to speak to Bai Lian. "You fool, missing out on a good opportunity. Your future stepfather is from Jiangjing," Xiangcheng exclaimed, unable to suppress her astonishment. "What fortune Jimu Lan has. I wonder where it comes from." Bai Lian, hands tucked into her pockets, ambled forward lazily, surprisingly not studying her vocabulary, merely responding with a nonchalant, "Oh, child, do you even know what Jiangjing signifies?" Xiangcheng began, but recalling that Bai Lian had even forsaken the Bai family, she fell silent. "Another visit to the principal's office?" The principal's office, Mr. Qiu, the director, cautiously suggested to the seated Qiu Xuezheng and the Cultural Bureau director, "Since Bai is out, perhaps you two should have your meal first?" "No need." Qiu Xuezheng waved his hand, his gaze fixated on the office door. Beside him, the director, who had only just arrived, was examining a large character poster that the principal had just shared with them, one that Bai Lian had previously crafted with a wolf hair brush. The photographer had taken it for a reshoot, while the principal only possessed a photo of it. "I believe you are correct," the director murmured to Qiu Xuezheng. "We indeed have hope." As they spoke, the door creaked slightly, prompting both Qiu Xuezheng and the director to look up, revealing a slender figure. The individual, with their heads slightly bowed and long, pale fingers resting on the door, sauntered in with an air of languor, a cold, jade-like brilliance accompanying them. It was a girl. Both men instinctively thought such calligraphy could only be produced by a boy. "Principal," Bai Lian addressed, narrowing her eyes, "did you summon me for something?" "Not me," the principal replied, casting a glance at Qiu Xuezheng and the director, surprised at their calm demeanor at such a moment. "It is Mr. Qiu and the others who are looking for you." Qiu Xuezheng had initially assumed a student required the principal's assistance. Upon hearing the principal's words, he leaped to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on Bai Lian. "Did you write this?" "Yes," Bai Lian affirmed. The principal was startled by his reaction. Yet, Qiu Xuezheng exchanged glances with the director. In the realm of calligraphy, males outnumbered females significantly. Over the years, only one female had ever won the first prize in the 7 editions of the Lanting Award. They had thought Ren Wanxian was a remarkable figure, but to discover that such powerful strokes had been penned by a girl was unexpected. The director was more straightforward than Qiu Xuezheng. "Bai Lian, do you intend to participate in the Lanting Award this year? If you miss this year, you will have to wait another 3 years." Bai Lian, unfamiliar with them, merely raised an eyebrow. "Lanting Award? I have not heard of it." Not just the director and Qiu Xuezheng. Even the principal found it hard to believe. "Bai Lian, you do not know about the Lanting Award?" Bai Lian's gaze was sincere. "Could it be that you are a disciple of a reclusive master?" Qiu Xuezheng exchanged a knowing look with the director, who then explained the Lanting Award to Bai Lian. "If you participate, you will certainly qualify. Not to mention qualifying, you might even win 3rd prize. Though this year, 3rd prize could be a bit challenging. The Chinese Calligraphy Association will definitely invite you to join." He spoke passionately, extolling the virtues of entering the Lanting Award. Of course, they only dared to speak of 3rd prize, given that even Qiu Buqing was only aiming for that. "Oh," Bai Lian replied with disinterest, her long eyelashes drooping, her dark eyes appearing lazy as she spoke with an air of indifference. "Does the principal have other matters to discuss?" Qiu Xuezheng and the director had pondered many things. Yet the last thing they expected was Bai Lian's lack of interest in the Lanting Award. After all, no calligrapher would be disinterested in it. Even Ren Wanxian had been trying every possible way to participate. As he observed the other party walking away, the director, with a sense of helplessness, spoke up. "I had originally intended to mention that if you participate in the Lanting Award, it could assist us in applying for a calligraphy association in Xiangcheng, allowing more children to learn the art of calligraphy. Indeed, securing an award would indeed facilitate the application for the Calligraphy Association," Qiu Xuezheng gently explained. "There are many children in Xiangcheng who wish to learn calligraphy, but the lack of qualified instructors and resources hinders them. Establishing a calligraphy association would greatly alleviate these issues." "I see," Bai Lian said softly, brushing aside a strand of hair that had floated to the side of her face, her brows slightly furrowed. "Then I shall participate." "Huh?" Bai Lian recalled the matter of the 3rd prize, pondering as she touched the iridium bracelet on her wrist, Would a higher ranking yield better benefits when I apply? Chapter 58. The Arrival of the Calligraphy Association Representatives. Guaranteed second place. Upon reaching this point, Xiangcheng ceased to elaborate further. He realized Bai Lian was particularly invested in Xiangcheng. Thus he continued discussing this resource. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he fixed his keen gaze upon Bai Lian. How old are you this year? Bai Lian, lost in thoughts about the Lanting Award, instinctively began to respond but paused, lowering her gaze in silence for a moment. 19. 19, the director of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau said, his eyes sparkling. At this age, participating in a Lanting Award next time would not be a significant challenge. The deadline for submissions was approaching swiftly. After Bai Lian departed, the principal turned to the two men. Mr. Chiu, director, shall we proceed to dinner? Certainly. The director of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau finally smiled, glancing at Bai Lian's direction. Her inclusion is undoubtedly assured. I wonder if she and Mr. Chiu will manage to secure the third prize this time. 19 is quite a tender age. He had yet to inquire about her score. As Xiangcheng stepped out, he was privy to more insider information than the two beside him, sighing. Moreover, the competition for the Lanting Award this time is fierce. Just the likes of Xie Jinyun and Su Yajun are immensely captivating. However, there was no cause for concern. She was still young, and in the next edition of the Lanting Award, she would undoubtedly shine brilliantly. The principal, unfamiliar with these matters, listened quietly. Such optimistic thoughts seemed somewhat overly idealistic. Xiangcheng cast a speechless glance at the director of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. It was one thing to dream that Xiangcheng could win an award, but now he even dared to dream of a first prize. Liu Xiaohan was engaged in conversation with others, having witnessed Xiangcheng's speech earlier that morning. Mr. Chiu is indeed my idol. The purpose of studying is for oneself. Zhang Xiais was dozing off in the back, while Ning Xiao and Yang Lin were busy solving problems. Bai Lian, with one hand, flicked open her pen cap, lazily leaning against the chair's back, suddenly looking up to smile at Liu Xiaohan. Why didn't you learn calligraphy well back then? Liu Xiaohan touched her nose and shrugged. During elementary school, I learned a bit from the teacher in the big character class, but later I taught myself by finding videos online. She spoke with a hint of pride at the end. Those who study calligraphy understand that having a teacher's guidance not only helps avoid unnecessary detours, but also facilitates building a solid foundation, making it easier to write when holding the brush. Calligraphy is profound and intricate. Without a teacher, it is challenging to make progress. Yet, Xiangcheng lacks even a calligraphy association, with those showing some achievement settling in the Beicheng Calligraphy Association. Most individuals in Xiangcheng are ordinary laborers, lacking the means to hire a calligraphy instructor for their children. Liu Xiaohan was no exception. Her studies were largely self-taught. Opportunities to attend a speech by Xiangcheng, like today, were virtually non-existent. Bai Lian lowered her head, pressing her fingertips against the exercise book, her eyelashes casting shadows as she casually wrote on her physics paper. Liu Xiaohan wanted to boast to Bai Lian about the many videos she had found for self-study, but upon seeing Bai Lian's bowed head, she inexplicably felt a wave of sadness wash over her. Liu Xiaohan swallowed the latter part of her sentence, merely observing Bai Lian as she slowly worked through the physics problems. In truth, over the past 2 weeks, Bai Lian had primarily been focused on biology, occasionally discussing difficult physics problems with Ning Xiao. Just then, the entire class 15 fell suddenly silent. A chill ran down Liu Xiaohan's spine, and her sixth sense urged her to turn around swiftly, straightening her posture to pull out the 10 years of college entrance examination book, ready to tackle problems. A quick glance revealed the elusive Lu Lingxi at the window. The others in class were diligently completing their assignments, with the exception of Zhang Xiais, who remained buried in slumber. Lu Lingxi quietly approached him, raising her hand. Ah! Zhang Xiais was pulled to his feet by his ear, immediately spotting Lu Lingxi. Aunt Lu, spare me, handsome. What time did you play games until last night? Lu Lingxi scoffed. Midnight, then 1, then 2, then 2:59. He protested, stubbornly holding on to his final ounce of defiance against the 3 o'clock mark. Sleeping during the day and gaming at night. Huh? How many times must I tell you? Zhang Xiais? In today's society, without a diploma, you'll face setbacks in everything you do. Lu Lingxi released her grip, her tone shifting to a more earnest plea. Go stand in the back. Zhang Xiais, looking woeful, trudged to the back with his book. After delivering her admonition, Lu Lingxi glanced at Bai Lian, who had just finished a problem, and kindly said, "Bai Lian, come out for a moment." The speed of her change in demeanor left Zhang Shi's eyes in awe. The principal stated he needed to provide your contact information to Mr. Chiu, and I was asked to relay this message to you. Is it all right if I give him your number? It's nothing, Bai Lian nodded. Saturday, Director Chen sought out Ming Donghang, but Jiang Fuli and Jiang, he were both absent. So he relaxed his posture considerably. Next Tuesday, there's another competition for Mr. Bai. If he wins this one, his points will reach third place. Tickets. Ming Donghang poured himself a cup of tea, succinctly and coldly stating, "They are already prepared." Director Chen produced freshly minted tickets and handed them to Ming Donghang. He was in high spirits these days. With Bai Lian's guidance, he had successfully handled 2 matters in Xiangcheng, earning him much praise from old Master Chen. As they conversed, a maid ushered a woman into the room. "Young Master Ming, the representatives from the Calligraphy Association have arrived." Ming Donghang slightly raised his eyes and acknowledged with a soft grunt. He was inherently a stern individual, and after being alongside Jiang Fuli, his presence had grown even more commanding. Director Chen, unsure of who Miss Su was, looked curiously toward the entrance. A tall woman entered, clad in a simple white dress. The weather in Xiangcheng was not overly hot, yet she had not even donned a jacket. Upon entering the room, she lowered her head slightly, hesitant to gaze around freely. Youth Master, she stood to one side, observing only 2 individuals seated on the sofa. Pausing briefly, Director Chen clearly recognized the woman before him. He poured himself a cup of water. "Miss Su, what brings you here?" Ming Donghang was already aware of her visit. He glanced at Su Yajun, not personally acquainted with her, and simply said, "Please have a seat. I will retrieve something shortly." Su Yajun noted eagerly. Once Ming Donghang exited, she felt a bit more at ease and settled into a chair. By the way, the president of the Calligraphy Association is well versed in both calligraphy and painting, and he writes in the Liang style. He frequently enjoys tea with old Master Chen. Director Chen, you're quite familiar with him, right? Is President Shui still in good health? The maid approached Su Yajun with a cup of tea. Su Yajun reached out to accept it, expressing her gratitude before slowly saying, "The teacher is in good health. He was just over to enjoy tea and appreciate calligraphy with old Master Chen a few days ago." At the mention of old Master Chen, Director Chen's expression brightened. He regarded Su Yajun with a noticeably improved demeanor. Accustomed to being stern, he watched as Su Yajun stood and solemnly accepted something from him. Oh, looking at this wooden box, Director Chen suddenly realized President Shui used to frequently pester Jiang Fuli and was driven away by Ming Donghang on several occasions. Is this for an exhibition? As he spoke, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Seeing the name on the screen, Director Chen's eyes lit up and he sprang to his feet. "Hello, Uncle G, fishing? Great. I love fishing. Wait for me." He disregarded the people in the hall and hurriedly turned to Ming Donghang, saying, "Mr. Ming, I must go fishing with Uncle G. Please keep the tickets safe." With that, Director Chen dashed out. Ming Donghang overheard him instructing his subordinate, "Prepare my fishing gear." Ming Donggang pondered, "Uncle, who is this Chun Yongkuin referring to?" Ming Donghang's demeanor grew increasingly frosty as he gazed intently at Chun Ju's retreating figure. His hand absently stroked the surface beside him. Su Yajun, who stood nearby, felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. Who was this Uncle G? She had scoured the entirety of Jiangjing and had not come across anyone by the surname Ji who could elicit such a profound reaction from Chun Ju. A fleeting glance from Ming Donghang was enough to chill her further. "Miss Su, do you require anything else?" he asked with a chilling politeness. Su Yajun, taken aback, stood straighter and instinctively glanced upstairs before replying, "I shall not disturb you any longer, Ming Xiao." Once outside the iron gates, Su Yajun's countenance became considerably paler. A white car awaited on the adjacent road. Ji Mulan occupied the front passenger seat, her gaze fixed ahead until she spotted Su Yajun's white silhouette. The driver, Su En, promptly exited the vehicle. With Su En having alighted, Ji Mulan felt compelled to follow suit. "Miss Su," Su En greeted warmly, a smile gracing his features. He was an old acquaintance of Su Yajun's father. Su Yajun nodded in acknowledgement, offering a faint smile. "Su Uncle, I will be staying for a couple of days. I appreciate your assistance this time." Su En understood that Su Yajun addressed him as Su Uncle out of respect for her father, and he did not dare to fully embrace the title. "This is my future fiancé, Ji Mulan," he introduced to Su Yajun. Su Yajun's interest in Suin's wife was negligible. Upon hearing the surname Ji, her attention shifted to Ji Mulan. She instinctively recalled Chun Ye's earlier reference to Uncle Ji. "Where do you hail from in Jiangjing?" Su Yajun inquired, her tone becoming more formal. Su In, surprised by her demeanor, replied with a chuckle, "She is not from Jiangjing. She is from Xiangcheng. She has come here to meet her father for a project." As Ji Mulan listened to Su Un's words, her smile remained immaculate. Yet internally she grappled with a profound discomfort. She had strived diligently to escape Xiangcheng, yet the shadow of her origins seemed to follow her wherever she went. Predictably, Su Yajun's smile waned significantly upon hearing the mention of Xiangcheng. Choosing not to pursue the matter further, she entered the car. Inside the vehicle, Su-in glanced at the rearview mirror, noticing that Su Yajun still clutched a wooden box, not placing it on the seat. The box's length suggested it contained a scroll. "Whose calligraphy is this?" Su-in inquired, having prepared himself over the past 2 days to engage Su Yajun in meaningful conversation. Su Yajun paused momentarily before shaking her head. "I obtained it from Ming Xiao. As for its origin, it is best that you remain uninformed." Su-in's heart raced at her mention of Ming Xiao, instantly recognizing whom she referred to. Meanwhile, Ji Mulan remained silent in the passenger seat, largely oblivious to the conversation between the two. "The Lanting Award is approaching. I assumed Miss Su would remain at the Xiangcheng." Su-in deftly shifted the topic, preemptively congratulating her on her anticipated first-class award. Su Yajun had shone brightly in her 9th-level examination at the age of 18, earning an invitation to join the Xiangcheng, and secured a 3rd-place finish in her first landing award at 20. This year marked her 2nd participation. Flattering words were universally appreciated, and Su Yajun was no exception. She chuckled lightly, her gaze drifting to the window. A first prize would be commendable, but the top spot should rightly belong to Xiangcheng. He possesses greater strength than I. I shall settle for 2nd place. Chapter 59. He stared dumbfounded as Bai Lian removed the iridium. The number of participants for this year's Lanting Award was limited, and Su Yajun conceded that only Xiangcheng surpassed her. As for the others, she had not given them a second thought. Su In, observing through the rearview mirror, marveled. Even a 2nd place would be an impressive feat. Throughout the numerous iterations of the Lanting Award, only one female candidate has ever claimed first prize. If Su Yajun were to secure 2nd place, her popularity would eclipse even that of Xiangcheng, a fact Su In fully grasped, intensifying his envy towards his former classmate. In the front passenger seat, Ji Mulan clutched her phone, unable to interject, instead searching for information regarding the Lanting Award. She remained uninformed about Ming Xiao, Xiangcheng, or President Shui. It was Saturday, and Bai Lian and Ji Hung were dining at Ji Xiaojun's home. The prospect of demolition loomed over them, as Ji Xiaojun furrowed his brow while discussing the matter. Xiangcheng remained unusually taciturn. Bai Lian sat quietly, methodically eating her meal while listening to their conversation. Ji Hung lowered his head, picked up a cigarette holder, lit it, and after taking a puff, spoke. "If the authorities haven't issued a notice, it doesn't necessarily mean it will be demolished. Do not fret. This afternoon, let's go fishing to unwind." Indeed, Xiangcheng suddenly chimed in, cheerfully offering Bai Lian a pair of chopsticks filled with food. "In this locality, which developer would even consider us? We are merely eating." Ji Xiaojun's furrowed brow began to relax as he resumed using his chopsticks. "Where shall we go fishing?" "Xianghe," Ji Hung replied, who had never possessed a hearty appetite and had not eaten much. He urged Ji Xiaojun to hurry, stating that Xiangcheng would be joining them shortly, and they should secure a few good spots after finishing their meal. Upon completing their lunch, Ji Hung took Ji Xiaojun to fish while Bai Lian headed to the library. Just as she stepped outside, her phone lit up with a WeChat message. "Hello." Bai Lian raised an eyebrow and replied, "Hi." The sender continued, "Traditional Chinese medicine is truly miraculous." Accompanying the message was an image. Bai Lian opened it casually, only to find a medical diagnosis. She replied with a simple emoticon, unconcerned about whether the sender comprehended her response. As she strolled along, having just flipped to a vocabulary section, another message from her mother appeared. "Where are you? Come have lunch with us. Your Su uncle has an important person with him." She believed she was facilitating connections for Bai Lian, offering her an opportunity. Bai Lian hesitated, realizing it was the first time the sender had messaged her. She discovered a lengthy conversation history with Ji Mulan, predominantly consisting of the original owner's messages from 2 years ago. "Mom, where are you? I will no longer be willful. I will study diligently. The original owner appeared to have treated Ji Mulan as a personal log, documenting everything. The last message dated 3 months ago read, "Dad took back the invitation you sent me to study under you." She obstinately believed she was acting in her daughter's best interest, unable to accept her daughter's mediocrity. After the marriage faced a crisis, she abandoned the original owner entirely. Today marked Ji Mulan's first attempt to initiate contact. Bai Lian paused, inhaling deeply, her expression icy as she deleted Ji Mulan from her friend list. She then tilted her head slightly, pressing her hand against her heart, as though she could feel the original owner's lingering despair in this world. Outside the community gates, a black car idled quietly across the street, its door ajar. Jianghe crouched by the front of the vehicle, hands clasped over his ears, fixated on the entrance of the community. Beside him, Zhang Fulai stood coldly in a black shirt, his expression icy and detached. His collar was slightly unbuttoned, and his gaze, sharp as a cold moon, bore down on Jianghe with a frigid, haughty indifference. He was tall, his profile sculpted with precision. Yet passers-by dared not approach the community gate. Bai Lian stood at the entrance, observing for a moment, her mood gradually lightening. Today, she wore a smoke blue long dress layered with a white long coat, which hung loosely without buttons. The coat's lapels and cuffs were adorned with clusters of emerald green vines, swaying gently in the breeze as if ready to burst forth. The ensemble harmonized beautifully with the colorful poppies at the hem of her dress. What is troubling him now? Bai Lian mused, stepping closer to Jianghe. She lowered her gaze, scrutinizing him for a moment before stowing her phone away, lazily tilting her head to inquire of Zhang Fulai. Zhang Fulai cast a glance at Jianghe, noting that the dishes prepared by Qi Lu at noon were all to his distaste. Jianghe was notoriously picky, his preferences diverging significantly from those of an average person. The chefs at the Jiang household knew of his habits and would always prepare 1 or 2 dishes that he could tolerate. However, Qi Yundai, unaware of Jianghe's aversions, had cautiously remarked that picky eaters would not grow tall, causing Jianghe to sulk in silence ever since. Zhang Fulai had endured the entire ride without reprimanding him. Only the dishes that Jianghe does not eat were listed for Qi Yundai. Thus, even Jiang fully refrained from rebuking him. The 3 arrived at the library, just in time for Ming Dongheng to deliver a meal for Jianghe. He quietly stood behind Jiang fully, reporting, "I have already handed the items to the people from the Zhong Shu Xie." Ming Dongheng, unfamiliar with the Zhong Shu Xie and not knowing Su Yajun, referred to them collectively as the people from Zhong Shu Xie. As Jianghe needed to eat, Bai Lian and the others remained in the CAF on the first floor of the library. Jiang fully sat in a chair in the CF, one hand casually draped over the back, his expression betraying a distinct aloofness, only responding with a non-committal Bai Lian, with her legs crossed, leisurely took out a biology problem set and began to work through it. Noticing Jiang Fuli's mood seemed favorable, Ming Dongheng finally spoke up. "The Zhong Shu Xie is still asking if you might serve as a judge." Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Fuli cast a cool glance at Ming Dongheng, as if to say, "What kind of joke is this?" Ming Dongheng replied, "It's not him making the joke, it's President Xue." He pulled out his phone and tagged Jiang Shijue in a group chat. "Ming Dongheng, Jiang Shijue's work has been submitted. The other works were declined by Jiang Shao." "Jiang Shijue? Jiang Shijue, are you still alive?" Jiang Shijue was quite direct. "I don't believe it." "Su Nanjing, reply with one to prove you're not a robot." "Ming Kudonggeng, ah." "Ming Dongheng, you all don't understand." He tucked his phone away, casting a cautious glance at Bai Lian, then straightened his posture. Bai Lian spent the entire afternoon studying in the library. At 4 o'clock, she received a call from Qiu Xuezheng, who inquired about her practice. Upon learning that Bai Lian had spent the entire day doing homework in the library, Qiu Xuezheng fell silent. "Haven't you practiced your calligraphy at all today?" "Yes, on the second floor dedicated to science and engineering, apart from Bai Lian and Ning Xiao. There was no one else." Bai Lian held her phone in one hand while leisurely sketching with the other. "Come to me for a moment. I want to see your usual standard," Qiu Xuezheng said politely. "Your principal mentioned that you performed very well last time. Calligraphy requires diligent practice to attain proficiency." He pondered for a moment. The tools for calligraphy are also quite demanding. For instance, seasoned calligraphers use wolf hair brushes that have been in use for decades. The bristles are soft yet resilient, and the brush's body possesses a significant strength. Xian paper also improves with age, which is one reason calligraphy can be so costly. After a brief contemplation, Bai Lian replied, "All right." Nearby, Jiang Fuli had overheard her conversation with Xiangcheng. He held a black pen between his middle and index fingers, the tip poised above pristine white paper. He raised his hand to glance at his watch. "Are we leaving?" "Yes," Bai Lian replied slowly as she meticulously organized her books in preparation to visit a teacher's home. Jiang Fuli nodded, casting a glance at Ning Xiao across from him, his fingertips rhythmically tapping the table. He then casually pushed the paper across to Ning Xiao. Ning Xiao cautiously tucked the draft paper away, declaring, "I understand it now." Beside him, Lu Xiaohan dared not lift her gaze. Once Jiang Fuli and Bai Lian departed, Lu Xiaohan finally looked up and marveled at Ning Xiao. "How did you dare to ask him about the problems?" Ning Xiao remained silent for a moment, responding, "Actually, it wasn't too bad. Compared to Tang Ming, I'm quite normal." Lu Xiaohan glanced at the paper in Ning Xiao's hand, completely unable to comprehend its contents. Xiaojia. Xiangcheng set aside his work and waited in the hall for Bai Lian to arrive. He glanced at Xiangcheng, intending to say something but hesitated, recalling his grandfather's previous attitude. Xiangcheng lowered his head, taking a slow sip of tea, his gaze still fixed on the entrance. "You should remain indoors for the next few days. Practice your calligraphy more diligently to refine your temperament." Xiangcheng had gone to meet the Ren family, as Ren Xian hoped to persuade him to facilitate matters with Xiangcheng. However, when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he refrained from speaking. Just as he was about to go upstairs to practice calligraphy, the security guard brought someone in. "Teacher Qiu, Miss Bai has arrived." Not just anyone could enter Xiangcheng's residence. He had informed the security guard in advance. Bai Lian stepped over the threshold and entered slowly, carrying her backpack and greeting Xiangcheng politely. "Teacher Qiu." Her demeanor was relaxed and casual. Xiangcheng, unfamiliar with Bai Lian, gave her a cursory glance before heading upstairs. "You really stayed in the library?" Xiangcheng pondered for a moment before speaking seriously. "You may not necessarily win third prize this time. There are many participants in the landing award." Hearing this, Xiangcheng, who was on his way upstairs, paused in his tracks.